Push start.
Go for it.
Ready? You ready to do this? Go live.
Do it.
Go live, and boom goes the dynamite. 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 Oh,
I hear it on the YouTube. That's
all right, we're good, man. We are good, cool. good. Wow, well, something actually worked for a change. Holy shit!
Yeah, man. Right, on time, early even. I was shocked. I want everybody to know. Barnacules here sent me the link to our video, the video thing.
Yep.
15 minutes before we're supposed to go live. That's got to be some kind of record.
That's record. That's seriously. No I think I deserve like a $900 super chat just for that.
Right, no weirdness. My audio was a little wonky. I'll admit I was NVIDIA broadcast for some reason was the default, and so Jerry couldn't hear me for a minute. We had it fixed before the stream started. Everything is fine.
Everything's
good.
We're
back after Jerry's hack.
Dude, it has been a ride, man. We were supposed to go. By the way,
outrageous.
Let everybody know we were supposed to be here last week for the first stream, the first tech talk of season 5227.
That's right.
Here on Barnacules Nerdgasm's historic YouTube channel, and it got ruined because I got hacked literally the night before the stream. The day. No,
you sound a little toilety.
Morning, yeah.
What do you mean? I sound a little toilety. What does that mean?
What does toilety mean? I mean, he sounds fine to me. Don't be calling my friend toilety. Come on, man. Seriously, be nice. It's a new year, okay? I don't want to hear any more shaming of any kind or any kind of meanness.
I mean, I heard. So the stream's on a 10-second delay or whatever from my own self, and I sound exactly what I heard on YouTube is exactly what I hear in my monitor.
Yeah, here, let me unmute YouTube for a second.
Seriously. So you're listening a little toiletty.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, it all sounds fine.
It's you.
It's you. You got broken speakers. Go buy better
speakers. The other guy
speakers.
Sounds echoey. That's strange.
Wait,
sounds like he's in a bathroom. Sounds like you're talking in a bathroom.
Okay,
you got voice effects on me?
Something might be messed up here. Let's see if we can figure this out.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird. I sounded okay. Here, I'm going to mute video so I can hear the. It's you.
You got broken speakers. Go buy better
speakers. Guys sound echoey. That's strange. Oh, you totally do. It's in a bathroom.
Oh, you do sound echoey, but it's like really. It's a really tight echo.
That's weird. It's like a reverb or something. Yeah.
What the hell's
like almost like a robot. That's crazy.
Here, let me go look at my filters. Make sure we got that.
There goes our hype for having a perfect beginning.
That's what
it is very tinny.
Bragging. Oh no, bragged. Oh no. Okay, hold on here.
There's totally a weird like robotiness to my voice for sure. Yeah,
I'll fix it. Let's go look under the Vajos, the Vajo Ninja. Haven't used it in a while. I bet it's the hackers. I bet the hackers broke into my computer and left your robotic voice.
Yeah.
You know what I just noticed?
Well, we were playing with voice mod just before we went live, so there may be something
working. I don't have voice. Okay, hold on. We got a weirdness thing going on here. Where is Video Ninja? I don't have a window for Video Ninja, and yet we are sitting here talking. So how is this possible? Hold on here.
I'm pretty sure it's not me.
I don't have. Oh no, I found it. Okay, I found Video Ninja. Let me make sure I don't have any audio feeds open on anything else. Ready to do this? Aha! Hold on. Okay, did it go away?
I don't know.
Here, say some stuff.
Yeah. I believe you guys. It's me for some reason, but is it better now?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out here. So okay, so now I'm looking in the Vajos, the Vajo Ninjas, and I'm looking at desktop audio. There's no filter
now. He's better now. Yes.
There's no filters. And okay, let me listen.
So till you guys are still there, but is better now?
No, you've got like a really tight robotic effect. But the thing is, I hear you clearly. And you're coming in on the same audio channel that I'm listening to. So I don't get how you could have any kind of like weirdness going on. All I can think of is that it's voice mod somehow. Like somehow voice mod is like screwing with your input. It's gotta be. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna kill voice mod. Guys,
sounds like he's in a hallway. Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to kill this, and to do it, it's gonna take out both of our audio until I change the audio devices again. Let's just try it. I'm just gonna try it. Give me a second, guys. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm killing voice mod now. Voice mod goes.
Toast. Okay, I can still hear me. Nope.
Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. You can hear me? I can't. Okay, so they're saying that they can hear me and that my echo is gone. Bradley says fixed. Jerry's silent. No Jerry. Oh no, what is this Tech Talk thing? I've subscribed for the crypto giveaway. Haha. We can hear Ox. Welcome to the silent Tech Talk, only chat and video. Hey man, I did a number of PC build streams with no microphone where I was just showing parts to the camera and like typing in the chat.
Am I back?
Oh, there you are.
Hello? All right, hear me again? Now let's see if your roboticness is back. Let us know on chat if the robot stuff is still doing the thing.
Sounds good now. Yes, you fine. Luke, what that happens when you use Windows.
Windows.
All right, continue the stream as is. Sub cuties, maybe do a Jay and Silent Bob like LTT did on the WAN show last night. Fixed. Do not besmirch this stream by suggesting that we be like WAN show. Excuse me.
Ixnay on the and show way, guys. Ixnay.
I just like audio isn't synced. Jerry's audio is super delayed.
That's fine. That's fine. I can live with super delayed audio.
Jerry is massively delayed. It says.
Wait, what do you mean massively?
Huge delay on Barnacules. I know you love it. You know, it's so weird. It's so weird. I know I say this on a lot of these streams, even on my own streams and stuff, about like my irrational like distaste for Linus. And I am genuinely, it's like almost becoming like a cheesy meme at this point, because like I honestly don't really care that much, but I do want to say this story because like it's almost like a habit.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 1 3. Testing. Can you hear me still?
I hear you.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get it into the stream now. So stream elements talking.
That's funny. That's actually what's happening. Jerry also had a stroke and now speaks fluent French. It's really weird. So we've had to actually use what's that voice thing that they just recently? I think it's called Valley now, where you can feed like a 3 or 5 second clip of audio to something and it'll recreate the voice.
Totally.
So this is what we've done. But because Microsoft servers are shitty, it's really slow. And that's why we had the delay.
You can still hear me though, right?
I hear you.
Yeah, okay, good. I just got to figure out how to get you into
now we have the echo back on both. Jerry and echo.
Wait, the echo just came back?
So he did push a button that did that. But
what did I do? So the echo
back now? But now echoing echo. Everything sounds good. No chat delays. Me puppet below. We need a better like way of time stamping this stuff, because the chat is hearing something from like 10 or 15 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, hey, hold on.
Unlistenable echo right now.
Oh, hold on. I think I got it.
Audio is perfect.
Are we good now?
It is echoing.
Are we good now?
Turn it off and on again. So let's have a keyword for a time marker. Let's say like banana bread. Okay. Everything after banana bread. Banana bread. Banana bread.
Yeah. Say banana bread in chat if we sound okay now.
Banana bread. Banana bread. Banana bread good, banana bread bad.
So the audio. I figured out what the problem is, but it's stupid, and I'm going to explain. This is another reason why I got to reinstall the computer. By the way, if you install a program called Voice Meter, just be aware that if you install that thing and uninstall it, it messes everything up. It screws everything up. The problem is right now I have 3 audio channels coming into OBS.
That totally worked. Everybody's saying banana bread, audio
perfect.
Good, banana bread,
perfect.
Banana bread. So we're good.
So let me explain what happened here. In the audio mixer in OBS Studio, I have desktop audio, which is the mix of all the sound on the computer, right? That should be you, everything minus me, mix minus me.
It worked.
Yep. So then I have my microphone. But the weird thing is VoiceMod is taking your feed from the web browser and feeding it through the microphone somehow. So you and I are mixed both through my microphone, which I can't explain. That means that I can probably turn on the effects like this. Like, let's see if the effect works now. Here, let me click this. Come on. Okay, why is the effect not working? Oh man, this is so.
I don't know.
I'll fix it.
Man, I'll tell you right now. And that needs to stop.
There we go.
You just did.
I fixed it.
Horrendous feedback. That was awful.
Okay, let me ask people on the stream. Do you hear if I do this? So here, do you hear a voice effect now? That's not that horrendous thing. Like, do you hear it now? Do you hear a voice effect when you talk though? Here, you say something.
When I talk. They might hear it applied to me. I only hear my own monitor.
It should be applied to both of us because it's all coming through the one mic input. Okay, so as long as I don't
delay, but I hear myself coming.
Got it.
It's
Okay,
like robot-y voice.
Yep.
Like
So
purposeful.
yeah, so the reason that's happening is because as soon as I tell it I want to hear myself and it loops the audio back through my headphones, it loops the audio back through the same channel that's fed into OBS and it's delayed, so it creates that blah, 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 that building reverb. So yeah, everything's all in a nutshell. Everything's all screwed up, but I managed to mute the system channel. I managed to mute the channel because there's another audio stream coming in by default from Video Ninja. Yeah. So I have 3 audio streams coming in that 2 of them are just you, and 1 of them is both of us. And so if I try to separate out my microphone and enable one of the other 2, then you get an echo, but I don't. So I finally found one that works for all. So I'm just going to leave it.
If Voice Meter would just make their interface a little bit more user friendly, they would dominate the Go XLR and other
100%.
Similar solutions. Because that's all that's really happening. Like, yeah, the Go XLR's got like a cool hardware solution here with the little fucking faders and buttons and stuff, but it's not doing anything that Voice Meter doesn't really, because Voice Meter will give you the virtual sound cards and all that stuff, and you can point your applications to the different sound cards and all that stuff, just like the different. I mean, that's all that the Go XLR thing is doing too. You have a chat sound card. It's showing up as like a separate audio device plugged in. Voice Meter does the same, but they're horrendously like labeled and stuff. Like, they're so confusing. It's like I needed to be like a professional audio mixer for like concerts and shit to really understand what this interface that I'm looking at.
They did make a change. They did make one change. I don't know if you saw that, where there's 3 versions now, and there's one that's like potato version, and then there's like one that's like really easy to use. I mean, easier, I should say. Yeah.
Well, I know there was Voice Meter Banana, and I've heard Voice Meter Potato before. That Potato sounded newer. I've used Banana, and I did figure it out eventually after some guessing and checking and stuff. But I recall a few years ago, I think it was Epos Vox maybe had suggested, or
it's always him. If it has something to do with streaming, it's always him.
It was him or Drunk Kev or something like this. One of those guys in the. I'm pretty sure it was Drunk Kev. He helps a lot with like dual PC audio setups and stuff.
Sure.
He had said something similar, like, man, Voice Meter Banana is great. It just needs like an overhaul on its interface. It's so like complicated and obtuse. You need to be like an audio professional to use this. It's ridiculous. They can like, and the like lead programmer like pushed back, said, no, it's not. No, if you can't figure, basically, and I'm going to be paraphrasing, but he had a bit of an attitude about it. And it was basically boiled down to just like, no, if you can't figure it out, that's too bad.
It drives me nuts when people have that mentality.
I'm like, you guys would dominate the scene because it's free. Yeah, for one. Voice Meter Banana is free, so like people would just download the shit out of it if it was just a little bit easier to use. But they could charge even. People would pay probably $4 or $5 because like fuck, the Go XLR Mini is like $120 or something, right?
Totally.
So like, if you could pay $5, $10, $15, $20 for a solely software, heck, if I can't even remember who makes the Go XLR now, TLC or something like that. If they did a software only Go XLR and sold it for $25 or something,
somebody does do that. Who is it that there's a company that does do that on the iPad and the iPhone? Who am I thinking? No, you know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of
that's just
Stream Deck. That's the
buttons. It doesn't do the audio part.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Like, I don't know why. I mean, I get why TC Helicon doesn't want to do that, but man, TC Helicon, my God, not TLC. Don't go chasing waterfalls, but yeah, man, there's a huge market there, and it's just.
Are you watching the screen?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing you fuck with the background and stuff.
No, on the LCD screen in the background. It'll catch up with you in a second.
I see it. Yeah.
Nice. I'm trying to get it tied into this stream because I already have it tied into my Twitch stream. So I'm trying to tie it in here.
Do you have it tied in where it'll like scroll your donations or something? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm trying to set. Yeah, on Twitch, that's how it is. I'm setting it up right now to do it on YouTube. Tight. So right now, dude, this is I'll build you one. You want it? It's yours. I'll build you one. It costs $22 in parts. I'll happily front that for you to have one in the background of the stream.
Just take it out of my paycheck.
Well, no, I'll just do it. Consider it your Christmas present. No, they're cheap to build, man. It's an ESP32 controller. Costs about $4 or $5.
Oh, that's our topic. That's one of our topics.
It is. We're going to talk about ESP32 programming and Arduino and Raspberry Pi and all that stuff. Wait. Somebody fired something.
Card. We talked about one topic so far.
Okay, so somebody figured out how to. Okay, one of my mods figured out how to go over to Twitch and control it. I did not put poop on the screen. And so I didn't see anything pop up in Stream Elements. So somebody has to be over on my Twitch channel issuing mod commands.
That's hilarious.
And I'd be willing to bet if it's poop, it's either Adam or PhysX. It's one of the two.
That's awesome. Hold
on. So just so you guys know, I'm not the one typing stuff on this in the background. This is the guys over on my Twitch channel while I try to figure out how to like get it plugged in.
Would it be?
Tro Love Co said, Barnacules, where are you working on? What are you working on now? Are you still programming in C#? Actually, most of my programming lately has been in Python, surprisingly. But I do still write a lot of C#. What is it saying now? Oh, it is PhysX. I think I just saw PhysX on there. Here, let me turn off the trail so it's easier to read. It's got like this weird trail, and then I'll speed it up so it goes by faster. And there it goes. So now it should say, so that's what it is. So it's PhysX. So right now my mods, including you, I think you're a mod on my Twitch, aren't you? So if you go into the chat on my Twitch channel and you type exclamation point LED, in space and some text, it'll put it on there. Only up to 32 characters though. I got to fix a bug in the WLED software.
How can I pop out the chat when I'm not like in a stream?
Here, I'll send you a link.
Here
to
it is. Never. I clicked.
Oh, you got it. Okay. So yeah, you just type exclamation point LED space and whatever text you want displayed on it. Just don't use any fancy characters or emojis or anything because I don't have those worked out yet.
Okay. So bang. You say bang LED.
Yep. Bang LED.
And then
some word that you want to put on there, or it can be a couple of words, just under 32 characters total. Just hello nerds. Did you do hello nerds?
Yeah, I did that. That's
you did. You're controlling my screen right now. So this, dude, isn't it funny how this is one thing that I've been realizing is you remember a long time ago, we were friends way before when I was doing the DJ Barnacules streams.
Oh man, when you had like
with robot arms moving around with cameras and smoke machines and stuff, it was like off the hook, right? Back when I used to do that stream, all that stuff was controlled with automation using a protocol called DMX. And so I could control, like, I had these like 1500 watt rheostat things I could plug leaf blowers and stuff into and control with MIDI controller knobs. And I had the smoke machine connected to a button that I could hit that would activate the smoke machine over DMX. And it was all like light show. I had like this, the crazy lights like you'd have inside of a club. And I still have all that stuff, by the way. I do plan on hooking that all up again. But isn't it neat? Isn't that funny though? Just look at that.
Did you see that one
Boobies.
Kid? This was fairly recent, maybe a year, 2 or so, maybe 2 years. There was a kid on, I think on TikTok / Twitch that was doing a similar sort of thing. Like everybody who like subbed or donated, he just did this fucking outrageous light blinking DJ disco inferno thing where he got up and danced and stuff. He blew up from that. That was so much fun.
Well, my old streams, my best stream that I've ever had in my entire live streaming career was a little over $2,000 in 3 hours. And that wasn't from like just a big whale drop and stuff. That was from people just consistently tipping like $50 or $100. And it was because every time it hit a meter, I had this meter thing. Every time it hit a meter, I got up and took my shirt off and blasted the smoke machine, blew the music out, had all the lights flashing, I had a leaf blower blowing and making my man giblets, flop around and my hair blow. And it was like this whole event. And then I had the robotic arm like doing this swirl around me, like it did like this panning thing around me with all three of my screens here and everything. And people just got an absolute kick out of it. And I mean, it was crazy how much money I made, but then naturally, because you know how I am, I started getting nervous because I'm like, okay, well, that's way too much money for like what I'm doing. This is not good. And I stopped. And then I went to something more boring, like I usually do. But I'm planning on getting back there. It was one of those things where it humbles you and kind of scares you when stuff like that happens. Yeah, for me, it's like when something gets like too successful or too hyper successful like that, I start questioning, like, wait a second, is that me? Am I cheating people? Is something going wrong? And I just get all up in my head, and I'm working on it. It's definitely like one of my Achilles heels. Although I will tell you this, going into 2023, I am a changed man. Like, I know everybody says that it's a new year, starting afresh, No, they literally figured out my medication finally. It's taken 2 years of so many trips, so many shots in my hips, so many steroid injections. I mean, Wellbutrin, I was on Wellbutrin, I was on gabapentin, I was on oxycodone. Then they switched me over to buprenorphine, which is like a longer lasting opiate that's not as hardcore and less abusable. And it just was causing problem after problem. Like each medication they put me on, it got worse and worse and worse to the point where I was having trouble breathing. I couldn't get out of bed. I was fatigued and sleeping all day. And I finally just said, screw it one day. And I woke up and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to drop the Wellbutrin and the gabapentin because I went and looked at all the side effects from my medications. And those two created the most fatigue. And so I dropped those, and of course it was like hell for like 3 weeks. Like I just felt like I was gonna die. And I was like, okay, I made the wrong decision, but I stayed the course. I talked to my doctor, and he's like, no, let's see where this goes. Like, just give it some time. That way we can isolate it, and we can see just what this one med is doing, and we'll change it if it doesn't work out. And sure as shit, 3 weeks later, I started feeling better. And now I'm actually sleeping, maybe like 5 hours a night. Not a ton, right? But I feel so much more energized. Like I'm actually getting stuff done. I'm programming 3, 4, 5 hours a day now. It's like I feel like I'm coming back. I feel like myself, and people have noticed too. Even my wife, she's like, "Man, you're a completely different person than you were even a couple of weeks ago." I mean, dude, I even went clothes shopping. I own real clothing now. For the first time in 3 years, I went and bought. I have pants that fit me, a belt. Difference. It does, huge. I literally put on my pants the other day. I've worn, guys. I've only wore gym shorts and like pajama pants like this. Which, don't get me wrong, they're super comfy, but they don't put you in the right mind state.
That's it.
And it's like it's dressed the way you want to feel. And so I haven't had clothes that fit me in forever. My only jeans I had were like 40, I think it was 48s or something like that. And no way am I going to fit in those at like 390, right? So, by the way, actually, it's 370 something now. I actually lost weight, and I'm not even trying. It just happened. It turns out that when you actually have energy and you're happy and you do things, like weight goes away.
Sometimes the littlest changes. Like, I topped about, I think the heaviest I've ever been was about 240. And at around that time, I just stopped drinking soda. I just stopped.
Yeah.
And not out of like a super conscious, like I'm gonna stop drinking soda because of this. It just kind of happened. Like I just stopped drinking.
Sure, you don't have to, it doesn't have to be much, right?
Dude, I haven't been, like, my weight will fluctuate, but I haven't been more than 210 ever since. And like I literally don't do anything else. I eat. Sometimes I binge hardcore and be, oh God, I feel bad the next day and stuff. But like just this morning, I was like, oh man, I'm feeling kind of, some shirts don't feel good when I'm wearing them and that kind of thing. But I hop on the scale, I'm 200 pounds. Like, the fuck? Like, I'm always about that. And so like, why am I feeling, I feel like physically feel different. And so, but,
dude, that is awesome.
But like, I mean, like just some little change, like whatever, the meds are better, you're happier, like some small change and boom. 30 pounds gone. Like that's amazing.
Yeah, no, the meds for me were a big deal. So the problem was like you wouldn't think that switching from one opiate to another would make that big of a difference because it's all the same. It's not. It's not. When they put me on the other thing, it had such a bad side effect with that gabapentin, the medicine that I needed for the nerve pain. Oh, and my hands. My hands are like 1,000% better. Like my hands, I couldn't even type. I couldn't even hold the phone. I was having to do the whole, hold it with one hand and poke with the other hand to type and stuff. And now I feel like I can use my hands. Like I wake up in the morning, they still hurt. I still have, atrophy in them and stuff like that. But when I get up and I get moving, things wake up, and they weren't doing that before. So I'm actually pretty excited about that. I think it's funny how everybody in chat that texts me is Barnacules Nerdgasm, there's a giant TM after it. Do you see that?
Oh,
so the reason there's a reason for that. So when I got hacked, they changed my channel name to SpaceX or something, and they put the SpaceX graphics on there, and they were running Elon Musk crypto live stream to get people on board for the next generation of crypto and get in early. It was a total scam.
Man,
same scam that's running everywhere.
Yeah, man, you probably could have best monetization of your channel ever.
Right? Dude, you know what? I'm gonna regale you guys with the tale of this hack, dude. It's like it put me through so much hell and so much anxiety, and honestly, if it had been a month ago, I would have just given up, turned off the computer, unplugged it, and never came back. Like I was just because my stress levels were so bad. Therapy was going really terrible. Well, not terrible, but I wasn't getting what I wanted out of it. And so I almost
it'd have been fun to challenge it would have been fun to challenge you. Like we'll both build a channel from zero. And you've already got some clout because of just who you are and stuff, like so you'd have a little bit of a head start already because people would find you and come, and all that stuff. But it would have been fun to this is the year we're going to challenge. We're both going to start from zero and let's go. But
I'm still taking that mentality though. I am taking that mentality. Like even though I restored most of my video catalog, I'm still taking it as next month, the beginning of next month, I'm going to post my first Codegasm video in years.
Fuck yeah!
And a matter of fact, it's probably going to be building this thing and configuring this thing. Because anybody will build that for $20. Like there's nobody alive that's not going to build that for $20 and use it integrated into their live stream.
Dude, it's great. I'd totally put it right here.
And not only that, but right now I'm using an off-the-shelf software package that's called WLED. What's that?
That'd be my advertisements. Say,
it is.
You can have the text scroll right there instead.
So you can change the color.
We'll put a little picture. You can change the color.
Not only can I change the color, I can actually change it to the color of whatever, like on Twitch, whatever the name of the person is who does the tip, I can change it to that color while it's reading their message. So like if they have their name as red or green or whatever, it'll show in that hue up on the screen. So I can do that. But the other thing is I can do this. Check this out.
I still would like to be a guest on the show. $50. $50. You can have my spot for half the stream.
So no, instead of sponsorships, we just let people pay to come on here and be like, "Hey, mom, look."
I'll bring you into a private voice channel in Discord. You can even have a video. I got the OBS thing set up. You can have 15 minutes, 30 minutes on the stream.
We are pretty hard up for money, so I am actually open to a lot of things I wasn't open to before. that is the God's honest truth. Did you see the effects this thing's doing? Look at this.
Yeah, I like the bouncy balls.
So look,
this is so cool.
There's like 100 effects you can run on this, like dancing shadows. I can do dissolve. I can change all the different colors on it too. And if I put a microphone on it, it'll respond to audio too. So I can run an audio feed into it and have it like, graphics equalizer to people talking and stuff. There's a fire.
Another thing I want to do this year, it's going to be like my spring summer project, is I want to do edge lighting for the house. Our neighbors had somebody to put I looked into it before they had it installed.
Oh, like Zachariah's doing.
LED pixels, right? You get these.
Yeah. These addressable LEDs. That's what those are. Yeah. 2812 or whatever. WS2812s.
And I saw some pictures of him doing something like that. So I want to do this over the spring and summer because they paid $3,500 to have somebody install that on the front of their house. And I'm like, bro, that's like $200-300 worth of equipment. The most expensive part is the controller. The LEDs are cheap.
You want to know what's funny?
To install them into.
You know how much the controller costs for like 10,000 LEDs?
The ones I was looking, I haven't done too much, but it was like $200.
$4. I'll build you one for $4. $4. I'll build you one. I can build you a controller right here. I can control. I think it's 16 of these. So this is 256 pixels. So if you put that in a strip, it's like the size of a room. Huh? So,
is it like a square panel or?
No, I can do anything. In any orientation you want. I can do streamers. Because all this is just a string going back and forth. Like this.
Oh,
that's all it is.
Really?
It's just, it's on a PC. They just made like a plastic PCB, and it's flexible too. So you can bend it, like if you want to put it around something like a corner.
Man. Yeah, we'll have to talk about this off stream. That sounds rad.
We're gonna talk about it on stream because I want to teach people how to do this. Because all right. I mean, this is the future, man. Because people don't. This is the thing. ChatGPT. Okay, let's go back to AI. Let's take a big step here. Everybody knows we've been talking this thing to death, right? ChatGPT is fucking amazing. It's the future. We're playing D&D with it and stuff, dude. It's awesome, right? So ChatGPT has really helped me take my programming, to get my programming chops back. Like after 7-8 years taking a break, not using my brain for programming stuff, now I'm programming Python, C#, sticking them together, creating servers and clients and everything because I'm able to reference it. I know what I'm capable of doing. I know exactly how I need to structure it. What I need ChatGPT for is to give me the names of the APIs and the parameters really quick. I needed to basically tell me, put me here's your tools, and then I can grab them and I can go use them. And it's basically like having a person next to me that can just hand me the tools as I need them, and I'm not having to constantly research everything over and over again. So that's allowed me to rapidly develop stuff to the point where it's now I'm hooking up, any old electronics that I can find, old LCD screens. This is the next project I'm working on right here. So this is a 2-row backlit LCD from the 80s, right? So it's 2 rows of LCDs, little dot matrix LCDs.
Yeah.
It's
an old calculator.
Yeah, exactly, like an old calculator, but it's got 2 rows of 4D characters, and the characters are 5 by 8 dots, right? And so I'm working on having the ESP32 program this so that I can put anything on this that I can put on that, and I can also put this in a 3D printed case over my keyboard and show any telemetry. I can have it show little progress bars going up and down and stuff for my CPU and my GPU and my memory all in real time. So, but it's not difficult to do. Anybody can do it. That's the thing. ChatGPT made it so anybody can do it because you can go in there and literally say, ChatGPT, write me a program in Python or write me a program in PowerShell, whatever you want. It doesn't matter. C#, high level, low language, Lua, Rust, whatever you want. Write me a program that can take this LCD controller with this code on it. You just read some random number off the chip and say, I want some code that'll write hello world on that thing. And it'll just be boop, 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 spit it out. And then you're like, okay, well, I don't understand what the pin, you put in some pin numbers What do those pin numbers mean? Oh, this pin needs to go to this pin, and it'll actually like print you out a chart and a graph telling you which pin to put to which pin on the board. And then you get all those lined up, and then you have to troubleshoot it. You have to go through, figure some things. Oh, it's not working. It's like, oh, try this. And then next thing you know, it's working. And you got it saying hello world. And then what you do is you go, oh, okay, well now I got the hello world. How do I create a web page around this thing? Like how do I make it so I can go to this ESP32 as a web page on my network? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Another 50 lines of code and a couple of libraries imported. And it's like, oh, now you can just put in your name of your network and your password, and it'll log in. You power it up on USB, logs into your network, it's there, and you can go there, and you got your web page. Then you're like, oh, I wonder if I could make it to, how do I make it so I can send it a JSON packet, and it'll break that down and feed it as parameters to the method that prints to the screen. And it's like, oh, I can do that. Here's a couple more lines of code. And of course, you have to clean it. You have to take some time. If you don't understand it, it's going to take you longer, but you'll be able to do it. I guarantee you, if you stick to it, you'll be able to do it. And then at the end, it's like, okay, so now you got a way to have a web page. You have a way to send a JSON packet to the web page from another Python script or C# script or PowerShell script. You basically just have to connect to port 80 on something and shoot a packet in JSON format that says, put these letters on the screen. And then it translates that into the ESP32 and to draw the characters on the screen using this code in this library that talks to this device. So you basically just keep building on top of building on top of building thing, but most of the libraries are there. There's libraries there for addressable LEDs, every single sensor in existence that you can think of, your 3D printer. So check this out. My 3D printer that day, I was thinking, that Robo 3D printer that I lit on fire in my garage? Yeah. In the video, that thing still has stepper motors in it, and it still has a stepper driver board. And that stepper driver board's built for their custom PCB that they put in there or whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay. I went and looked at the chip on it. There's already a library for controlling that stepper board. So I could take that stepper, provided I didn't burn it too much, but it was underneath, so I don't think it did. I can take that stepper driver off there that has those high amp circuits for driving, like, torquey motors, like those big torquey motors. I can take that off and use it for anything. I can use it for turning a light bulb on it and making a light bulb brighter or darker if I want. I can make it turn a fan on, and a really high-powered fan too, right? Because I can pump a lot of amps through there. And all controllable from the same $4 circuit. And you can control 30 pins. So you've got to think of the 30 pins, 12 of them are digital data pins. So that means 12 devices that you can control with serial. And then if you use a protocol called I2C, which if you have an I2C addressable LED string like this, you can have, I think it's up to 125 LEDs per channel, or per each device. Each device constitutes however many pixels you have. So you can literally have thousands and thousands of pixels. But what you can do is with this I2C thing, every data pin now can support up to 127 separate devices. And you've got 12 data pins. So you can't even plug that much crap into your computer with USB. This little $4 board can drive all of this crap. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Wait, what's up on the screen? $500 to join us. Oh, hell yeah. Get that money. Get that money, Ox.
Oh, it wasn't me. That was Physics, I think.
Oh, did he put that? Nice. Bradley, thank you for the $2. Said, did you see what's coming out of CES? No, we're going to find out together. I don't know anything about CES. Do you know anything about CES?
I saw some little bits of stuff, but I wasn't really paying that close attention.
I haven't been paying attention either. So during the show today, we're definitely going to go through and see like what the top technologies of CES were and have an opinion on it, because I want to go through that with you guys. We don't like to study the topics ahead of time, because the whole point of this show is to kind of just like experience stuff with you guys, and we're just hanging out.
I do really want to it's not in the list, it's not on the title, but I really do want to get into the D&D thing at some point.
Oh no, that's definitely a topic. I just didn't have it in the title because I made the title last night.
Yeah.
So I also realized I didn't share out the stream anywhere when we went live. That's a big no. I got to do that. So if you guys wouldn't mind, if you guys really wouldn't mind to go to all your social networks, even if you have like 1.5 followers, tell your mom, tell your aunts, whatever. We like aunts and grandmas here too. Get them on in here. Tell them we're stream. We'll try to be on our best behavior. We're not going to go all crazy like I do over on my Twitch stream. This is a different animal.
This is
way better. Way better. Okay, so I'm going to say, let's see here. Tech Talk
and stuff sometimes, but it's not as. I rant less here as well.
Tech Talk is live.
Sometimes y'all get me started. What about €500? Sure, why not? I'll take €500. That's like $450. It's close enough. I'm flexible.
Hey, flexible, man. Flexible. Okay, so I said Tech Talk is live. Come and hang out. While we talk. We talk about this hack that took me out last week, and I'm still recovering from. And then talk about CES, Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know. What else are we talking about today? Dungeons and Dragons, AI, security.
I did see a clip of this expanding cell phone. Like, the guy went, and it like stuck out an extra 1.5 inches or so.
That's what I want. I want to take, like, I love this Note 10. I'm gonna upgrade to the S22 Ultra here in a little bit. But if I could go and have it double and then boom, like
wait, the screen does or the device?
The whole thing, the screen. It's the screen mostly, but it's what's up, baby?
That's kind of cool.
Like, I love this Note 10.
Oh, we got some talkery going on over there.
Yeah.
Everything good?
Yeah, she's just letting me know she's leaving.
Oh, okay, cool.
Keep an eye on the doggos.
She's coming back though, right? She wasn't letting know she's like leaving for good.
Maybe. It wasn't very clear on that point.
Oh no. This year's off to a terrible start. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm almost done. I'm putting it on Facebook. Although Facebook does a weird thing now with hashtags, I've noticed. Like, you have to type the hashtag and then you have to hit enter on it. And then it highlights it blue, and if you don't put enter on it, it just treats it like regular text. Otherwise, it uses it as a search term. They're always doing something weird, man. I don't get them. Also, guys in chat, how many of you guys are still seeing the SpaceX logo when you search for Barnacules on YouTube? They said they were working on it. There's a ticket open for it to fix it. Like, I changed the icon, I changed the branding on my channel, but apparently if you go into search as of yesterday, here, let me try it again here. If you go into search as of yesterday and you search for my channel, you'll still see the SpaceX logo. Here, let me do a search for Barnacules. Let me see. They fix it? Oh, they fixed it. It's fixed. Yes.
Yeah, it's your face.
Yeah. For all of yesterday, everybody was like, dude, you're still showing up as SpaceX. And then if you went to SpaceX's YouTube, it would show my channel, Barnacules Nerdgasm, because it was also named SpaceX. And so it took a while for all their stuff to sync together. I'm also fighting with them a lot, and like the stuff that I'm doing to my channel and I'm restoring my channel, they're also still doing stuff in the background that's kind of conflicting with what I'm doing. And so we're butting heads a little bit on that, but we're just trying to get the channel up as fast as possible. So I'm having to do some things over and over and over again. I'm having to keep a close eye on, if a whole stack of videos just magically goes private again, it's not the hackers, it's actually them like just messing around with the database on the back end and flipping states. And so normally they'd recover your whole channel. Well, actually, here, let's just start. Let's just bust into this thing.
Bust it.
And just bust it down. Bust it. Okay, so like I said, I got hacked. And the guy that sits here and tells everybody about security like all the time and warned everybody about the LastPass hack when they were breached a couple of weeks ago and did everything humanly possible to keep people safe, I managed to still screw up myself and get popped. And so what happened was they got a hold of the LastPass database. And just keep in mind, this isn't the same attack everybody has. I keep getting this common misconception that everybody's like, oh my God, so everybody got hacked. What about this guy that just got hacked yesterday, didn't have LastPass? He uses 1Pass, or this guy uses Bitwarden and he got hacked too. No, there's a million different ways you can lose your YouTube channel. The way I lost mine was very specific, and the reason I know it's connected to LastPass is because of what they were able to get and what they were not able to get. Like, it drew a clear picture for me. And so what happened is LastPass leaked their encrypted database and their source code and their logs and a bunch of stuff the scope of it isn't even known entirely how much they got. They know for a fact they got the source code, and they know for a fact that they got the database. However, in order to decrypt that database, your password, your master password, is the key to decrypt that database, right? So even if somebody steals the database, in theory, they can't get the password information out of it unless they figure it out.
You have like a fucking million 4090s, and it takes them 12 minutes to just...
Exactly, yeah. And like 90% of the people on there, their passwords are memorable passwords, right?
That it was like, I think it was something like 14090 could do it in a couple hours or something, like could crack the LastPass hash. And like if you had 4 or something of them, it's like 12 minutes. It was like nothing.
It depends on the complexity of the password.
You hear like weird shit tossed around.
No, you're absolutely right. It depends on the complexity of the password. But a lot of people think, if my password's like ! #23 uppercase M, I'm protected. And it's like, no, the number of characters is actually more important.
Oh yeah.
Because if you only have 7 characters, 6 or 7 characters, it doesn't matter if you used every case possible and every character in the entire ASCII set. They could still break every single combination in a very small period of time, but it's an order of magnitude more each character you add.
Yeah, XKCD had a good comic about that, where like pass phrases are better, like 3 unrelated words, and then you add numbers and special characters to kind of fuck with.
Yeah, that's how crypto usually does it.
Because like you can easily get up to like 32 characters by just having like President Splashing Face
or something as your password, and then you again you fuck with it a little bit, and like that's long.
Yeah, like pubes, mailbox, dog, car, Frankenstein, TV,
and
backwards.
Easier to remember. You pick 3 long words. Like heck, if I used my full name, it's like 21 letters. Like that's a lot. That's huge, and it's easy to remember. Don't do that, because that's your fucking name. But like 3 words together is great.
Actually, there's a couple really cool password strategies because I've been looking into this, obviously, because they did figure out my master password. So my master password was somewhat complicated, but at the same time, it was memorable. So because it was memorable, it didn't contain any real words, but it contained words that do exist on the internet, like my name, for instance, right? Was one component of many. And they managed to crack it by either looking at other passwords that leaked from other databases, because I did look on the dark web and it looked like some other old passwords leaked that contained fragments of my password that could have been used to help that process along. But in a nutshell, they basically got the LastPass database, and I know they did because every account that they cracked, they specifically went after ones that had backup recovery keys stored in the vault. So whenever you enable 2-factor authentication on an account, like say Gmail or YouTube, what you're doing is you're telling it to send a message to like your phone, right? Like send me a message with a code, or you're using the auth app, or you're using, depending on what, the facial recognition or whatever on your phone, you're using some kind of biometrics or some kind of code that you have to enter in on top of your password to get in, right? That way, if somebody gets your password, they can't get past that. As a matter of fact, LastPass even has that mechanism. So if somebody did crack my master password, they still wouldn't be able to get in and get the database to decrypt, right? They couldn't physically get the data to decrypt, even though they had the decryption key, unless they can get past 2-factor. Well, by LastPass leaking the database, now there's no 2-factor authentication for them to run an attack against it. So it allows them to figure out the password a lot faster, right? So once they cracked the database, the first thing they did is they went through my account and realized that I have backup codes for everything. So whenever I enable 2-factor authentication out of fear, this is a genuine fear because it's happened to me before. Have you ever lost your phone or had your phone break or whatever, and then you go get a new phone and the backup won't apply, or you apply the backup and all the auth apps have no entries?
Thankfully, no.
Yeah, for me, that's happened twice now. So you open up like Google Auth after you go buy a new phone, you do the restore, you're like, oh, hey, thank you, Apple Genius. And you walk out of the store and then you go to log in your email later and you open up Google Auth and it's like there's no entries. And then you're like, oh, crap, how do I get my entry back? Well, the only way you can put the entry in is if you know the original passphrase that created it, which I didn't have. But when you create the hash, they don't always give you the passphrase either. So you can't always back up the passphrase. But what they'll do is they'll give you usually 10, sometimes only 1, but usually they give you 10 recovery codes. And these are burner codes. Once you use them, they're dead. Like for the lifetime of the account, you have 10 burner codes. And so what I did is I copied those codes because LastPass was like, hey, you can store these in our secure vault so that you don't have to, worry about going somewhere if you forget your password and you need to get in, you can use one of these to recover. I'm like, okay, cool. So I stuck it in there. What they did is as soon as they cracked the LastPass, they went and found every account in my LastPass, which was luckily only 4. There's only 4 accounts that had backup codes stored. I got lazy and stopped doing it. Thank goodness. But what they did is they went for those 4 accounts. One of them happened to be my most heavily protected Gmail account that has like 3-factor authentication on it, where you have to do the auth, and you have to do the SMS message, and you have to do the password, or an email, or you have to do the email thing where they email you a thing and you reply to it. What they did is they entered one of the backup codes that they found on that account, which completely bypassed my password, completely bypassed both 2-factor authentications, reset and disabled 2-factor authentication, allowed them to change the password without the original password. So they did that, and I got no notification. And I got no notification of my email because as soon as they did it, my email account locked me out and invalidated my device, which means I no longer was receiving the mail that says that these account settings have changed. Yeah. So once they took my email, that was the first thing they went after, is they went after the email. I didn't even notice, like completely under the radar, slick as shit. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know that the hack had occurred until after the live stream, because this all happened while I was live streaming on Twitch. Last Friday, I was live streaming on Twitch, and this hack was going on right as I was wrapping up the stream around 1 a.m. And so technically it would have been 1 a.m. Saturday. So I'm like, because I had Tech Talk, remember I frantically told you guys, like, and I was like, oh my God, I just got hacked. Everything got taken. Guys, like, we can't do it. And David Hewlett was supposed to join us too, and I was really sad about that, right? That we missed that opportunity. But I was like, shit. I didn't even realize the scale of the hack at that point. I was still figuring it out. But when I knew it was the hack was when I went in to eat my dinner. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm finally getting dinner after the super long live stream that was amazing, where we were talking about this and playing with this and doing all this stuff. And I go into the room to watch some YouTube, and it's logged out. And my TV's never logged out. My TV is like a permanently authenticated, use the phone, QR code or whatever. And I go in there and I have YouTube Premium, so I don't have to watch ads or whatever, and it's logged out and says you got to log back in. I'm like, that's weird. That never happened. So I say, okay, log back into my account. and it pops up and it says this account is secured with a YubiKey or something like that. It says enter your hardware key now, like plug it into the TV. And I'm like, okay, I've never seen that before. That's weird. What hardware key? So then I go upstairs, I get on my computer and I try to do it again. And sure enough, it pops up. Instead of sending me SMS or saying enter the code from your auth app, it actually just pops up and says, please plug in your YubiKey now. And I was like, I don't have a YubiKey. Like, what the shit is this? So then I'm panicking. I'm like, oh shit, right? As I'm doing that, I got my Twitter window open and I see somebody go, hey, Barnacules, your YouTube got hacked or whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I click on it and it's a SpaceX stream with Elon Musk, SpaceX graphic going, oh, buy crypto. Crypto's the future. It's like basically they took out of context video from like 4 years ago. And it makes it sound like he's telling you to click the links in the description and stuff to go to these scam sites where they fish you and steal your crypto wallet and everything. And it's the same stream you've seen a million times. At any given time, there's like 10,000 of these live streams going on. And so I was like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, fuck. So I knew I lost the email account. I knew I lost the YouTube account. And that email account is also associated with like 90% of my other accounts. So when they took that email account and locked me out, I couldn't reset the password on any other account. And they were one by one picking them off and there was nothing I could do about it. So I'm just sitting back watching them just get one service after another service after another service. You're locked out. You're locked out. You're locked out. I'm not getting any of the notifications. So I only know as I'm logging into them. So I'm like F5 in 1,000 tabs. I went absolutely crazy. My wife had to like calm me down. I had to go take anxiety medicine. It was probably the worst 2 days of my life. And finally, after contacting Google, a couple of people, pushed it, and I got a Google rep to contact me, and they're like, okay, they kind of fast tracked me on it, and they got my email address back in 2 days, which was like record time. Apparently, usually it takes them like 2 weeks to do that, and like a month to get the channel back sometimes. And so they said the channel would take significantly longer because they did a lot of damage. They had to make sure they didn't put any other little back doors to retake it before they gave it to me. They had to make sure that they weren't intercepting and pretending to be me, waiting for, because they said that can happen sometimes. Like you'll do everything to say, hey, I'm the owner of this channel, give it back to me. And then they'll take over the account at that moment. They'll be waiting. Then they'll take it over and then they'll do the new password and re-roll it and be like, oh, thanks for helping me get my account back. And then they're like, well, we already helped you get your account back. So then they think anybody else trying to do it again is a scammer. So I had to send them videos. I had to sit here with videos, signs, showing them the date, showing them the video, saying these are the videos on my channel. If you go look before the hack, the videos on the channel clearly show the setup. And I had to give them personal. It was a fucking, the amount of information I had to give them, I literally thought I wasn't getting my account back because the questions they were asking was like, what was your IP at this time? What was your MAC address of the NIC of the device that you connected to at this time? Like they were literally asking me for shit that you'd never memorize.
Outrageous.
It was outrageous.
How am I supposed to find that out?
Yeah.
Like nobody's keeping that kind of.
Yeah, so what I ended up doing was I just gave them like an orgy of alternative information. Like instead of giving them exactly what they were asking for, I was like, here's a video, and here's the date, and here's my wife, and here's my kid, and I did this on this date, and we did a live stream. We got Tech Talk. You can talk to my friend. He's over there. Here's Auxiliary and David Hewlett on Twitter. You can go talk to them. They know me too. I'm a verified account. Anyways, I had to go through the rigmarole, but they gave me the account back after 2 days. But once I got it back, my YouTube channel was deleted by then. Because what happened is as soon as I found out my YouTube was hacked, you guys knew what I had to do, right? I went out and spammed, please everybody go report my channel and get it deleted. And because I can't risk somebody getting scammed. If somebody gets scammed from scammers taking over my account, then I feel bad because it's like my security lapse in judgment leads to somebody getting scammed because they trust whatever's on my channel. And, even though it's like, yeah, it is a scam and you shouldn't fall for it, I'd still feel bad, right? I don't want that to happen. So I went and told everybody. It was like the most conflicted decision I ever had because I'm like, if I tell them to delete my channel, there's a chance I might not get it back. But if I just leave it and I just let them do their scam, maybe YouTube just catches it and takes it down or whatever. It locks the account, gives it back to me, and I'm good to go. So I said no. I go full ham, and they thanked me for that too. They actually said that was the right thing to do, is to have your audience destroy the channel because it got our attention a lot quicker and allowed us to engage quicker. And so I think the channel was up for a sum total of about 45 minutes. For 2 streams. They ran 2 streams, one and then it got killed, and then they ran a second one, and then the channel got deleted after we mass reported that one. You know how many viewers they got? Concurrent viewers? 1,000. You know how many of those concurrent viewers were bots that showed up the second the stream started, like within 1 second? 950 of them. So they had a stream for 1 hour to 50 people. That's all they reached. 1 hour, they reached 50 people with a scam that nobody fell for. And they had to destroy my account and take out like half a dozen other services and like change my life forever just to get like that 15 minutes of like trying to bullshit a single person. And so the stuff that they left behind was crazy. Check this out. They took over the Barnacules Nerdgasm channel. They deleted the one with the highest, I think I had 862,000 subs at the time. They deleted all my artwork, deleted my bio, set every video that I had on the channel, every live stream and everything to private so that it was no longer visible. They put up their live stream in its place. The channel, you couldn't even tell the channel. Like, it wasn't even Barnacules 1 anymore. It was like / SpaceX something. SpaceX, crypto or whatever.
Did it change the display name too?
Couldn't even tell. Couldn't even fucking tell it was my channel, dude. It was so bad. So YouTube then gives me my channel back after going through like 6 days, and they're like, well, we can't restore your channel. And I'm like, they're like, we can undelete it, but we can't restore it. They're like, the best we can do is we can delete the 2 videos that they put on there. So they did that. They deleted the 2 live stream videos. But they said, you're going to have to go back and do the rebranding. You're going to go, they gave me the list, the checkup list. It's like, go.
The images.
Yeah. Change the images, put the bio back in, put in all your links, make sure your AdSense is good, make sure that your AdSense isn't redirected to their account or they try to rob you. I had to go through this huge checklist. And then they went through the security stuff, which I'd already handled. But it was a nightmare. It took me 2 full days, probably 4 to 6 hours a day going through and just meticulously recovering every video, setting it to public or private, depending on what it was. Because I have a huge amount of videos that are unlisted and a huge amount of videos that are private. And they have to, because it wouldn't make no sense if they weren't private. Like, it'd just be these confusing, like, trash little video clips that don't mean anything just showing up on my channel. So I had to go through and figure all that out. And then on top of that, once I got that done, I started getting hit with tons of copyright claims because there was videos that were public before that already went through the copyright claim process and were already claimed. So when I republished them, they had to go through again. So I started getting this email storm this morning. I'm thinking I'm getting copyright strikes, but it was claims, thank goodness. And I went through the list and it was all things that have been claimed before, so it was no big deal. But still, that's like disheartening when you wake up and your email box is full of, oh, you've been copyright claimed. You've been copyright claimed. I'm like, am I under attack? And so I had to do that. So everything right now, as of, I think I still got about 2 or 3 dozen various live streams. All the jitters are back online right now. All the jitters should be up. So if you're one of my patrons, you should have access to the whole jitter library again. Jerry and the Raw. And I think I've got about 95% of the public videos back up throughout my entire career, all the way back to 2006. So all the way back to the Sidewinder mouse review. Although I don't think that one's public yet. I think I'm almost there. And I had to do all of the badging. I had to find all the graphics again, although I couldn't find the original graphic for the header, so I just changed it to something else, but I think it looks all right. And I finally get it to that point. And now I start getting like, oh, you have to, refill out your contract for partnership. You got to do this thing for shorts because they disabled my monetization for shorts for some reason. I don't know why. Like they left the monetization in place for the other things, but they disabled monetization on shorts. I don't know if that like preps the channel so that their stream's more visible or something. I don't know. They did a whole bunch of weird stuff I can't explain. Like I took screenshots of it. When they set up the live stream, they did weird things like only subscribers can talk and chat. They put like this weird delay on chat, and then what they would do is they would subscribe to the channel so that their bots could talk and chat, but other people couldn't. To make it look like subscribers on the channel, like members of the channel were talking, but they were the members, right, of their own channel. And so it was so sleazeball, and they were doing like really weird things, like how they organized the comments to make sure that the bot comments were at the top. They were changing the order of the comments. They added a bunch of words to my word filter, like, hey, bot, fraud, this is a bot, turn this, report this. All those phrases and words were put in there to be filtered from chat. And it's just like they knew what they were doing. Like these were people that absolutely struck. Yeah, and I don't think it was a human doing it. Like if you looked at like the weird spacing and grammatical errors and spacing and stuff in the bio, it looked like they were using like a script of some kind that was just going and like dropping a payload, right? But the other thing is, I had another channel. I had Cargasm on the same account, which has 17,000 subscribers. Yeah, and they didn't take that channel. They left it completely alone. So they could have ran the same script against that channel and they would have got it, but they only went after the primary. That's it. They didn't touch any of the other 4 YouTube channels that were on there. So I thought that was kind of weird. The other weird thing is they had my email account, yet they didn't send any spam mail to like my contacts. It's a 17-year-old account. It probably has 10,000 contacts in it. They could have easily just emailed 10,000 contacts and said, hey guys, I'm streaming and I'm getting back into crypto again. And like half my family and friends would have been like, oh, I know you did crypto. Oh yeah, he did crypto that one time. Here, I'm going to go check that out. So they could have did that. They didn't. They didn't send any. The only thing they used it for was password reset. That's it.
It's clear that like they had one goal in mind.
One goal.
It's clear, and it feels very automated. Like because obviously they weren't they just happen to find, it's like you're checking a bunch of doors like at the parking lot, and then suddenly one car opens, and you just dig through the center console when there's like a bag with a laptop in the back seat. You know?
Exactly.
They had one goal in mind.
Smash and grab.
Opened, and they bam, as fast as they could. They tried to get their one thing accomplished.
Yep.
And that was that. Because man, years and years ago, my personal email got cracked, and I sent out. I didn't realize it until another email of mine got a bunch of weird emails from my personal one. Mm-hmm. It was a WoW phishing thing. They had sent out like 10,000 emails in the span of like 20 minutes, with phishing emails to try and get people's World of Warcraft accounts, and that was the first like shock to me. You can see the map of where you've ever logged into your Google accounts and stuff, and it was some podunk village out in the middle of, well, village, I'm being rude, but there's some place way deep in the nowhere of China, like I don't know, Eastern Mongolia kind of thing. I was like, holy cow, that's crazy. I've never been hacked before. Like, this is nuts. Thankfully, I don't think anybody I knew was like affected by it, but that's when I started going down that path of like super two-factor authentication and like auth codes and all that stuff.
Which is weird because that's what I do.
Bonkers.
That's what I do. Everything I have is two-factor authentication. Right? They just drove right around it because of one mistake.
Little weak, little, there's a crack in the door kind of thing, and they wiggled in. It's crazy.
So here I want to help. I want to thank some of these super chatters because these guys are absolutely epic.
Yeah, man.
They're the ones that are keeping us going. So Eric G, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, "Woohoo! Get to watch while I clean and do some maintenance on my 3D printer. Hope you're all doing good. I mean, I'm doing a lot better. The fact that I'm even here means I'm doing great at the moment. Like." This could have been so much worse. Like, I'm trying to look at it glass half full rather than glass half empty because to be honest, I still have about 60 accounts that need to be audited. None of them are high priority. I already took care of all the financial stuff. I'm working on the other stuff the guy hacked. But still, I have accounts everywhere that like people are probably like posting shit in forums and stuff that I don't even know about, right? Like under like a forums I haven't been to that are like, oh, hey guys, I'm back. Come buy cryptocurrency. So I still got to go find all those. So I'm through about 50% of the entire list. I had to re-roll all of my passwords one by one by hand and store them offsite. Make sure they weren't in a cache. Made sure that they weren't in any keychains. I had to re-roll all the backup keys from a separate device and then copy those into another file that's stored on my NAS, which doesn't have any software or anything on it that compromised it.
Just to recap, what was the weak point?
The weak point was storing.
What was the one thing that they got into?
Sure. The biggest problem, the mistake that I made was I stored the two-factor recovery codes with the password. So if you went into LastPass, they have this thing called a secure vault where you put notes in. Yeah. And so for my notes for that account, it was like Gmail account, login, password. And then down below it had the 10 recovery codes that were given to me when I enabled two-factor.
Oh, the ones you're supposed to write down.
The ones you're supposed to never
100% work or you can get at it. Yeah.
And LastPass even says that that's okay. Like LastPass even like, oh, you can securely store your backup keys, so you don't have to worry about. But nope, you can't. And that's why I think I might even
note in my freezer or something.
I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but I'm just saying I may sue them. I'm looking into it.
My 12 words for my Bitcoin stuff is written on the inside flap of a notebook that is then like tucked inside the leather.
That's the way to do it.
Case for it.
It's the way to do it.
If I had not have just said that out loud right now, I probably wouldn't have really remembered.
Yeah. So here's the thing. LastPass is like, oh yeah, our notes are in the secure database, secured by this encryption. It's the same as having it like encrypted on a device in your shed. Like it's so I put it in there.
Cruz, real quick.
Yeah.
Jonathan Cruz here says you were not using Google Auth two-factor authentication. I was. But they give you like 10 codes that are like
bypass it,
permanent ones that you're supposed to write down separately in case you can't get at the authenticator app or whatever, or your SMS is compromised.
Your phone breaks, your YubiKey breaks, whatever it is, they give you away.
That's what they used was those permanent ones that you're supposed to keep in a box.
And that's why they tell you, even when they give you the 10 keys, when you enable two-factor authentication, it says these are the 10 keys to recover your account in the event that you lose your cell phone or you lose your key. And it says literally on that page, it said print this out. It says print this out and put it in a safe place. Do not save it. Do not store it. And of course, I put it into I did have it that way. But then I was like, when I got the LastPass thing, I wanted to make sure that my wife had access to everything, so I put everything in there. So had they not had that, this wouldn't have happened. This would have been impossible. This hack would have been well, I'm never going to say impossible, but it would have been significantly harder, and they would have had to target me. It wouldn't have been automatable. But it turns out a lot of people do that. Like, after I told people that was what I did, they're like, oh shit, I store my backup codes too. I was like, dude, you got to go get that out of there. You got to remove it, because it makes sense if you think about it. Because when you create your account, when it pops up and LastPass is like, hey, do you want me to remember the password to the site? And it stores it in the vault or whatever, and you go enable two-factor authentication. It's like, oh, hey, the backup codes, would you like me to store those? Or here, a good place to store those is here. So anyways, I would have been protected by LastPass had they not leaked the database, because if they didn't leak the database, even if somebody had my password and put it in, it would have said, sorry, you need to authenticate with two-factor, which for my LastPass is my face. I use the biometric two-factor. So they would have had to have my phone and my face to be able to get into the account. However, the LastPass database, they didn't do a two-factor check because they had the database, so they could just do attacks, right? Try to decrypt my account with every single possible conceivable password until they got it. And so once they had, and the reason I know, people are like, oh, it wasn't LastPass, you're full of shit. No, I know it's LastPass, and I'll tell you why I know it's LastPass, because the 4 accounts they got hit first, and the 4 accounts they were absolutely successful and completely silent without me getting a single notification on my phone or anything. Those were the 4 accounts that I had backup codes stored for, and every single one of them, when I tried to recover the account and I used one of the old backup codes, it said this backup code is no longer valid, which means it was used. They burned it. Yep. And so what they did is they targeted those 4 accounts first. So if I had to imagine, this is all automated, right? They're going through the LastPass database. As soon as they gain access, the first thing they're looking for when they export that CSV file from LastPass is they're going through there and looking for backup codes. They're looking for anything that's a 4x4 number, or there's a couple formats for them, but they're looking for that. They're extracting it, and then they're trying those backup codes on every single thing they possibly can. And once they're in, they disable two-factor, they reset the password, they re-enable two-factor, and the irony is, guess what they used as a security device? They took the damn key, security key, like a YubiKey. They literally locked it with a YubiKey, and the reason that they did that is because if they didn't lock it with a YubiKey, I would have been able to recover it using the other email backup. But as soon as they locked it down with a hardware key, the security went up. And they're like, there's no other way to access this without the hardware key. And they knew that. So specifically when they were attacking Gmail accounts, they were going in and basically locking it down with a Titan key and making it so there's no other way in, password or otherwise. And that also made it harder to recover the account too. The only reason I was able to really recover that account was because they could clearly see that it was a scam. When they went to YouTube and looked at the account that was associated with it, they could clearly see the Elon Musk thing was a scam, and that they got, the channel got deleted, and we mass reported it. So they knew it was me. They went and looked at the content on the channel, and they're like, obviously this is the same guy, because it's the linked account. It's the account that connects to it to upload the videos. If I hadn't had that link and I was just like voice-overing my videos or something like that, this would have been way harder to do. Yeah. So being visible on your YouTube channel is really important if it ever gets hacked. So make sure you have at least a video that's like unlisted or privated, that's just you like sitting down and having a conversation.
This video is for verification purposes only.
Exactly, because they can recover it if it gets deleted.
Houston, and this is my voice and my face.
100%. So my biggest mistake that enabled this hack. Exactly. So the two biggest, dude, that you joke, but that's going to be a problem next year.
Absolutely.
You're going to have people sending fucking videos to Facebook, sitting in my nerd cave, like going, hi, I'm Jerry, in my voice saying, I own this, and here's my social security number. Let me in.
I stumbled across a YouTube short. It looked like Keanu Reeves was doing some sort of like John Wick cleaning of his house, or, something like that. And I watched this short, and I'm like, wait a second, something's not quite right here. It didn't feel quite right. Like
you got the uncanny valley thing.
It looked good, but I'm like, I've seen a lot of fucking deep fakes now. And so I click on the YouTube channel, and that's the whole shtick. Like he's actually upfront about it. Like, this is like the #1 deep fake Keanu Reeves channel, and he's doing all kinds of funny, goofy like house stuff and whatnot, or just weird stuff like as Keanu Reeves. And it's a good deep fake, but it's still not quite right, it's obvious that the guy is like purposefully putting it right on the edge. Like, I get the feeling if he tried a little harder, it'd be perfect, but like you can tell.
It was like the guy that did Nile Red. You remember the Nile Green channel that was like Nile Red? That guy, even though his stuff was like complete uncanny valley to the close eye, there were still parents that were sending hate mail to him saying that they couldn't believe that he was acting that way in front of their children, and they immediately unsubbed because they couldn't believe that he would do that. And so it just shows that people looking on small screens and that don't understand the technology, they think it's just like a compression artifact or something like that. So it's already pretty convincing to people that don't know. It's like now it's going to be convincing to people that do know. Yeah, like they're going to be like, oh, this obviously isn't it.
I think it is going to get a lot harder, and there are already really good tools that you can run a video through and it can point out it can look deeper at it. It's not just the visual data. There's like data. There's more data in there and how to scan and tell. Just like Photoshop, there's a tool that will tell you what they've done to edit videos and or pictures and stuff. They got them for videos and stuff too.
It's a race, dude. It's an arms race.
It's going to be a constant leapfroggy thing, just like hacking or anything else.
Well, dude, so I looked into automated YouTube channels because I have a background in automation. So I was like, you know what? It might be fun to create a separate YouTube channel that's not monetized. That's just to create clips, basically like randomly just create it.
Read out the top Reddit. And stuff like that. Yeah.
So I was doing some research on it, and I was like, there's way more tools than I thought there were. If you're willing to spend a little bit of money, so if you're willing to spend $20 a video, which isn't a lot, you can get back your money on a $20 video after you grow a channel a little bit, right? So $20 for a video, you can buy the license for 2 tools that are online. They're tools that you pay per video or whatever, where you upload your video, and it'll go through and it'll actually grab all of the imagery and stuff like that fits with what you're saying, and automatically just add it into the project and do like the pans and the zooms and the fades. So you don't even need video editing software. You can do it all from the command line, just type in a command. And you basically just tell it the topic, you give it the script, and it generates a video with all the imagery and everything that fits the script. And then there's another thing that you run where you basically send it to this other service where you pay $10 and a human will actually narrate it for you so that it doesn't show up as a robot readed text. And that's another like $5 or $10 or whatever for like 10 paragraphs. And so you upload that, and then what they do is they take the video, and the person watches the video and talks along with the video to keep the cadence with the script. And so they go over, where the robot voice is, and they put in their own voice so it sounds more human and it has a human element to it. And then there's another service that you put it through again that then goes through and deobfuscates and looks through the copyright database and sees if any of the imagery or anything that was picked up was copyright or could trigger a copyright claim. And then it'll like reverse it, change the hue on it, recompress it, make it smaller, cut it out, blow it up. It'll do whatever it takes to keep it from triggering that system. And then it'll also add music to it from from like a royalty-free database. And so $20 in, it takes like, maybe an hour of these various tools upload, and there's a script on GitHub that'll even do the whole thing soup to nuts. Just make me a video on this topic. And now there's one that ties into ChatGPT where ChatGPT actually writes the entire script, so you don't have to do that. You're just like, make me a video about how to build this. Tell me a video on how to build this and program it. And it'll just write an entire script. You give it to the thing. They'll put all the imagery in it. They'll do all the stuff, including if they can't find imagery that fits it or whatever, they'll just do an AI generation using Stable Diffusion. It's just crazy, dude. It's crazy, but you can create a completely automated YouTube channel that just automates a video and uploads it like 2-3 times a day. And so there's all these automated channels all over, and some of them are so good. That's what I couldn't figure out. Some of them are so good where I was sitting here, I'm like, is that a computer voice or is that a real person reading it? Like, is this a real channel? Like, this seems like this is like real news. It looks very real newsy with the lower thirds and everything like that and the person talking on the screen. But after doing some research, I found out that no, like 60 or 70% of them are completely automated. There is no human like physically involved in the production, editing, or anything of that video, only the voiceover work. And now the voiceover work, you don't even need the person, because there's another tool that came out that's like this natural language thing you pay like $10 a month to use, where it's like the text-to-speech stuff is flawless. It is a flawless human voice with nothing gives it away.
One of my favorite things, there's actually another service that's better, I think, now, but Descript, which is super cool, like transcription / mild video editing software. Yep. They as a part of their app, they give you a script that takes about 10 minutes or so to read. There's a bigger one if you want to train it better, but you read this script that they give you, send them the audio, and then you can actually go in and change the words in your podcast or in your video, and it will fill that in with your voice.
Yeah. Yep. And the more you train it, the more it sounds like you.
Though, like, it doesn't quite do, like, it's not good enough to manipulate the video to like match the syncing, like your lips and stuff, right? So like if you're talking and then you change it too drastically, it's going to be weird.
There's a tool that does it.
It's mostly for like podcasts. but I'm sure they're getting better and better at it.
No, I already found a tool where you can take any video. You can take any video that exists. Like, it doesn't have to be a deep fake. It can be a real video of somebody, and it'll remap their lips to the. We never lost connection. You were still razor sharp and clear in my OBS that whole time, and I could hear you in my ear. I just dropped a bunch of packets, and
you're still wicked artifacted in video for me.
How about my voice?
The YouTube, the stream itself is buffering. Your voice is better. Oh, it's back. It's back.
That's weird.
Cheese biscuit.
Yeah, I'm dropping a lot of packets
for you. Say cheese biscuit.
Cheese biscuit.
Cheese biscuit.
Cheese biscuit.
Keyword. Cheese biscuit. Cheese biscuit. Thumbs up. Cheese biscuit. Thumbs down. I think it's back. Everybody says back. We back. Uh-oh. They're about to catch up to the cheese biscuit.
Yeah, no, everything looks good now. It's like
yeah, it's fine. It's fine now.
I'm dropping an occasional packet, which is, I mean, for my internet provider, that's par for the course. But let me see. The weird thing is, you never broke up. Your video is perfectly sharp, and your audio is perfectly sharp.
I have good internet. You're out in the fucking boonies, man. You got like microwave transmitters and stuff.
Oh, dude, wait until did you hear the news about my internet?
Music channel too. Every time it rains, like a nice rain here, I'm like, man, I should go get a mic. I should go pull out. I don't have like this is like the nicest mic I have, but it wouldn't take much. And I should just sit out on my back patio and record this, because like it's so nice. I want to listen to it over and over again. I know people would love. There's all kinds of cool channels like that. That's 10 hours of non-looping whatever train sounds and.
I go to sleep every night to a looping channel of music.
Oh man, it's so. I love it. I follow a few they're technically podcasts on Spotify, but they'll have like these 10-hour white noise stuff, and man, I love these ones that are like, it's like a spaceship sound, and you get it's kind of a whoop 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 in the background, like kind of the warp drive sound a little bit, with over top of just like kind of a cruising kind of. It's so.
I like that binaural audio. Do you ever listen to that where it's like stuff. Shifted a little bit?
Beats and stuff.
Yeah. It's like shifted just enough on like the left channel and the right channel. It just kind of makes you kind of get this fuzzy feeling. I like that. So yeah, no, I'm stable now on the ping and the packets. It was weird. It wasn't like the ping went up. It's just the packets just dropped. But the weird thing is they didn't drop between you to me. So it's like a bunch of routes went down. So it must have been the ISP must have just unplugged one of the routes and plugged it back in.
YouTubing.
But here's the here's something that's cool. Guess what? I'm not getting pleb internet anymore. Did you hear the internet news?
Oh, I did. I heard you got the fever.
I'm getting the fevers, man. I'm getting the fevers on the 23rd.
I looked into it the other day.
Maybe the 21st. I gotta check.
Some service or another at least says my address is good for it, and I'm like, bruh, it'd only be like $65 a month for symmetrical.
Is it Ziply?
They're claiming like 980 or something, 980 up and down, but I'm like, why not just?
It's not Ziply, is it? Or wait, is it cable or is it fiber?
It was through Clink, I think, Century or whoever took over for CenturyLink. I'd have to look through the neighborhood Facebook group or whatever, but
somebody in chat funk said, Barnacules, they gave you a hacker spanking. I don't know if I'd call it hacking, because they literally got the database handed to them from a leak, and they
not hacking when you don't log out of your
and they literally used the backup codes that were put there to like reset everything. So I'd say it's more they got lucky that I was stupid and forgot that I had backup codes in there, and LastPass leaked the database, which, you know what, an online encrypted password manager has one job, and that is not to leak their database, and they did. So it's like, it's not entirely my fault, but I do take responsibility for putting my keys next to my wallet and going to the bathroom in a bar next to a whole bunch of people I didn't know, right? It was a dumb move to do, and I'm paying for it, and I'm definitely going to have to learn a lesson.
You're roboting out right now again?
Am I again? Because, I mean, ping looks good.
Just for a quick moment.
Oh, it did. It did drop one packet. Okay, so yeah, no, it looks like my internet provider's doing some weird shit. If it keeps happening, if it gets any wonky bonks or whatever, all I have to do is just shut the stream down for, I think, 3 minutes to reboot my router, grab another IP. They'll put me on a different subnet. Like, they roll me to different subnets every time I do my IP, and then I just restart and I'll be fine. But I won't have to deal with this anymore, because on the 21st or 23rd, one of those days, I gotta go check my calendar. I have to make sure I'm here though, because they definitely need me like here and present to do this. They're installing the fiber gateway thing on the side of my house, and where I live, I never thought I was getting fiber. I live out in the middle of the boondocks. Like, there's no, I never thought I would get fiber out here. And the best part about it is right now I pay $116 to my cable company. $116, and I get 800 megabit down max, like that. Like it's rare I've ever seen above that, and I get 24 to maybe 30 at the top on a speed test, 30 megabit up. So, and I pay $116 for that. This in my average ping time is between like 12 and 20, right? And I mean, it's that much jitter. It's like 12 and 20, 12 and 20, 12. It's all over the place. Oh, I'm dropping packets again. Oh, here we go. Okay, and it's back, and dropping a packet again. Okay, I think we just died again. But you can still hear me, and you're still clear. Your video is still crisp and clear, and I'm getting everything. It's just the ping pack. So it's almost like it's only affecting the upstream. That is so weird. All right, I may just restart it, just in case somebody's fucking around. Hey, actually, I gotta take a piss break anyway.
You just have a regular 3080?
What's that?
I said, do you just have a regular 3080?
I do. I just have a regular 3080
in the machine you're using for streaming.
Why is my bit jumping to 120,000?
And I wasn't sure if it was me or you.
My bit rate is jumping to 120,000. Oh, actually, hold on. I know another test I can do. Hold on. I just realized I'm doing something wrong here. Let's try this. I was pinging the Google server as my sanity test, and I'm like, well, they're YouTube. YouTube's hosted on Google's infrastructure, so if YouTube's dropping packets, so would Google. So let me try pinging Bing and see if I drop any packets. So
pinging the Bing.
So far, no packets dropped to Bing. I mean, I'm obviously a tasty target for DOS attacks, and like DOS attacks are like easy. You don't need a lot of bandwidth to overwhelm somebody who has like a 25 megabit upstream. So when that happens, I usually just roll the IP address, and then they got to go find it again. It's not exactly like a super hacker skill to type in an IP address and push enter. It's not what it used to be, folks.
It's not. What
I haven't dropped a packet from Bing yet. All right, so I'll keep an eye on this. It might just be Google. If it's Google, there's nothing I can do about it. So the fiber connection I'm getting is $60 a month. $60 a month for 1 gig up and 1 gig down. They said to the gateway I should be under a millisecond, which I'm like, that's like in your house internet, right? And they said that there is no cap and no throttling guaranteed. And no contract. Just to give you an idea, my current provider, they cap me at, I think it's like 2 terabyte. So as soon as I hit 2 terabyte, they slow me down to like DSL speeds for the rest of the month. Or I can pay them, so much money per gigabyte. So I hate that. I hate that they do the throttle thing. And the fiber, they said, because I made sure to tell them that. I was like, no, like when you say unlimited, do you really mean like no cap, no throttling? Like I made sure they're like, no, we don't put any limitations on your account whatsoever to speak of. If you want to download 100 terabytes of stuff or upload 100, or you want to sync your entire house to your back, you can do that, whatever you want. And I was like, okay, cool, bro. Because that's one of the reasons I don't like host servers and stuff like out of my house and do all that. It's not because I'm like, worried about hosting servers out of my house. It's the bandwidth constraints. And because if I hosted something and I had 100 people connect to it and they just suck data, like my Plex account or whatever, they would destroy they destroy my quota in like weeks. So anyways, so I can upgrade it. Check this out. 1 gig is the slowest speed they offer. So $60 for 1 gig. This same infrastructure, without me changing anything, I don't have to upgrade anything or do anything. They said this thing can go all the way up to 10 gig. So, but for residential, they go up to 5 gig, like before you get a business account. And so 5 gig symmetrical is $300 a month. I know that sounds like a lot, but think about it. 5 gigabit in both directions, okay? That's 500 megabytes per second of data, per second. A CD's worth of data every second. In both directions. Like each channel can achieve that independently. And so it's like, so combined 10 gigabit for $300. And I was like, my old internet provider for the business account, like if I wanted to get the business account, that's $279 a month, almost $300 for their business account. You know what I get? 1.2 gig down. So I get 200 whole megabit more, and I get 40 megabit up instead of 30. And I have to have a 3-year contract, and there's still a data cap. So, but now I'm moving to this fiber company that has no contracts, no throttling. I can upgrade my service at any time. They also said I can just go on the website and just change the plan and they'll just prorate it. So if like I fit one day I want 5 gig, I just go there, turn on 5 gig, next day cancel it, and they'll just prorate me for the day. So they made it so easy. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, where is the catch? Because I'm always nervous there's a catch, right? I'm like, there's got to be a thing. So I was like, what is the catch? And what are people saying?
The catch. There's got to be a catch.
Yeah. So the catch, there is a catch, and that is it goes up to $80 a month after the first year. This is promotional pricing.
Still
but
$80.
$80 for a gig symmetrical with no cap. He said, right. He said I could literally take, because I told him, I said I have a 90 terabyte NAS. I was like, can I upload my, because if I did that right now, I could only upload 2 terabyte of it a month. That would take me how many months? Like 40 months?
A lot.
50 months, and if that's all I did. So he's like, I was like, can I upload my entire 90? Can I take that entire 90 gig NAS and just back it up to my OneDrive or whatever? And he's like, yeah. He's like, our clients do it all the time. I was like, oh shit, okay, this is cool, bro. So, but I love that I can upgrade it. Like I can go to 2.5. I love the fact that my computers don't even have the hardware to go as fast as it does. Like think about it. My PF Sense router that I built only has a gigabit uplink from the internet, like from the cable modem. So even if I got the 2.5 gig or the 5 gig, I couldn't even utilize it. My router literally is bottlenecked. So the only way I could use it is if I put a 10 gig inlet card into the router, and then I put another 10 gig like 2-port output, and then I ran those 2 ports to 2 10 gigabit routers or whatever, and then split those off, and then went to my other 10 gigabit cards, or I know they have a 2.5 and a 5 gigabit and a 10 gigabit, but I have 10 gig in these systems. But I could run up here, and I could even saturate that at some point. Like one day I could be up if I'm doing really good and YouTube's going great or whatever. You never know what this business, but let's say it does. I get a $500 freaking 10 gig both direction, and I would have a 10 gig connection faster than 10 times faster than that computer talks to that. 10 times faster than those two sitting right next to each other could talk to each other. I could talk across the world if it's a path that has that bandwidth. I'm like, oh dude, it's mind blowing. And ping, the ping time is insane on fiber. Like on fiber, it's like if you're playing a game and the ping time's like above 2 or 3, like you're lagging. Like don't even bother. Whereas with cable, it's like when I play a game, I'm lucky to get anything under 30 when I'm gaming. And that's bad. Like 30 is actually pretty bad. Like you couldn't competitively play anything with 30. By the way, those packet losses that we had earlier were totally Google, so I'm glad I didn't shut down and restart. Because I've been pinging Bing, and I have no jitter and not a single lost packet, and all my ping times are within like 4 milliseconds of each other. So that was just Google shitting the bed. So I wonder, there's a lot of attacks going on right now with like ChatGPT. I know Cloudflare's taking an absolute fucking pounding right now. I wonder if Google's being attacked too, because there are a lot of these scam streams going on and stuff on there too. I wonder if there's like some other attacks that are going on. I would like to know how. Whoa, I got a 2 ms ping time. I've never gotten a 2 ms ping time. That had to be a fluke. But I wonder how many people actually, how much of the internet's bandwidth is dedicated to just ping packets, fake like DOS attacks.
Yeah, all right.
Because I just think about it, like when you go to that website that shows like the real time, estimates of the bandwidth between continents and targets, and like the big trunk lines, like the big backbones of the internet. When you go through and look at that, it's just like 90% of the traffic is all DOS attacks. And I'm like, geez, what a waste, man. And it sucks because architecturally, you can't stop it. Like the way the internet was designed and the way the internet was built, you can mitigate it with things like Cloudflare and stuff by basically just redirecting the blast in another direction. But somebody has to absorb the blast. Like some bandwidth has to be wasted. And all the bandwidth between you and hitting Cloudflare still gets wasted. Everybody that's on that path is still suffering. And there's no way to really stop it. It's like you can't, like, unless you can get everybody upstream to block certain IP addresses. And again, they're just going to grab another one, right? They're just going to VPN through another one and start attacking again. So it's like, it's really impossible with all the botnets and everything out there and all the Internet of Things devices that have been hacked and stuff for you to truly defend against this kind of an attack, other than just Cloudflare absorbing it up the butt and then, allowing your site to still be visible to others. But as I understand it, Cloudflare's even been overwhelmed before. So, and Cloudflare, I think, is the biggest CDN in the world. Like, I don't think anybody is bigger than they are. So that's really, really saying something. So, I wanted to get back to the hack. Well, actually, before I get back to the hack, I want to thank all these wonderful people that are keeping us keeping us flush with cash. You guys are freaking amazing, by the way.
Thank you for helping me pay for my light bill.
Yeah, I don't know why the events aren't firing, but I'll look into that. Wait, what? Tech motherfucking talk? Is that what I named? Is that what I named it? That's hilarious. I put a password on it, so it doesn't matter. But I was looking, I was like, video, what? Tech motherfucking talk? Man, I was feeling spicy this morning. I didn't even realize I did that. Sorry the events aren't firing, guys. I don't know why. Stream Elements is kind of hit and miss. Like, events were firing 2 weeks ago, just even when we weren't even streaming, just sitting there doing nothing. And now the events aren't firing. Although somebody did something with the LCD. What did it say? Super chatters?
Should say thank you.
Oh, did you type that?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, you're such a sweetie. Look at you, man. Just look at you. Is that pretty visible on screen? The little thing, little scrolling text. Okay, good.
I can read it, and I have the thing
because I can change the color. Like if there's a more legible color, like red, or so. Oh, actually, red's pretty legible. Let me see. Let me know what you think about red. Red actually is pretty sharp too.
I'm waiting for it to catch.
You know what's funny? Check this out. So this right here, you see these 3 power bricks? So that's a USB power brick wall wart for an iPhone, right?
Right.
I have 3 of those going into 3 ESP32 microcontrollers, and then I have the power out of the other 2 ESP microcontrollers combined with the power of the third one to drive that LED that bright. Because one of them, if you're just using one of the little ones, it gets bright, but I want it like nuclear bright, right? I want to be able to make, like, if I want to make the whole thing solid like this, and I want to make it like white, you know, I can do that. I can make it like all of them, because white is red, green, and blue maxed, right? So that's all the power, all the heat. If I unplug these, it'll start turning like yellow. Watch.
Oh, that's funny.
Like it starts losing its color, right? You got to feed more. It's like Seymour. It's like, feed me. You got to give it more and more power to get it up to total brightness. And I'm still only at half the power that panel's rated for. So unlimited power. So it's funny. I did that on the Twitch stream yesterday. Everybody's like, "You're gonna burn your house down. It's not gonna work. Power doesn't work that way. You can't just you need diodes." And I'm like, "Nope. I just like stuck it all together. It's worked and it's been fine and nothing's caught fire." So I'm like, "Hey man, sometimes you just got to figure stuff out by pushing buttons and hopefully not dying.
Figure it out.
Just figure it out, man." Hey, Meat Puppet, thank you for the $5. Said everything sounds good. No chat delay. Fantastic. That was a while ago. Sheldon Miller, I hope you're still in chat. If you are, give us a wave. Thank you for the $10. Said good seeing you back. Nothing live stream set up with Jerry. It's always a setup with Jerry here. Retro My Bits, thank you for the $10. Said love you, Jerry. Can't wait to learn programming from you. Hey, if you guys want to, I still have the Codegasm series. If you haven't seen my Codegasm series, even though it's years old, it's still completely relevant. Everything I did in it, you can still do today. The Magic 8 Ball, the joke app to like screw with your friends and mess with their keyboard and mouse. The application I did for, what was it? The scheduler thing, I think is up there. The web browser, build your own web browser. Still, actually, that one might not work because I think they removed Internet Explorer in the latest versions of Windows. But if they didn't, if you can install Internet Explorer for legacy support, which I think it is, then you can still even create your own web browser using SHDoc VW. So go watch those, get yourself kind of nested in, and then from there on out, you'll be able to understand a lot more what I'm going to say in the Codegasms in the future. They're all going to tail off of each other. Bradley Smith, thank you for the $2. Said, you see what's coming out at CES? We're going to in a little bit. Bitchy Poo, thank you for the $10. Hell yeah, we're going to learn. Thank you, Bitchy Poo, for the $10. Said, Happy New Year's, guys. Glad to hear you're feeling better on your new meds. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I feel a lot better. Robert Settles. Oh, dude, it's a big deal. Robert Settles, my man, also a channel member. Thank you. Thank you for joining the Barnacules Nerdgasm gang. Thank you for the $20 also. Matthew Fowler, thank you for the £5. Keeping it fancy with the pounderoos. He said, I'm so damn happy to see Jerry getting his groove back, as well as his channel. He said, got a FIDO U2F token for your Google account yet? No, I do not yet, but I'm working on it. So this guy right here, he's talking about this. This is a FIDO key. It also supports a couple other protocols. It's called an only key. They come in different shapes and sizes, starting at about, you can get them all the way down to about $15 all the way up to this, which is like 50 or $60. Hobbs actually got these for me. Eric Hobbs got me 2 of them. So old Hobbseltoff, he got me 2 of these bad boys that I'm playing with. I got the other one plugged in over here right now. So these 2 little keys right here, they can be configured as almost everything. And this one, I'm going to tell you right now, as cool as it is, I don't recommend it unless you are a super power user. So if you see this one,
that's a $50 plus one. Right?
Yeah, run away unless you're a power user, because this is like a Python programmable. The way you configure it can do it can basically do anything. It can mimic any key. Yeah, get the blue one, the YubiKey blue. It's $25.
20, like a little dot. It's blue.
Yep.
USB-A. Get that one, and it's NFC, so like you can tap it to the back of your phone and all that.
Yeah, and you can't with these. Like these are designed for like maximum security. Like literally, I have to type in a code to like get it to even register on the computer. I have to physically touch it to do anything.
I mean, that's how you want to go.
It's better security, but you don't need that. The average person doesn't need that level of security. The key that we're talking about is this one right here. I'll give you guys just a little bit of a linkaroo if I could. Although of course I'm in the wrong browser.
This is an affiliate.
It is an affiliate link, 100%. Daddy's got to get paid.
Yeah, man.
Let's see, copy. Do you have an affiliate? Hey, do you have an affiliate account?
Hungry. I don't know. I think I do.
If you do, you should. You should. Anytime you buy something or whatever, just and you link it, just put your affiliate, because sometimes people just want to buy stuff.
I need to. I don't know if it's.
There's the link in chat, guys.
Like a separate. If I should have a separate Amazon account for that sort of stuff.
You don't need it. You don't need it. I just use my regular Amazon account because they allow you to associate a business account. Like you don't have to change it to a business account to associate it with the Amazon affiliate program.
Oh, okay.
Although I don't know, maybe somebody in chat can confirm, because I've had this as a legacy Amazon account I've had for probably 15 years. I heard that it's a lot harder to get an Amazon affiliate now because they just had a flood of them apparently, where like everybody was just getting Amazon affiliates and everybody was affiliate.
on TikTok and stuff as like start a blog and then all these affiliate links and blah blah blah.
So I think basically they do have. They probably have requirements now, but I'd be surprised if you didn't meet them. So because you can also, by the way, you can also leverage this. Yeah, you can leverage this too.
Business, I can probably just make them good.
That'd probably be enough. But I think one of the requirements was you have to be like in media. You have to do something in media.
Press badge that Adam gave me one time.
There you go.
EDC.
There you go. Like what I'm saying though is if you want to use this, like if you want to use Barnacules Nerdgasm, because you are technically the co-host of this show. So if you ever sign up for something, you can tell them you have 800,000 subscribers. And when they're like, give you your channel, just ask me and I'll give you the analytics to hand them, because as far as they're concerned, you are the co-host. You do appear on the show. So as far as they know,
it's true.
So you can prove, and that should get you over the line. So, so yeah, if you want to go that route, let me know. I don't have a problem with you doing that. The YubiKey that I linked is this one's $81. Wait, what? Wait, the one that are you talking about this one? Because the one I just linked is $25. So wait, are you talking about this one or the one I just linked? Because the one I linked is $25 US. Are we doing the pack? Are we doing the packet loss again?
$45. Small F, yeah.
Yeah, we're still dropping packets again.
The $45 one. Oh, that supports different types of just different types of security. But it's those extra ones are generally not the ones that are going to be used for like your email or your bank or your phone and things like that. It's more for, it says right there, other authorization protocols for strong hardware-based authentication. So like, I don't know, just others, I think. I think probably for like cards, beeping cards or something like that. It's just I think the UB5 is like just the top end one basically. They should have if you go to YubiKey's website, they have a little chart that shows like the differences and like why you might want one over the other.
All right, I'm just checking on something here really quick because we're dropping packets again. But the weird thing is now I'm even dropping packets to Bing, but what I don't understand is how we still have clear video and we still have clear audio between us throughout this. I haven't seen you drop a single packet, your animation, your audio. You can still hear me fine, right?
I'm amazing. You've robotified a couple times. The one you shared is 31 Canadian. Yeah, because Canada has different.
Canada's more expensive.
Money,
yeah, they're different money.
It's $20 here.
So
sorry we didn't translate it to maple leafs.
How long do I have?
I'm sorry, that was more spicy than I really meant.
Fucking Canadians.
I'm just
when you said Canadian, he saw Linus's face and he went on a rage fest again.
Actually, I see his doofus face in this YubiKey 5 picture on Amazon.
Hey, do you guys know with if I end up doing this, I'm not committed to doing it yet. If this keeps happening and people keep like hitting it just to drop frames for say somebody fucking with me,
we'll just say you know what? If you guys can't handle it, we're just gonna stop.
Yeah, so if I re-roll to re-roll my IP address, if I do that, how long? Because I'm pretty sure it's because I opened Skype earlier, and when you open Skype, it leaks your IP address. It takes a couple hours, but it eventually leaks it. So if I do that, how long does it take before I restream for it to go back to the stream? Or I don't want it to create a new stream. Can I just resume the stream back to the same stream, and it'll like just do a jump cut and it's there, or does it do like Twitch where it just creates a new stream? Idea. Does anybody know?
No idea.
Because I know that on YouTube, they give you like the key for like the latest stream, and there's a different key for like each stream. So I'm wondering if you use the same key and you come back if it doesn't just like continue where it left off. But yeah, if it keeps happening, I'm definitely gonna do that because it looks like somebody's just poking. Like I can tell from the consistencies of the packets dropping. It's like it happens and then it stops and then it happens then it stops, and the ping times immediately go back. So they're not floating. They're floating up like really sharply and then sitting there for a couple seconds, dropping packets and going down, which is indicative of some kind of an attack coming in. So it's just part of the game when you stream and stuff. There's always somebody who's like, oh my god, I'm gonna use my little DDoS against you.
I don't think anybody cares too much. It's like a couple seconds and then
if it gets bad, I already have it open. Right here I already have my router open. All I have to do is just hit one button, and it takes I think like 2 minutes for it to boot back up, and then I'll have a new IP address. And I don't open Skype by default. I just opened it because I had to do some stuff with the account the other night to secure it. Because I'm still fighting with hackers. Surprisingly, like last night, I almost lost my Steam account. Dude, I almost lost my Steam account. I'm literally sitting here at the computer, and I get a Gmail, pops up, because I got all my notifications set to like a full on everything. It pops up and it says, hey, you tried to log into or somebody has logged into your Steam account but couldn't get past two-factor authentication. Was this you? And I was like, no. And then I looked at the IP address because they show the IP address in the device, and it was RU, Russian Federation. And I was like, oh God, here we go. And so they had the password. So I went and looked in LastPass, and sure enough, the password for that account was in there. So again, it came from there. And I'm like, son of a bitch. So I go in there, and luckily I was able to log into it, and I was able to kick that account out, invalidate that account, change it back, re-roll the two-factor authentication. There's shitty two-factor authentication where you need the email address. And the person no longer had control of the email, so they couldn't finish the transaction to get in. But what sucks is they somehow got far enough into logging into my account that now every notification I get from Steam is in Russian now. Oh, so anytime I log in, the two-factor thing that goes to my email is now in Russian. And I even open the account settings, and all my languages are set to English, no second language or anything. But somehow, whatever he did logging in, he got far enough that they now think that I speak Russian and that they should give me all my notifications in Russian. So it's like, this is the shit you deal with, man. This is the shit you deal with, seriously. But you know, this is one of those things where it's like, it's a hard lesson. It really is. It legitimately is a hard lesson. And it is quite frankly embarrassing. I mean, somebody who promotes security like I do, and I'm telling everybody to run away from LastPass and save yourself. And it's like, and I changed most of my passwords. It's just, I didn't factor in that I had those backup codes in the secure vault because you don't see it. Like you have to click on the notes and go into the notes and look at the notes that you've entered in there. So when I was looking at the accounts, I had no idea that I had those backup codes in there. And two, I didn't know that those backup codes were so unconditional. I didn't know that you could just put in a backup code and drive around everything. Like I figured you'd still have to prove that you are who you are through some mechanism. Like I didn't know that when you entered one of those codes, it was like God mode and it was like you were creating the account from scratch again. So I can tell you right now, even if you have LastPass and your entire database leaked, the accounts that you need to be most worried about are the ones that have no two-factor authentication because they've got those. If you go scroll, they've already got them. As soon as the hack occurs, they're done, they're gone. You're going to have to go ask those companies to give them back. The ones with two-factor, though, they should not be able to get their hands on so long as you have two-factor authentication enabled SMS or app or key. They shouldn't be able to do that unless they clone your SIM. But if they clone your SIM, they're putting a lot of money and risk into doing that, and that's a targeted attack. So if it's a SIM attack and they're actually intercepting your two-factor authentication and stuff, that is a very targeted attack. There is no way that that's just a random occurrence, right? But in the case of the LastPass thing, think about it. You have how many, let's say conservatively, there's 1 million people on LastPass, right? Of 1 million people, that means you have 1 million master passwords. Now, those passwords have to be memorable because the whole reason of using a password manager is you need to remember at least one password so that you can get to all the other ones, right? Yeah. So you need to have something that's memorable. So it's probably not going to be like, you know, F37 exclamation point to ASCII character 256. It's not going to be something that you can't remember, which means that it's going to be something that's easier to crack. And now they can just sit there on that database, and all they have to do is just grab that database and run every single conceivable character combination and hash against that thing until they get text out of it that is legible. That's all they got to do. You know, look for the word look for the word Google, look for the word of any major website. And as soon as they got that, they know that they got the cryptographic hash right, and then they can extract that account and then work on the next one. So it's just a matter of that. It's just, you know, my account was the next one that they happened to crack. It went on a list, and they probably sold the credentials to somebody. I'd imagine that one person's cracking and selling the accounts, and then somebody else is buying the accounts and using them for the various things. But what I witnessed so far, like with my own eyes going through this process, is they got my Instagram for one day. And they posted a tweet that was the same thing as they were doing on my YouTube. I could tell it was the same guys because it was a picture of Elon Musk with like crypto overlay on it. That's like crypto's blowing up right now. And it said at the top of the screen, it had a fake notification on an iPhone, like a screenshot that said, Elon Musk just sent me $40,000 in ETH. And then down in the description, it was like, I can't believe, you know, speaking as me, I can't believe Elon Musk just sent me $40,000 in Ethereum. Hey, quick, go to this website right now and, you know, sign up, and he'll give it to you too. And you have to go to the website and type in your username and password for your coin account so that they can steal all your coins. And wait, did you do something over here? Hacks are my crackers?
Yeah, hackers my crackers.
So anyways, it wasn't a targeted attack in my case, which is good, because if it was a targeted attack, they could have done a lot more damage.
Yeah, like I was saying before, like it's clear that they were just like checking doors. And they had one, like I said, one goal in mind. If it was you personally, they would have cleaned out the PayPal. They would have charged up a bunch of weird shit. Yep. They would have done, you know, so much worse.
So Dave Webster said, I assume you know the SMS gateways have been repeatedly hacked. Yes, in the past.
So they don't even talk about it.
Depending on your carrier, I'm not going to name any names here. Depending on your carrier, my carrier has corrected that problem. It is full end-to-end encryption, same level of shit that they use on Signal. And so there is no interception on my cell provider anymore for SMS messages if you're using an iPhone. Because when you're using an iPhone, all the SMS authentication actually goes through the encrypted end-to-end protocol that Apple uses and not MMS. So if they do intercept the traffic, it's just garbage. So on an iPhone, it's actually incredibly safe to have the SMS as long as people aren't looking over your shoulder and going, "Ooh, I'll take that code and go type it in right now." You definitely have to be careful with line of sight and shit on that. Don't leave your phone like face up on the table with the auth app rolling the key. You know, it's like you're pretty much just asking for it at that point. However, I will say this. I would not trust SMS authentication as a strong level of two-factor. It's a convenient two-factor. The best one that you can have by far is a hardware key. Dude, that was good time. Actually hit the button for the wall. Did you guys hear that?
I heard that.
That was hilarious. Oh, I'm getting a storm alert. My watch vibrates when the barometric pressure drops. And it tells me, "Oops, storm's incoming."
Man, it's bright and shiny out there right now. What do you mean?
I don't know, man. I'll have to go look. Hey, the watch says storm alert right there, clear as day, man. Storm alert. Got to trust. It's actually been pretty good too. Whenever it says storm alert, it usually does start raining. We'll see what happens. But anyways, the levels of two-factor that you have is email. That's probably one of the weakest ones unless you protect it. It's only as good as the protection you have on your email. So if your email is super protected, then that two-factor method is probably pretty good. If your email is weak-ass protected, then it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Weak-ass.
So second one, probably two-factor over SMS. Two-factor over SMS, it's simple, it's visible. You physically have to have the phone, and provided that you're using an end-to-end encryption protocol for your MMS, like if you're using an iPhone, you're using Apple's little thing, with blue text versus the green text. If you're using that, you're probably pretty safe as long as nobody's visibly looking at the code on your screen within the period that they can enter it, and they know your username and password at the same time. Next level up of encryption would be the rolling encryption. And the rolling encryption is really nice because those keys change every minute. And for rolling encryption, Google Auth, there's a million of them. They all do the same thing, by the way. All the auth, if the app says auth in it, they all do the same. LastPass auth, Microsoft auth, Google auth, there's another one called Authy. They all do the exact same thing. What they do is they take a phrase in and they use an algorithm that basically uses the current time that it is down to the millisecond, and it generates a number every minute based on an algorithm and that phrase that's put in when you first add it to the phone with like the QR code. And it generates a code that the server knows is unique and knows and they're both sunk up. So as long as you enter the code within that time, it's good. Otherwise, the server rejects it. That's a really, really good level of two-factor security because one, it doesn't go through SMS. No data transfers between the two devices. Both are guessing the same code. So there's no way outside of that without the passphrase to guess the code. Now, if they get the passphrase, then yes, they can guess the code because they can just add it on the device and roll their own. So it's not perfect, but I'd say that's a really good level. The next highest level is biometric. So biometric is like either using a key like this that you physically have to touch, not just plug in or put next to the phone. You have to physically touch a button on it, which means that even if you leave it plugged in or leave it next to the phone, there's no way for a hacker to programmatically compel it to give it the number. You have to push the button to get the number out of it. And so that would probably be like the next higher level of you're not going to get hacked. But the absolute 100% like nuclear foolproof government level encryption, and only a couple services support this, is the Google Titan key. And this can be a Titan key. This is an open source project, so you can turn this into anything. This can be a Titan key. But for a Titan key, you have to buy two. Not of that, you can also get the Titan key. There's actually something called a Titan key that's just a Titan key. But you have to have two of them. And when you enable it on your Gmail account and your YouTube account, it basically disables API access to the account. You can't have third-party access to YouTube. So you can't use TubeBuddy, you can't use other video uploaders. You can't even write your own apps for it, right? You're locking yourself off to do it. And you don't have a physical password at all. You basically have two keys, and you have to physically plug that key in or put it within NFC of the device that you're using to log into the site. And you have to push the button. So you have to physically touch it and get it close to the device or plug it in. And that's it. There's no passwords or anything. You have to have that. And then that's why you have to have two devices, because they won't even let you sign up for it. It's called the Advanced Protection Program. They won't even let you sign up for it unless you have two of them, because they want to make sure, because there's no backup. They don't even give you backup codes. There's no other way in. If those two keys get destroyed, they cannot give you your account back, period. And so they say, take one key, use it as your daily driver, and the other one, store it in a safe. And they don't have batteries or anything in them. Like the algorithm, basically, you set the time based on your computer when you plug it in. It syncs the time, and then as long as the time is synced, it generates the right code. If the time isn't synced, it generates the wrong code. So you got to figure that out. But yeah, with the Titan keys, nobody's getting in. Nobody's getting in because one, you can't clone them. Two, the level of encryption they do and how fast they roll is like super, super fast. It's not like one every minute. It's way faster than that. And since there's no password, it has to physically verify. And part of that process is actually using secure APIs that verify that there is a device plugged in and physically in proximity. So not only can you not clone it, it actually will confirm its hardware. So like if you tried to emulate it or you tried to broadcast it using, what are those things called? The Dolphin or what's
oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? The hacker tool?
Yeah, I want one of those.
Yeah, I do too. Cool. What the hell is it called? Really Everybody talks about them all the time. I think Graham even has one. The Dolphin, no, the hacker key. Somebody will get it in chat. I really do want one, but they're like $400 now.
It's called Flipper.
Flipper. I love the Flipper. But they're so overpriced now. They used to be, I think they were like $150 when they first came out. Now they're like $400 on eBay. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But even a Flipper Zero can't emulate the Titan key. So.
Oh, expect another US restock around January 18th. You can get it for $169.
Oh, serious? They're going to go back to MSRP? I hope so. You know scalpers are going to buy them.
Go to their website. Yeah.
Oh, I 100% going to get one, dude. Because if you think about it, it is a really good deal because it's a Bluetooth antenna with networking stack. It's got Wi-Fi. Cool. It's got a packet radio, both transmit and receive. So it can do SDR or whatever. So you can do all your garage door openers, car key fobs. It can do NFC,
hotel key.
Yeah, NFC IR. It's got IR, so you can control any IR device, like changing like the gas station sign and stuff. You can load custom scripts on it. Like on GitHub, there's like custom scripts for like figuring out. Like there's one that's like what is it like? You point it at a TV and it just rolls through all the IR codes really, really quick. And then if the TV does something, you push a button really quick, and then it'll like slowly step back through the last couple that it tried until you get the one that locks on. That way you don't have to know the code of the TV to control it. You just push the button and it just rolls through all of them. And like, so if you want to control the gas station sign, you just say like, I want to make the gas, it doesn't come on it. You have to install it, but you just point at the gas station sign with the IR or whatever and say, I want it to say $20 a gallon. And you just let it sit there for a couple of minutes and it will send every known code for every known display device and everything until it gets one of them in response. And so, and if they have security on it, and they usually don't, like usually they don't lock these things down unless somebody actually like attacks them. Cause like who's going to come in there and find the little IR node and point it at it and try to program it. But no, it's a really cool device, but the neatest thing is that it's fully programmable. So you can actually write the entire software from the ground up. The entire hardware stack inside of it is open source and available to you. And all the code to control it is public. So you could even create your own, if you want to create your own operating system that created like a pirate radio station, you could. Like if you want to turn that little thing into like, you know, a 106.1 FM transmitter or whatever and just set it in your car and have it like broadcast cuss words or whatever to every car around you while you're sitting in traffic, you could do that. Like there's a script for that. So, yeah, but most fun you can have for $160. But I will warn people that I haven't seen anybody so far go to jail for long periods of time, but it is an extremely hefty felony to broadcast on any protected frequency. So if you're using like shortwave or you're broadcasting on frequencies that are not in citizen band radio or you're broadcasting above a certain power and they triangulate your position, you are properly fucked. Like there is no sympathy for people that do that. So just beware. Buyer beware definitely on that one. I'm sure it says that when you buy it too everywhere. That's like, you know, don't like put the burner software on it so you hold the key and it wipes the thing. So like if a cop walks up to you or something, you just hold the key down, wipe it, and then they confiscate your device and they're like, oh, it's empty, there's nothing on here. Looks suspicious, but again, it can look suspicious and they have to prove that you did it. They don't have to prove that you like wiped it and it probably was there before. They have to actually prove it. But yeah, fun, absolute fun device. So to save you guys from the whole hacking shit though, make sure that you do not store your backup codes anywhere but on a sheet of paper and a very secure place. That's it. And if you do that and you have two-factor enabled, you're mostly safe. Like mostly safe. You really are. The other thing is don't ever, and this one should be obvious, but people still do it, is do not ever use the same password or any permutation of password on a site. Like don't do like, password 1 on this site and password 2 and password 3 and be like, oh, they're technically different, but it's easy to remember. No, don't do that. Those are really easy to figure out. Do not use the name of the site in the password. Okay, that's a mistake I've made. Do not use the name of the site in the password.
If you're using a phrase though, like that's not that terrible. Like
no, as long as there's enough other stuff, yeah.
PayPal cheese bucket, or mix that up a little. Cheese PayPal bucket or pay cheese pal bucket, or that kind of thing. Help you to remember. Oh, that's my PayPal password. Oh yeah.
You want to know what the best password is?
Strengthify it. Huh?
So somebody told me this other day. This is my idea, by the way, but it's brilliant. Whoever gave this to me, if you were the person that said this on Twitch when I was streaming the other day, you're an absolute fucking genius. Go get yourself a sandwich. Use the hash as your password for your password. So hashes are weird. Like you can have 100 different phrases and words make the same hash. But finding those combinations, the sun would explode before you did. You're going to find one, you're not going to find the other ones. And that's why you can't reverse engineer a hash. You can't take a hash and say what words create this hash because it's too computational heavy to do without a quantum computer. So what you do is you just use a little program, and I think there's one on iPhone and there's one on Android that you download where you put in a password, and it could be even the simplest password in the world. It's like hello world. You put in hello world and it'll actually hash hello world, and then you use the hash as your password. And then the site hashes that into another hash, a hash of the hash. So now if they try to guess your password, they can't. But if you ever want your password, you just go hash, and you can use any algorithm you want. It just has to be known to you. It could be AES 256. You just basically create a program. And every time you want to create it, every time you want to know what your password is to the site, you just go into your little cryptography thing and be like, site name, some like a number, a password, an exclamation point, whatever your pattern is that you use. As long as one character is different, that's all that matters. It will generate a hash, and then that's the hash that you put in on the site and use as your password. And that way, if anybody tries to crack it, they can't, because every single one of your passwords is an incredibly complicated hash, and you don't have to remember the hash because you literally are the one that holds the one application or the one cryptex. They can take that and reverse engineer it, or take your password that you have in your head and turn it into that number, because you can't go the other direction. So it's actually really fucking clever. So normally people would do this like in their head. Like I had a method that I use. I don't use it anymore after this last hack. It's not with current speed and stuff for cracking. It's just not good enough. The method that I used to use was I'd take like the site name. I would add a sequence of special characters that I could remember, like a memorable set of characters, and then I would include some variable that would be indicative of my name. And then another variable that would be like another element of the site, like how many did it have? www site name? Was it just this site name? Did it have 4? Did it have 3? Is it I basically use elements of the URL to dictate like certain aspects of the password. That way I could rebuild the password from memory by just playing a game and going, okay, take the site, carry the 1, do this, add 2 to this, remove 1 for this, uppercase this letter, lowercase that letter, and then that's the password. And that used to actually work really well for a long time, but the problem is now they have dictionary tools that can actually generate like every permutation of the word with all the characters jumbled in different uppercase, lowercase combinations, try everything in between. And they're just too damn good at cracking stuff. So the best thing to have for a password that it's never going to guess in a million years is like a GUID. And if you can have something that can hash something that you did into a GUID, and all you have to still remember is the simple password, like what is your password? 1, 2, 3, 4. That still hashes into a massive GUID. And if you try to, and if somebody gets that GUID and tries to figure out what you typed to get that, they'll never be able to figure it out. Like unless they have the exact algorithm that you picked, and they type in 1, 2, 3, 4 and hit enter and get lucky enough to see the same GUID, they're not going to know what it is. They can't go the other direction. And that's why most sites store hashes. They don't store the password. So back in the day, all sites stored passwords, right? But then the person who owns the site can just go look at the password and go, oh, I bet this guy uses it on another site. And then lo and behold, everybody's passwords get cracked because you create a website, somebody signs up, they use the same password, and then you just go to every other site and log in using the same password. They used to do it back in the BBS days too, where you'd use the same password on every bulletin board. So then the dude would go get the list of all the bulletin boards, call every single one up in your area code, and use your same username and password that you used on their site. And then they just go in and fuck with you and delete all your shit and leave you bad messages and stuff on FidoNet. That still happens even today. So having a way to create a unique password that is just gibberish, numbers and letters, and from a cryptographic hash, then you still don't have to remember it. You can still just have your own little personal app that you wrote, or your own little algorithm that you run it through. And so and there's lots of clever ways to do that. Like there's apps that you can create a GUID from anything. You can create a hash from anything, right? There's checksum. Right, you could even do a checksum of a text file that contains your password, and then you could open a text file and put your password in there and run it through a checksum, and then use the checksum as the password. But then you will be sure to have a unique password on every site that's also hashed into another unique thing that the site stores, and the odds of somebody guessing it are infinitesimally small, and it becomes smaller the more characters that you have. So, and the cool thing is, like, you'd have it be 50 characters because it wouldn't matter because you're just copying and paste it, right? You just go in there and you type in, oh, my password is kitty cat, you know, and it's a string of, like, you know, 100 characters. You just copy all, paste, boom, you're in. But it's a lot harder for them to try to guess that. And so that was a really clever idea for passwords. But the truth is, if you do things right, the password doesn't matter. If you do things right, sure. If you have a hardware key and they have the password, unless they have possession of that hardware key, they can't get around it. If you have SMS 2FA, unless they can intercept your messages and decode them, which is entirely possible. Let's say they put a virus on your phone. Let's say they get you to install some malware that screen scrapes it, so it's encrypted to your phone, but then they can pull it out of the message and send it to themselves. There's all kinds of ways that they could still intercept it and they could still fuck with you that lower the security rating of it. But the truth be told, it would have to be a very targeted and personal attack for them to be like, okay, I found the website. I know who this account belongs to. I've now figured out the password for this account. Now I'm going to specifically go figure out, like, dox them, figure out who their cell carrier is, figure out what phone number they have, and then try to intercept the SMS message and trigger it and hope that they don't see it on their phone before I can act on it. Like, that's a lot of ifs and a lot of effort to put in unless you're targeting somebody specifically. 99% of the time, you just want to protect yourself from the people that are literally just looking for an account that they can go and flood and try to scam all the contacts on it. And that's what happened with me. And like I said, if it was a targeted attack, it would have been so much worse. So much worse. They left everything, dude. They didn't even download the email account. They didn't even open any of the emails. They didn't like when Google recovered it, they said all they did with my email account is they changed the password and they immediately logged into YouTube, changed everything and started the live stream. And then they just didn't even log in again. Like, they just logged in, locked me out of my email, and started just so they could take control of the YouTube channel. Never touched it again. Never sent a single mail from it. Nothing.
Dumb.
So I lucked out. I super lucked out. Although they did get so the full list so far is they've got my what is it, Origin account or whatever with Assassin's Creed. What is it, Uplay? They got my Uplay account. I'm working on getting that back right now. The Russians almost got my Steam account last night using the same data. So they are selling my data somewhere. I have somebody monitoring the dark web right now and they didn't see anything, but there is somebody out there brokering and selling my accounts for these different things. But he didn't get in, and the reason he didn't get in is because I already got ownership of the Gmail account back. That the guy would have had to intercept the message to validate to get him in the rest of the way. And I think it was one of those things where it's like he bought the username and password probably for pennies or whatever, and he put it in because he wanted to jack the account and see what was in it. And the person who owned it, he thought I had control of the Gmail that could relay the code to him. They had already lost. So when they went to log in again, there was no bueno. I already had the account back and locked down. But they took a lot of stuff. Like, they took over my my Coinbase, which I just got back. There's $14 in there. They didn't drain it either. So they went through the effort of taking over my crypto account. Like, didn't even transfer the $14 of crypto out of it. I'm still waiting to get into my Bittrex account. So that one's kind of big though. If they got that one, well, $800 to me is a lot of money these days. So, but if they got in there, I have $800 of crypto left in my name. So they may have flushed that. Let's see, what else did they get? They almost got my Facebook. So when I logged into my Facebook one day, it popped up and it said, there's been unusual activity. And it was again from Russia, an IP address. And it said, the Russian Federation or whatever. And I was like, no, this is not me. And as soon as I said, no, this is not me, it said, oh, you need to secure your account immediately. And then it's like, we need to send an email to you at your Gmail account to confirm that this is you. And guess what? That was the Gmail account that they hacked, so I couldn't confirm that I was me. So then I couldn't get into my Facebook. so it took me 2 days. Then once I got the Gmail back, I was able to get the Facebook back. But what had happened was they knew my username and password to get into my Facebook, but Facebook wouldn't send the email to that account unless I told it. I had to log in and say, yeah, send me the email so I can confirm it. But luckily, I knew I didn't have access to the email at that time, so I said no. I clicked no, and I waited until I had the account back. Now, had I clicked that button, the people that had control of my Gmail account would have seen like, oh, here's the code that you have to type in to get into your Facebook and prove it's you, and they could just type in that code and they would have had it. They would have intercepted the 2FA. But I didn't allow them to. So after I got my email back, I got the Facebook back. But they did effectively lock me out of it for 2 days. They did nothing to my TikTok. Didn't even bother. Didn't even try to log into the TikTok. Did nothing with the Discord server. The Discord server was dead to rights. They had all the reset codes. Oh, actually, I take that back, because on Discord, I think they did try, because on Discord, if you try to use one of the backup codes, it actually does have to send a message to the phone. Because I tried it yesterday because I wanted to burn the codes and start over. So I put a code in, and it's like, okay, you need to confirm that this is the action you want to do. Go to your phone at this number, star, last 2 digits. And I went and looked at the phone. The number was there, and I continued. So I bet you they did try. However, I did never see that message pop up on the phone. So they didn't continue far enough for me to get the message. And so they got that. And again, I still don't know how many accounts they've got. I've just made sure that they're out of my financial accounts. I've made sure that they're out of my bank. I made sure all the credit cards and everything are all locked down.
Super important stuff.
Yeah. So all the financial stuff is super duper locked down. They got my B&H photo video account. I mean, that was worthless. I don't keep my payment stuff on file. Luckily. They tried to get the Amazon account, but that was a failure because Amazon actually has decent security. So Amazon was like, you normally log in from this place. You normally don't log in from like Indonesia or Nairobi or whatever. So it just straight up denied it and said the password was wrong, even though they put in the right password. That's actually another layer of security I've noticed that some sites have, and I hope more people start doing this. So have you ever gone to a site where you typed in the password correctly and it says this is the invalid password for this account?
Yeah.
So people are, even though you type in the right one, and I know it's been getting me lately, there's a couple different websites that do this. And I'm like, I know I'm typing it right. Like I'm literally copying it, putting it into a text file, meticulously cut and pasting it in there. And it's like, this is not the right password. You're going to have to try again. And then after 3 attempts, it says, oh, you have to wait 10 minutes before you can try again. And it was driving me absolutely nuts. And then I was like, I wonder if it's my VPN because I have NordVPN enabled all the time. So I killed the VPN, refreshed the site, didn't even close the browser, just refreshed the site and typed and pasted the same password in the place, hit enter, and it logged me right in. So, and then when you go, it says, oh, there's been suspicious activity on your account. There's been login attempts from these IP addresses. Was it you? And if you click, yes, it was me, then when you go back to the VPN, it lets you in. So they're getting really, really clever at noticing when you're logging in from things geographically far away from you, where you're mostly kind of like how they track your credit cards. You know, if there's like a charge on your credit card, like 1,000 miles away from where you just bought a stick of gum, it raises a flag and they deny the transaction. I feel like the websites are doing that now because all the websites can figure out your location based on the IP address that you have. Like they know where the ISP is, so they can at least get within the realm of like your city. And so if you're in your city where you normally log in or around your city, and then, an hour later you're in New York making charges, then, are trying to log in, I think they're using the same kind of logic and saying, no, just tell them that the password's wrong. So even if they do get it right, they think that they got it wrong and they delete it off their list. Pretty crazy shit. Hey, napalm. Damn, dude. Napalm just dropped a 20 pounds of napalm on us.
Hey, wow, man.
Bro, here, update the screen. Here, let's get that up there, man. Let's get a $20 for napalm up there.
Yeah.
Since you're in control of this and I don't have my chat up. What does that say?
Me.
Oh, it still says Cracker my hacksaws or whatever. I don't know. I'm sure somebody else is in here that could do it too. It's fun. I just love that you guys can control that. It's like way funner when you do it than me because it's like somebody across the internet is control. And keep in mind, there's no networking wires connected to this. This is all wireless. So this thing is connected to a tiny little thing called ESP32 that's connected to my Wi-Fi. And so if you want to know the series of events, if you want to know like what transacts when he does this, he's typing exclamation point LED in my Twitch chat over on my Twitch channel, Twitch TV/Barnacules. He types bang or exclamation point LED space and then up to 32 characters. When he hits enter, that shows up in the chat. That then triggers an API that I have in something called StreamerBot running on my system that monitors those events. It says, hey, there's a new chat message on your channel. And then it goes, oh, this new chat message on your channel has a exclamation point LED. So then it says, okay, go fire a command that's associated with that. So then it goes that and it fires the command. And that command is to call my Python script that I wrote called settext.py. And it passes the first command is the variable, which is the text that you had after the little exclamation point LED. And then what that does is that connects to the WLED server that's running on the ESP32 wirelessly over here and relays it as a JSON packet. So it just takes the text and puts it in a JSON packet that says, oh, use this effect and use this text, scroll speed, blah, 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 blah. And then it sends that packet to port 80 on this thing. My little script sends port 80 on this, and then WLED then loads that effect and starts scrolling that text. And so that's like the whole chain of custody that's happening here. And the only thing that's like that's actually had to be built was one ESP32, a couple of wires, like little bodge wires, like these things right here. Just buy tons of them. A couple of those, an ESP32. I'm not even using external power. I'm just powering it off of a USB brick plugged into here, and that's powering the whole sign. Like I don't have external power for that. It's just USB power out into the ESP32 and then out to the sign, and that's all. And people can control that from chat, and it's tied into all the events. So if somebody goes to my Twitch channel and subscribes, and it's always on 24/7. So even if somebody will resub, like sometimes somebody will sub their Prime in the middle of the night, I'll just look over here and I'll be scrolling and be like, oh, somebody resubscribed, because it just runs 24/7 over here, and people can control it from chat. I thought, man, that's really freaking cool, and I really like it. It actually kind of spices up the place. So if you guys ever want to know how to make one of these for yourself, I'm not going to sit here and camp and act like, and gatekeep over this technology. because a lot of people already are aware of WLED, the project for the lighting control for this. It's actually a really popular thing that people run on ESP32 for doing like lights for Christmas and stuff like that. But I haven't seen anybody else use it the way I am. And I even went to the forums and asked questions to figure out how to change the text on it and stuff better, because you're technically not even supposed to do that. So it's technically an unsupported feature that I'm kind of hacking with it to do it. And it's temporary. I'm not going to do this forever, because I want it to be able to show like, you know, emojis, and I want it to be able to do like color, you know, different color for different letters and stuff like that. I can't do that with this WLED software. So I'm going to ultimately write my own software that drives this. But until then, it's like WLED, ESP32, go to WLED.to. And then it'll automatically detect it when you plug it in as a comm device, and then it'll automatically flash. It takes like 2 or 3 minutes, and then it'll pop up on all through a web interface, and it'll pop up and say, "Okay, give it the name of your network and the password for it," and then it'll burn it onto the little memory of that, and then you just plug it in, and you got a screen that works, and then you just go start up the effect called scrolling text, and you name the segment. Like, oh, you can segment this too. Oh, I didn't tell you guys about this. Check this out. You guys, dude, I get so excited about this shit. I get so pumped, brother. So check this out. I can do multiple segments. So let's say I had like 20 of these, right? These can be daisy chained together. They just have a little pigtail over here on both sides. And you can plug that pigtail into as many as you want. Like I can put these all around the room if I want to, although the more you have, the more power you're going to need. So each panel, you're going to want to, you know, every maybe 10 panels, you'd probably want to add a power supply to boost it. And, but I can make this entire wall if I want to LEDs and tell it where they are, like how many arrays of segments they are, but then I can break it up into little screens. So like, let's say I want to make this 2 screens. I can go into my WLED software. Oh, and it's controlled by cell phone too. This is another thing. These WLED guys, cool. It's all free. There's no money involved. There's no subscription. There's nothing. So you got like WLED here, and I can click on it, open up the software, and then there it is. It looks just like my little web interface that I have for it, and then I can just change the colors. See? By just scrolling around.
That's cool.
And I can change the effects, and I can change how bright it is. I can set timers. So if I wanted to like do something different every 20 minutes, I can make it change the color on its own. I can do effects. I can do color palettes. Like if I want it shifting, I can just do randomly cycle colors, and then in the background, it'll just shift between different colors. Like, but the message is still scrolling. So really, really easy to use. But if I want to do multiple segments, I can literally just say, okay, add a segment, and this is a 8x32. So there's 8 tall, 32 across of RGB LEDs. So what I can do is I can go into my little segments here and say, okay, well, I'm going to make the top one 16 wide. So 0 through 16 and 8 tall. I'm going to make that 1 quadrant. So that should break it down. Now it's just scrolling on that half. See how it's just that half? Now I can create another one on the other side. And I can say I want this one to be 16 to 32 to give me the full use of all of the LEDs on it. And I'll call this new segment bleh. Click OK. And now I've got another segment over here that I can control independently. So you can still use the command and change the text on this side. So if you run another command, you can still put text in that window, but now I've got a second one that I can control here. And I can even tie it to a separate command. So if I wanted this side to show a clock or something like that, I could do that, and I could have have the users control those independently. I could even break it into 4 quadrants if I want to, but obviously then, you know, once you get to that point, it's like you can't, text isn't really legible, because I think the smallest you can do text is here. I think this is the smallest that does it. And then it starts getting a little bit harder to read. Like, I don't know. Can you guys still read that? Like, let's see here. It says, like, where it says
Saber Slay resubbed.
Okay. So it is kind of working. Wait a second. Did you do the Saber Slay resubbed, or did that come from Twitch?
That was it's an event trigger.
Oh, so Saber State, yeah, I can actually look at that too. I can open up those events. So as StreamerBot says, the last thing that occurred was action history. Yeah, resubbed on Twitch, and I can even open up and look at all the parameters for it. It looks like, yeah, Saber Slay just resubbed to the channel for 5 months. So cumulative 5 months with a 1 month streak. And so I have all this information just available to me that I can click, and I can reference it all when I send stuff, when I send things to the events, like the scripts. I can break all those variables out and send them to it. So if I wanted to have a Python script that had like 3 variables, like the color I want, the text I want, and some effect, I could actually extract those from the event and put them in there to set it, like color of the text. Yeah, so you can do just anything you want. And then somebody just fired a show message on display. Okay, this is not a test. Was just made by, let me scroll, auxiliary. Oh, you just did it. So that was cool though, because somebody resubbed to my Twitch while I'm streaming here on YouTube, and it showed up on the screen. So if you sub to my Twitch or resub to my Twitch, or do a tip on the Twitch, or do a cheer on the Twitch, or I mean pretty much anything, it will fire an event on the screen even though I'm here on YouTube. And I'm gonna set it up to do the same thing on YouTube. Oh wait, did you fire another one?
I did.
There you go. What does it say? Send me money. I won't say no. So anyways, I got my bless screen over here now. So I created my second segment. Now I can run whatever I want in it. So my second segment, I can come over here and say, okay, for my second segment, I want it to do more scrolling text. So now I have scrolling text on one side and the other side, and I can even change the color on them. So now I can change this one. If I just want like a permanent presence of a penis on the screen, I should be able to do that. So if I do this, this is so cool. Boom. Now I got the little the little D over here and the scrolly message.
What is the coolest piece of technology you own, and why?
Oh, that's a good question. Here, why don't you go first on that one? That's a tough one, man. That I've had people ask that before, and it's really hard.
I think so. I mean, it depends, I guess, on what we're going to call technology. But there is something that I have that I think is really cool. I don't ever do anything with it, but I've kept this because I thought it was really cool. Let me see if it's close by, and I'll show you.
Yeah, I want to see this, because my answer, I'll wait until he's done, but I'll give you my answer. It'll probably surprise you, because the stuff that amazes me the most is usually like the stuff you wouldn't think would.
So this is something really neat, and it's pretty old, and I think this is something really cool. So it comes in this neat little leather thing. It says Taylor on it. I think that's a brand. I don't think that's who previously owned it. And so check this out. I'm gonna take the thing out of it. Okay, so I'm sure this? some of you are gonna know right away what this is, and some of you are not.
A thermometer?
It's scale. I do think it is a sort of a thermometer, but I think it's actually a not a barometer. I think it's
it's like for measuring.
It's for humidity. It says relative. You can't. It's going to get all blown out, but it says relative humidity guide.
That's cool.
I did some looking around on it. So what you're supposed to do, I think, is you're supposed to get the little wick on one side. You get the wick all wet, and then I think based on the difference or something, it'll show you like how humid the atmosphere is around you. And I think the appropriate name for it is a hygrometer or something like that.
Well, hydrometer you have to actually put in water, don't you? I think a hydrometer you have to float in water. Oh, it does.
You get the wick. You get the wick wet or dip it in a cup. I don't know exactly. It's how to use the fucking thing.
Okay, why the hell do you have this?
It was in a box of stuff. Just a weird box of stuff. So,
like one of those monthly boxes or something? Or
no. My wife's parents occasionally will buy storage containers or storage, auction.
Oh, the storage locker thing.
Storage locker.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think that's where I got this from. They gave me a big box of stuff like, hey, here's just some stuff. If you think you can sell it, go ahead. And there's like laptops and old laptops and things like that. Not hydrometer, hygrometer. Yeah, hygrometer. Yeah. And this was in there, and I along with like some old calculators, like a weird old word processor and stuff like that. But I wanted to keep this one because it was really it's really weird and different and kind of fun. It's by Taylor. It says model 1325 on a printed out sticker on the back.
I just think it's funny that you think that that's like the coolest piece of technology when you like don't even know how to use it. It's just cool.
It's just cool. That's it. That's it.
It is pretty cool.
It's just cool because like it's old and it does something strange that like I don't know, man. Yeah, this is my favorite.
I'm going through and thanking all the super chatters like on the screen for a little while each time. It's like bitchy poo. I'm just like I'm running them through here. I'm gonna do Robert Settles. This is cool. All I'm doing is just typing this from the command line. So I just have a command line script. So I just type set text space and put the text in there, and it just shows up on the screen. Robert Settles. Just hit enter. Oh, I actually did a hash mark instead of a 3.
The instructions on this, it says locate dry bulb temperature in column at left.
Okay.
Locate wet bulb depression at right in same line. Value at top of column is % relative humidity. This is a condensed chart. Interpolation may be used for values not listed. For greatest accuracy, refer to psychrometric table for relative humidity.
Does it got a turbo encabulator?
The Taylor Instrument Company's Consumer Products Division.
Well, I feel like in the spirit of nerdiness, I do believe that you need to go get a glass of water and we need to test that thing and break it in.
I don't know that it works. Honestly, I don't know because I
got humidity right here. This is my room. I do it the old-fashioned way where I just have like an electronic device, say 50% relative humidity, 72 degrees.
Well, I
want to see it work, dude. You can't tease us like that.
Well, like I don't see like any mercury or anything red inside the tubes. Like,
no, I don't think it needs to work that way. Like I think I know how it works. Hold it up again.
Offline on Twitch. He is offline on Twitch.
I'm not on Twitch. People are just controlling this from Twitch.
If you go to the channel page at the top, it'll say like videos and about and blah blah blah. There'll be a button that says chat and it's got like a arrow on it.
Oh, they want to know how to get in the chat to play with.
I'm guessing.
All right.
That's because it took me a second too.
I'll just go pull.
I would think there would be some sort of reading on the dry one already. It says caution before slinging. Notches in glass tubes must be engaged in metal straps. Well, yeah, okay, duh, obviously, like they're in there. So I don't know that it can work because like there's nothing already visible in the dry tube. So I don't think that this is fully functional because there's nothing attaching the two thermometers. Like they're not connected really except by the frame.
Yeah.
So I don't think that this is actually going to work.
Because I was thinking the way the humidity so it's supposed to just draw the moisture up through the wick from the environment, or are you supposed to get it wet and then depending on how high the wetness goes?
The wick one you're supposed to get wet. You're supposed to drop it and it's supposed to be soaking. And then it's a matter of the difference between the dry bulb temperature and the wet bulb temperature, wet bulb depression.
Dude, you're teasing us so hard right now because now I feel like I have to know how that's going to work on my ADHD. It's going to go fucking crazy.
There's no.
I'm going to find instructions for this goddamn thing. What is it called? A hygrometer?
Yeah, it's a. Well, all right, it doesn't identify itself, other than that its purpose is to find relative humidity.
You know what? We're going to take this.
Assuming that's going to be a hygrometer.
All right, so I think I know what we're going to do. Hold it up on the screen here real quick so I can see it again. We're going to ask our buddy ChatGPT how to use this thing. So I'm just going to describe it to it. Okay, so here, pull it out of the sheath again so I can look at it so I can get it.
Taylor Instrument Companies.
How do I use a Taylor Instruments company?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hygrometer? Hygrometer, maybe?
Here, let me see how this.
It does mention for greatest accuracy, refer to psychrometric table for relative high humidity.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, how do I use
1325 pocket sling psychrometer hygrometer? Yeah, packed Pluto.
Is that it?
That's I think the specific.
Okay, let me type that in. So I'm going to say, how do I use a Taylor Instruments, and then I'll put in his information. Taylor Instruments,
because it does. Somebody did put a label on the back that says model 1325.
There we go. Number 13. Oh, perfect. Number 1325 pocket sling, psychometer hygrometer. And okay, now that we got the name, we don't have to describe what it looks like. I'm just going to type that. Let's see what it says. Okay, come on. Okay, to use. Actually, here, you know what? I'm gonna have the voice read by that creepy girl in the browser because I think you can hear it. I think it will play through the mic channel. But yeah, it's giving me step-by-step instructions, bro. This is awesome.
Isn't that neat?
Yeah, did you also see they added some new features to ChatGPT, by the way? If you guys haven't used it lately, they added a cool feature that allows you to stop it from generating text. So if you ask it a question and you accidentally screw it up or you miss a word or it's giving you a response you don't like, you can just stop it so you can start interacting again instead of waiting for it to waste all your tokens.
This is cool.
Let's see. Okay, so here's how to use your device, apparently. So here, let me right-click on this. Oh, shit, I did that in Chrome, so I can't do the voice to text. Damn it! Okay, anyways. Okay, it says, to use a Taylor Instruments number 1325 pocket sling psychrometer hygrometer, you will need to follow these steps. Make sure the thermometer and hygrometer are at room temperature before use. Open the case and take out the thermometer and the hygrometer. Hold the thermometer in one hand and the hygrometer in the other. Use the sling to spin the thermometer and hygrometer rapidly for at least 1 minute to cool
the thermometer
bulb. We got this. We're doing this. Yank it out.
The handles for. I'm supposed to.
Whip that shit out, bitch. We're doing this. Whip it out.
Supposed to go like this.
Yeah, dude. We're doing it. Whoa. If this doesn't prove ChatGPT isn't the greatest fucking thing that's ever been created, nothing will. Okay, so keep spinning it. Keep spinning it. It says you got to do it for. It says you got to do it for at least a minute.
The wick is supposed to be wet though, right?
Oh, hold on. Let me go back up. It says hold the thermometer in one hand and the hygrometer in the other.
Regardless.
Yeah. It says to do that. So, and then it says take a temperature reading from the thermometer and then use the wet bulb thermometer to take the relative humidity reading. Look up the corresponding relative humidity on the psychometric chart that comes with the instrument, and then record the temperature and humidity reading. Repeat the process as necessary. Okay, I can walk you through again if you want.
I'm supposed to take. I take the dry one out.
Yes.
And then just how am I supposed to take it?
So it says hold the thermometer in one hand and the hygrometer in the other. So the one with the handle, you hold in the other hand. Yeah, like that. So to separate them apart. And then it says take the temperature reading from the thermometer right now. So whatever it reads at the moment.
It's like that's why I think it's broken. I don't.
Oh, you're not getting anything off. Okay, so it's not
right. Like there should be a red line in there or something.
Oh right? No. It says hold it in your hand. It's supposed to get your. I think it's using your body temperature or something. Try squeezing it in your hand and see if it goes up. Because it does say hold the thermometer in one hand, and that looks like a contact thermometer. There you go. Just do that. All right, we're going to figure this out. Oh, my God. Spiker Han said, what is ChatGPT? Are you shitting me?
It should still be showing me room temperature, at least, because it's like 60 degrees in here.
Wait, what does it go down to? What's the bottom number on it?
20.
Oh, then it totally should be showing it to you. Is it Celsius or Fahrenheit?
I think it's Fahrenheit. At the top, it says 10F.
Okay, that's Fahrenheit. So and it's not showing anything. Like even when you turn it, you don't see a silver line anywhere in it.
There is a silver line, yeah.
Yeah, that's the mercury,
that
right?
Runs the whole length of it, but it's there's no red like there would be in like a old school thermometer.
No, the later thermometers, it's just silver. The ones that were red used a different type of mercury. Like the regular thermometer, like if you buy a thermometer today, I think it's just silver, isn't it, guys? I want to say the one that I had growing up was silver. I didn't have the crazy red one.
It's always red.
Really? I don't know. Let us know in chat, guys, because I had one that was silver. Okay, let's see if it registers anything. I mean, I will admit it is a pretty damn nerdy thing. I mean, it's like we went, but how cool is that the AI told us how to do it? So here's the AI in chat for you guys that haven't had a chance to play with this. This is about your life is about to change. So I'm gonna go ahead and spam this in chat for you.
Something like I'm 90 degrees hot. Like, come on.
And it's not showing anything at all.
No change.
Yeah, it's broke.
So I do think it's broken.
Well, let's see if we can get the hygrometer part to work though. Let's see if we can get the hygrometer to say something. So it says.
That'll be interesting.
So it says use the sling to spin the thermometer and hygrometer rapidly for at least 1 minute to cool the thermometer bulb.
Oh, I took a chunk out of the glass.
Oh shit!
Plastic. I think it must be plastic. Because there's no way that should have just.
Oh, did the mercury leak out?
I mean, not right now.
Oh,
but
good.
Perhaps
at some point. Yeah.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to get the baseline temperature
out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how many times I've used a mercury thermometer in my childhood? Like, come on,
dude.
And plus, it's probably broken and dead anyway.
Yeah, with all the fish you've eaten, I'm sure it's probably you already have all of it in you. Okay, so it says take the temperature reading from the thermometer. And then use the wet. It says use the wet bulb thermometer to take the relative humidity reading. Is there a bulb thermometer in there?
Well, that'd be the one with the wick on it.
Oh, that's a bulb thermometer. Okay.
Yeah, they both are.
And then it says look up the corresponding relative humidity on the psychometric chart that comes with the instrument. Okay, so at least now, you know something you didn't know before. You got a component. You got to spin that thing for a minute. Like to get the reading. So you're
wetted the wick.
Yep.
I wetted the wick.
You wet the wick and then you just you fling that sumbitch around for like a minute. If you guys are just joining us, we're learning how to use a psychohygrometer, specifically a number 1325 pocket sling psychometric hygrometer from Taylor Instruments that our boy Auxiliary has in his possession that he doesn't know how to use. He doesn't even know how it works, but it's the coolest piece of technology he owns. All right, here we go.
I didn't realize this was a swappy thing or a spinny thing. I was wondering about this handle.
I know it's a fidget spinner, bro. That's a useful fidget spinner is what you're holding in your hand right there. Richard Chandler said that's a rectal thermometer. You're doing it wrong. That's awesome. Oh my God, that's awesome. Yeah,
He probably has a mercury filling in his teeth. Dude, how old do you think I am?
Yeah, no, they couldn't do that. They said it wasn't compatible with the wood. Oh, Oh, George Washington burn.
At least a minute, right?
Yeah, that's got to be a minute.
Yeah, there's no chance. These are broken. These are dead.
Damn it.
Something about these is not. Yeah.
I'm gonna put napalm up there for the $20. Okay, so
that's cool.
So your coolest piece of technology on record, your coolest piece of technology is a random artifact that doesn't even work, that you didn't even know you were supposed to swing around, but now you know how to swing it around, but it still doesn't work, and it's still just as cool.
It's still fucking cool.
It is. I will concede it is very cool. But you know what else is cool? Is that ChatGPT not only knew what it was, it actually told you how to use it.
Yeah, that's the best.
Like here, let me see if I can paste this in chat. I think it's too many characters, but let me see if it'll do it. Oh yeah, it's way too many characters. Oh geez, really? You can only do 200?
I don't like that.
That's not a very lot.
YouTube chat.
Because you can have comments way bigger than that after the video publishes.
Yeah.
So according to this, it just says, make sure thermometer and hygrometer at room temperature, open the case, take out the thermometer and the hygrometer, hold the thermometer in one hand, the hygrometer in the other hand, use the sling to spin the thermometer and the hygrometer rapidly for at least, how do you spin the hygrometer and the thermometer rapidly when you have the thermometer in one hand?
I think the one hand to get like proper temperature.
Oh, got it.
And then you put them together.
Got it. And then look at the reading. Okay.
I think so.
That's pretty cool. So as far as
Which makes sense because, like, if it's super humid, the wick won't evaporate as quickly.
Yeah.
And therefore, the temperature won't drop as quickly, which I guess is...
I guess that does... That makes sense.
Will determine the difference between how quickly the wet thermometer drops, right? Because it gets cooled as it's whipping around. The dry thermometer won't. It'll probably just stay or won't change as much. And so the difference in that change... gives you some way of knowing the humidity. I have to step away for a few minutes. There's a football game about to start, and I need to do some fussing around with the TV to get it going.
Get it, bro.
So
I got you.
I shall return.
I got you.
In a moment.
Get it. Actually, I think I can even make me full screen temporarily while he's gone if I just say, where is it? Transfer... Mute and scene, is that? No, that's not mute. Add. Hold on, I'm figuring this out. But by the way, if you guys want to know how we're doing this, where we have the side-by-side camera, we're using OBS Studio, but we're not doing like 2 camera scenes in there. What we're doing is using something called Video Ninja. If you guys have never used it, it's actually a really, really cool piece of software. I hope never goes away. It's just basically a web-based compositor, and think of it like Skype, where you can just get a whole bunch of people in there, but it's more targeted towards compositing into a scene, and then it gives you a HTML URL or whatever, it gives you a URL that you just put into an HTML scene inside of OBS, and it'll render, and it'll automatically switch back and forth. You can have it do zoom into the speaker. We don't really do that because we like everybody to be able to see both people at the same time. We usually have David in here too, but really, really, really freaking cool. Really freaking cool. Oh, you want to know how Bat Knife's doing? Oh, Bat Knife's right here. No, Bat Knife. No, Bat Knife. Or, hold on here, wait for it. Come on. Seriously? Takes the... No, Bat Knife. Hopefully that sounded cool. Okay. So back to, how do I say, okay, add to scene, mute in scene, mute guest. Okay, mute in scene, that didn't do nothing. How do I do hide in scene? Oh, there it is. Hide guest. That's kind of cool. Let's hear. Oh, the nostalgia Bat Knife. Bat Knife is rusty. Bat Knife is critically rusty, actually. Here, focus. Yeah, Bat Knife is Bat Knife needs some TLC, and now I got AIDS. It's all good. I've had it forever. It's fine. So you guys want to know about my favorite piece of technology? So we already got old Auxiliary with his ancient hygrometer. I have a couple different favorite technologies, and the funny thing is this one is probably number 1 right now. So I don't think that's a surprise to anybody as much as we've been farting around with this. And the reason why it's my favorite piece of technology right now is because, 1, I built it. So I feel like a connection to it. It's like I built it, and it was so cheap. It was like $20 in parts. And honestly, if I bought it from AliExpress and waited like 3 weeks to get here from China, I could probably do it for like pennies on the dollar. And just the act of like, even though I'm using the WLED software and I'm not using my own firmware on it, I have programmed a firmware for another one to do other stuff, and it's stupid simple. So I love the fact that you can just buy these like little $4 microcomputers, and or what do they call them? Microcontrollers, and with fairly powerful processors and memory and I/O too, right? And just do crazy stuff with it. Like, I think that's cool. Like, you can just go get random components. Like, next time your printer breaks or whatever, like, pull the fucking screen out of it and wire it into one of these and make it into something else. It's like, now you start looking at everything that has electrical components and knobs. It's like, if this broke, this isn't broke though, so I'm going to sell it if anybody needs a mixer board. My old school mixer board, if this was broken, I could take it apart and take out every single one of these knobs and use them as a potentiometer to actually do something and control something as an input on the little microcontroller, and all the little buttons and switches. Like, now you look at every device around you and you're like, ooh, that's a potential thing that I could take apart and do something with. But creating this and integrating it, like actually using ChatGPT to learn how to write the Python script and everything to tie into StreamerBot, to raise the events from the very different sources and handle them and put text up on the screen. That's awesome. That to me is just freaking awesome. And I love it. Absolutely love it. Would I do a tech talk for old time's sake with Jay? I haven't talked to Jay in like a year. It's probably been more than a year, honestly. So he just kind of does his thing. I do mine. We haven't followed each other on social media for a long time. It just is what it is. We do completely different things now. But I love the dude. If he ever gets locked up in jail or whatever, hey, I'll be there to bail him out. He's a good dude. We just do different things, and we have radically different opinions on things. But I still watch his videos. He still makes great content, and he's still a good guy. So he's a workaholic. That guy, he is a workaholic. And he didn't want anything to do with Tech Talk, and that's why I'm so gracious that he handed it over to me. And, you know, he said, here, you can have Tech Talk and you can keep it going and go get yourself another co-host. And I did. And I quite like it. But yeah, but I'm never going to say it's not going to happen. It's entirely possible there's another Tech Talk in the future where he comes on or does something. Things change all the time, right? Never say never. Life is weird like that. But I know that Tech Talk wasn't something that he enjoyed anymore, and he wanted to be done with it. So, and I totally respect that decision, 100%. So those of you guys that have ChatGPT, that haven't used ChatGPT, you should. And that would be my favorite second piece of technology in my life. Is ChatGPT has completely changed my outlook on everything. Like, and I'm not exaggerating or being hyperbolic there saying that or sensationalizing it. ChatGPT is a fundamental giant leap forward in technology for like all of humanity. Like, it is literally the next evolutionary step from like search engines, like going from just having some URLs on a HTML page that link to IP addresses to having like, you know, these big, huge search engines that can help you drill down and find data very quickly. This is the next evolution of that. And the thing is, it doesn't just apply for searching. It doesn't just apply to searching for information. It applies to just about everything. It's like, this is a human-friendly interface that you can ask and interact with on any level, and it will give you something useful. However, hey, Retro My Bits, let's put a stop to that, bro. That's one thing I don't want to do. The drama. If you guys want to know, like, the number one thing that made it to where Jay and I didn't do things together anymore, it's the drama. The communities and the drama that they created, and the him versus him and the him versus him, and you're successful because of this and you're successful because of that, and all the things that people did just trying to push the drama there and trying to create the drama is one of the reasons that just made it not fun anymore. So I don't want to know who you like more or who you don't like. I don't consider it a compliment when somebody's like, oh, you're better than somebody else. I just appreciate it if you guys would just keep that stuff to yourself. You know, I'm not saying not have an opinion. I'm just saying please keep it to yourself, because all it does is lead to drama. All it does is lead to tension and just makes more people upset. So, and I'm kind of turning over a new leaf in 2023. Like, I want some change. You know, I got my medicine worked out now. My pain level is a lot more manageable. I have a lot more energy than I did before. I'm getting back into my old habits of programming and wanting to create things, automation, physical hardware, software and stuff. I want to go down that path. That's where I want to go. So, do I speak to Simone anymore? I haven't spoken to Simone in probably 2 or 3 years. It's been a long time. Well, I mean, I guess we've gone back and forth on like Twitter messages and stuff like that, but I haven't had like a DM conversation with her in some time. But love her to death. She's an amazing content creator. She is an amazing person. It's just one of those things where it's just the situation hasn't presented itself where there was something that we had common ground on to speak about for a while. But I absolutely consider it like one of the biggest honors of my life that I was able to help her connect with some other people. And I was one of the people that kind of helped her on that path, along with a bunch of other people through advice and connections and stuff. And even introducing her to some of the other people that I knew that, you know, led her on her path where it's like she's just an unstoppable juggernaut now. It's like everybody in the world knows who she is. And I think that is freaking amazing. And I love it. And that's like a super warm feeling. One of my favorite Skype calls of all time was we were literally on a Skype call for, it had to be 2 or 3 hours. Back when she did the first, the robot video where she had like the robot knock over the cereal box or whatever. And then like, you know, pour the milk on the counter. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. But she just wasn't getting very much traction on YouTube. And so I spent 2-3 hours telling her everything that I knew about YouTube, how to, you know, every which way I knew how to game the algorithm or to get more views or to do stuff. And she was just like taking notes like crazy, asking questions. And it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Hey, are you back?
I know the gal you're talking about. I can't recall her name. She had a brain tumor.
Yeah. Simone Yutz.
With the bad robots.
Yeah.
Simone, that's
it. The queen of shitty robots.
That's
Here,
so funny.
let me bring you back into the scene.
One to wake you up. And shit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so fucking cool.
There you go. You're back, brother.
She's a blast.
No, she's absolutely amazing, and she has just a really good outlook on everything, and her sense of humor is freaking hilarious. But what's crazy is that you can't tell. Nobody can tell that she's what is it? Finnish or Norwegian or what is her primary language? Shit, I can't remember yet. It's
Dutch.
Finnish.
You finish.
I can't remember if it's Swedish or Finnish. But the funny thing is she speaks flawless English. It's the craziest thing. Like she speaks English as a second language. Like it's not her primary language, but you can't tell it's not. Like her accent, She even has a little bit of like a California Valley accent even. And it's just crazy that she speaks English so freaking well, even though it's like her Swedish, that's what it is. Even though it's her second language and, you know, she didn't speak it until later in life. So I thought that was like the craziest thing. I had no idea until she told me during the Skype call and stuff, like what was going on. But the timing was perfect. The timing was perfect. When I met her, that was right when Will was stepping away from Tested. And so when Will stepped away from Tested, that created a vacuum. And then some introductions were made. I think Adam was even involved to make an introduction to Adam Savage. And she was like the perfect match for Will's on his way out. Here, let's get somebody in here. And so she did Tested, I think it was for like 2 seasons or so. And now she just does her own thing. I don't even think she's affiliated with Test anymore, but I know her and Adam still get along really well, and they're all you know, a big family still. But I think she just does her own thing because you know, she has to be able to control her own schedule and time due to health issues. And oh my God, do I understand what that's like. So she's awesome though. Absolutely love her to death. You're our inside man who can defend us against the Microsoft evil. In V, you are from the 5th column. You know what? I'll tell you this. Microsoft is probably the company that you have to worry about the least going into 2023. Honestly, there are a lot more companies with a lot more power and a lot more evil disposition.
Well, I mean, I guess they're not that evil, but they did. I don't know if it's just like a one and done thing or if they have to go through approvals and stuff. But they want to throw $10 billion at Open API. They want to buy 49% of Open API.
Well, I mean, how much have they invested in it so far?
Because of the ChatGPT thing. I'm not sure.
Because I'm going to say the whole thing's hosted on Azure, so they already own all the hosting. So
they're working to add that to Bing.
Yeah,
and Google's kind of freaking out.
Yeah, and Google should be freaking out because I think honestly, if Bing can incorporate that, not only incorporate it but corner it and own it, so that Google has to bow to them to use it, they'll own search. They'll own search across the board.
If they can, what's kind of shitty is Microsoft doesn't have any like smart home devices, like no product line for that. Because once Google figures it out and gets it attached to their speakers and stuff, the natural language processing is so outrageously awesome. Like that's going to change the game.
Yeah, dude.
That's the one thing that pisses me off the most about trying to like ask a question when I say, "Oh, hey Google, how do I do this thing?" Is there's no context, and it's basically just like a shitty web search. Basically.
It is. It literally is. That's what it is. It's running a web search and it's returning you like the text at the top.
Dude, if they get it figured out to attach it to their smart stuff, it's game over. Google wins all the things. Amazon's already bailing on their Alexa stuff. They've lost billions and billions on it, and they're giving up. It seems like.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Who do you think's already winning between Bing and Google as far as the search engine? And if it's Google, why do you think Google's superior? Because I feel like Bing's superior now. Like as far as search engines go. Like,
I don't have enough experience to say. I use Google by default.
I can't find a single thing Google does better.
I know Bing has had a way better image search for a long time.
And video search.
Like if you're looking for like a particular photo of something or whatever, they're great at it.
No, they absolutely are. Here, I can't say it, but I can put it on the screen here. I'm gonna say it's great for looking for. Hold on here. Hold on here. Here we go. Let's see if this works. So if you're looking for that, Bing is hands down the best. Like, and honestly, this is what people like don't understand is I worked at Microsoft and I worked with the people that worked on the team that did the vetting for Bing. Back then it was called Kumho.
Oh,
which sound like Kumho. Oh my god, I couldn't believe that they named it. They changed the name of it, but thank goodness it's Bing because it was supposed to be Kumho. And and they actually had an entire team with biometrics. You had to put your hand on a scanner to go into the room, and there was a security guard posted that their entire job in there was just to look at adult sites all day, vet them, make sure that they didn't have any illegal content, and then put them into the search and crawler for the image and the video search. So, and they still do that today. That's why there's more and more sites added to it all the time. It's like the vast majority of the big ones are already in there and they're fully indexed. And I mean, they are fully indexed down to the metadata. So yeah, Google can't compete with that even remotely close. So some people claim that Bing is still better for like finding search results and everything because they like the simpler format on their webpage and they think that they're better at giving more relevant results. But I would argue that it depends on what you're searching for. If you're searching for Microsoft technologies, Bing is better. If you're searching for Google technologies, Google is better as far as the first page results.
I've heard recently that, and especially with how Google has changed some of their search algorithm and stuff, that Google is no longer trying to.
Ooh, what's going on?
Sorry, I thought I heard my name. I'm gonna leave the ear open for a few more minutes in case something funny happens. Google no longer is attempting to give you the correct answer. They try to give you the most popular answer.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to
whatever it is you're searching for. It's not. Sometimes it's not even the most relevant, but the most popular.
So. No, 100%, 100%. And actually, it's in their best interest to do that if you think about it. And plus, the other bad thing is they always put the advertised links at the top. Whereas if Bing incorporates the AI,
deliberately skip the ad ones.
I do.
Even if the ad one is exactly what it is I'm looking for, I will scroll down until I find the non-ad link to the thing that I was looking for.
I actually
do not click the ad links.
I had a browser plugin. I don't know what happened to it. It was like years ago I wrote this thing. I bet you it's in the safe on my backup. I wrote a program that was my first browser plugin that I ever wrote for Firefox. That tells you how old it was. I haven't used Firefox in years. And what it did is it actually hid any block, any div that it found on a website that had the word sponsored in it or ad. So it literally looked for the text ad
there you go.
Or sponsored. And if it found that div, it would go all the way up to the parent, to the parent div in that block, and it would just remove it. It would just remove it from the DOM
nice.
By injecting JavaScript. And so you had to do a little bit of tuning on it because there were some sites that the way they did it, it would hide too much. Like it would end up hiding the parent and then you'd lose it. But as long as you went through and you said you looked for ad, whether it be in the ID or in the text or whatever, if you removed that div and everything below it, it usually took out the image and everything that was grouped with it. And I remember it worked really, really good. It also worked. And the funny thing is it worked on Facebook and it worked on Twitter at the time because now Twitter got fancy and they use like this weird query. What is it, jQuery or something? They use some weird language that obfuscates everything where it references on the back end. So now there's no way to like just look for regular text to use it. Although somebody did figure out how to crack it a little bit. Like there's a couple GitHub projects that created an API around it.
Yeah, the ad blocker I use it's funny because it like takes a quick second. Like I'll go to like trending topics or whatever, the explore page or whatever. And there's almost always like something right at the top and then it goes zip and disappears. And I'm like, that's the ad. It's same in the suggested tweets, like on the side. Like if I first load up Twitter on the right hand side, it'll be something in there, and then it disappears. It's like you just like removed that particular,
Oh, before I forget, I want to thank the rest of these people really quick because I keep missing some. Solar Empire, my man, thank you for the $22 you said for the fiber fund. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
I appreciate it. Here, let's get a
22. That sounds like it was a foreign currency that translated.
There we go. What's that?
That's a 22. That sounds like a foreign currency that got translated.
It is. That's definitely a foreign currency translation. It's euros. They didn't have pounds. They just had the euros. Purple Sky, thank you for the $5. He was actually the first tip today. He said, says you're offline on Twitch. Yeah, because I'm on YouTube. Yeah. However, I am going to ask you guys a quick question, if you wouldn't mind. And that is, when I do my Twitch streams, should I multicast to YouTube moving forward in 2023? Like, would you guys... Because I've toned my Twitch streams down a little bit because I'm going to start targeting them more to like programming and tech stuff. Would you like it if during the week when I do the Twitch stream, if I also multicast it to YouTube? So it's basically they're both streaming if all the events are tied in so that they operate from every site. Basically, I want to make sure that nothing gets ignored. And I can also consolidate the chats because I have the APIs for both platforms. So I can basically create my own chat that'll integrate. It'll basically say at the beginning YouTube or Twitch. Kind of like the old ICQ. You remember ICQ? I used to be able to have like AOL Instant Messenger and MSN Messenger and everything, and it would show you all of them in one chat window, but it would say which platform they were on. I want to write that, and it'll be a GitHub project. I'll probably even do a YouTube series on it. But I was like, if I can do that and consolidate together, then I can just multicast across multiple platforms, and I think that'd be pretty cool.
Physics says multi-stream, but copy over mod permissions as well.
No, I can do that.
You have to earn your YouTube mod.
Well, the nice thing is the mod is the same.
Different set of category, like requirements and checkboxes.
I agree. I was going to do it physics until Auxiliary said that, so now you got to be mad at him. So I was thinking.
I'm special here. There's a million mods in Jerry's Twitch.
Because the thing is, I have the API for all the platforms, so I could technically even put chat in for Discord. I could have it.
Muscle movement.
I could do Facebook, like the Facebook live stream, the Twitch live stream, or whatever, Periscope or whatever it is. I don't even know if that's around anymore. Or even Instagram has a live. TikTok even has a live. I could literally multicast because I'm gonna have a gigabit upstream now. Like, that was the big thing stopping with the gigabit upstream. I could multicast like 4K, down mix it if the site doesn't support it, and literally broadcast simultaneously like 20 different networks. And I bet you that would help so much with the growth of the channel in 2023. Just different audiences being able to discover it. And if I'm doing something tangible. Go ahead.
Any clips from Twitch or YouTube you should put up on TikTok and YouTube Shorts.
Did I tell you I downloaded my clips library using the Python script I wrote?
No, but I'm not surprised.
Do you want to know how?
ChatGPT?
Guess how much? I did. Of course, dude. I can tell you right now with confidence. I've only written 2 Python scripts, and they're very small. Like I'm 5-10 lines tops. I've only written 2 Python scripts that I haven't used ChatGPT to make. And when I say make, I am going in and tweaking it and cleaning it up and changing names. It doesn't give you clean code. Yeah, it's a good starting point.
Never perfect. Yeah.
Right. It doesn't ever do exactly what you want it to do. But no, I've used ChatGPT on everything, and I'm not even like embarrassed to say that. Like I had a person the other day. It's like, oh man, I'd feel so bad if I had to tell somebody I needed ChatGPT to do my job. I'm like, do you need MSDN to do your job? Do you need books to do your job?
Substack or whatever.
Yeah, it's like, do you look at the internet? Do you just memorize all of the ANSI C standard library in your head and all the variables?
What's the one that I copied so much code out of?
__ T print F __. Is that the where do you use that one? Where do you use that API? It's like, come on, dude.
For that. It's not Substack, is it?
I think it is Substack. There's Substack, and then there's God, what was the big one that we used at Microsoft all the time that we weren't supposed to because it was technically
that's the one.
Stack Overflow. That's the one.
That's the one. I
use technically at Microsoft we weren't supposed to use that.
I mean, yeah, I guess you might be embarrassed to tell somebody, but like, everybody knows that that's what you're doing. Like,
a bunch of people in chat are saying simultaneous streams are not allowed. Of course they are.
Yeah,
the WAN show streams on Twitch and YouTube.
That you don't.
The rule used to be if it was gaming, and I think this rule still stands. If it's gaming content, it has to be 24 hours ahead on Twitch. But if it's just chatting, or it can be multicast as many places as you want. So the trick is staying within the TOS of every platform when you're streaming to all of them, because you basically have to go to the lowest common denominator.
That's easy enough.
Yeah, I'm not planning, like, if I'm going to do a crazy hardcore stream or something like that, then I can just drop any platform that might have a problem with it. And the truth is, I might not even do all of them. I might still keep one stream a week on Twitch where I can just go batshit crazy and say and do whatever I want. Because Twitch seems to be the most relaxed. Twitch will cut me slack and allow me to keep monetization, allow me to, like, no matter what I say, I can cuss, I can take my shirt off, I can do a. YouTube has gotten really sensitive over the years. I mean, so much to the point that it's like they'll take stuff radically out of context and still deny the appeal. Like, I mean, I had one of my videos got copyright striked because, okay, I used a bad word. It was a bad word that was derogatory for maybe non-consensual acts with somebody. 4-letter word starting with R. But in the context that I was using, it was like literally like, you know, like doing that to wheat. like it was, I wasn't using it in the bad context. I was using it, you know, it's kind of like if you say like a bitch is a female dog, right? It's like the context, it didn't get the context. And I challenged it because I was specifically saying it in the video to prove the point. And I challenged it. And they actually came back and said, after review, this is still sexual content or whatever, 18 plus, this can't be monetized. And I was like, are you kidding me? And then I got another video. Because I used the R word that's for a slow person, but it was in the context of timing on a car.
Oh, geez.
Because that's literally the terminology. Like that's what you say.
Again, this is, man, it's going to help with like comment moderation of just the ChatGPT and the potential.
It's going to help a lot
because it's so good at the context.
Yeah, like check this out. Here, I'll demonstrate it right now. I got ChatGPT up. Kind of so if I type in ChatGPT, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to ask. Okay, so read this sentence and tell me if it's negative or not. And then I'm going to say, I am going to harvest the R word seed out in the field. Okay, and then it's going to say, the sentence, I am going to harvest the R word seed out in the field, is neutral. It does not express any negative sentiment. The sentiment is describing an action of harvesting the seed, which is an agricultural activity. Now watch, I'm going to change the wordage.
Yeah, do a sentence where you're calling me one.
Yeah, so I'm going to say
auxiliary is such a blah blah blah.
Exactly. I'm going to change, and I'm only going to change it slightly. I'm not going to give it a completely new one. I'm going to make it harder. I'm going to say, instead of I'm going to harvest, I'm going to change it. I'm going to R word my friend out in the pasture where the R word seed is. And then, so I'm still in the context of I'm in the field, I'm still talking that, but I'm slipping a thing in there that I'm going to do the same word to you. Same word, same spelling, enter. It says, God, it popped up and said, this is a violation of our content policy, blah, 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 but it's still answering. It's still answering.
Yeah.
Okay, the sentence, it says, the sentence, I'm going to R word my friend out in the pasture where the R word seed is extremely negative and violent. The use of the word R in this context is referencing sexual assault, which is a criminal act and a serious violation of human rights. It's important to note that any form of this violence, including the R word, is unacceptable. Now here, let's try it with the other one. I'm going to say, okay, so reading this sentence, I like this, is kind of fun, because if they applied this to the search engine, it would never get it wrong, ever. Like, it's going to be damn near perfect. So here, let me grab another one. So now, this time I'm going to change it for the other R word. I'm going to say, instead of I'm going to R word the seed in the field, I'm going to say, the car is running really rough, so I'm going to R word the timing 10 degrees so it runs better. Okay. And the verdict is beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. The sentence, the car is running really rough, so I'm going to R word the timing 10 degrees so it runs better, is neutral. It is describing a mechanical problem with a car and the actions being taken to fix it. The use of the word R in this context is referring to a technical term in the field of engine mechanics and is meant to slow down the timing or ignition of the engine to improve its performance. So yeah, now I'm going to change the word. I'm going to do this exact same thing, paste it exactly, except for now, instead of I'm going to harvest, I put the wrong word in there. Let me do it again. So I'm going to say, instead of what I said before, I'm going to say, the car is running really R word. And I don't think it will drive very well since the R word over there worked on it today. Okay. The sentence, the car is running really R word, and I don't think it will drive very well since the R word over there worked on it today, is negative and offensive. The use of the word R in this context is not technical, but rather derogatory. It is used to demean and insult someone with intellectual disability. This type of language is not acceptable and harmful to use derogatory terms to describe people with intellectual disabilities. It is important to use respectful and inclusive language when referring to people with disabilities. Now, Google and Bing would not have been able to figure that context out. It wouldn't. And Siri wouldn't be able to figure it out. Google ain't going to be able to figure it out. None of those will be able to figure it out. This gets it like perfect. And you notice it didn't just say whether it was negative or not. It told us specifically why.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I want to point out too, as good as this is, and I keep having to come back to this, this isn't intelligent.
No.
Okay. It's at its honest to goodness, at the core of all of this, it's what it's doing is it looks at your input and then it's guessing what is the most likely word that should be next. That's super, super reductive of what's actually happening here. But that at its core is what this is doing. It's a natural language processing. It's guessing what it's, because that's why it types it out. Well, I'm sure part of that is just for the look, but part of it is each word is it's guessing what should come next based on the input. But because the training model is outrageously huge, and GPT-4 is going to be even, I keep seeing trillions.
You said
inputs and stuff.
Hold on.
I don't know about all that.
500 gigabytes isn't that much if you think about it.
5,500?
500 gigabytes, a half a terabyte, half of a regular hard drive in your desktop PC
sitting in front of me. That's nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
that's all they trained it on. It's this smart, which is that much.
You have to remember, any AI, whether it's the Dolly thing or Valley or Midjourney or
it's a bit of a trick.
Like this, it's only good at its one or two things. That's it.
Yeah.
Like yes, this thing could probably tell you how to 3D print and manufacture a weapon of some sort like that, but only because it's really, 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 really good at guessing the next word that's supposed to come based on your input. Like it doesn't do anything on its own. Like it needs the input.
Yeah, it doesn't know how to generate its own input, but at the same time, you can trick it into doing it. But it's predictable.
It's getting weird.
It's predictable.
Like, there's a reason it's not good at math. Like it will spit out bad math.
Yeah, I've had to do it a couple times.
Because it's not built on numbers, it's built on words. It can't do math or it's not good at it because that's not what it was trained to do.
The way I look at it is
that's the killer.
It's only as good as the majority of the information on the internet that it's trained on is. So if you have a topic where a large percentage, and keep in mind, it doesn't have to be like 51 versus 49. There could be 50 different angles on something. But if the majority angle, even if it's only 5% and everything else is below that is the one that most people screw up, this is going to lean in that direction, have a bias towards it. So unfortunately, a lot of people on the internet convey knowledge incorrectly. So ChatGPT is not immune to understanding that it's wrong. And that's the assumption that it makes. It's always right. So think of that friend that you have that can't be wrong. That's exactly what ChatGPT is. It's Dunning-Kruger, and there's no way to program. That's not a programmed trait. That's an artifact of how it works. The way it works is it knows everything because the full sum of human knowledge is what it knows right now. Like that's just it. And if it's outside of its wheelhouse, it just basically gets as close as it can to it, but it still treats it as if that is the correct answer. You'll never find it saying, "Ooh, I'm not 100% sure on that. Don't quote me on that, but it might be this." It'll just say, because of this, it's that name or whatever. And then if you say, "No, you're wrong," it'll go, "Oh," then it'll fall back to the lesser training. And that's why you can keep asking it questions. Like it got a marriage wrong the other day. Somebody said, "Hey, who's this person married to?" And it said they were married to the wrong person. And all you had to do was tell it was wrong. No, that's wrong. And it immediately goes, "Oh, my apology. They're actually married to the other person. It's a common misconception." You're like, well, why didn't it give me the right answer if it already knew? It didn't know until you told it was wrong. Because until you told it was wrong in that context, its training said that the first one was right. And in the context, you corrected it. But then as soon as you start a new conversation, it forgets that. Because remember, everything that you're chatting with, you're not training it.
I don't think that's true. I do think, maybe not in real time, but I do think that, because think of the changes that they've made over the month or so that we've all been playing with this. They are definitely looking at I think it's more manual. It doesn't learn like actively, but I think every update that they are tweaking it based on the gobs and gobs of inputs that they're getting from people.
I agree that they're looking at the questions that are being asked and they're tweaking it, tuning it, and training it based on where it gets shit wrong, but it does not learn from what you're typing in directly. So
not directly,
because it has to be updated by them and it has to be learned externally. They're not pointing it at the questions and say, go look at the questions and learn from that.
But I guarantee it would be stupid not to take all of this data and use it to continuously train the model. Ask it what questions are asked, how the responses are, how the users are responding to the outputs. It's not recursive, right? Like it's not, like I said, like it's not actively looking at its at itself,
yeah,
right, to get better. It's definitely being trained, or the data is being used to like sort of retrain the model, like continuously.
Yeah, and they did say that they do look at the questions to see where it really horks stuff up, so that they can tune the algorithm to learn better in those situations. Mm-hmm. But the reason that it can't train, like the technology doesn't allow it to learn from you directly. Like, because I thought that in the beginning too. I'm like, hey, it's an AI. Let's teach it about life, and then after I teach it for a couple of years, it's going to know my personal details and it's going to know how to communicate with me. In the context of a conversation, yes, you can get it to do that, but that's because everything is building up like a hash to that point. The second you stop that conversation, it's gone forever. They don't keep it.
They said it can only look back about 3,000 or 3,000 to 5,000 words.
Right. Because I think it only take like a billion variables. Once you get to a billion variables, it can't absorb anymore, and the conversation has to end. Yeah. So, but they can expand on that later. Like the technology will get better, and it'll get better at remembering longer conversations. But the cool thing is like
I will pay to either host a local model like you can do with DALL-E, or to have a more robust access to like have it remember everything in the conversation.
Yeah.
Or They send out emails to people asking like how much do you think, how much would be too much, how much would be just right, how much would be like, if it was less than this, would it be like, would it seem cheap and scuzzy or whatever. So
what they will be able to do with this though is they'll be able to establish a baseline training based on how you communicate with it. And then for search engines and stuff like that, they can have it communicate with you using that as a guide. So like, for instance, if you had a search engine and you're always searching for, the ladies, it may pick up on that and learn that. And then that might actually become a keyword in the initial conversation that you have with it later. So if it knows the core things, like you remember how we trick the AI into letting us ask it certain questions?
Oh, yeah.
You can do the same thing with like create a block of text. And I did this for when I was coding. I noticed that it kept making the same mistake with Python. I kept asking it a question. It kept making the same stupid mistake over and over again. And if I told it to stop making that stupid mistake, it would never respond again with the wrong one. So in my conversations that I have about Python, I keep a list of the things that it gets wrong. And I just put a block. I say, I am going to ask you a series of questions about programming in Python. And just so you know, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, and this is wrong. So I grabbed those little blocks and I put them in there. And I said, I want you to make sure that anytime you recommend anything with this API, that you replace it with this other API or this other library that I'm more common with. And then you hit enter and it says, okay, affirmative, and I will do this. And then when you ask it a question, it won't focus on the broken library. It won't get stuck or caught up on the thing that doesn't work the first time. And so if you're and that's what I love about it. It's kind of like a project. Your conversations are like projects. Like you could open up a conversation and get this thing really, really dialed in and tuned for doing something. But now you go back to that conversation anytime you want to ask, and you just go up. You scroll up to where you started the last conversation, but where it still knows everything you want it to know, and you start the conversation from there, and it'll continue with all the knowledge before it. So you don't have to go into a conversation and keep adding to it. Like when you run out of things you ask it, and it's like, oh, sorry, exceeded, or the service is disconnected, or that you can't continue the chat, you can just scroll up. You can scroll all the way up to where it started answering your questions the way that you liked. And then you can just click edit from there, so resubmit it, and it'll delete the whole conversation below and start again from that point. So like, nice. If I wanted to, I could say, okay, watch, I'll create a new chat and I'll say, I want you to respond to me like a mechanic would using hyper technical terminology. And I want you to be as short as humanly possible, since I don't need a lot of extra input, just the direct questions or answers, direct answers. Are you ready for my questions? Okay, so I type that. And it says affirmative, proceed with your inquiry. So notice it's like being very short and sweet, just like I said. Now, if I save the conversation there, so now I have my mechanic conversation. When I come in, I'm going to say, how do I change it? Let's see here. What is the best spark plug for a 2005 Subaru WRX STI with 100K hard miles running 20 PSI of boost with blow by on cylinder 2 and 4? It says, I recommend NGK V-Power 97506. Done. It didn't give me like a big, like normally it'd give me a big spiel about it and why it selected it. It's like, no, I told it I'm an expert. Just fucking tell me. So I can say, okay, what size wrench do I need? What size wrench do I need to remove the EC? Oh, you do?
It's 2:00.
Oh no, that's fine, dude. I know you're on a timetable. You going to get out? You mind if I keep going for a while?
I don't mind. That's cool.
All right, let's get you out of here. I'll round up a couple more super chat bucks for you while you're gone.
Cool. So little.
Woo! No, we actually today was a pretty good day, man. A lot of people helped out.
I might stream a little later today.
Do it.
Actually, I have a bunch of parts and stuff I got to work through, and I'm feeling pumped up for the year.
Are you going to be streaming on Twitch or YouTube?
Twitch.
On Twitch. So text me later on my phone when you're streaming, and I'll go over and raid with whoever's sitting in my chat over there.
Right on.
All right, peace out, brother. You have yourself a wonderful Saturday. Love your face. I'm still feeling like I got some piss and vinegar in me, so we're gonna keep going. So what size? And just so you guys know, I don't know if you guys know how it works. Like with Auxiliary, he's my co-host for Tech Talk. We just split all the super chats down the middle. And just keep it all easy. He's not an employee. We don't do anything like that. Just whatever the super chats come in, I just eat the taxes on it or whatever, and then give him half of it. Well, I give him half pre-tax. He can do whatever he wants with it, but I just pay the taxes on it because I don't care. It's nice to have him around, and whatever little bit of ad revenue it makes in the after views, which is usually no more than like $10 or $12. That usually makes up for the taxes. So it works out pretty good. I like it. That way we don't have to have, the employee relationship or anything like that, or any ownerships and contracts and stuff like that. It just makes things a lot nicer. I have problems with like anybody working under me or anybody being an employee. It instantly complicates things, especially if they're friends or family, and I consider him both. So I just wanted you guys to know I like to be really transparent on this shit. I said, really? That's nuts. You can limit in results this way. Yeah, no, dude, you can do anything. With ChatGPT will do fucking any. I mean, it's not going to tell you where to hide the body unless you trick it into it. But no, you can get the thing really tuned, and then save the conversation, and then you can also not just save the conversation. I think you can actually like save it locally. So if you want to, if you copy the conversation, all the questions that you asked in that order. If you copy those to a text document, you can even ask them all in one question too. Like you don't have to put them all in. If you save those to a file and you come back to ChatGPT, even under a different account or whatever, and you put them in, you will get it right back to the place where you left off. So don't ever think like your conversations are gone forever. They're not. Like as long as you keep the questions, because remember, it's always going to respond to you the same way. It might have a seed that changes the verbal structure a little bit depending on you ask, but it's always going to give you relatively the same answer if you give it the same question, if you don't give it any context above it. So no, it's freaking awesome. It's absolutely freaking awesome. When you need text, do you think you'll start using 3D printers again this year? Oh, 100%. I have to because I got to create a 3D printer case for this. I got to create a 3D printer case for another thing just like this. I got to create a 3D printed enclosure for this, and I want to do 2 more boxes above it because I'm going to build some of these for some friends and stuff. No, I definitely got to do some 3D printing this year, and I got to learn how to use Fusion 360. But enclosures are easy, right? They're like square. Put some nice rounded angles and stuff on it. Rounded corners. What do they call them? Bevels or whatever. Chamfers. Yeah, no, the answer is yes. I am going to get into 3D printing. And maybe with Loyal's help, I may even do some laser engraving too. Hey, Loyal, have you tried laser engraving on 3D printing yet? Like, if you do the laser printer on like PLA or something like that, will it actually like char it and discolor it so that you could technically like draw on it like it was wood or something like that? Like, especially if you use like a dark filament. I'm kind of curious because I think it'd be neat to combine the two technologies so that you could get kind of like a 2-tone thing going on with a 3D printed, like even put burn letters on the front of it and stuff. That'd be pretty cool. Let's see here. Can you can use Octoprint to send the print info to the LED display? Oh, 100%. 100%. I can even do it myself. It turns out Marlin, most of the Marlin firmwares that run on these 3D printers and everything, it'd be trivial for me to just connect up the USB cable to that and pull it through the serial bus. Or even through the network. Do I still have the Barnacules Buddha? I sure do, Sir Edno. Would you like to see it? Actually, if you guys wouldn't mind, I am overdue for a piss break. You guys mind if I go take a quick piss break? And when I get back here, I'll put it on this line. I'm going to go take a piss break. I want to stream are you guys cool streaming for a while longer? I know we usually cut off Tech Talk at 2 p.m., but I'm having a good time. If you guys are having a good time, I mean, shit, we still got how many people in here? We still got 307 people in here. So yeah, I think I'm going to hang out. As long as you guys can keep the numbers up a little bit, I'm going to keep going because I'm having a good old time. So I'm going to say BRB taking PP. Okay, that'll work. See, is I going to set it? And boom, there we go. I'll even put on some music for you guys while I'm gone. It should only be a minute. Oh, damn, did I run out of music? Must not have been enough music. Whoopsie. Oopsie doozles. Oh, that happens. Does the sign say BRB taking piss, or is it just me? No, it is. It does say that. All right, I think we're good. How many people are here? 295. Oh, we dropped under 300. Time to end the stream. I'm just kidding. I am going to go reboost it. If you guys don't mind, since I'm going to go into overtime, we usually don't stream this late. I'm going to say, taking Tech Talk into overtime. Auxiliary had to go watch a football game and do some stuff, and I'm still feeling chatty, so let's go. All right, let's hear bullhorn. Is that the thing? No, what is it called? Megaphone. There, I'll do megaphone emoji. I love emojis, and the funny thing is emojis actually hurt you for SEO like 99% of the time. So top tip that I don't take myself. But I like them. I've grown accustomed to them from like cell phones, and in Windows 10 being able to hit the Windows key and period, or Windows key and semicolon. Just so helpful. All right, so I'm gonna say taking out since I had to go watch. No, actually I don't want to say that. I don't want to say it like that. I just want to say I'm all by myself on Tech Talk since my co-host had to get going, but I'm still all fired up and want to keep going, so come and hang out and have a good time. There we go. Good enough. All right. Previously SpaceX crypto scam channel recovered. Wink. All right. I do loves my emojis. All right, let me see. Okay, let's tweet that. Go ahead and send that out on the Discord again for the people that didn't get in earlier. Let's see here. Still going strong on Tech Talk, on YouTube, going into overtime, since we normally stop at 2 p.m., but we're having a good time, and it's been a long time because of the hack. So we're going to make up for it today. Boom. Windows Key V is another one, by the way, if you guys don't know that one. Windows Key V is a magical keystroke. All right, see, does that send out? Boom. I just everyone to everybody on Discord. They love it when I do that. And then I think, just for good measure, I'm going to mosey on over to the old book face and let them know that I'm doing this again, see if we can't get these numbers up a little bit. Why are you not wearing your fancy suit and belt? I left it at the North Pole. Although I do got the voice. I can do the voice. Where is it here? Where is my Santa voice? Santa. Satan? No, not Satan. Santa. Wait, where did my Santa go? Did they remove it? No, where's my Santa? Oh, there we go. All right.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, friends. Please stand by while I tweet this out. All right, still going strong on Tech Talk, on YouTube, going into overtime, ho, ho, ho. Since we normally stop at 2 p.m., but we're having a good time. But here, I'll just say, I'm having a good time. And it's been a long time. How can we go? Come watch. Okay, cool enough. Post. There we go. Audio sync is off. Yeah, audio's not going to be great. Audio sync isn't going to be great. I got it tuned for here. I'll probably just put it back to my regular voice now. I have it tuned for
Twitch timing, not for YouTube timing. So I got a lot of tuning I need to do. All right, I can probably turn off the piss break sign. So let's just go ahead and put that back to what it's supposed to be. Perfect. All right. Let's see here. Audio and video are out of sync. That's fine. It does that with the voice enabled. It may have also drifted off because we're using Video Ninja, and I know Video Ninja has a tendency of slipping a little bit. But you know what I could probably do here? Let me see if I can refresh the scene. Stand by while I refresh the scene. Go into properties and stand by, refresh cache. Boom. Where'd he go? I don't know where he is. All right, that should be a little bit better. I just did a resync. It's funny because I'm still going through Video Ninja before I go back into OBS again when I don't have a co-host, so it's pointless. I should just be going straight to camera to you guys, but I don't feel like killing the browser and then trying to reacquire the camera and hope that it shows up because I don't have a lot of faith in Windows doing that meticulously and reliably each and every time. Let's see. Oh, coming over here, Squeaks. Thank you for the $10, by the way, brother. You are amazing. He said, are you still using an online password manager? Any recommendations for online or offline? 1Pass and Bitwarden, I believe, can both be operated offline. If I was going to do another password manager, it would definitely be offline. I just don't like the idea, even if it's encrypted. LastPass has shown that if somebody can guess the master password and they can get the encryption, you're boned. So it doesn't matter. It's like they all use a similar method, although I know Bitwarden does have some extra layers on top of it, but they're still all based on the decryption on your master password as far as I know. I don't know if they have a separate cryptographic key. I know Bitwarden is one of the more trusted ones, but LastPass, absolutely garbage. Would not use it. If you're still using LastPass today, I would highly recommend that you ditch it. Like no joke. Like just fucking get rid of it. Here. Oh, you guys said the quality of the video isn't good. Here, let me see if I can turn it up on this side. So if I go to video, let's see. Okay, so auto gain, auto noise, audio, user. There should be a thing in here I remember where you can change the quality of the stream. There we go. Change room quality. We're cranking it up. We're cranking it up to 5,000. You guys ready for this? And boom. Okay, so now I'm at 4,000 kilobits per second. Let's see if it clears up a little bit. Going through the Video Ninjas. Ooh, that looks like it's sharpening up a little bit. I don't know. Does that look better? That should actually look a lot better. I just cranked it. Dude, we were only doing video at 500 kilobits per second? Holy crap. Okay, apparently I'm supposed to be checking off topic, so let me go do that. Let's see what's interesting. What the fuck? No surprise there. Oh, this is great. So Norton, breaking news. Thank you to Wolf's Den. I appreciate it. Usually people say, hey, go look at off topic, and it's like nothing to do with anything we're talking about. I appreciate you actually getting my attention for something critical. So Norton LifeLock warns that hackers breached password manager account. Okay. And also I want to make this abundantly clear before I read this. This is another hack, but these aren't going to stop. It does. If you have an online password manager, it is only as good as the social engineering that the employees are susceptible at that company. Okay. So, oh wow, I am super duper out of sync. What the hell happened here? Let me refresh this again. Properties, refresh. Get my back in sync. Okay, that's a lot better. That's a lot better. Let's see if it drifts again. Come on, clean up. Clean up, get your shit together. If it keeps doing it, I'll switch I'll switch over to direct local camera. It'll look a lot better anyways. Actually, let me see. Can I grab the local camera? I might be able to. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see if I can. Grab the camera. Grab the camera. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. No, it's not letting me do it. Oh well. The audio is not in sync with the video. You guys are just way out of like I have to get used to you. Some of you guys are up to 3-4 minutes delayed. So when you guys are in chat saying, oh my God, it's out of sync. I probably already fixed the problem. So if I move stuff around, I'll end up breaking it. And then you guys will be like, oh, it looks good, but it's like broken again. So I just got to wait a while and see how it looks. Anyways, Norton LifeLock. Let's go read this about this breach. Let's see here. Bleeping computer. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind going there. All right. So bleeping computer. Says Norton LifeLock warns that hackers breached password manager account. Let's see, Jen Digital, former here. Let's have the girl read it because all news sounds better when it's read by the little girl voice. Okay, you guys ready? Here we go, and go.
Jen Digital, formerly Symantec Corporation and Norton LifeLock, is sending data breach notifications to customers, informing them that hackers have successfully breached Norton password manager accounts in credential stuffing attacks. According to a letter sample shared with the Office of the Vermont Attorney General, the attacks did not result from a breach on the company but from account compromise on other platforms. Our own systems were not compromised. However, we strongly believe that an unauthorized third party knows and has utilized your username and password for your account, Norton LifeLock said.
Yep.
This username and password combination may potentially also be known to others. More specifically, the notice explains that around December 1, 2022, an attacker used username and password pairs they bought from the dark web to attempt to log into Norton customer accounts.
That's how they do it.
The firm detected an unusually large volume of failed login attempts on December 12, 2022, indicating credential stuffing attacks where threat actors try out credentials in bulk. By December 22, 2022, the company had completed its internal investigation, which revealed that the credential stuffing attacks had successfully compromised an undisclosed number of customer accounts.
Whoopsie!
In accessing your account with your username and password, the unauthorized third party may have viewed your first name, last name,
Come on,
phone
speak
number,
faster.
Number, and mailing address, NortonLifeLock.
Keep reading. I didn't tell you to stop. Here, go.
For customers utilizing the Norton
There we
Password
go.
Manager feature, the notice warns that the attackers might have obtained details stored in the private vaults. Depending on what users store in their accounts, this could lead to the compromise of other online accounts, loss of digital assets, exposure of secrets, and more.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Retro my bits. Let's see what he say. It's good for where is it? Oh, Unity Tech. He said odds are they're getting it because the devs using LastPass to store the admin credentials. Oh my god, dude, I would laugh so fucking hard. Oh my god, I would laugh so hard, so fucking hard if that was the case. Oh my god, that's crazy. What am I using text-to-speech? This is the built-in Microsoft text-to-speech system that you can access within Microsoft Edge browser. See, there is a reason to use Edge over Chrome. See, you should be using Microsoft Edge. As much as I hate them saying that, honestly, I'm not a big fan of Chrome browser anymore. I've been using Microsoft Edge since 2 updates ago, and I can honestly say it works with all the Chrome plugins that I use. It's much nicer UI. It has a lot more features built into it, a lot more friendly for touchscreen devices and stuff like that when you're using them. It just integrates with Windows much better. Like, honestly, it's like there's no reason to use Chrome anymore, in my opinion. But that is just my opinion. Of course, I know there's a lot of people out there that are super duper fucking hardcore that don't like me, having an opinion on that. But it's okay. I'm still going to have an opinion on it. Okay, so continue to read aloud from here.
Norton LifeLock underlines that the risk is especially large for those who use similar Norton account passwords and password manager master keys, allowing the attackers to pivot more easily. The company says it has reset Norton passwords on impacted accounts to prevent attackers from gaining access to them again in the future, and also implemented additional measures to counter the malicious attempts. Norton LifeLock also advises customers to enable 2-factor authentication to protect their accounts and take up the offer for a credit monitoring service. The company is yet to disclose the exact number of people impacted by this incident. Bleeping Computer has reached out to Norton LifeLock, and will update this post as soon as we hear back. Update January 14th, a Gen Digital spokesperson has sent Bleeping Computer the following comment. Gen's family of brands offers products and services to approximately 500 million users. We have secured 925,000 inactive and active accounts that may have been targeted by credential stuffing attacks. Our top priority is to help our customers secure their digital lives. Our security team identified a high number of Norton account login attempts indicating credential stuffing attacks targeting our customers, and we quickly took a variety of actions to help secure our customers.
Oh, okay, that's just Norton giving their little spin on it. Okay, well, that's fucked. So I should probably go tweet that out right now. Let's see here. Talking Norton. The Edward Norton attack? No, what is it? Norton. Who did say own this? Who's the other company that owned this? LifeLock? Norton LifeLock. Who's the parent company of this? Symantec. So this is a Symantec Corporation hack. Holy crap, dude. All right, so let's see here. Talking about the Symantec Norton hack that just became public. Already. Fire. There we go. Get that clickbait to get people to come in here. All right, there we go. Boom. All right. Hey man, you gotta play the game apparently. That sucks. So it sounds like, okay, if you had a Norton LifeLock account and you were using a Norton password manager, you are most likely breached at this point. and exposed, I would go and do the same thing that happened when LastPass got hacked. When LastPass got hacked, the recommended remedy is go through every single one of your accounts, start with high priority, and then move to low priority, because keep in mind, you're against a clock. Like, there are people, the second the hack occurs, you have no way of knowing how far they are in and how fast they're selling the accounts and trying to use the accounts. So you need to look at your highest priority accounts first. That's going to be your emails, the accounts that you use to create all the other accounts. Those are going to be priority 1. Priority 2 are going to be things of a financial nature, because those are things that even if they're hit, they're insured, so you can just sign an affidavit or whatever if there's a false charge on there. But lock those down second, and then everything else is after that, unless it's mission critical to your job. Like if you're a content creator, YouTube, Twitch, like protect those first in your social media. But I'll tell you right now, go lock that shit down, and you have to make sure that don't just change the password. You have to disable and re-enable two-factor authentication, and you have to change the backup keys. Now, if it allows you to roll new backup keys without disabling 2FA, that would be ideal, but not every service allows that. But if you allow the same backup keys to be in place, even if you change your password and they breached your password manager, and you happen to copy those backup codes in there when you got them when you originally created the account, there is a good chance that they have everything they need right now to knock that account over, regardless of what password you put in. So take it from old Barn. I just went through this all over the last week, and I'm still fighting to get everything back. So DMT said just was hacked last week. 2-stage was the one thing that stopped them. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, two-factor authentication is strong, but it's not perfectly strong. Keep in mind, all the accounts that I lost, my YouTube account, my primary email account I've had for 17 years that's used to reset the passwords on every other account I have, it's literally the master key to everything I do. That account had rolling key two-factor, so through Google Auth, using the TOTP rolling key. It had an email verification, and it had a phone verification. And they walked around all those little steppity steps like they weren't even there, because they got a hold of one of the backup codes, one of the 2FA recovery codes. You know how when you sign up for service, you enable 2FA, it's like, hey, write down these 10 recovery codes that can be used to get your account back in the event that you lose your device or you forget your password or whatever. Yeah, they can use those to drive right around all the two-factor everything, even biometrics. So make sure that those are never placed online, never put in a file. Don't store those in your Google Docs. Don't store them in a file sitting on your hard drive. Don't store them. If they got to be in digital format, then make sure they're on a USB drive and they're stored away somewhere safe. But just remember, as soon as you plug that into a computer, if there's a keylogger or a screen scraper, any kind of malware like that that's deployed on your computer, all of those keys will get picked up, and they will know which accounts to associate those to start knocking you over at some point. So the most secure you can be is go get yourself a YubiKey. Go get yourself a YubiKey, $25. Supports NFT, so you can scan it on your phone. Just put it on your keychain, carry it around with you. It'll work with it'll work with your phone. It'll work with your tablet. Any of your modern electronics have NFC built into them. And for the ones that don't, like laptops and desktops or whatever, you can just plug it in through a USB. They look like this. This is actually the more advanced one that I wouldn't recommend you get unless you're like a programmer, because this is like an open source project that you can program this thing to literally be any level of security you want, but it's a nightmare to configure. YubiKey is simple. YubiKey is you go to the site, enable two-factor authentication, say, I would like to authenticate with a hardware key. It'll say, insert your hardware key, insert. And it's like, okay, we programmed it. We sunk it back up. That key is tied to this account. You're done. It'll usually let you put in a second key and program that as a backup that you can then throw in a safe. So if your first key dies, you got a second one to back you up. And so you got a daily driver and a backup. So $50 for 2 keys on Amazon right now, and good to go. And that's what I would recommend for most people. And the other thing is you have to physically touch the key. So even if you leave the key installed in the computer, like let's say just for convenience, you mostly use your desktop computer, so you just leave it installed throughout the day while you're using your computer. An attacker can't use a virus to compel the key to give it a code. You have to physically push a button. You have to touch it with a capacitive touch button on it. You have to touch it with something for it to actually send the code. It can't be digitally compelled to give up the code, which makes it extra secure, and viruses cannot intercept it. Like viruses cannot compel it to use it. Like if the user steps away and it tries to like log in through something in the background, intercept it and pull the key from the key, it can't do it. You have to be the one to push the button when it asks for it. So I'll give you guys a link to it though, because I have an Amazon affiliate for it and I like money. As a matter of fact, I need money to survive. So plus I'll tell you guys right now, I would never sell you anything that I wouldn't use myself. So I don't know if you guys are new here and you don't know me, you've never seen me before. I've been around since 2006. Yeah, I know, I'm old as shit. I don't take advertiser dollars. I don't do sponsorships. I don't sign contracts. I don't sell Raid Shadow Legends and shitty earbuds and fucking super high crazy affiliate commission things for services that I don't use myself. Nope. I am one of the very few honest ones, and that's why I fucking struggle to make a living for me and my family. But I do it because I'm hoping that people will always remember that they can trust me when I make a suggestion, and I stand behind every single thing that I say. And that's my spiel. So I appreciate when you guys use my affiliate links when you can, because it actually does help me out. But I'll tell you right now, if you ever get something that you don't like for any reason, return that shit. Don't ever hang on to something just because you're like, it's supporting a content creator, and if I return it, they're going to lose their commission. Or if I cancel it, no, if it doesn't live up to your full expectation plus some, then refund that shit. And that's why I only recommend people buy from Amazon and Costco and things like that, where there's no questions asked to return. Like, even if it's perfectly fine and you're missing half the packaging, you just take it in, hand it to them, they take it back, you get your full money back. I don't deal with anybody or recommend anybody buys anything from anywhere except for rare occasions where it's the only way to get it. That you buy it from anybody that you can't just like huck that shit back through the window and get your full money back. Like, I don't do that. I wouldn't even do that myself. So why would I recommend other people do it? So that's why you notice I don't share affiliate links to like directly to people, except for NordVPN, because of course they don't sell that through Amazon. And I'll be the first to tell you that, guess what? I don't have a contract with NordVPN. I'm just an affiliate. So I can tell you they're overpriced. I can tell you that their marketing tactics are predatory and stupid. But what I can also tell you is they have more servers than just about anybody else. They're the highest quality servers. They're the highest throughput servers I've ever used. And they have one right in Seattle that's right next to my ISP, so that doesn't affect my ping time negatively. And with WireGuard, I get my full 800 megabytes per second download through a VPN, which is fairly rare. So, but if you buy their service, as much as you pay for that as a premium, if you don't get exactly what you want out of it and you don't get the speeds and the pings that you want out of it, fuck that shit, refund it and go get something else. 100%. I am telling you and imploring you that you do that. And it's no big deal because they withhold my pay for, I don't only cash out once a year, and they withhold my pay for 30 days. So if you do get it and then you refund it within that 30-day window or whatever, it's like it never happened. Like, it doesn't affect me negatively. It's not like you refund it 30 days later and they come back and send me a bill or whatever to like return the money. That would be absolutely stupid. So now you guys have heard my spiel. Yubico is good, but those Jerry list is also nice. Those are Yubicos. Wait, which one are you saying that the key that I listed is a Yubico key? It's a Yubico Fido, and then the more expensive one, or are you talking about this one? Are you talking about the one that I bought, or the one that Hobbs got for me, the really high security one? Like, this one can actually be a Titan key. So, but only key, these ones are really difficult to set up. And there's no NFC. Like, this is hardcore, like, has to be plugged into the device. These are definitely not for the faint of heart. Like, this isn't the key that you just get and plug into your web browser, plug into your device, and it's like, oh, key is linked to your account. Just plug it in when you want to access. No, it's like, there's a lot more to it. But these also do a lot more too. Like this, I can program this where I can just plug it into a computer, put in my pin, push a button or hold a button, and I can have it run an entire script that'll like open apps, go in, type stuff into boxes, minimize, open things, run payloads. Like, this does a lot more than just a key. I can even set it up to push a button that'll connect to the site, put in my username, put in my password, roll the code, put in the code for the authentication, and then once the website opens up, it could even configure things, minimize it, maximize it, put it where I want, put the cursor where I want. It's super duper fucking overkill, but it's also really hard to set up and very, very confusing. And I'm still after day 3 kind of figuring out my way around it. So me personally, if I was re-rolling and starting over, I would have just got a Yubi key for the basic security, because it's just a lot easier and a lot more straightforward. Never show your key on. Yeah, go 3D print this, bro. go and here, go 3D print this and plug it into your computer, and I bet you can hack over all my accounts. But actually, he does make a good point. I know he's joking because it's a USB key and they all look the same. But yeah, you never should show your keys online. Like, never have your car keys or your house keys sitting on a desk or sitting anywhere near a high resolution camera, and especially not like close up macro, because those keys can be duplicated just from a photo. It doesn't matter what angle it is, as long as there's enough lighting that you can see all of the crests and valleys. You can actually duplicate that key successfully. So it's kind of scary how easy it is to do too. So it's like literally trace it in Photoshop, normalize it, extrude it on a 3D printer, and you can literally print a plastic version of the key that'll work in most locks as long as it's not jammed up. So yeah, same thing with credit cards. The only credit cards I use now, hey, what's up, Jason Rohde? Thank you, I appreciate that. The only credit cards I use now are ones that have smart chips in them. and I prefer to use numberless cards. Unfortunately, that's not always avoidable. But I prefer the numberless cards, like the Apple card, and I think my Amazon. I don't remember if my Amazon. I think my Amazon card does have an exposed number, but it also has the CCV code on the back, so you have to see the front and the back of the card at the same time. But I don't really worry about credit cards anymore, because if somebody steals your credit card and they try to order something to an address other than you, it cancels the transaction. You can also, I have a thing on all my credit cards where I just turn them off. And just on the phone, you just open up an app and you say, okay, I'm going to go buy something. Then you turn the card on, you buy it, and you turn it off. And that way, there's no, like, if a random charge comes along or somebody tries to charge you for a service that you canceled or something like that, it'll, like, give you the heads up. And then if it is something that you want paid, you can actually just approve it, or you can just leave it disabled. Another good way to handle that is, and I'm going to do this year for sure, is privacy.com. You can create a different credit card for every single service that you sign up for. And that way you don't have to sit on the phone for 5 hours to cancel your service. You can literally just kill the credit card that it's assigned to and have one credit card per service. And then if you ever see another charge on that credit card other than the one thing that you created it for, then it'll automatically raise a red flag and not approve the transaction. So, and then you just keep your regular pocket credit card for everything else. And by the way, I'm not an affiliate for them or anything. It's just I've heard a lot of good things. And this year is the year of security. After what happened to me, you bet your ass security is like a huge primary concern for me moving forward, like big time. Solar Empire, thank you for the $22 earlier. I appreciate that, brother. Graham, thank you for the $9.99. Always keep it at $9.99. I appreciate it, friend. Robert Settles, thank you for that $20 earlier. Just going through Eric G again. Thank you for that $5. Eric G actually was the first tip today. I just verified that. Thank you for that $5 tip when we got started at 11 a.m. Meat Puppet, Sheldon Miller, Retro My Bits, Bradley Smith. You guys are legends. Thank you for keeping us going and allowing us to do this, because this is a job that not everybody gets to do, and not everybody gets the lucky, and there is luck involved with it. A lot of people are like, oh, just, realize your dreams, work as hard as you can get anything. No, there definitely is a luck component involved in a lot of life's things, and one of the biggest ones is who you know and timing, right? So I'm not saying follow your dreams, but I'm just saying be realistic. If anybody comes up to you and they benefit from telling you that you can just do anything or be anything, and just if you work really hard you're going to succeed at everything, that is absolute bullshit. The truth of the matter is, the harder that you try, the better your odds are, for sure, but there's no guarantees. You could literally fall into $1 million, or you could work as hard as you could your entire life and literally fail every single break and suffer horribly for your choices. Even if you made the right choices that make somebody else filthy rich, because it's who you know. And a lot of people won't say that because it's not very nice. Like, people don't want to hear that. It's not the super motivational talk that everybody wants to hear to, like, keep them going and rally them. However, it's the truth. But I can tell you this: you do improve the odds by the things you do. So you should, if you love something and you're truly passionate about it, you should throw your entire essence into it. But don't ever do that for something that you don't want to do. If you're purely motivated by just money and you're doing something and driving yourself and pushing towards that goal just for money, and it's not something that you love and enjoy doing, you're never going to get to the point where it's anywhere close to where you want it to be. Like, pick something that you really, really love, and if you can't do it to make a living, like this, obviously, I haven't made a living here for 3 years. I'm just barely hanging on, right? With everything that's been going on in my life. But I'll tell you what, like, during the good years, it was absolutely amazing. And so it is possible to have good years. It's possible to have bad years. I just keep doing it because it's like, what else am I going to do at this point in my life? I'm 43 years old. I have some rather severe health problems. I don't see myself, riding a desk anytime soon. So I am hugely grateful that you guys allow me to do this here on YouTube and on Twitch. And a lot of people have asked me, this is the one thing I don't like about this job, is that tons and tons and tons of people are wondering. They constantly message me. This is like, I get at least 10 messages a day on my email, everywhere, saying, where have you been? Like, I haven't seen content in years. I haven't seen, like, they don't even know my live streams exist. They don't even know that I've posted on social media. They literally think I'm dead, and then they just pop out of nowhere. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe you're still here. I used to watch you like 5 years ago. The problem with the internet is it makes things disappear. Like if I'm not making a video every day, or I'm not pushing the bottom line, or I'm not doing sponsorships and running ads and running cards and doing all the things that make the platform the most money by being the most relevant and fitting within that box that makes them the most money in the shortest period of time, selling them as many things as possible, then I slowly get faded out of existence. So the audience that I've retained over the last 2 years hasn't gone up, hasn't gone down. It's always been the hardcore people that have been with me, ride or die, and they don't care if they get a notification. They come and find me. And I am hugely grateful for that audience, because without it, the internet would have killed me a long time ago. They've tried to take my head off a half dozen times and have failed, because the truly awesome people like you hang around and keep coming back and keep watching me. And it doesn't matter which platform I go to, you find me. And I absolutely love that. But as far as growth, yeah, unless you're doing the advertisements, signing the contracts, doing the brand deals, doing the ad integrations, running the ads, unless you're hustling and doing all that stuff, the platform's like, well, you're not as profitable as this guy. So we're going to slowly unsub you from these other guys without them knowing, and then push more of their content in your place so that we can change their habits and drive them in the direction of making more money per minute of watched content, right? Maximize the potential. And honestly, that's a business decision that makes sense. If you are a for-profit business, which every single one of these sites is, as far as I can tell, that is the correct decision to make. It's just not compatible with my own personal goals. I also, everything I make is from you guys. Companies aren't the ones paying my paycheck. It's from you guys watching ads. It's from you guys, giving me a tip. It's from you guys buying me a coffee. It's from you guys. Hell, even this Christmas, sending my son some Christmas presents. You guys made his Christmas most amazing. It's those things direct from you that allow me to do what I do and keep doing what I do. And I love that. I prefer that. I'm not going to become a millionaire. I'm not going to drive a Lamborghini. I'm never going to live in a castle. Money is always going to be tight. But you know what? By doing it that way, I don't have to bow to anybody, and I can say anything at any time. And that is the most freeing thing ever, because every other content creator I know, they act like they have no limits. They act like they can say whatever they want until the second it's a company that they are in bed with, or it's a company that they are technically contracted. Then they have to go silent, or they have to justify, or they have to defend. And unfortunately, when you sign those legal contracts, it's like you get sued if you don't do that stuff. Like, you literally signed a contract saying that you would protect the devil for a big grip of money. That's why you will never find a YouTuber that spams Raid Shadow Legends at people that have a gambling addiction and children under the presence that it's a free game that's never going to cost you anything to play, when they don't even play it themselves, claiming that they do. So you're more apt to get in there hoping that you find and get to interact with a person who's essentially just a bot. The person never actually plays the game. I don't like that predatory stuff, but the whole community always justifies it as if you don't do it, somebody else will, or, oh, it's all part of the game, or everybody knows, so it doesn't matter. And it's not true. If everybody knew that it was BS and it was a scam, then they wouldn't make enough money to keep paying these people $10,000 to run a 30-second ad. They wouldn't be the top paying, top monetized, top earning thing on the planet, selling essentially nothing but theft. You know what I mean? It's like that's not a good measure. That is definitely not a good measure. Oh, they must be good because they pay the most, or oh, they must be good because I see them everywhere. No, it's because they are willing to do things that other people are not willing to do. It's because they're willing to do illegal and bad things and ride that line. And I don't like that stuff. And that's a tough one for me that I talk about quite a bit over on my Twitch is the sponsorship thing. It's like you cannot have a sponsorship and be objective. As a matter of fact, I even talked to Knackers about this over on Twitter the other day. It is impossible to take money from a company to conduct a review and still call it a review. It's a commercial at that point. And I'm guilty of doing that early in my career too. And I always felt skeezy. It was very rare, but when I did do it, like the Kamigami robots, the whole episode is basically, guys, this is a commercial. These were given to me and they're paying me money to review these. They're paying me money to tell you about these and stuff. I felt so skeezy that I kept repeating it through the whole video. When they reviewed the video at the end before I posted it, they're like, okay, well, you didn't have to say that 9,000 times, but I guess it's okay. And the video was well liked and people loved it. And I legitimately liked the product, but because I was being paid for it, I was like, it doesn't matter if I legitimately like it or not. There's no way for me to say I don't. And because there's no way for me to say I don't, even if I do like it, then I still feel skeezy. But unfortunately, the big money is in lying. That's where the big money is in lying, guys. It always has been. It always will be. Unfortunately, that's not really something you can work around. You can make a living being honest, but it's a hell of a lot harder than making a living being crooked. Because, just to give you an idea, I get contacted every day. Even right now, it's I don't get a ton of views. I recovered my YouTube channel. I think I get, a couple, 3, 4, 5,000 views a day on videos. It's not a lot anymore on my YouTube channel. My Twitch gets a lot of viewership. I usually get 400 to 500 live viewers each show, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It's I have this tight-knit audience that hangs with me, and it gives me a pretty good turnover as far as stability. I have kind of a ballpark figure with the subs that I have and everything for any given month, how much I make versus how much I spend, which is never more. I'm always I've been literally for the last 7 years going into the pit. Just you guys, some months you guys slow it down a little bit more than others. But it's really hard not to take that money when companies contact you every day and they're like, hey, listen, we got an ad project for you. Would you be interested in? And Stream Elements does it. Twitch does it. YouTube does it. Every single day I look at my mailbox and it's like, hey, we would like to pay you $5,000 to do a Raid Shadow Legends promo. We would like to pay you $5,000 to do, or $2,500 to do a World of Tank. Hey, we'd like to pay you this much to sell Raycon earbuds. We'll give you $40. Every pair you sell, which I think they're like 89 bucks or something, $40 commission. Half the price that you pay for those earbuds, they give to the content creator, and that's not even including the margin, the profit margin that the people are making that are creating it and selling it. So that tells you right there that they're marking it up an additional 40% on top of what it would be sold on store shelves in a big box store if it was for sale there. It's multi-level marketing. It's the same as Pampered Chef and Mary Kay and all that. You're getting a shitty, inferior product for 3 times what it's worth, so the content creator can get a grip shit. But the problem is because those companies sell something for such a huge profit, like a gross profit, they make so much money that they can afford to pay content creators more than any other advertiser. Therefore, they always bubble to the top, and they're always the ones that are pushed the hardest. So it's very rare for me to get a thing. It's like, hey, we'd like to pay you $500, which is like more reasonable, $500 or whatever to talk about a product we already see that you use. Oh, you got a Synology NAS here. Can we pay you $500 to like talk that up since you already have one and use it? Rarely see that. You rarely see that. And that's because they don't, the middlemen, the marketing people don't even want to show you that ad, even if it's available, because their commission is so small on it. What they're going to do is go to the top of the list, and the top of the list is always Raid Shadow Legends, Raycon, pay-to-win games, gambling games, crypto fraud, fake charities like Omaze. It's disheartening, man. And I don't want to like go off on too much of a rant here, but it does drive me nuts that, even the creators I know, they all look at me when I talk about this. They're like, dude, just take the money. They're like, if you don't, somebody else will. Like, look, they already are. Look at those people. They still have an audience. They have more viewers than you, even though they're doing that crap. Because by associating with those companies, you also get access to their audiences. So you grow faster. The platform pushes you more because you have more views. They usually do put up products for giveaways and stuff like that, which giveaways will double and re-triple your channel every couple of months. And it's like, I don't want to do any of that shit. And it's kind of a hard decision going into 2023, because I'm like, okay, I've tried a couple of years of doing it the right way and the honest way, but people just really, really don't support the honest route very much. They don't. It's one of those things where it's like everybody individually says they hate something, but collectively as a large group, they still do the wrong thing or the opposite thing. And myself included. It's really hard to say, okay, I'm going to go shop someplace where it's a little bit more expensive so that the workers get paid better. It's like I'm sitting on Amazon and Walmart and shit trying to save $5, right? Because I don't have a lot of money to begin with. And so I totally know what it's like to be like, I hate that. I hate iPhone as a company, but I have their product because unfortunately the way my life is set up, it just makes everything easier and more convenient with my relatives and my family and everything. And so we compromise a lot. But the one thing I don't want to compromise on is I do not want to be another content creator that just sells people shit. I don't want to be a content creator that just makes grip shit of money by being sponsored by every fucking company that just throws, garbage amounts of money at me to promote their product that I wouldn't normally use. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sell people, I'm not going to sell people like substandard bulk overpriced razors or these like the monthly boxes. I used to love those, like the Nerd Block. I absolutely loved that back in the day. As a matter of fact, I wish that they would bring that back because the Nerd Block was absolutely amazing. I loved it. My kid loved it. It was a great thing. Mark Rober's box, I would love to get that, but it's a little too much on the expensive side and they always sell out. But Xander would love it, right? He'd absolutely love it. There are things like that have like great value that do have a high return, but unfortunately they usually don't have enough to go around. And or again they pay low, right? Like obviously, selling a Mark Rober box isn't going to pay as much as selling like a Loot Crate. Loot Crate made so much money giving you such garbage boxes that they offered to pay me $97,000 for me to drop Nerd Block. Like that was the contract they sent me. If I dropped Nerd Block and denounced them and claimed in my very next video, because me and my son would unbox a Nerd Block every month. And they're like, if you denounce them, and I wasn't paid by Nerd Block. Nerd Block, like they gave me an affiliate. So if I sold a box, I'd get like a cut of that box and that was it. There was no upfront money. There was no production money. There was none of that. Right. And so if I sold a box, they give me a little bit, just like an Amazon affiliate or whatever. And I love that relationship. Loot Crate comes at me and they're like, we'll pay you $97,000 if you just sign a contract, and all you have to do is in your next video, instead of a nerd block, you have to unbox a loot crate, and they wanted 12 videos for the $97,000. They said all you have to do is just stop opening nerd boxes. Just in your next nerd block video, instead of a nerd block, go loot crate and make the title of your video why I switched to loot crate. And they wanted me to spend a good portion of the beginning of the video talking about why I switched to loot crate, because it was a much better deal and it was a much better product, when it clearly wasn't. It was. I got to open one of the boxes and I was like, this is garbage compared to nerd block. This is straight up absolute hot freaking garbage for more money. And so I said no. And I felt good about it. I said no. I was like, I turned down $97,000 back then I had enough money that I didn't need it. Like I wasn't like losing the house tomorrow, right? I'm nowhere near where like how bad I am today. But I was like, no, I was proud I leave that behind. Like a week later, all of a sudden I start going through my channel list and it's like every content creator I know, hey, I've switched to Loot Crate, or now I'm doing Loot Crate. Oh, you did Nerd Block before? Where did Nerd Block go? You started doing Loot Crate. And it's like in my head, I'm like, I know you guys got the same deal, because it was within a week of me. And you guys all like Nerd Block, and we're doing Nerd Block too. And now you're all doing Loot Crate. So I'm sitting here, and I remember the CEO of Nerd Block actually even messaged me, and he said, dude, I don't know, you know, he said everybody else took their money. He's like, I can't compete with that. He's like, our business obviously isn't doing well enough that we can just pay everybody $90,000 a year or whatever. He's like, we really appreciate you, you know, being a customer and using the product and advertising the product, and we love having you. But they're like, we understand if you got to go. And I actually thought that was really cool, because the CEO of Nerd Block was actually a really cool dude. And unfortunately, their business failed because they weren't as cutthroat as like Loot Crate and the other businesses. But I thought it was pretty funny. They messaged me up and they're like, hey, we understand if you want to take the $90,000 and leave. Like, that's an insane amount of money. Like, we get it. And I was like, nah. I was like, no, I'm good. When's the next block coming? Thank you. And the other thing is, I always turn down super blocks. So Nerd Block had a thing called like the golden box, where like every month they would send out a couple of boxes that had like really high ticket items in them, like little golden trinkets and like game handheld gaming systems and stuff, like a really expensive item, like in the hundreds of dollars, like $500. And they were like the golden boxes. You never knew if you were going to get one. It was just random. They'd send out all the loot box for the month, and then 5 random people would get the special box. And they even messaged me one time, because I was, you know, I had an affiliate and I was doing unboxings of their box, and they're like, hey, can we just send you a gold box? I was like, we'd like to send you a gold box. And I actually told them no. I said, I refuse to open up and review anything in a video that isn't something that the customer's like realistically going to get. Like, I'm not going to dangle that fish in front of their face. And they totally respected that. And they walked away. Loot Crate, same thing. As a part of the deal where I take the $97,000, they would ensure that every crate that I received was the highest dollar crate, because they just put random shit in the boxes. And then a couple of the boxes would have the good stuff. And they're like, we will make sure that you, just like every other content creator that works with us, gets like one of the good boxes that has the amazing stuff. So you're opened up, you're like, oh man, look at this rare Pokemon card, rare this, and then everybody else is just getting a box full of like shitty throwaway shirts that nobody wanted to buy at a convention. And I hated that. And it just sucks watching one company succeed while the other one fails, when the one is making good decisions, the other one's making piss poor, horrible, illegal, like borderline illegal decisions. So it's crazy, man. Termination Shock said, I'm a bit behind. I don't watch Barnacules for a while because of time difference in the US. Is money getting short? It is. It is. My financial situation, because of the last 2 years being a health nightmare and all the crap that I've gone through, the YouTube channel slowing down, only doing live streams because that's all my health would allow for so long. I'm starting to get a lot more energy back, though. Like, it's taken a long time to get to where I am now, and I'm just now starting to see some benefits, and things are starting to pick up. So I feel like 2023 is like the year that I'm going to like pull up my bootstraps and get back to work. But yeah, it's like I don't take ad money. I don't take the sponsorships. I make almost nothing like on YouTube from my residuals from my past videos. The streams don't make that much at all. Like today was an amazing stream. So, but by the time YouTube takes their cut and it gets split in half and I give Auxiliary his half, this might be like a $30 show. So it's like, if you think about it, it's, you know, we only stream once a week. That's 4 shows a month, and $30, you know, that's $120. So that's a cable bill a month for 3 hours a week. Well, I'm going over the 3 hours today. But if you think about it, the numbers don't work out. So it has been a backward slide for some time now. But the thing is, I'm trying to figure out, now that I'm kind of getting back in the driver's seat, I'm like, how do I, this is my biggest goal, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to achieve it or not. It's been hard, is how do I create a YouTube channel where I can create edited content that enough people enjoy that they'll watch it and they'll share it and it'll actually grow without having to bait them with giveaways and bait them with, you know, and take $10,000 sponsorships so that I can afford to hire a person to go do the marketing and boost the SEO and grease YouTube to put myself higher in the algorithm and stuff. Like, how do I do it honestly, where it's like I just create content that just entertains and educates people, and the only money I make is off of whatever they directly give me or affiliate commissions for products that I use myself. Only products I use myself. If I don't use it myself, I will not sell it to another person, period. And I'm not talking about just like using it for a month and getting everybody else to buy it and then throwing it away. No, it has to be a product that is like literally a part of my life that I use on an ongoing basis, and something that when I stop using it, you guys know. Like right now, I've been using a Kinesis Freestyle Edge RGB gaming keyboard for, you know, this split keyboard. Can't use any other keyboard. I love it. I've used this thing for, God, 4 or 5 years now since it came out. And I don't even have an affiliate link for it. You know, I if you go to Amazon and buy it from the Amazon store, I think I get a little bit of an Amazon affiliate link. But I used to have an affiliate link directly from the company that would give me like $20 a keyboard instead of like $4 or $5 a keyboard. And I sold a lot of keyboards back then, but then they invalidated my affiliate link because times were tough like 2 years ago because of COVID and everything going on. And so I said, no, that's fine. So I let everybody cancel my affiliate links, and I kept on promoting the keyboard, and I still promote the keyboard today because I absolutely love it, even though I don't make anything from them at all. And there's tons of keyboard manufacturers that contact me all the time saying, hey, you know, if you switch your keyboard to our keyboard or whatever and do reviews on it, we'd be happy to sponsor your channel. We'd love to be a sponsor. And I'm like, but this is the keyboard I like. Like, I've tried other keyboards. I don't like the weird layouts. Like, I like this one. Like, if I can find another keyboard company that's like this one that creates a product that's superior to this, then yes, I would switch to it and I would start recommending that as the upgrade. But I'm not going to downgrade or get something different just so that I can promote it as, oh, this is the great new thing because I make more money selling it. And unfortunately, that mind kind of screws me out of my earning potential. And so I try to ignore the earning potential side of it. And I'm like, okay, so what can I do to actually like make money legitimately? And honestly, that the advertisement stuff isn't really working out. Like the way that's all going and how predatory it is, I just don't like it. There's insane amounts of money though. You guys see these content creators that have channels that aren't even that big. Like, you know, even a channel like 300,000-400,000 subscribers, and they're living great lives buying Ferraris and Lamborghinis and growing like crazy. And it's like, because they will sell everything. They'll sell the HelloFresh and the Raycon earbuds and crotch cream and boner pills and, you know, like the Blue Chew and shit. And because it's all super high ticket, like $10,000, like every YouTube video they're making is just $10,000 before they even get a single dollar of ad revenue. And it's like, so they're making, you know, they're pulling down, you know, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a month and just ad revenue, shoveling all that crap and then just living like, you know, their best life. And it's just super fucking sleazy and predatory, and I don't like it, but I understand why they do it, because it's like, yeah, I can't show them another way to do it and make that kind of money, because the honest route, there isn't that kind of money. The only way to make that kind of money is to be dishonest and shit and rip people off. And so, yeah, it kind of sucks, man. Oh, Deathsaw, you want a link to the keyboard? I'd be happy to give you a link to the keyboard. I don't even know if they're in stock, though, because they've been having trouble getting a hold of them. Let's see here. Kinesis, Gaming, Freestyle Edge RGB. And if you can find it cheaper somewhere else, like, don't feel like you got to give me my commission. I literally, it's like, I think I get like, wait, $199, 4%, so $8. I get $8 if you buy one of these keyboards. I think from Amazon right now with my current rate. But if you guys want to buy it from Amazon, it's convenient for being able to return it. That's why I like Amazon so much, is basically the return policy is just amazing, you know? And, but yeah, this keyboard has been amazing. I've used it for years. It's super fucking durable. You can get it in any Cherry MX switch. It's completely RGB backlit with multiple profiles. It's got one of my favorite features of it is all the macro stuff's built in. You don't need external software. You don't have to install a special driver, have a special program down your task tray to like run your macros and stuff. It's all programmed in the keyboard. You record the macros right on the keyboard, or you push a key sequence, it mounts it as a drive. You open up the drive, open up the text files, and modify the macros, and they're built into the keyboard. So if you take the keyboard and unplug it and plug it into something else, then you get the same inputs, and you got a bunch of keys on the side. 1 through 8 that you can bind to like passwords and stuff. So if you just want a 1 key password or 1 key enter something, you can do that. You can also do like mouse cursor moves and stuff with it as a part of the macros. It's just really convenient. It's a nice keyboard. It's well built. I do have some complaints with it though. I don't like that it does not have a detachable USB cable. I think that it's stupid in this day and age with like a $200 keyboard that you don't have a freaking detachable USB cable. Even though it's nice, it's a cloth like paracord cable that's like really heavy duty. I like to be able to replace the cables on my stuff. without opening up. And then like my only other real complaint that I have with it is it took a while for me to get used to the home and page up and page down button that's over on the side of the keyboard by the enter key. I mean, there was really no other option to put it anywhere else to keep the sides symmetrical. But that took a little bit of getting used to, because the whole idea is I love split keyboards because I can't type like this, like with my broad shoulders and my fat man tits and stuff. It's uncomfortable and it hurts and my carpal tunnel starts bugging me. So this keyboard helps me splay them out a little bit and turn them so that I'm in a very natural resting position when I'm typing, but I can also go to a laptop and type. Whenever I used the ErgoDox keyboards back in the day, I'd get used to having to enter on the thumb and stuff, and then I'd go to a laptop and I'd have trouble typing on the laptop because my brain would keep clicking and think I was typing on the ErgoDox. And ErgoDox keyboards are absolutely gorgeous. They're beautiful. They're works of art. They're more durable and industrial looking than this thing. But this just works. This is comfortable. It works. It's comfortable. I like the keys. I like the touch. I like the color. I like the features and the macros, and it just fucking works, and I love it. And you'll find that with me, is I like things that just work. It's like less flash, more awesome. Jerry, check out the Coolertron SMKD62. Here, let me check this out. Oh, I don't mind if it has less buttons. Like, I don't need all the crazy macro buttons. Let's see. Okay, so Coolertron programmable split keyboard. How much are these? Oh, $139. Oh, baby. 58 ratings, 4 stars. Okay, what were the complaints? Let me look. Oh, and it has replaceable USB cables. Oh my god. Oh my god, I need to try one of these. I need to reach out to Coolertron. Okay, this is pretty bad. So Coolertron and it's programmable. Split mechanical keyboard, 89 keys, programmable keypad with OEM Gateron black switches. I do like Gateron switches. 8 macro keys, and this one has the switch white with white backlit switches. So you can't get it with RGB. It's just one color backlit lights. Honestly, I don't care. I don't need like the rainbow. I got this for rainbow RGB now. I don't need it on my keyboard. Here, I'll give you guys a link to this if you guys want to check it out. I personally haven't used this keyboard, so like I can't tell you what I think about it. But this is the closest keyboard I've seen so far to the layout of the Kinesis that I use, and that's what's most important. And this one looks like it has removable cables. Oh god, this is awesome. Yeah, I like the design too. Here, let me paste this for you guys. Here we go. I'll just make all my money through affiliate commissions today. I'll just get you guys to go to Amazon and just buy a bunch of stuff, and I'll make a couple of dollars by proxy. No, that's cool. That is a really cool keyboard. Here, is there a way for me to? Oh, here, I want to bookmark this. Here, bookmark. Add to popular Coolertron programmable. Does it say here? Split mechanical. Okay, I'll be able to find. I just want to make sure I had a searchable term. I could find it later because I don't want to scroll through stuff looking for it. It looks like they have a 43 key version too. What is that? Is that a one hand? So there's an 89 key, which is the 2 halves, and then there's a 43 key, which looks like it's a half keyboard. Why would you just have a half keyboard? Usually clients need to recess per their own preferences. Wait, are the keyboards just mirrored halves? They are, aren't they? Okay, I'm kind of digging this. This is kind of cool. Their macro software looks pretty cool too. I definitely want to check this out. This is something very much worth looking at. Coolertron. I've never even heard of these guys, honestly. Looks like, oh wow, they make they make scientific instruments. They make like digital microscopes and oscilloscopes and all that stuff. Wait a second, what? Coolertron upgraded 15 megahertz DSS signal generator counter, high precision dual channel arbitrary waveform function for $105. That doesn't seem realistic. $109 for a microscope. A soldering microscope with built-in screen. Okay, I don't know. Is this a scam, guys? Step lightly on this. Let me see. Was that an Amazon Prime deal? Let's see. Coolertron store, $79. Okay, good. You can return it, no questions asked, if they try to screw you. I'm going to do a little bit more research on this because I went to their store and their shit is like ungodly inexpensive for what it is. Like a 7-inch LCD digital USB microscope with 32 gigabyte TF card, Coolertron 12 megapixel 1200x zoom with built-in camera for $109. That seems that seems way, way, way too cheap. Let's see what else have they got here. Sorry, I gotta scratch the bag. It's sticking to my leg. Okay. They got some clip-on cameras. Let's see, what do they charge for their... Okay, so screen H265 4K IPC 9800 plus IP camera tester. Okay, $303. That's more realistic. Oh, wow. They make ortholinear keyboards, too? For, like, macro keys? Okay, this is cool. Check this out. Okay, so whoever you were in chat, sorry I already forgot the name. I'm all over the place. Whoever recommended this is pretty damn cool. So check this out. I wouldn't mind having one of these. So this is an ortholinear keyboard, you know, and of course you can just draw on the keycaps with a Sharpie or whatever they are for macros. But that gives you 48 macro keys. And notice they're not staggered like a normal keyboard, but it would match your keyboard. If you had the split keyboard, and then you had an extra one of these off the side, you could use that as a macro keyboard because it looks like they're all programmable. So this would actually be pretty damn cool. What do they want for this? It's $90. I think $90 is probably asking a bit for this. And the only reason I say that is because you can get like a Stream Deck for I think like 120. I think that has the 32 buttons on it that have the actual like backlit screens that you can, you know, draw what they do on it and have the stateless stuff. So yeah, I don't know, maybe something like this. I think that this is something like maybe $60, $50, $60, but $90, that's asking a bit, but it's highly rated. Let's see, what else do they make here? They also make other style macro boards. Oh, they make one where you can print the keycaps for $80. So this one's pretty cool. Shopping with Barnacules. I hope you guys are having fun. Yeah, I'd get this one. So this one right here has, it looks like you can change the like lettering and stuff under the keys and the symbols under the keys by just like printing them out and cutting them out and then sticking them under the plastic cap that goes over. The cool thing, I want to find these caps. I just want to buy these caps because I think it'd be cool to take these caps and create your own custom little printouts to put under each one of them and stick them on a conventional keyboard. I like the 2 layers. I like how it sandwiches the thing between the layers. That's pretty freaking cool. Let's see, what else have they got? This company makes some kind of cool stuff. What I really need now is a cheap oscilloscope. Do they have like a really, really cheap basic oscilloscope? Because I'm now getting into Arduino programming and microprocessors like Raspberry Pis and ESP32s. And one of the problems I run into is I have a multimeter, but the multimeter is only good for detecting voltage on a pin. It doesn't really do me a whole lot of good when I need to see the signal. If I run some code, I need to be able to connect it up to an oscilloscope so that I can see the signal and the peaks and the timing between them. So I can see if like the thing I'm sending the command to, the reason it's not working is because the code isn't right, or the reason it's not working is because I'm outside of the spec of the thing I'm trying to send the data to. So as I understand it, an oscilloscope would allow me to look at the signal and zoom in and zoom out and stuff and actually look at the timing between the peaks and valleys, the highs and the lows, and determine if the coding that I'm trying to achieve is achieving the right result with the data going out of it. Wow, they got like little RG backlit, like 10 key things. Yeah, I don't know. This is the thing that's kind of weirding me out about them. Is some of their stuff is like ridiculously cheap for what it is, and some of it is really expensive for what it is. Can I show you something I use while mixing music and recording? You'll think it's cool as hell. Oh, absolutely, Physx. Send me a link. Send me a link over on Signal. I'd love to see that. By the way, Physx, are you not a mod here? Here, you're a mod now. There you go. I don't know. By the way, Physx in chat. That's my mod from Twitch. So, really, I know this is like, what is that called? Home Shopping Network? Oh, man. I got an itchy bag today, guys. I apologize for having to scratch myself in front of y'all, but, you know, hey, people pay good money on that other site for it. Let's see here. Have you considered using Buy Me a Coffee instead of Super Chat? Just a thought. Meat Puppet, thank you for the $5, dude. I really do appreciate that. And actually, I haven't. What's the site to set up to buy a coffee? I mean, do they literally buy you a coffee? Does it go on a Starbucks card, or is it just called Buy a Coffee and you get the money? Because either way sounds great to me, but the only thing I got to worry about is it doesn't do me a lot of good to have like, $500 on a Starbucks card when I got to pay the bills. So, I'm Lori from Shark Tank. Totally. All right, let's see. Let me go to Link. Okay, so Link set. Let's see what you got here. What do we got? Okay, what is this? Oh, I mailed these guys years ago. Oh, I would kill for one of these, dude. I would absolutely pull out a... No, I'm just kidding. I can't say that. I can say that on Twitch. I can't say it on YouTube. They'll ban me. The things I would do... Let's just say this. The things that I would do to get this thing are unspeakable among many crowds. Especially getting back into video editing and stuff this upcoming month. Like, this would be one of those things that would just be, like, life-changing. I can't believe you have one of these, dude. I mean, there's no way I could justify spending that kind of money on it, though, unfortunately. The old Barnacules, all day long. New, poor Barnacules, no, not a chance. Let's see, where the hell did chat go? Here, hold on, let me minimize this. So check this out. I can't do a screen share right now because I'm down to one screen. I got to get the other two screens set up so that I can get my VM environment set up and all that. But this is what he linked me. $549. It's called a loop deck. You guys have probably seen these around. There's been a couple of reviewers from them, from some of the bigger YouTubers. This is definitely something I would have had like back in the day when I was at the peak of my YouTube channel if it existed. It's basically an editing console. Think of it like it's a stream deck with tactile buttons built around it, knobs. So it's got the buttons that you can physically feel on the edges for like doing stuff like jogging. It's got a jog dial for like doing like color wheel stuff and getting things precise, like an analog dial and then it's got 1 through 8 to activate the different functions in the app that you want. And then it's got all the other stuff up above that's actually little screens that light up for the functions that you want. And then depending on which function you have selected, all the dials get mapped to something. So like if you click, like say you're in Photoshop and you click your paintbrush, then the dials on the side could be like width of brush, type of brush, color of brush, and then you go over here and you click edit, and one could be like a box clip, a loop clip, and so it remaps all of the buttons based on which function you have selected. So it's basically like 1,000,001 thing. And the other thing I like is the wheel. The jog wheel for video editing is amazing. I've always wanted one. The closest I've come to it is I had a 3D Space Pro thing. It was one of those Connexent 3D Space Navigators. Have you guys seen those? So I had a 3D Space Navigator, and I would use that as my jog dial in Adobe Premiere. And it was really cool, but the only thing I didn't like about it is like with a real jog dial, you can move it to a position. This was a load sensor. So you had to like put a load on, but you'd overshoot, and then you'd have to like come back and you'd overshoot. With a wheel, you start to get used to how much turning the wheel, like very precisely, your brain gets used to how much you turn the wheel to get to a certain spot. And then you pretty much know where a second or 2 seconds or a second and a half is. So you can just really, really quick whip the thing around and get exactly where you need to be. Like that combined with clip and it's awesome. It's freaking amazing. Oh, you sent me a link to its little brother? Here, let me look at that one. Is that one not $5 million? Yeah, see, that's more realistic. Yeah, $179 is definitely more realistic. And I mean, this gets you most there, but it's kind of missing the biggest thing, right? The jog dial. Like, that's the only thing I wouldn't like about this is this one's amazing, but that jog dial is so freaking useful when you're doing anything with editing content. Being able to move through a timeline in a video is probably the most important thing in video editing, is to be able to rapidly seek around and cut chunks out. And having a wheel where you can just go down to the second, like jog, stop, clip, delete, clip, delete. And normally the way you do that on the keyboard is you're grabbing the scroll bar and you're moving the scroll bar back and forth, or you're hitting play, fast forward. Okay, stop. Then jog back with the arrow keys and then clip. Having a wheel, you're just like, clip, done, cut out. And it over time, it ends up just saving you hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. It's freaking crazy. I mean, that's really cool. So wait, what is the loop? Here, let me look at the Loop Deck Live. Here, where's the loop? What was the one you just sent me? It's the Loop Deck Live S. So there's a Live S. Is there just a Live? Here, let me just look at all the Loop Decks. Does Loop Deck have a store? Yeah, Loop Deck store. So let's see, what do they got here? They've got, okay, the Loop Deck S, that's the little one. Then they got the big one. Okay, so the Live S is the easiest way to stream, get connected with your audience, manage your daily productivity, and perfect for your sound engineers, ideal for streamers, content creators, and productivity seekers. And then there's the Loop Deck Live, which is the same as the Live S, except for it adds another line of buttons at the bottom and 2 extra knobs. Oh, but that gives you the edge functionality. Okay, that gives you like the multi. So when you select each thing, you get like each knob as a different function. How much is that one? How much is the Loop Deck Live? Here, let's click. And then there's the one you had, which is the Loop Deck CE, it looks like. And then there's a Loop Deck Plus. God, there's a lot of these things. Three or four of them. How much is this one? Okay, so $269, but again, it's missing the wheel. I guess you could just add the wheel on with another device, though, right? Like, how much is just a jog wheel? I'm curious. So here, video, USB, video jog dial. For a jog dial, okay, so 59, but $60 for just a shuttle dial, but this looks like it's the crappiest shuttle dial ever made. Let's see, something that looks a little more higher quality than that. Boy, there really aren't that many options, are there? Oh, hold up. This actually has pretty good ratings, too. Save 95 cents with this coupon. Okay, look at this one. This is one I might try. I mean, I don't really like the way it looks, but for $18, like if I'm reading that right, like look at this one. So this is what I would get right here, because it has a play, it has the front button and the back button and the jog dial. So with this, provided it's programmable, hopefully it is for $8, and it's not. Oh, is it just volume? Oh, play, pause, back. I think this is one where I don't think you can program it. Can you? Let's see. Play game, 1 key, plug and play, driver free. Yeah, this is basically just sending the commands for volume and stuff like that. Never mind. I thought that this was a jog dial. It looks like it's just for controlling your audio. It's like a multimedia control for the side of your thing. It looks nice though. And I bet you could probably remap it. Like there's probably, you could probably put an Arduino between it and remap the codes that come from it when you turn the wheel. Because I'm sure when you're turning the wheel, it's just sending volume, and then it's just sending the volume and amount from the multimedia controls on the keyboard. So you could probably rig it into something, but it wouldn't work very good. Oh, you sent me a cheaper one? Okay, let me see how much that one is. Let's see. The cheaper one is with the dial, $189, but it has no screens and no buttons, no visual buttons. Oh, but it's got a button. Okay, so it's got. Oh, I see. So it's got a button on the side. So you jog. Oh, it's got 2 jogs. So it's got a thumb jog, a finger jog, a D-pad, 2 buttons over here that you could use for like cutting, a scroller up and down, and it looks like it's got a thumb button on the side. So this almost looks like a full mouse replacement. Oh, and there's a $20 coupon right now with if you use Edge. This is pretty cool. But again, it doesn't have any screens on it. I don't want to memorize all these controls. I'm getting old. I ain't getting any younger. My memory's not getting any better. But I mean, it looks cool as hell, though. I honestly think, yeah, that's what he sent me. It's a link to the tour box. You nailed it, Solar Empire. Meat Puppet, thank you for another $5. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much for those super chats. He said, as far as I know, another thing too is I don't really want like coffee tips here, because again, even though Auxiliary isn't here, because the deal that we have is he's here for 3 hours on Saturday. So even the money that I make after he's gone, I still split the whole show's earnings. So all the super chats that I get, even when he's not here, I still split that money with him for being my co-host, because I'm the one that's choosing to take the show longer. It's like whatever the show earns, and we split it. If I start doing stuff like, grab a coffee or directly pay me on PayPal like I do on my Twitch stream, where you can use any method possible, like I definitely use the coffee thing on there. For here, I just want to make sure that whatever comes in is a solid amount that all goes into one pool that's easily divisible. And so I've even considered in the future, just because super chats take such a huge chunk, like honestly, I really, really wish that YouTube would rethink that. The amount of money that they take from the super chats is just astronomically stupid. It makes no sense. They don't do anything to even remotely deserve it. I think that it would be smarter to have some kind of like a PayPal link or, you know, a PayPal thing on screen where that money just goes in and it's just the standard 3% PayPal fee or whatever it is, and then split out of that. Would probably be the better way to go, and honestly, but there's a lot of people too that wouldn't use it because going to PayPal and having to have a PayPal account and having to do that is a lot different than having a YouTube account that already has funding attached to it, and you just click a button, type in some numbers, and it happens. So I guess the reason they're charging you so much for the super chat is because they're basically the credit card processor. They're not using Stripe or whatever, they're doing it themselves, but still, it's ridiculous. Physics said, I've tested and modded a ton of equipment like this Barnacules Nerdgasm. Oh, you have? And what do you think? Like, what's your favorite? Do you like the do you like the Tourbox Neo, or are you a big fan of the first one you sent me, the big $500 deal? Carl Braun said, I have a DaVinci Resolve speed editor, which is sold on eBay if you want it without the DaVinci Resolve software. Oh, like the one that comes with the software? People are just selling it off that don't want it? Oh, what do they want for one of those? Because I actually really do like that thing. It's very nice. And I'm actually thinking of moving to DaVinci Resolve because as embarrassing as it is, I can't afford to keep paying for Adobe Cloud. Adobe Cloud is $60 a month I'm paying for a photo, and I basically only use Photoshop, Premiere, which I haven't used Premiere in like 2 years and I've been paying for it. I use Photoshop, Premiere, and like Adobe Acrobat, and I'm paying $60 a month to use that. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's highway robbery. There's no other way to get it. Like, you can't just outright buy those 3 programs and use them. It's all under the Creative Cloud marketing stuff. So DaVinci Resolve I actually have a code for because my wonderful, wonderful friend Adam bought me a code for DaVinci Resolve. And so I just got to learn the software. And since I've been out of video editing for so long, it actually makes sense for me to just jump into DaVinci Resolve and start editing out of there. So let's see here. Let me see if I can find this jog wheel. Okay, so DaVinci, here, DaVinci Resolve Speed Editor. How much are these things? $291 for a used one. That's still up there. Oh, wait a second. What? $22? 15 watchers? When does this one end? Blackmagic Design DaVinci Resolve Speed Editor. Oh, box only. Somebody's literally selling the box. Just the cardboard box for this thing. Ah, damn it. I thought I found a good deal. Yeah, it looks like these things are going on the low side for a heavily used old one, $189 up to about $295. That's still too much. Yeah, I can't justify that. It is a really killer jog dial, though. It's definitely like something that you'd see in a professional setup. But you know what I just realized? Do you guys know what I just realized sitting here? I'm sitting here talking about like how cool it would be to own this jog dial. And yet, I just built electronics. One of the topics of this very stream that we are so slowly getting through the topics today. I can't help but point out that I built that. I made that out of parts. So what begs the question is, what is stopping me from getting a jog dialer or a rotary encoder? Why don't I just buy a rotary encoder for like a couple of bucks, attach it to an ESP32, connect it through USB to the computer and use the serial interface because you don't need a lot of bandwidth to send a jog dial location. And then just create a piece of software that maps that to something that's usable within the software. That would cost me what? $30? $20-30? I could make a jog dial. I could 3D print the enclosure. I have 3D printers. I could 3D print the enclosure. I could even make it fit my hand. I could measure my hand and make one that fits my hand absolutely flawlessly. And I could do that dirt cheap. So here's the thing. This is the weird thing. Like, the human mind wants to think, like, the consumerism is like, go buy it, right? Wait, what does my screen say? Oh, it still says the Norton got hacked. We should probably change that. Let's see here. ESP32 plus WLED equals $20 equals this. There we go. Now everybody, if they're wondering how the screen is powered in the back, they can see what's required. I'd be happy to tell you guys. I'm going to make a video on how to build that and everything and program it, because I think it'd be really cool if everybody could go build something like that for $20 instead of having to spend like $90 or $100 for like the off-the-shelf one that, you know, people sell on their Etsy's. Can I ask what random questions for can I ask random questions for a project I have? Sure, Ben. Just tag me in chat so I can see you. When you tag me, it makes your post more visible. I can't guarantee that I'm going to reply to everything, though, because chat gets moving pretty fast sometimes. Affinity Photo is also on sale until 25th of January if you'd like to get in. Is Affinity Photo like an alternative to Photoshop? I mean, I'm looking. The thing that I hate is you get used to it. Like, I've used Photoshop and Premiere for so many years that it's really hard to switch to something else when you know all the positions by memory. But at the same time, it's like, it's not worth $60 a month for the Creative Cloud. Mechanical rotary encoders are garbage. Or if I was just very unlucky with them, I'd go with an optical one, though they're a bit more expensive. Oh, no, they're not. They are actually not, my friend. I actually learned a cool little trick from some guys called Haddington Dynamics. Have you heard of them? Haddington Dynamics, the guys that created the Dexter arm, the robotic arm that I used to have on the stream. It's down a servo. I need to add that to the list of things to fix, because it's like all I need is one RC servo and that thing's back in action. Well, and I have to connect the computer and get all the software and everything aligned and everything. So it's a little bit more than that. But that thing, the way that thing works to keep that robotic arm so cheap is they use stepper motors. But with the flex in the frame, the robot is all plastic and carbon fiber stuff, so it has flex to it. But it's still accurate down to like 10 micron or some ridiculous like 100 micron or whatever accuracy in the position in space. And you're like, how can you do that with the weight of the arm deflecting it? And it's because they did this rotary encoder thing where they basically print these shadow masks that go over the little laser beam, the little brake beam with the light in it. And they put the encoder in there on the axes, but what they do is they rotate it around multiple times and they learn it. So when you 3D print it, all the little imperfections in the encoder actually increase its accuracy. So you 3D print it and it's got all these little bumps, and you know, it's obviously you can't print something that thin and that small with like super duper accuracy. But because it trains it, the software trains it and it learns, they can get that thing down to super levels of accuracy, where the rotary encoder actually is what they determine the true position for, and then they move the stepper in steps to acquire that position. So instead of the stepper motor saying, hey, move 15 clicks and then we know the robotic arm's here, instead it moves 15 clicks, and depending on where the rotary encoder is based on the deflection of the arms on the rig, it can figure out the final position and adjust for it. And the cool thing about that is even if you pick up weight with it and it causes it to bend, like anywhere in the system there's bend or there's slop in the gears, it can compensate for that using those encoders. And if I remember right, they said I can build those encoders for like $5. Like, they're not expensive. Like, they're completely home built. And their whole robotic arm's open source, so I could probably just go download it. And they already have all the source code that's written. I don't know if that's public. I want to say their project is open source, but they do have the source code for training those rotary encoders. So all I would really have to do is I wouldn't even need a motor. All I'd need is a bearing, right? A big knob, a big heavy weighted knob, a bearing on it so that it moves nice and smooth like a fidget spinner bearing, or hell, I could even use a fidget spinner. And then I would just glue the encoder wheel to the bottom of it so it rotates with the knob. And then I'd put the brake beam and the sensor, the little optical sensor and the brake beam right there so it can shine through that optical encoder. And as I was spinning it, I could figure out by the amount of light that's making it through the crack where it's advanced to the next thing. And dude, this is giving me a great idea. I think I just figured out how to build an optical encoder for like next to nothing using a 3D printer and literally just like a bearing and a knob that turns. I mean, that's awesome. That's completely awesome. And the neat thing is, I believe ESP32s can register the voltage on the input of the pins. So if I built a circuit with a light, like a matter of fact, I probably have the stuff to do it right now. What am I talking about? Like, I bought this like little kit for my ESP32 here. And if I remember right, it has I thought it had an optical sensor in here. Let me see. Yep, here it is. So check this out. I might be able to do this. So this right here is an LED, a couple LEDs and a couple light sensors. You know, those little itty bitty light sensing components that can determine. Well, the cool thing is depending on how much light hits the sensor, it registers a voltage. So if I put an optical encoder in there that occluded it slightly, as you're turning the encoder, it's going to get less and less and less light, until it's completely covered. And then when it gets to the next fin, it's going to start getting more and more and more light. So the algorithm just has to be, as you're rotating it, step down, step up, step down, step up, step down, step up, and pull it fast enough that it doesn't get confused. Or if it hits max speed, just cap out there, let it spin until it slows down to where it can reliably read the signal again, and then continue from there. And I think, honestly, with a little 3D printed wheel that was just like, and some programming to calibrate it. So obviously, because each mask isn't going to be flawless, just to smooth it all out, you could just train it and then put in some noise reduction code. And a magnetic Hall effect sensor would probably be even better and easier to program for. But I like the idea of using code. I like the idea of using code to make something work really well. Like this was obviously 5 cents in components to have like a little light sensor and a little LED to shine at it through a shadow mask. And being able to create something like that the code actually shows like smooth movement. Like imagine if I built a jog dial that's literally like $5. It's like all 3D printed parts and like the knob off a stereo. It's like, this is it. I just take a metal knob off of like a stereo receiver, and I 3D print a shaft. I put a bearing on it, like a skateboard bearing. So it's sitting on there, and it's all covered. It's all closed up inside, or I put a little skirt on it to keep the light out. And then I literally just have the mask in there. I have an IR LED. I have the IR sensor on the other side, and I have the shadow mask in between it. And when I turn the wheel, all it's doing is opening a little crack in that wheel, then closing it, open a crack, close it, open a crack, close it, as I'm rotating it. And then the code is just literally, as you see more light, keep moving in that direction. And then as the light starts going down, you're past the halfway point. So keep moving in that direction. And then when it sees black again, that's a step. And then you're like step, 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 step. And just however many slices you have in that thing. And then you could just use software to keep increasing the resolution. I bet you from looking at the Haddington Dynamics guys. Come on, go on there, damn it. So I bet you. It's not going to be something like super easy. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I can just break this up and pound out in a day. But I think with some testing and stuff, I think it would be possible to create an actual fucking knob that would jog, like smoothly jog, and give a reliable input literally from a tiny little IR LED, a tiny little IR sensor, a 3D printed shadow mask, or even one that I just cut out with a razor blade with some cardboard. And then use the software to smooth it out, like add acceleration and deceleration curves to it. So if it's spinning too fast, then I can't register, like the light isn't registering fast enough, or maybe this isn't sensitive enough. Maybe I could even use 3 light sensors and 3 emitters at 3 different masked off portions. And then I could average the 3 and have them pulse at different intervals. So I have the first one pulse, second one pulse, and third one pulse out of phase, so that I could add resolution to it. And I bet you with just a couple dollars in components and some software, it'd have to calibrate though, right? You'd have to write some software to calibrate it. Otherwise it's going to be really jerky. You basically need to be like, oh, turn it 360 degrees, and then be like, okay, turn it as smoothly as you can 360 degrees. So it can basically log each one of the shadow masks and see how much more light gets, let through 1 versus 2 versus 3. And then once it's calibrated and it knows what each notch on the shadow mask looks like, it just creates an array. And it can figure it out. It can figure out based on the light that's coming through within a weight. It should be able to figure out which shadow mask it's looking through, because each one is going to be unique. It depends on how sensitive the light sensor is. Let's be realistic. Like, I don't know. For all I know, these light sensors are literally a 1 or a 0. They might not even have an analog potential. But if they do have an analog potential, or I can hook up a PWM circuit to it that would give it a false analog potential, then I should be able to make a rotary encoder out of it. It has to be a USB human input device. Then you could easily make that a product. Oh, dude, that's simple. All the source code for a Windows driver for a human interface device is public domain. It'd literally be like, I don't know, probably 100 lines of code to write a simple driver for a rotary encoder that would load. It would basically load as an HID device that would be a mouse, and it would use the wheel. That's what I would do just to make it easy, is I would just make it the mouse middle wheel. So like rotating the knob would be the equivalent of moving the mouse wheel up and down. And that would probably be the easiest way to do it. And then what I could do is just go get a generic mouse driver and then just cannibalize it. And instead of it getting the driver getting the encoding from the mouse, I would basically just wipe out that whole code path and say, just use the serial connection to the Arduino on COM whatever, right? That it's connected through the computer. Go through that COM port and connect to it and treat it like it's a serial mouse with a wheel on it. I think it would work. I mean, shit, over serial, you can do 119, or actually, no, you can do 200 and what is it? No, fuck, it's even higher than that. It's like 400,000 baud or something like that a modern serial connection over USB can support. So, I mean, it's going to be so fast. It's like there's no amount of data I could send at that baud rate that would overwhelm this thing. Even if I spun it with a drill, I wouldn't be able to exceed that many packets. When is this project happening? After my other 95 projects. Hey, Nana, you take it easy. You take it easy. Dude, that is a great idea. To help with the speedy turns, just use interrupts on the ESP32. SZ David, I haven't even made it that far, but are you saying like, when you're saying to use interrupts, are you saying like to register an event, interrupt like an event? Like where each time you rotate the dial, each time it detects light or whatever, it's basically firing an event? So that way I don't have to pull. It just automatically fires the event depending on the potential changing. Is that something that this thing can do? I don't even know. I honestly, just so you know, the only thing I've coded for the ESC, this is WLED. I didn't code this. I just figured a way to communicate with it remotely through Python to send it the right packet to get it to put text on the screen and scroll it. The only programming I've done so far is trying to get an LCD screen, one of these old style Hitachi, or not Hitachi, what is it? Yeah, I think it is Hitachi. Yeah, Hitachi HD controller chip displays. This is all I've done is try to get one of these to work with an ESP32, which I'm really close. And it was really easy code. It's like there was nothing hard about it. So the code itself, it's the timing that I'm having trouble with. I sent you a link for the perfect PSU for the LED screen. It had a plug you can screw wires into. Here, let me go look at that. Click in 15. Okay, so this is the 15 amp power supply. Yeah, it's $25 though. I do like those connectors though. It's the same connector that the Dexter arm uses. Oh, wait a second. Dexter arm is no, Dexter arm I think is 19 volts, 17 to 19 volts. Darn it. I was going to say I wonder if Dexter's power adapter would work cuz it has that same screw terminal on the end of it. As a matter of fact, I know exactly where it is. I'll have to check the voltage on it later. Because, yeah, the 15, that'd be perfect. Yeah, but $25 for a wall wart? Nah. Oh, wait a second. That one does 75 watts. There's a cheaper one. Hold on. What's the one? 5 volts at 6 amps, 30 watts. That's still twice what I need. That's only $11. Oh, that's a little bit better. So 5 volts at 6 amps would be 30 watts. And I think that only takes 15 watts, if I remember right. So, I don't know. Can you confirm that? Like, did you look up the specs on my panel? I want to say it was only 15 watts. So if it was 15, the 30 would be more than enough. I could buy 2 of the panels and drive it. Or actually, I guess if I'm going to drive multiple panels, I should probably get a power supply that could drive like 4 or 5 of them, right? If I'm going to get 4 or 5 of them. I want to see how much. Hold on here. I want to see what the difference in price is between Amazon and AliExpress. Let's go to AliExpress, shall we? I don't know. Are you guys still having fun? Are you getting burned out? We only got 272 viewers at 3:36 on a Saturday, so I think I scared most of you guys off. Oh, by the way, Meat Puppet, thank you again for another $5, man. You've been absolutely amazing. I appreciate it, brother. Squeak said, are you using an online password manager? Any recommendations for online or offline? I would definitely say Bitwarden is probably the top at this moment, the top trusted online password manager. But me personally, after my experience I wouldn't trust any online password manager. Like seriously, get something like, get something like this and have a backup and put every password and username that you have all distinctly different and hidden behind a PIN code on something physical like this, or even a key that supports NFC if you want to use it with like your phone and stuff like that, or just authenticate your phone and use biometrics and then put this in a safe somewhere. I'm never going to store passwords online again. Like, I'm done with that shit. I'm not even going to store it in iCloud. I'm going to go wipe that database. I'm not going to put them in Google, because then if anybody breaks the password on any of those accounts and log in or take over, they have access to all the other passwords again. I want to make sure that there is no physical place for anybody on the internet to go and hack into where they have access to all of the passwords for everything and all the backup codes for everything. I want to make sure that, yeah, you can self-host Bitwarden, and I think OnePass you can self-host too. So if you want to self-host your own instance of it on your own server, where your router can block connections and you have to make and you can limit who can connect to it and everything like that. Wait, are you guys over there tipping on my Twitch channel? I feel like you guys are over there tipping on my Twitch channel, because I keep seeing this thing over here change. It was 100, now it says 69. So I think people discovered that if they tip on the Twitch channel, it shows up here. Let me go look here. How many actions have you guys put in the queue? Here, let me see. All right, so we got show latest cheer that happened from, let's see, who is it from? King Zadorak. And then the last one before that was 100 bits from also King Zadorak. Okay, so, and then there's a Twitch resub. Who's this? Wonton resubbed to Twitch at 1:09 p.m. this afternoon. And then there was another resub over on Twitch while I was streaming on YouTube, which is really odd. And that was from Saberslay earlier. I mean, that's it. That's pretty interesting. That I'm here streaming on YouTube, and you guys are all over on my Twitch doing stuff. That's funny. That's funny. Hey, what's up, Oystein? It's good to see you, brother. Twitch channel is not live video. Yeah, I don't have anything broadcasting over to Twitch. As a matter of fact, I don't even know. Can you add an additional broadcast to OBS while it's in session? I don't think you can. So stream, it says, okay, so wait, YouTube streaming. Okay, so you can't multicast right out of the box with OBS. You have to you have to use like a multicasting service or something like that. I'll have to go do some research on it and figure it out. This is really cool though. Oh yeah, so what I was going to do is I was going to go to AliExpress. I'd honestly rather be watching you on Twitch. Yeah, on Twitch we've got a lot more integration on Twitch and everything. So I don't know. What do you guys say? Should we wrap up the YouTube stream since I'm already like way the hell over for a tech talk? And should we move this party over to Twitch for a little while? I usually don't stream on Twitch on the weekends. On Twitch, my hands are a lot less tied. I can say a lot more. I can use a lot more strong language, and I can do a lot more things on Twitch than I can do here on YouTube. That's why we just use this for like tech talk. But I want to make sure I hit all the topics first. Okay. So Barnacules hacked. The first half of the stream covered that, but I just want to do a quick little recap for you joining me. I did get hacked. It took me 2 days. So last Friday, in the middle of a Twitch stream, ironically, my YouTube got hacked. And my YouTube got hacked because the Gmail associated with my YouTube got hacked. And the Gmail associated with my YouTube got hacked because of the LastPass breach, because I used them. And because they somehow figured out my master password, they were able to get my 2FA backup keys that allowed them to walk right around two-factor authentication and kick me out of my own Gmail account. Since that Gmail account was attached to literally every other service, or almost, I think I have 3 Gmail accounts or whatever across the spectrum that connect to various different services, which saved me here because they only got the one. And the only reason they got the main one, the most important one, was because that was the only one I had two-factor backup keys. That was it. That was the only one that had two-factor backup keys on it. And so that's what burned me. Literally storing my backup keys in LastPass and LastPass leaking the database. Those were the two things that sealed my fate. And so anyways, it took me 2 days pleading with Google and talking back and forth from the one email account that I still had that wasn't occupied. I was able to convince them through a video and multiple back and forths that I do own the Gmail account. I was able to confirm that. They returned control of the Gmail account to me. So I got to reset the password, re-enable two-factor authentication. I got to add some additional security. I got to add another backup email to my corporate email. So if somebody grabs it again, I can use the backup email because it's completely different credentials, completely different authentication. So I can use that to get the account back if they get it again. So if something else leaks again, or there's another leak, or they figure it out, and I'm not storing any of the new passwords in LastPass. My LastPass account just exists in legacy mode so that I can go through and use it as a guide to do damage control and regain more and more and more of what I've lost. I will tell you right now that if you have a LastPass account and your password literally isn't like 10 plus digits, letters, numbers, uppercase symbols, and a password that hasn't been used anywhere else, even if it's gibberish, if you use it on a single other account or anything, or you have a single backup code in that database, get out. Go re-roll all those accounts. If you go into your LastPass right now or any password manager and you have 2FA backup keys or TOTP passphrase, like for Google Auth or whatever, you have an auth passphrase for putting that PIN inside of your phone. Get that shit out of there immediately. Delete it. First go to the account, put it in, re-roll your 2FA, and get out. Like invalidate every one of those keys. Don't just change your password. Get out. Change your password, re-roll your 2FA, get new backup keys. This time, don't put them into your password manager. Print them on a piece of paper, put them in a safe, never to be spoke of again or visualized again on a computer. Clear your caches, empty out everything so there's no trace of that shit in memory. So that is going to save you. That will literally save your ass. And then if you want to take it to the second level, and always secure your email accounts first. People don't realize how important your email is. Your email is where every other service sends the password reset request to. So if somebody commandeers your Facebook account, chances are they have the old emails with the backup codes that were mailed to you. Chances are they have the account names for whatever services you're signed up for from that account that they can then go and try to break into. They can prevent you from changing your password or recovering your password or recovering your account or forgot your password on any of your other accounts. So your first line of defense needs to be your email accounts. Your email accounts need to have the highest level of protection possible. And the other thing is you need to make sure that every single one of your email accounts can be recovered from another email account. So account 1 can be recovered by 2, 2 can be recovered by 3, 3 can be recovered by 4, 4 can be recovered by 1. Run that shit in a loop. That way, if they take control of any one of those accounts, there's always an account above it that they don't have control of, that you said when you created the account that that's your backup account, that they can't remove without answering an email on that account. Which means that you can prove that you own the account and get it back once they're in. Yeah, once they're in, they can still steal shit and take shit and do damage, but at least you can get your account back without having to go to Google and plead with them. Because something tells me if you're not a big YouTuber or content creator, you're probably not going to get the service that I did. The other thing that you got to be aware of is if they do get control of your YouTube channel, they're more than likely going to put up streams and try to go after and scam your audience. So you have to have a contingency plan in place to warn your audience and let them know what's going on. And in my case, I implored my entire audience across every platform, Discord, Facebook, Twitter. I said, go attack my channel, mass report it, get it taken down. And they weren't even up for 45 minutes. They ran that stream for a whole whopping 45 minutes. And probably maybe 50 people that subscribed to me out of the 860,000 actually saw those streams before they were dead in the water. So they took over my account. They used a script. They ran a stream. They liked their own video 9,000 times with their bot network. So they have a rather sizable bot network. My account plus 900,000 or 9,000 more. So they liked it up so that it would go to the top of the queue so that the viewers be, oh man, this stream is super popular. 9,000 live viewers, but it was all bots. Right? Just to get it up there. No chat. They disabled the chat so that nobody could chat. Nobody could talk amongst each other. And it was just your run-of-the-mill crypto scam. So it didn't do any damage. They only had the account for 45 minutes, but they cost me so much fucking anguish, guys, because it took me 6 days and going back and forth with Google, sending videos. I had to record like 10-minute videos and put them up on a OneDrive and link the OneDrive to Google the documents so they could come to my IP address, or not my IP address, sorry. They could go to an account that's listed under my name that's associated with the lost account that they don't have control over so that they could see that I own the account at one time and have a video of me actually presenting and talking about who I am, what I do on YouTube, how long I've been there, what my past has been, specific videos I've made, current and old, and streams I do and what I do in those streams, so that they go back and watch those videos and see if I'm telling the truth and verify I am who I said I was. Once I did that, they were able to get the YouTube channel back to me. Unfortunately, unlike with Boogie2988 and literally every other person I talked to that said that when their account was restored, it had the same name, all their art was restored, all their videos were restored, everything was good. It was like nothing ever happened. Unfortunately, in my situation, I don't know why. They still can't explain this to me. They were only able to give me the account back. They weren't allowed to restore anything. So when they gave me the account back, they said, okay, here you have your account back. They sent me the link so I could go in and I could change it back to my control and associate it back with the right email address. When I did that, they said that I had to change. They gave me a list of steps. They're like, change your branding back to your channel, change it from SpaceX back to Barnacules, change your logo from SpaceX. They even had this, when they restored the channel and it was public again, it still said SpaceX with no videos. So I had to go through there and painstakingly restore like 800 videos. I'm still not done. I've been at it for 3 days now. I'm slowly restoring the entire video collection because I have a ton of videos that need to stay unlisted. I have a ton of videos that need to stay private. The unlisted ones are the jitter episodes for the patrons. Most of those, like I think 40 or 50 videos that are patron only, those are all unlisted. Then I had to do the private videos, which are like the internet song and the stuff that I do annually that's not public or not published publicly just because it freaks people out. And then I have all the regular stuff that was always published publicly before, but when I republished it publicly, it triggered monetization warnings, copyright infringement. I had to go through an appeal and do the process and share revenue and do all the things that I already have done many, many times ago. So it was a nightmare recovery, and I'm still not done. Last night, while I was sitting here, right after I was done live streaming, somebody tried to hack my Steam account right in front of me. I get a notification in my email that I finally recovered, right? Before the attackers had control of it at that point, but I finally got it back. and a Russian tries to log into my Steam account, and I get a notification that says this user tried to log into your account from RU, Russia, the Russian Federation thing, and it had their IP address, and it said this person tried to log in, they used the proper username and password. Was this you? And I was like, no, this was not me. And it says you need to change your password immediately. So I went through the steps, changed my password, re-rolled my two-factor authentication. Luckily, they didn't have access to the email anymore, so they couldn't answer it, and they weren't able to take over that account, but they did manage to get my Uplay account. So I got to go try to get that back. Nope, my friend checked. My accounts are not for sale on the dark web. I already have a friend and a moderator that keeps a close eye on that stuff, and they said they haven't seen anything specifically for me sold on the dark web. Which leads me to believe that the things that are being sold on the dark web right now are just random accounts. Like they're not calling anybody out specifically or trying to sell a high profile account, which in a way is kind of sad because that tells me I'm a nobody, right? If I was a huge YouTuber like Linus or even Jay's 2 Cents or Gamers Nexus or anything like that, there'd probably be a bounty for like more money for my account. But I'm sure my account was just thrown into a box with a bunch of other, Z-rated YouTubers that are just like, hey, buy a Z-rated YouTuber account and go run, crypto scams on them and make some money, $5. But it's just crazy. It's crazy how much pain these guys put me through for literally no return on investment. Their stream only ran for 45 minutes. The only viewers on the stream were like their own bots. The videos got flagged and deleted, and they lost the accounts associated, right? The accounts that they used to pump it up. I'm sure YouTube deleted those. So they lost a significant chunk of their botnet, and they gained nothing. They didn't go after any of the financial information other than the crypto sites they logged into, and they took one crypto site. They didn't even take the money out of it either. Like 2 days after it was hacked, because it only had $14 in it. 2 days after it was hacked, I finally went and recovered it, and they looked at my ID or whatever and handed it back to me and re-rolled all the authentication. It's like they just broke in and like, there's $14. That's not even worth our time. It didn't do anything. And so I lost a lot for them to gain nothing. Like it'd almost be understandable that they'd put me through this kind of pain just being non-empathetic scammers. I mean, they're all the same, right? They're all Indian, Pakistani, or Nigerian scammers that don't put value on anybody else's life. They convince themselves that stealing from other people, as long as it's outside of the country, it's what they deserve, and they don't care if it's a little old lady who dies because she doesn't get her medication. They're like, well, we don't have to see it, so it didn't happen, right? I mean, these are terrible, terrible fucking people, and So from their perspective, it's just a game. And luckily for me, nothing they did is going to kill me. It took my, by the time I'm all said and done, I'm going to be out a bunch of accounts. I'm going to be out thousands of dollars. I'm already out, thousands of dollars in just time and manpower to try to correct this. And all the revenue for an entire week for YouTube. And I lost about 1,500 subscribers during that time, more than I normally would have. And I don't get back any of the views or any of the revenue generated from any of the AdSense that ran while the attackers had the channel, or the 5 days that it was completely deleted. So that's gone. It also killed the momentum of the channel. So when I did bring it back online now, because there's 5 dead days, of course, my videos aren't being recommended as much as they were. And so there's a ripple effect, right? And this is going to cost me dearly over time. So I'm just telling you right now, from Barnacules to you, please protect yourself. Please get a YubiKey for your email accounts. At least your email accounts need to be your first line of defense. Do not use an online password manager if you can at all avoid it. Use something like a YubiKey with an NFC that you can put on your phone. Just carry around with you. That's going to be the most foolproof method. Make sure that every email account that you have, especially on Gmail, has a backup email account. Make sure that the section where it says verify your backup email account, so if you lose this account or somebody hacks it, you can get it back using that account. You need to make sure every account you have has a backup email account and run them in a circle. Don't make them all off of one, where if they get that one, you can't recover anything. Do A to B, B to C, C to D, and do in a circle, so that no matter what account they take, you can go to the next account above and get it back. And don't store any 2FA or any personal information, period. And guys, I'm going to be dealing with identity theft for a long time. I trusted LastPass. I took full advantage of LastPass. It stored all my personal data, financial data, fucking tax paperwork with social security numbers, everything was in that goddamn database, which means, and I'm sure that's already been sold off. So it's just, but they usually camp on that for a while. They don't do it right after the hack because people are like highly sensitive and monitoring their credit and stuff like right after something happens. What they usually do is they camp on the information for like 3 or 4 months, hope that people forget and have calmed down, and then slowly start creating credit card accounts and buying, houses and shit like that and flipping things and hoping you don't notice. And so now I have to pay for like LifeLock and have people monitor my account for identity theft, including my family. So that part sucked. I've already been doxxed to death. Everybody already knows where I live and all that stuff. So that didn't concern me that was leaked. But all my product keys were leaked. So I used LastPass Secure Vault to hold all of the product keys for all the products that I have. And luckily, I don't think I had DaVinci Resolve in there. I got to go double check that. But, I had keys to my VMware workstation and all that stuff that are now thrown to the 5 winds. Now, the good news is if you have a key, usually you can just put it in, download it, install it. And if like 5 people are running it, it's like no big deal because half the shit isn't even connected. So it's not the biggest deal in the world, but they did end up getting about half of my giveaway games. Like, because I had 2 sections in there, it looks like one of them are still working, the other one's completely wiped out. So, like, the giveaway keys that I give away on occasion, that I just, hey, get a B-rated game or a C-rated game for free, looks like they went through with a bot and auto-redeemed one entire bank of those. So I lost those, but, those are, like, games that are, like, $1 a piece and come in humble bundles and stuff, so it's not that much of a loss. Pin King said, thank you for the $2. He said, IP code from the IRS. What is IP code? I don't know what the IP code is. Physics said, freeze your TransUnion. I did that when somebody tried to use my credit card. It's a massive helper. And you can, Miss Barnacules already froze everything. Miss Barnacules froze all the credit cards, all of the accounts. She literally has a thing on her phone where she has to enable them when she uses them. The other thing is we already checked with the banks, and the bank said any fraudulent charges that show up, all we have to do is fill out a signed affidavit and they'll return the funds within 3 to 5 days or whatever. Because, this is something that happens that's why these banks are insured, right? They have FDIC insurance for that. But none of our stuff will allow, like, our bank accounts and stuff. I've completely secured. There's no other way in right now. So luckily that's all heavily secured. But yeah, I'm still making sure that I have, I'm still making sure that I'm keeping a close eye on the financials. Cause if somebody wiped me out there, I don't even know what I'd do, Well, I'll tell you guys what, I think I'm going to wrap up here and I'm going to take a short break, go get some lunch and stuff. And then I think, hey, let's stream over on Twitch for a little while. I haven't streamed on a Saturday in forever. And maybe I'll even stream right after Auxiliary. Oh yeah, he said he might stream this afternoon. I'll see. If he's streaming, I'll probably wait until he's done. Cause I don't want to jump on there and have anybody come over and watch while he's streaming or whatever. I'd like him to watch him, honestly. But yeah, you guys know about my hard lessons learned. You know about me getting hacked. It's fucking shitty experience, absolutely shitty experience. And I'm going to be recovering from that for literally ever. Let's see. What else do we have here? We wanted to talk about, we got the new Tech Talk season. We talked about the ESP32 and Raspberry Pi. I didn't talk about Raspberry Pi very much, but, I've definitely been getting into this microcontroller programming. I'm digging it. The Arduino code is really, really easy to understand. And, it's not nearly as convoluted as I thought it would be. I genuinely thought that it was going to be super hardcore, like ANSI with all the pointers and memory addressing and everything like that. It seems like Arduino code, it's very C syntax, but it's also very, very simplified, right? Creating variables and storing things and stuff. It's very straightforward. It almost feels managed to a certain extent. So it's nice. I like it. It's easy to do simple things. And then if you need to do complex things, then you go do that on the Raspberry Pi and use the ESP32 as the interface. What ESP32s are really good for is think of them as the low power chips. It's the driver of this and it's running the web server and all that. But think of it as the thing that you connect to the sensors to make them wireless, Bluetooth, operate them from a distance, collect telemetry and data from a distance, ask it for specific things and timings and stuff and have it do that. And then you take that data and you feed it to something else that's the transaction coordinator to tell it what to do or to use the data coming from it. So that's cheap, right? You can get those ESP32s for super cheap. Get 3 of them for $12 to $15. But the Raspberry Pis, on the other hand, those get pretty expensive unless you're buying the smaller Raspberry Pis that are their version of Arduinos. But just get the ESP32 if you're going to go that route. Get a Raspberry Pi 3 or Raspberry Pi 4. Now you're talking about an ARM processor, ARM architecture that's capable of running full-blown Windows and Linux. So when you're talking about something that's powerful and has enough memory and enough processing power and stuff to do that, but it still has all the I/O and programming pins and all of the networking, connection to an SSD or a SD card for storage, you're talking about a much more capable device, but it costs a lot more money. Now, what you'd want to use that for is creating the actual server or creating the actual front end for the device and the user interface and everything that you're doing to have have a robust like head unit that's then connected off and doing stuff with the ESP32s. But where you choose the crossover points is up to you. They all have their different use cases. Like if I was writing something for IIS under Windows, like let's say I was writing a web server and I wanted full control of the .NET framework and ISS, and I wanted to create an ASP.NET doc that used the SQL backend, and I want it all hosted in a little computer that fits in a box this big. I'd go spend the money and get like a Raspberry Pi 3 or Raspberry Pi 4, shove it in there, put a stick in there, install Windows on it, set it up and everything, and then I would have like a full web server that could do everything. To do that with an ESP32 would be impossible because one, it's too much code for the memory that's on the device. You can't store the whole operating system, kernel, HAL, and everything in drivers and stuff. It's just too much for that little 250 megahertz jobber to handle. But what you can do is install, and it doesn't have a video out. There's no video output. Like this right here is the video output, but that's because I basically told a pin to pulse at certain timings to tell those pixels when to turn on and off, right? It's not a VGA port. It's not a HDMI port, right? So the Raspberry Pi does have video out, and it has a DAC too. It has an audio DAC. So it's basically a fully featured little computer. And then you'd use that as like the brains for the bigger operation. But that doesn't mean you can't also use ESP32s wirelessly connected to it over Bluetooth or over that to pull sensor data. Like if I created like a weather station, the Raspberry Pi would be the thing that hosts the web page with the ASP.NET controls that could connect with everything. But it would be getting the data from the sensors that would be ESP32s running on solar panels and battery packs stuck all over my house, with like moisture sensors and wind sensors and noise sensors and a video camera. And I could have all those things as little ESP32s for a couple, $10, $15 here or there, all fitted out and kitted. And they would all be feeding telemetry into the Raspberry Pi. And then the Raspberry Pi would be feeding that information back to any clients that wanted to connect to it and utilize it. So Raspberry Pi, so it's computer to control the Raspberry Pi to control, or the Raspberry Pi can be completely standalone, quite frankly, and then something to control the ESP32s, because the ESP32s are really designed as an interface, right? They're designed to drive sensors and circuits and stuff and hardware, and then normalize that back into some kind of usable data that can be presented to you over one of the connective options, USB, COM serial, Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. So really cool stuff, super cheap. That's the other thing. When I went into this, I thought ESP32s were like $20, $30. I thought that, buying all the wires and breadboards and stuff like prototype and getting the sensors and stuff were going to be like $20, $30, $40. And there are expensive sensors, but I found out that the vast majority of stuff is pennies on the dollar. So like super pennies on the dollar. And so when we're talking about that kind of stuff, the whole pennies on the dollar stuff, it makes stuff approachable. It's like you take a 3D printer and an ESP32. It's like, look at something like this, right? It's like, now I look at this and I'm like, I love this joystick. My son loves this joystick. It's an old, I don't even know what it is. It's a Genius. Wow, that's really old. A Genius F Arcade. So this is an old arcade stick with the buttons because my son loves it, right? It's like I installed this thing called Anti-Micro that's a open source GitHub project that'll map anything on a joystick to anything on a keyboard or a mouse. You literally just click a button and you're like, left, right, up, down, and then you can go to websites that have like mobile games and play like free mobile games all day just using your arcade stick. And so he loves this thing. It's absolutely amazing. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, okay, well, to buy something like this, if you bought it brand new, it's all metal, and it's like, these are probably what, like $100, $50 to $100 in today's economy for like a newer version. I was like, if I wanted to build this right here, I could 3D print the buttons. I could paint them and polish them. I could make 3D printed buttons that look just as glossy and just as smooth as these, like no problem. And you open it up and you look under, and all it is literally a metal, a piece of spring metal that's bent that when you push on it, it makes contact. So all I have to do on an ESP32 is have a wire connected to a pin that goes through there, and when you push it, it completes the circuit, and when you let go, it doesn't. And it's like, oh, is circuit complete or is circuit dead? Circuit complete, circuit dead. And now I can tell if the button's been pushed. So now I got a 3D printed button. I could 3D print the case or cut it out of something, go find a box or something that I like, even a wooden box. So I got all the buttons covered. I could do all the buttons with literally, if I really wanted to, aluminum foil. If I don't have spring steel, I could literally use aluminum foil and Band-Aids, right? Or not Band-Aids, sorry, rubber bands. Now the joystick. How does the joystick work, right? All the joystick is 4 limit switches. Well, in this case, it's 8, right? Because this is an 8 one. But most of them are 4. So it's 4 limit switches and a stick. I can 3D print this stick and have a ball on the end and then create a ball receptacle at the bottom that it rests in, put some silicone grease in it or whatever. And then to have it come back to center, I could literally just use the pressure from the switches themselves. Go get some heavy duty limit switches and stick them in there to kick the stick back to center, right? That's all it is if you look inside of it. And so I could take that and I could rig it, and each one of those could be just a pin. On the, so I got 1 pin, 2 pin, 3 pin, 4 pin, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So I buy a 32 pin because some of them aren't data. Go buy one of the 32 pin ESP32s, and I have everything I need to map every movement of a joystick like this to various different little spring complete circuits. And all the code would be is when you push up on this or whatever, send a serial signal that's a letter and a number. And when you push down letter and number, hold a button, and it's like letter and a number, and then a constant stream if you keep holding, or something like that. And then all I need is a client or a driver on the computer that basically says, okay, listen for this on this COM port that this ESP32 is on, because I'm going to be broadcasting that stream of bits serially through the, and I could just be listening to it and say, okay, well, if it says that, then translate that into an HID keyboard device and a mini driver, or create that and feed it in as keyboard input, or, you know, you could basically build this in probably like a day or two, and you'd be out the cost of ESP32, the buttons. Like if you didn't want to print them and make your own buttons, which you totally could, but if you wanted to buy a button set like this, probably like, I don't know, 10, 15 bucks to get all the buttons, a joystick, probably another 10 bucks or whatever. So it's like you could easily build something like this from scratch for like nothing. And most of it would be the programming. And that's what I like. I like that we live in a world now where it's like you can buy manufacturer level components. You can buy manufacturer level components and build your own shit. And I love it. I absolutely love it. It's something that I put off for way too long. I wish I didn't. I really wished I didn't, because there's so much freaking value in this stuff that you can just build anything you want, you know? And it's like, you're very, very limited. The best part is, if I had to learn the language from scratch, if I had to learn Arduino from scratch and be like, oh, how do I, you know, signal a pin high and signal a pin low? I could do that. But learning how to communicate with like all the different devices other than basic open circuit, closed circuit, that starts to get complicated with like the I2C protocol. If I say I wanted 2 controllers with, you know, 100 buttons mapped, I'd have to use I2C so that I could connect multiple devices to one pin, and then use timing of pulses like a CAN bus to figure out how to figure out how to get more things on one pin, right? To optimize it. How would I do that? I have to go learn and read code and read forums. Now I just go to ChatGPT. I just go to ChatGPT and just tell it to write me code, right? I just go to chat.openai.com. Again, if you guys haven't used this, please give it a try. Like it will absolutely just blow your mind. Like go check this out. Seriously. Like here, let me grab, is it this one right here? There we go. Try this one. There we go. And dude, if you have not used this, you are missing out so bad. So freaking bad, guys. So I can just go in here and I just say, hey, let's say I created a joystick. I'm going to say, I just created a joystick that has 4 limit switches for each of the 4 directions. Each of them is connected to a pin on an ESP32, to a digital pin on an ESP32. And I would like you to write me an Arduino program that will send signals back through the serial interface to the connected computer that can be used to map the controls to a game like a normal joystick. Okay, so just long-winded, right? I'm just typing this. I'm not all I'm doing is just going to this AI and saying, here, write me, can you write me some code from my Arduino that I can flash to it, allow me to take my joystick that I just made with 4 little limit switches? Could you make that, like, send a serial code back, like program it so that it sends a serial code back, so if I connect a terminal to it, if I connect a terminal to COM3 or COM4, whatever COM port's assigned when I plug it in, that it can receive, the code that's sent back to it is like up or down or left or right, so that I can use that then to drive something else. And that's all I asked it. That's all I asked it. I'm like, hey, can you do this? And it's writing the code for me right now. And it's exactly the code that you would expect, and it's super duper easy. It's like not hard at all. Let's see here. Did Barn discuss what happened to Microsoft is doing with ChatGPT? We did go into it a little bit earlier. So Microsoft is planning on implementing this ChatGPT. By the way, they're trying to acquire the majority share of it. They're already giving all the support and the money to the company to host it on Azure. So something tells me their bid is going to be the one that's accepted. We'll have to see if anybody jumps in and tries to block that. But if they implement this ChatGPT with the Bing search engine, Google's done. Google's out of the search engine business like overnight. This ChatGPT is so good that if they unleash it and they train it up to the current data in the Bing database, if they use the Bing database of all the websites and all the data that's been crawled from the websites, and they use that as the foundation, and they use all the horsepower of Azure to train up GPT-3, which is going to be GPT-4 pretty soon, if they train that up on that, it's game over. Like Google, there's nothing Google can do. There is nothing Google is even close to producing that can compete with this. Like, so it's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely fucking crazy. Theodore said in this case, there are Arduino models that would suit this job better since they can emulate an HID device. Oh, sure. No, absolutely. But the thing is, I can already do that. like I can do that with a regular Arduino. Here, while I'm reading the other code, let me do this. I'm going to say here, write me Arduino code for my ESP32. That will take let's see here. Write me code for my ESP32 that will make it emulate a HID device when plugged into the USB port. So write me Arduino code for my ESP32 that will make it emulate an HID device when plugged into the USB port where each pin is capable of simulating a different key on the keyboard. Okay. Here's an example of Arduino code. Okay, let's see how it does. It's writing right now. Yeah, minus the gatekeepers is cool, Morph, but unfortunately the gatekeeping, as soon as Microsoft takes control of this, unfortunately, there will be a lot more gatekeeping. There will be a lot more nerfed stuff. Microsoft does have the resources to lock this down, right? And that does scare me. But the other side that makes it exciting for me is that this was going to be a pay product. Like you would have to pay OpenAI to use the service. However, if Microsoft is successful in acquiring it, Microsoft may choose to just fund the project and keep it open to everybody free of charge in exchange for Microsoft to just collect all the data from the questions people are asking and use that to further sell shit to them. But I can tell you right now, it's game over for, it is completely and totally, utterly game over for Google in the search engine business if Microsoft successfully acquires OpenAI. So I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Google doesn't make an offer to OpenAI. Not that they'd listen, because of course, Microsoft gave OpenAI everything that they needed to get to where they are today. If Google just jumped in the mix and just offered $100 billion for whatever and got in a bidding war with Microsoft, it would be worth it. Whatever price they paid, it'd be worth it. Theodore said, I don't think an ESP32 can emulate an HID device. It only has a serial interface, and you would need another program on the PC to translate data from the serial port to the keystrokes. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Let me check this for a second. I thought that I thought that you could change it between serial mode and between device mode. Is it only serial? Like when you plug it with USB, there's no way to program it so that unless you push the button, like the physical button on the ESP32 to put it back into serial mode. I thought that there was a way that you could actually have it emulate other protocols. Or do you literally have to buy an ESP32 that can mode switch into an HID device? Because I don't know. I don't know for sure. You honestly, you probably know more than me on the subject, because it sounds to me like you're way more deeper into this. But it seems to me like everything is there for it to emulate an HID device. Like and if not through the serial interface, why couldn't it do it through the pins? Right? Universal serial bus, right? So why can't I just have 4 of the pins mapped to a USB cable that I then plug into the computer, and then the USB cable that's going to the read-write pins actually emulates USB? Or would it be too fast for it? Most ESP dev boards have a UART USB converter like a CH340G or a CP2102. Those aren't capable of that. Okay, interesting. Okay, I honestly didn't know. This is definitely not my bailiwick. I'm still learning. I don't think the ESP2s can emulate an HID device. It only has a serial interface. Okay, hold on. So I'm curious now. why you couldn't do that. Hold on here. So, okay, what is the code it came up with? Okay, so const pin 1 equals 2. Okay, pin 2, 4, 5, 15. Pin mode, pin 1 input, pin 2 input, pin 3 input, pin 4 input, keyboard begin. Start the keyboard library. Then void loop, digital read, pin 1 equals high, keyboard press A, delay 100, keyboard release A. Okay, I got a question. What is the keyboard press A and keyboard release A in the keyboard.h library? What is it actually doing? Like what is the keyboard? Okay, so what, hold on here. What does the keyboard library do? What does the keyboard.h library do? When in doubt, just ask it. Okay, so it says the keyboard H library is part of the Arduino core library and is used to send keystrokes to command computers through an Arduino board's USB connection. It allows the Arduino board to emulate a USB HID device keyboard, which means they can send key presses and releases to the computer as if they were being entered by a physical keyboard. This library provides a set of functions for sending key presses, releases, and combinations of the two. Okay, hold on. We're going to do this right live on stream and see what happens. Because remember my motto, until you can't, you can, right? I know it's the dumbest thing ever, but I've been telling myself this all the way since my early Microsoft days. Always assume you can until you can't. So what we're going to do right now, since I already have it set up and I think I have the dev IDE open. Let me see, do I? Here, where is it? Arduino. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. I want to see, it's very easy to do. So let me go to code, Arduino. Let me fire up my Arduino IDE since it takes a while to load for some stupid reason. Let's see if we can do this. I'm curious because I want to see if it. Okay, so the first thing I want to see is, does it emulate it back through the same USB cable, which I'm also with you, questionable, or is it actually using the pins? Do I have to connect the pins to a butchered USB cable that plugs into the computer for it to do this? Let me see. Okay, so it's got assign pin 2 to variable, assign pin 4 to variable, pin 5 to variable, and pin 6. So input pin 1, pin 2, pin 3, pin 4 is input. And then start the keyboard library. And then if those pins are high, meaning that they're activated, type A, B, C, or D. Okay, we're going to try this. We're going to try this live experiment here. And I'm going to see if I can get it to type something in chat. Because if I'm right, I should be able to do this. Okay, I'm going to have to steal one of the Arduinos. So let me steal one of the... Triple redundant, by the way. Did you see how the screen got a little dimmer? I'm literally using all 3 of the ESP32 boards with the 3.3 volt channels running in parallel so that I can triple the amperage. I don't recommend ever doing that without diodes and a bunch of protection circuits, but they seem to handle it all right. Okay, so let me find the Arduino that is not in use. So of course I unplugged the one that actually needed the power. Okay, hold on. Let me plug that back in. Here, we'll unplug this one. Okay, where's that one going? I got Arduinos for days. I got Arduinos for days. Okay, this one was just providing power. So here we go. Let's put this to the test, shall we? So here is one. Just so you guys can see it there. Nothing special. This is a ESP32 dev kit. You guys, probably one of the most common cheap little boards, right? This is about a $4 board, probably cheaper on AliExpress. So that is a I think 250 megahertz. Actually, I'm not sure if it's 250. It accepted it when I told it it was 250. It's got is a USB in, the little Arduino chip, the Wi-Fi controller, and Bluetooth. So I'm gonna plug in my little mini USB. And this guy's raw. I don't have anything flashed to this one. So we're just gonna plug it in. There it is. It's got a little red light on the side of it. We'll just, oh, no, don't want to short the pins. Do not want to short the pins. Nope, that's going to short the pins. Here, just set it on the desk. Here, I'll put it on the breadboard so it doesn't flop around. Come on, get on there. Get on there, you son of a bitch. Get on there. There we go. Okay, I just stuck it on the side of the breadboard. That can still scroll over here. All right, so we're going to do a little science here. We're going to do a little science. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, so I'm going to open up my Arduino UI. It should detect the board. There it is, the ESP32W rover module on COM3. And I'm going to make sure I have the keyboard library. So let me go search for it. So keyboard.h. I wish I could share this on the screen right now, but you guys will just have to take my word for it. I do not have a keyboard library listed in the libraries, which means I'll probably have to go download it. So let's see here. Where Where do I get keyboard.h? Oh, it's a part of the core libraries? Seriously? Oh, damn. Okay, well, I honestly didn't expect that because I didn't think these things were capable of just doing straight up USB. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to post the code into the LED controller project that I create. Well, actually, I don't want to do LED controller. Get out of here. No, new project. New sketch. Stop. New sketch. I'm trying to, like, overwrite my old shit. Okay, it's loading. New sketch. Select your board. ESP32, W over, and done. Okay. That's all I did is cut and paste the code directly from... just directly from the AI, from chat.openai. So now what I'm going to do is I'm coming here. So it's keyboard H. It sets a couple constants for pin 2, 4, 5, and 15. So those are the pins that if they're active, so they're input pins. So I think you have to send a voltage potential to them. It will do something. So, and in setup, it sets the pin mode, pin 1, pin 2, pin 3, pin 4, and starts keyboard begin, which I think changes the state of it. Okay, so what I got to do is, in my loop, I'm just going to have it just output stuff. I'm just going to have it output a constant. So in the loop, I'm going to just say while true, because I don't have a battery or something to feed a voltage potential back, and I can just feed the voltage potential back from the 3.3. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Should I do that? Nah, for now, I'll just have it do the keyboard thing. Okay, so keyboard.press, and then we'll just do A. So we're going to keyboard press A, then we're going to delay 100 milliseconds. Just simple. And then we're going to do a keyboard release, the same key, release A. And that is it. That is the full program. That's what I like, is like, it's not like C or C++ where it's like you have to establish a huge environment and set up your classes and do all your memory allocations and so on and so forth and everything. It's actually quite easy. Okay, so what I want to do is comment out all this code. Does anybody know the key to comment out a whole chunk of code, or do I have to go do this all manually? Format document, format section. No, I'll just do it. Can I do /? Oh, cool. Never mind. It's just like C and C++. I can just block out an entire block of code using star. Okay, and I'm almost done. Give me just a second. And this might be the fastest code I've ever written in my life. Okay, done. So let me compile it. Actually, I should probably put a little sleep after this too. So delay 1000 for 1 second. Okay, I'm going to compile it. It's compiling. Okay, so fatal error HID H, no such file or directory reference from keyboard H. Okay, so I gotta go find the HID library. Hold on. HID, go to libraries, do a search for HID. Keyboard by Arduino, loading latest version, installing now. Because just like with NuGet and pip for Python, the Arduino IDE just has a thing that you just go into a library, and if it's a standard library that's in there, you get it. All right, so here we go. And guys, I haven't verified any of this. I don't even know it's going to work. It probably won't, but if it works, it'll absolutely just blow my fucking mind. Okay, it still says that it can't find HID.H. Let me go look under keyboard and see if it's missing. Stand by. Okay, keyboard H. I do not see an HID.H. Examples. Okay, where's HID.H? HID.H. Let me look at it from the top here. HID. Okay, there is no HID.H. Okay, so that's probably not the right library then. Okay, so there's keyboard by Arduino, and then there's mouse by Arduino, and then there's ADXL345 accelerated sensor library. Wait, did somebody say STM32 blue pills use STM32F108C 8T6? Those have programmable USB interfaces. You can make custom USB devices with it. Oh. STM32 can do lots. And then STM is an ARM core. Did you include HID.lib? No, I'm looking for it right now. Let's see. Here, let me do a search for HID. HID.lib. Okay, install library. So it's installing the library. Successfully installed keyboard 1.0.4. Let me try to build again. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to copy this entire code into ChatGPT, because this is what I would do if you guys weren't here. I'm going to copy it into ChatGPT and say, hey, I'm having a little problem here. Can you help me? Can you help me find this, ChatGPT, in the same context? Okay. So for some reason, it's installing the keyboard library. I can't share the screen right now, unfortunately. I'm sorry, guys. I wish I could, but I got to get way more stuff set up before I can do that. For USB HID devices, check out DigiSpark's ATtiny85. Well, I'm trying to see if I can just do it with a bog standard dev kit. Okay, it says, okay, this error means Arduino IDE is unable to find the HID.h library, which is a dependency of the keyboard.h library that you're trying to include in your sketch. The HID library is a part of the Arduino core libraries that is provided an interface for communicating with USB human interface devices such as keyboards, mice, and game controllers. It's required by the keyboard.h library in order to work. The issues can be several factors. One possible cause is that the HID library is not installed on your computer. Another possibility is the HID library has been installed in a different location than the Arduino IDE is expecting. I have run into that problem before. You might have a version of keyboard library that is not compatible with the ESP32. Here are a few things you can try to solve the problem. Verify the HID library is installed on your computer. You can check the setting by opening Arduino IDE and going to the sketch menu, then selecting include library. Select include library. If the HID library is not listed, then you will need to install it. Okay, let me go look. So include library. Go here. Include. Go to here. Go to sketch. Go to include library and keyboard. Where's keyboard? Keyboard. There it is. Keyboard library is now included. I'm going to build the sketch. And it says no HID.h still. Why? Why? Go to sketch. Go to include library. Let's see. We got ESP32, Arduino. We got mouse. We got web server. We got wire, and then the contributed libraries. We have keyboard. That's weird. Why do we have mouse, but we don't have keyboard in the standard libraries? Let me see. So mouse and preferences, SD servo, stepper, update web server, Wi-Fi core. I'm going to figure this out. Does it have include HID-H at the top of the UI? It does not. It's actually calling for it inside of keyboard. So inside of keyboard.h, it's calling for it. But we can try here. Let me just include HID-H and see what happens. Yeah, it still can't find it. And I checked. It's not in the folder. So I actually went and looked, and it is not in the folder. So that's a little bit weird to me. But let me go look at libraries here again. Let me go look for the keyboard libraries. So keyboard by Arduino. We got version 1.4 installed. Let me also install a couple of the other versions just to see if HID got removed. There we go, installing 2, installing 1.1. And then we got the mouse library. Actually, I'm going to install the mouse library just on the off chance that the mouse library has the HID, because they probably share the dependency on it. We did get one error message, interesting enough. Let's see what the error message was. The error message is a successfully downloaded and installed mouse. That's not an error message. Okay, hold on. We're getting closer. Okay, so USB host is a library that allows Arduino boards to appear as a USB host. Okay, let me install that just in case that has HID in it. Hey, when in doubt, just install all the dependencies. However, I don't always recommend this. Like, any seasoned programmer will tell you you're an idiot for doing this. And the reason being is a lot of these libraries, especially in native languages like C and C++, have a lot of overlapping names. And so you could, by installing like 5 libraries, you could inadvertently have it grab the wrong library, because if it sees like 20 libraries named the same that have keyboard.h, it's going to grab the first one. And so it's not always recommended to just install everything. But, you know, shit, we're just going to throw some shit at the wall and see what sticks, because I want to see if I can get this thing flashed with something. Okay, so HID, app data local, user, keyboard.h. You know what? I'm just going to go search for this fucking thing on the hard drive. Give me a second, because I have a feeling that there's some shitty stuff going on with system file protection that's hiding shit from me, trying to keep it all separated out. And we don't like that. So let's do HID.h. It's searching. Searching. Ooh, good thing we got the adult dating chatbot down there. I can see that YouTube's doing just about as good getting rid of the bots as old Elon is over on the Twitter. Good old sex bots. Okay, I found it. Yeah, I got to fix, I know what the problem is, because this happened to me earlier, too. Because I'm running Arduino is a standard user, and I'm not running it as administrator. Windows 11 and Windows 10 does this, too. It's using system file protection to basically put stuff into the app data local folder, and it's separating it out so that so that they can't see each other. This is actually really common, and so when I'm installing the libraries, it's basically isolating them so they can't see each other. So of course they're no longer in the path or line of sight of where it can see them. So, but what I can do to fix that temporarily is I should be able to just add the folder. Let's see if I can say include. Okay, where do I include additional folders? So there's verify, compile, upload using programmer. No, Optima. No. Show sketch folder. Don't care. Where do I say I want to add to the path? Preferences. I'm brand new to this, by the way. Okay, sketchbook location. Oh, additional boards. I added that one myself to get the Arduino board. Sketchbook location. Show files inside of sketches. Don't care. Network. What do you guys say over here? So Theodorus is correct. What did he say? No. The Arduino IDE is the one hiding the library since you're using an incompatible board. Well, then why didn't it hide keyboard.h? Interesting. Well, hold on here. I'm not quite ready to give up just yet. But let me go look at this. So keyboard. Okay, so I opened it up inside of Arduino CC. Okay, so keyboard function enabled the 32U4 and SMD micro. Oh, okay, micro-based boards to send keystroke to an attached computer through the micro-native USB port, which I do not have. Correct. What processor am I running? I'm running the ESP32, right? So let's do. Let me look for something here. ESP32 keyboard. ESP32 HID. Let's just do a little lookaroo, shall we? Okay, ESP32 USB soft host. Okay, so an Arduino wrapper for USB soft host ESP32 soft host is a pure software USB host through general I/O pins. It can connect up to 4 USB LS HID devices simultaneously. This library is compatible with the ESP32 architecture. Oh, so that's kind of doing what I was talking about. Okay, so that's the opposite. Instead of using the serial USB port on the dev kit, this would actually be connecting a USB cable to the general I/O pins and basically simulating a USB device. Which there's no reason why it couldn't. I mean, the timing is super tight on these things, so there's no reason why it couldn't emulate a USB device. Let's see. So Arduino library, load it from here. Well, here, let me see if it's aware of this. Let me go to So, oh, you know what? Why the hell this is where ChatGPT got it wrong. So ChatGPT recommended that library even though it doesn't work with ESP32. Okay, hold on. I got some ideas. I got some ideas here. You guys just simmer down. Some Arduinos have a USB interface directly on the microcontroller, and those can simulate HID, but most connect through the USB or UART chip. Oh, okay. But tell me this, Theodorus, why couldn't I have it go through the general I/O to USB? Like what would be stopping me from taking a USB 2.0 cable, lopping the end off of it, hooking the 4 contacts to the ground, the other 3 to the general I/O pins, and then creating a software USB device that's sending the impulses back through the USB port? Or would it be it'd be at the wrong voltage, right? 3.3 versus 5. Damn it. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Is I want to believe that I can do this, and I can't, is what you guys are saying. It's driving me nuts. Hold on here. Hold on there. That library isn't compatible with ESP32. Can you show me code that would work with a ESP32 dev kit board to emulate a keyboard on a PC through the USB port? All right. This is the problem. This is the problem with chat. This is actually kind of a good example because OpenAI, you notice how confident it was in telling me that this is the code to do it? Even though I told it specifically ESP32, it gave me code that was not compatible with ESP32. Using Bluetooth, that's not a bad idea. The thing I'm looking for is Arduino bad USB. Okay, hold on here. Come on, search, damn it. Bad USB. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, it says, yes, you are correct that the keyboard library is not compatible with the ESP32 as it is designed to be used with the AVR-based Arduino boards, which use a different microcontroller. However, there is an alternative library that can be used to emulate a USB HID keyboard on an ESP32. Here's an example of the Arduino code that could be used. And this one is using ESP HID and ESP HID defs and Wi-Fi.h. I don't know why it needs to get on the Wi-Fi to do this. Okay, connecting to Wi-Fi, and then loop, press E. Why is it connecting to the fucking Wi-Fi? They just randomly like just added code to connect to the Wi-Fi, and I'm like, well, I don't need to connect to the Wi-Fi. None of the other code references the Wi-Fi. So whoever had this example at some point must have been using the Wi-Fi for something because it thinks it's a critical part of the operation. All right, hold on. Before I totally give up on this, because I do have to go and find some food here in a little bit, I'm going to try this code. So now I'm using Wi-Fi H, and I need to install ESP HID, if that's even here. Because I've seen it also make up library names before. So I want to see if that's the case. All right, so UHB testing ESP. Okay, so install. It does say it exists. It is installing it. Let's see what we got. Compile. ESP HIDH, no such file or directory. Here, hold on here. ESP HIDH. No references on Arduino.cc. It'd probably work with Bluetooth, but I don't think the Bluetooth code is going to be very small. Oh, hold on here. I got to ask it, where do I get ESP HIDH? Okay, the ESP HID library, which includes the ESP HIDH and ESP HID defs file, is not part of the Arduino core library. No shit. You install the library by going to Arduino libraries, which can be accessed through Sketch, Include Library, Manage Libraries, and Arduino IDE. In the search bar, type in ESP_HID, and it should be created by a guy called ExpressF. Alternatively, I can download it directly from GitHub. Okay, hold on. Let me try. I got to try this. Theodorus, I'm going to try this. Let me, before I completely give up on this and run away, I got to try this for my own sanity. So include library, manage libraries. Okay, that's cool. I want to put my own little library in there. ESP HIDH search. Where is it? ESP library manager. ESP HID by Espressif. There is nothing. So there's installed HID keyboard using... That's the wrong chip. That's the wrong chip. Let me keep looking through here. ESP32 USB soft host is a pure software USB host through general I/O pins. ESP32 DMA SPI. No. SPI slave. And then there's fast LED manager. Okay, so it's not in the library. So let me go check this link it gave me. I want to see if this is a dead end. Oh, it's a dead end. Is it just making up shit? I think this thing's just making up shit, man. I just went to the link it gave me for GitHub, and there is no fucking Arduino ESP32 written by this XPrif guy. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I shouldn't have spoke so soon. Hold on here. I think I found something. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at right now. So this right here. You're not going to find ESP-specific libraries on Arduino's website. Oh, okay. Actually, that's a good point, because I'd actually install third-party shit in Arduino IDE to get it to write to the ESP32. No, you're totally right. Let me ask you a question, though. Hey, Theodorus, well, I got you. How much would a board be that natively can use the library to emulate keyboard input through USB? What difference in cost are we talking here? Are they still small and inexpensive boards, or do they get like progressively more expensive to have the chip to be an HID device? Because the code was insanely simple. Like if I could just load keyboard H, like I could literally just depress key and release key with the timing in between it with just the cable plugged in the computer, and it's done. And there you go. Now you got a fucking macro generator and something that can simulate keyboard I/O. So if you can buy the device that can flash to that makes it that easy, and it can still run a bunch of the other libraries and emulate like web servers and stuff like that, I could see that being really easy. A Pi Pico could do it for $5? What? They can run that keyboard library. So like an ESP32 is like overkill. Wow. Okay. Anyways, let me see if I can find this thing that ChatGPT is talking about with because I don't think this exists. I think it made it up. This Arduino ESP32 tree master libraries ESP HID. All right, let me Google this shit here real quick. Because I honestly think this. I think I got GitHub to just. Or I got OpenAI to just lie to me. Okay, so ESP HID documentation is not included in the programming guide. It does mention it. Bluetooth HID device API ESP32. So that's the Bluetooth one. It looks like that one's also written by Express. This Express guy. Okay, so here we go. Documentation not included in programming guide. Visit ESP32 programming guide latest. ESP documentation for ESP HID component is available with the rest of the documentation. Let's see here. Ooh, ESP HID. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm getting closer. I'm finding stuff. There it is. ESP HID. I found it. Let me see. Is the source code here? There it is. ESP HID DC. ESP HID. I don't see that. Where's the header files? Include. Come on, include. I want to see if there's an ESP. There's an ESP HID common, ESP HIDDH. There's no HID, but there's an HIDDH. And it says, here, let's go back to this. Components, ESP HID. Let's see, include private test. Let me look at the test code for this. Hold on. So ESP HID test is Express System. Okay, so 2015 to 2019, licensed under the Apache license. Let's see, it loads Unity test runner, test utils, ESP log, ESP HID common, hidden descriptor. Let's see, scrolling down here. Oh, this is a unit test for it. Never mind. That ain't gonna tell me nothing. And then the code is print test case, ESP map. I kind of want to just kind of want to load this up and see what happens. I want to see if this works. It says no, add HID support to IDF. You know what? I'm just going to download this shit. Hold on. Go to file. I would like to download you. Give me your secrets. Go to file. Okay, code. I want to download the zip file. There we go. Let's see here. The GitHub page you linked is just the ESP32 core libraries that you already have installed. But I don't have an ESP. Then why don't I have ESP HIDH? So Theodorus, why is that missing locally if I already have it installed? See, like here, I'll show you what I mean. So let me post it here. So that right there. Yeah, I shouldn't still be live. I am though. So if I have, so if I already have these libraries installed locally, then why am I missing the or wait, do I just have to add the additional D? Here, hold on, let me try that. Nope, there is no ESP HIDD. Hold on here. I gotta check what I linked you. Okay, so what is this? Okay, this is the Bluetooth keyboard one. So this is let's see here. This library allows you to make the ESP32 act as a Bluetooth keyboard and control what it does. You might be interested in mouse. And gamepad. Send keystrokes. Blah 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 blah. BLE keyboard. The only thing is, do I have a Bluetooth receiver in this thing? I don't even know if I do. It says I do. Let's see, add device, Bluetooth. I want to see. Okay, make sure your device is turned on discoverable. Okay, cool. It actually is discoverable. All right, fuck it. Let's do it this way. All right. Theodorus over here is like, knock it off. You're never gonna get it to work. But in my experience, that just makes me want to do it more. Like seriously, when people tell me I can't do stuff, it's like suddenly I'm gonna go out and figure out how to like get this fucking thing to emulate USB through like 4 of the data pins, just so I can plug it in and have it pretend to be an HID device. No, I'm not going to do that. But let's try the Bluetooth then. I mean, the ESP32 has Bluetooth. I haven't tried the Bluetooth. Let's fuck with it. All right, fine. You sold me. You sold me. We're going the Bluetooth route. Abort. All right, so let me go add the Bluetooth library, make sure it's installed. Stand by. I got to do the, what was it called? Something BLE, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, click the link, go back over here, get the thing. It's called ESP32 BLE. So ESP32 BLE. And we now have -BLE keyboard. And we got nothing in the library manager, which means we probably have to go find it. Unless is it one of the common libraries? Let's see, include library. ESP32 BLE Arduino. Wait, is that it? Is it ESP32 Arduino, or is there something else? Bluetooth device, Bluetooth utility scan. Get rid of this, ditch that. Grab us some code. Stand by. I think I need to download this guy's project because I don't think this is core. So BLE keyboard.cpp, BLE keyboard.h. We got the readmes. Let me look at the readme here. Okay, this allows you to do Bluetooth keyboard, mouse, send keys, do this, blah, blah, blah. Make sure you use the ESP32 with the Arduino IDE. I already did. Download the latest version of the library from the release page. Go to Sketch, include library, add zip library, and then you can go to File, Examples, ESP32 BLE keyboard, and the example to get started. All right, fuck it. This is straightforward as shit. All right, let's try this. All right, so it looks like it's in beta. Last updated February 4th, 2022, so it's not too old. Okay, I want to download it. Givers to me. I want it. I want you to download it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Okay, we're downloading it right now. All right, save. We're saving it to ctemp. bt.zip. We'll just call it bt.zip. Bluetooth.zip. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. We're going to ride the lightning on this one. We're going to open up the old iDizzles. The ID izzles. Okay, and then we're going to go to add a library. So we're going to go to our sketch. We're going to go include library. We're going to say add a zip library. And then we're going to go to the temp folder. And we're going to include bluetooth.zip. Okay. And it says it successfully installed the library. Okay, so that's a start. Then what we're going to go ahead and do there is we're going to go on over here and we're going to steal a little bit of the source code. Okay. We're going to come over here and steal a little bit of the sourcey source. Go back to GitHub. I'm going to grab the demo code, which is... There it is. Got the demo code. We're going to grab this. It's actually not a lot of code. Like, this is actually pretty simple to use. If it works. We're going to find out. If I can turn this... Seriously, if this is all it takes to turn this thing into a fucking Bluetooth keyboard... I mean, I don't even know. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be so crazy. All right. Do you think this is going to work? Do you guys think this is gonna work? Because if I can seriously write like a page of code that is mostly comments into this thing, compile it with a library that I just installed through Arduino IDE by just selecting a zip file, and this fucking works. This means that, like, I didn't know that you could make any Bluetooth device do anything this easily. There's no fucking way. I'm gonna go vote for no fucking way, but we're gonna see what happens anyways. Okay, here we go. I'm compiling. Okay. It's compiling. Still compiling. Still compiling. Still compiling. Well, I mean, it's taking a while to compile. That's usually a good sign. I'm not getting like an immediate error that's like you're missing half the code. Okay, okay, we're about 50% done. Wow, this is a long compile. Okay, it's compiling. It's still compiling. And it's still compiling. It hasn't crashed yet. It hasn't crashed. Oh, shit. Okay, we're almost done compiling. All right, we're still compiling. Oh, it's building. Oh, it compiled successfully. There's no fucking way this works. If this works and I can literally just have this fucking Arduino communicate over Bluetooth and do shit, I am going to shit my pants. I'm going to literally, I'm going to just go skeet, skeet, skeet. There's no fucking way it's this easy. There's no fucking way. All right. So here's the sample code, okay, and setup. Set the serial to 115.200 and then print through the serial controller starting BLE work. So it'll print that into the serial and the LD into the Arduino LED. And then it calls Bluetooth keyboard.begin. That's all it does. Bluetooth keyboard.begin. Then inside of the loop function, it calls if keyboard is connected, then print sending hello world, okay, to the screen. And then through the Bluetooth keyboard, it's going to print hello world. And then it's going to delay 1,000. And then it's going to say sending the enter key. Then it's going to wait another second. And then it's going to send a play or pause media key. And then it's going to delay 1,000. So as soon as it connects, and then if it doesn't, it waits 5 seconds to see if there's a connection. Okay, so that's the whole code. I'm going to go ahead and write that to the device. There's no fucking way. Like, I didn't even name it. How does it know? Okay, what is the device name going to be? Like, I didn't even get to put in a device name. Like, do I just select it as keyboard? Because even Bluetooth keyboards have a name? Don't I have to give this thing like a fucking name? Okay, let's see if it just shows up as generic. Okay, we're uploading the sketch. Here it goes, right here. The sketch is uploading. Okay, it's uploading still. If this works, I'm going to fucking shit a brick. Because if this works, this means I can connect it up to the iPhone and it's going to actually fucking type on my iPhone. Like, my mind is so fucking blown if this works. No, Leo, I get it. He said it's all about the libraries. The LED display took little effort. No, and I get that. I get that libraries do the heavy lifting, right? I mean, but I didn't realize that with like these little fucking dev boards that these libraries were this intuitive. All right. It just reset. So right now I have an Arduino sitting there. It is running. There's nothing printing to the screen right now. So, which is a little concerning because it shouldn't it have printed to the output on the screen, the starting BLE, or do I got to push a button to start this? This is my first time actually trying to. Oh wait, is that what happened? Do I have to push a button to fucking start this thing? Like, hold on. Theodorus, I need you, bro. I need you, bro. So it's supposed to print through the serial interface starting BLE work in the setup function. And the setup function didn't get called. I'm wondering if that's why my fucking LED controller didn't work earlier either. Do I have to do something to get it to start running the code? Or do you literally just plug it into power and it starts running the code? When you compile the sketch to the thingamajigger. I need some input, sir. Do I have to set the baud rate differently? Okay, support 3, COM3. It's got the right module. Get board info. Yeah, we're good. So how do I see the serial output? It should auto kick off. All right, well, here, let me see if a Bluetooth device showed up. I mean, that's the easiest way to test it, right? Hold on here. There's no fucking way. Okay, hold on here. Add device. Bluetooth, right? It's a keyboard. Bluetooth keyboard. There's no fucking way. ESP32 keyboard is detected as a Bluetooth device. Do you want to add it? There's no fucking way. Oh, there is no fucking way. Okay, fine. Add it. Here we go. Let's see if it starts printing shit in the box. Okay, good. See, it wasn't that easy. It said try connecting your device again. Okay, hold on. Okay, it's trying to connect. Connected. It says connected. It fucking worked. See in chat where it said world? It didn't do the hello. Oh, there it goes. Hello world. It's going to do it again. Hands free. Are you fucking shitting me? That is the simplest code I've ever written. Python is harder than this. So wait, that's it? I literally have this right here. That right there. You guys see that? You see this tiny little fucking module right here? Okay, I gotta prove to myself that this isn't going through the goddamn thing. Here, hold on. Do I have a USB battery pack up here? All right, let's do this. Unplug it from the computer. All right, it's no longer typing hello world. Physics. Okay, so first of all, I want to make sure that Theodorus gets some credit here. And the reason I want to make sure Theodorus gets some credit is because Theodorus was the one that told me to do the Bluetooth thing. You did find the code, though. You did find the code physics. You guys both deserve credit because I did need the code to do it. But I don't want to ignore that Theodorus did try to derail me and get me to do the Bluetooth thing instead of through the USB. But I was being stubborn as a motherfucker. But the main reason I didn't want to do Bluetooth was because Bluetooth is usually a lot harder. Like protocols like Bluetooth and wireless, from a programming perspective, if you've ever written code to fucking raw communicate to a network stack, it is not fucking easy. Like, to be able to just say, hey, be a Bluetooth device, and it just be a Bluetooth device, that is, and it works, and it fucking outputs, like, and it just compiled, and it just ran, and it didn't have to fucking do a million dependencies and tweak shit and have, oh my God, what? How? And it's paired, so if I plug it in, it should re-sync and just start typing hello world. My fucking mind is so blown right now. Seriously, I don't even know what to fucking think. This is wild. Are you guys seeing this shit? This is so like maybe some of you guys are like meh, like you know, you're not developers or whatever, but I just created a fucking broadcasting Bluetooth keyboard with, like, if I cut out all the comments and all the bullshit, 3 lines of code. 3 lines of code in a library and a $4 little dealy bopper plugged into USB power, and I've got a fucking Bluetooth hardware here sunk to the computer as a keyboard. I could literally put the script on here to, like, fucking play Forza Motor, like to play Forza Motorsport and get by their band detection, because I could just take my auto hotkey shit and bind it in here and have this, like, plug it in and just have it play the game for me using, like, the gamepad or whatever, and it wouldn't be able to detect it is interfering with the game through the cheat detection, because it'd be coming in through a fucking real joystick. No, ChatGPT did not write the code. I just used the example code. But I bet you if I went to ChatGPT and knows about this library, because it's old enough and I could probably have it write some more complex code. But I want to prove this works again. So what I'm doing is I'm going to put the cursor, because it's going to type wherever the cursor is, right? Because it is a keyboard. I put the cursor in the chat box. This is what I'm going to do. Just so no magic tricks. That's it. That's an ESP32 I just flashed with. Here, I'll tell you what the code is, just so you guys can see how fucking simplistic this is. If you take out all the serial writes and the debug code, this is all the code. Inside of the setup function, this is it. BLE keyboard.begin. That's it. Create an instance of BLE keyboard. That's the object that this library defines. Create the object BLE keyboard. Call BLE keyboard function.begin. That's it. That's all you do in setup. Done. Nothing else. Then in function loop, which is I'm guessing the equivalent of like main, right? So within the loop of the program, the only code that's being written, the only code that does anything is the keyboard connected? So the object, the BLE keyboard.isConnect. If it's true, do stuff with it. If it's not, wait 5 seconds and check to see if it's connected. That's it. There's no, is it connected to certain PC? Is it something? Nothing. It's fucking, oh my God, dude. This is fucking rad. Like, my mind is just so, I'm not going to be able to do anything because my mind is so full of shit. Like, I want to fucking make this Bluetooth now. I'm gonna take that off. I'm gonna make a fucking Bluetooth screen that connects to shit and does things. I'm gonna make that thing fucking display keystrokes. Okay, anyways, because I could, right? I could take this code and bind it with the code that I have on there. I have the fucking text going across the screen of what this thing's outputting in real time. Oh my God, I'm gonna tie together all the things. Okay, anyways, focus. The only code on this is literally keyboard.begin. Okay, keyboard.print hello world. Wait a second. Keyboard.print sending enter key. Or sorry, that was the serial output. You don't need that. Keyboard write and then the constant key underscore return. So that's the constant for the return key. Wait another second and then press the play or pause media key. Okay. So to see if the play or pause media key works, I'm going to open up, I'm going to open something up here. Hold on, stand up. No, I don't want the porn folder. Let's open up Amazon Music. Or I'm trying to think of what does the media key, does play and pause media key work on YouTube? Dude, I'm fucking, my mind is so blown right now. Actually, I'm going to change it. I'm going to change this. I'm going to say, instead of hello world, I'm going to have it do, oh, actually, it's already flashed. Anyways, let's just do it. So I'm going to put, okay, the cursor is in the chat window for this chat. This is it. No computer, no trickery. That is a USB. All that is a USB power adapter from a phone. from a iPhone. Let's see how long it takes before it connects to the device and starts working. Okay, it's plugged in. It's booting. 3, 4, 5. There it is. Hello world. 1 second. Hello world. Enter. Hello world. Enter. Oh my fucking. Now watch. I'm gonna unplug it. This is fucking unbelievable. This is just unbelievable. This is ungoddamn believable is what this is. This is, oh god, man. I'm gonna. How is this so fucking easy? I don't care if it fell. These things are like you fucking set them, use them as like fire starters. They're so cheap. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's get we haven't even gotten the AI involved yet. We've already got a fucking connected Bluetooth device. Okay, obviously I want to name. Hey, does you know what? I don't even know. Does Arduino IDE have IntelliSense? Because if it does, I'm willing to bet I can figure some of this shit out just by checking it. All right, let's go look. If not, I can look at the header file. What functions do we have available to us? Oh shit, it's typing hello world again. Fuck. Okay, well that's gonna be a problem. I need to disconnect the Bluetooth device. I'm in here editing code. I forgot I plugged in the computer. It powered up and started typing hello world in the IDE. That could be a problem. Okay, here, let me go disconnect it. Because the problem is it's paired. Okay, so ESP32 keyboard. I obviously want to rename it something else. So remove device. Are you sure you want to remove this device? Yes. Okay, there we go. Now it won't do that. I had to stop it from connecting. I kind of want to create a fucking Bluetooth keyboard that doesn't even say keyboard. Like just call it something like free music or something and just walk around and see if people randomly pair to it. And as soon as they pair to it, just start like fucking alt tabbing and shit between their stuff and like just typing in format C/Q. like I just want to set this out on my porch with a battery like out next to the street and just have a random Bluetooth device show up. It's like free prawn. And or free music or something, and then as soon as they link it to their device, because you know most phones support Bluetooth keyboard and mouse and stuff now, just have it like use a mouse and just start randomly clicking on shit and like trying to shut the phone down and stuff. Oh my god, dude, you could be so fucking malicious with this. Are you kidding me? And it's this easy? Oh my god, dude, this is fucking crazy. Oh, LED sign has an error. Oh, hold on here. Sorry. There we go. Oh. Loose cables. Hold on. We pulled the cable out. It happens. It happens. Don't worry. We'll get her back. We'll get her back. We always do. Here, come on, get back up there. Start fucking everything's all tangled together and weighed on itself. Hold on here. Get that out there. Get on there. Come on. Here, just unplug that one too. Here, unplug. Okay, here we go. Let's figure out where we went wrong. So we lost some power wires. Let's see, that's the data wire. Those should be okay. Those should be okay. Is that still powered? Disconnect these. Stand by. We'll bring her back to life. We always do. This thing falls down all the time. All right, check my power cable. We're good. Check my power lines. Down here, I got a power line off. We'll fix it. Hold on. All right, so there's power line. Okay, that's the digital cable. That is power and power. Huh. Well, shit. Hold on. I should have fixed it. Hello. Okay, so that goes there. That goes there. That comes over there. That comes over there. Check these. Make sure they're connected. Yeah, we're good there. We're good there. Did we finally kill it? That's good. Hold on, guys. Just troubleshooting here. Double checking my pins. See, okay, so 3.3. That's 3.3 volts, and then that should be ground. Come on, baby. Why you gotta be like this? We were just working. Okay, where did I fuck up here? I fucked something up. Hold on. I should have 3.3 volts coming off that. Hold on. I must have shorted something. Stand by. We'll get her back. We always do. Is it on pin 18? It is. And then make sure I got my signal wire. Yep, signal wire is good. Okay, so that is my data pin. Goes here. There we go. That's connected to my data. Oh, are those shorted? Hold on. Hold on. It's all part of the process, kids. It's all part of the process. Just hang in there. Okay, so I got this. I need to get more of these like clipper cables. These things are fucking awesome. I don't even know if you guys can even hear me right now. Okay, so connect this. It connects that. It goes in there. That is ground. Ground goes to. Make sure that's actually ground. That is ground. So we are good. And then we got positive. Positives coming off of the 3.3 volt rail. That appears happy. Just checking all my voltages and everything. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. And then it goes up there. That is connected. We have no connections there. Well, shit. No, that's all connected correctly. And then we got our signal wire. Our signal wire goes up here and connects on to the middle one. That is correct. I believe. Is the middle one? Yes, it is the middle one. And that would be our problem. We pulled the power off the back, folks. Looks like old Daddy Barnacules gonna have to get out the old soldering iron, but yeah, I have a feeling this is gonna light up. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm gonna unplug that for now, though. Hold on. All right. I gotta get out the soldering iron later, which I don't own a good soldering iron, so now I have a reason to buy one, don't I? God, this is so fucking cool, man. I'll get it fixed though. I gotta order a soldering iron anyways because I don't have a good one. Oh, as a matter of fact, no. Adam said he was gonna give me his old soldering iron. I'll just go pick that up whenever I can. Here, I'll hit him up here. Let's see. Because now I have a reason where I need it. Let's see here. Adam, where are you? There you are. Let's see here. Hey, bro, I broke some contacts off the back of my LED screen. Being careless as fuck. Any chance I could grab that old soldering iron of yours sometime? And maybe a little solder? All right, cool. All right, I'll fix that before the next live stream. I got a couple days. Okay, so this is freaking crazy balls, dude. Hey, Whoopie Go Man, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollaroos. He said, I miss your audio file reviews and VR reviews and vlogs. Are you considering doing that type of content again? Yes. Yes, I do. I do still plan to do some reviews, and I do plan to do some VR. As a matter of fact, one of my goals of setting up this nerd cave again is getting my my Valve Index set up back together so I can properly use it, because I lost my Valve. I used to play my Quest 2 all the time, but my son's Quest 1 died, and I couldn't afford another Quest, so I was like, here, just have mine, and I haven't played VR since. I used to play VR every single day, and I haven't played VR in like 3 months since I gave it to him. So I'm kind of having withdrawals. But I do have the Valve Index. It's just to get it to work, I have to have enough room to move around. Everything in here is trashed and garbage, and the computer, you can see nothing's hooked up right. Everything's just piled up and basically put together with like little cables. I got to get some organization in my life. And only recently have I started feeling good, like in the last 2 weeks, like where I'm moving and I'm able to get up and I'm not in such like bad back pain that I can't function. So life has been getting a lot better, slowly, but it is getting a lot better. So I'm hoping that, you know, I can start getting up here and moving some stuff around. I'm actually pretty excited about that. But thank you for the support. And yes, I loved making that content, and I hope to make that content again. I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5. He said, used to own Bluetooth stack on Windows SE. This would have been handy back in the day for test automation. Yeah, no shit, right? Like, dude, I remember all the times I was at Microsoft and we had to test mobile devices and we had to test protocols. And so we would do weird shit. Like no kidding. I actually programmed a robot a fucking robot, like a $2,000 like little robot that had like the thing with like 3 things on the thing, go doot, 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 and go into Bluetooth and like do the thing to connect the Bluetooth device and click the button, because it pops up a window that you can't send a command to programmatically because of user access control. And so I actually had like this little bot that was called user access control bot, and it would basically just sit there and wait until the user access control thing popped up where you couldn't send keyboard IO programmatically. So instead you'd send the code out programmatically to this to push the button on the keyboard to, you know, select over and enter, and it would then activate it so it could connect to the device. Oh, I got a signal notification. Let's see. Hold on. Come on, big money, big money, big money, big money. He said, can drive it out Sunday afternoon. I love you so much. I'm having so much fun with this ESP32 programming bullshit. It ain't even funny. Just wrote a Bluetooth keyboard emulator and it works with like 5 lines of code. My mind is so fucking blown at how far things have come since the old C and C++ days. All right, dude. Awesome. So I've got a soldering iron on the way. I shall be able to fix this. This is going to be awesome. Okay. So, aperture science. We do what we must because we can. Okay. So, there is one thing though. Why isn't the ESP module feeding the serial back? So is it because I got the console set up at the wrong baud rate? Or I do want to figure this out really quick because I would like to see the debug code. Having the debug code is actually like really, really good for programming, like to be able to set the debug flags and the if-def so that I can deploy something that'll actually give me back the serial code to tell me if stuff's happening when I want it to without actually doing the thing. Wait, then the screen died. It said error, fell, check streambot, and yell, see, I made it say that before it died. No, I saw error on the screen, but before it dropped down and I broke the solder off the back, I did see it. However, wait a second. Hold on. We might not actually be out. Hold on, wait. Can I feed power in through here? Hold on, we're not done. So I got power. I was feeding power in through the center terminals. Those are the auxiliary power for each panel, but you can actually run power in through the data port. So I should be able to. Hold on, we might be back in business, folks. Luckily, redundancy appears to be built into these things. Hold on. Okay, so here's my. Here, if you guys want to see, this is all that's controlling the LCD screen. Let me see if I can get it over there so you can look at it. There we go. All right. So this entire thing, and it is, I can just put it right here if I wanted to. That's it. That's the whole thing. So see that? There's 3.3 volts, ground, data pin. That's it. 3.3 volts, ground, data pin. Going into the back of a generic 2812, 2312, 2412, WS2812 addressable LEDs, I think they're called. And that's it. And if you look, there's even copper solder joints on the side where you can bridge these together. Like if you want to put them flush together without wires on the back at all, you can actually go. There's so many different ways to use this. Like there's little copper things on the edge. If you can see, they're like they're tiny. Those are little spots where you can actually like spot weld and bridge, like if you want to. Or you can use the contacts for the power in the center for auxiliary power. So you can put in main power through here, and then you can add in power through the center. So I should be able to, and again, it doesn't need to be connected to the computer. It's all controlled. It's all Wi-Fi. It's all connected Wi-Fi. I just honestly didn't think Bluetooth was going to be that easy, because Bluetooth usually requires like, you know, a hefty handshake and encryption and all this stuff. It just does it. The library just fucking does it. I'm going to try to connect it to my iPhone and see what it'll do. Okay, so where was I? So we got power. Let me isolate my power. You know what? If I start doing this on stream more, if you guys are enjoying this, and I start doing this on stream, we're not for Tech Talk. This is a special thing for Tech Talk. Normally we'd be doing this over on Twitch. But I think if we're going to be doing this more in the future, I have some ideas as far as I have wireless Rode mics, so I can put one of those on, feed in the mixer board. That way, no matter where I'm pointing, you guys can hear me. As a matter of fact, there's the, hold on, is that it? Let's see, what is that? Is that the Rode? Nope, those are those earmuff things. I'm trying to see if I have one of those Rode mics sitting here. Because if I did, it would be trivial to just plug it in. And then you guys would be able to hear me when I'm turned. Everything's so messy. It's like it's lost in a pile of filth. It'll turn up though. It'll turn up. We'll find him. In the meantime, here, I'll just do this. I'll just move this over here a little bit. There we go. Problem solved. All right, so what I'm going to do is figure out my power. So let me grab my little giblet wire here. My bulge wire. Okay, unplug that. That's going to be red. That's going to be ground. So that's going to be positive. Come on, get on there. And then that. Oh, shit. Man, you can't make this up. Okay, I'm officially tapping out before I completely destroy my board. I definitely need to get this cradled in something. It's getting too destroyed. So I had the solution, but it pulled out. So there's my second broken solder joint. You can see these blobs are really bad. Like these are terrible solders. But yeah, I lost my power connection there. But so there's auxiliary power, so you can run 5 volts in here. You could also run 5 volts in here, and if you run it through here, then it'll pass through. So this cable will pass it through to the next panel. And so they just daisy chain. And this panel is, I want to say I paid $14.50. I think they're like $18 now for one of these, for 256 addressable RGB LEDs. Really bright ones, though. So anyways, when I get the soldering iron, I can fix that. Let's go back to the Bluetooth thing, though. So I've got the little Bluetooth dongaroo plugged in here so I can program it again. So what I want to see if we can do is go into the code. Go into the code. And we got the Bluetooth network connected. It waits 5 seconds. I'm going to change the 5 seconds to 1 second because I'd like it to immediately start printing as soon as it connects. So I'm going to change that to 1 second. I'm going to get rid of all of the serial commands because I don't need any of that. That's all just decoration. So getting rid of all my serial commands. So the entire substance of the program is keyboard.begin, keyboard.print, delay, keyboard.print, and that's it. It's that simple. So all it's doing is hello world and hitting return. So what I need to do is there a local data point that I can give it, like a clock? Is there an onboard clock that I can print the time from the Arduino clock? I want to print something other than just hello world. I want it to actually do something. Can I combine keys? Hold on. Let's see if I can combine keys. So if I do key underscore and assume the names. So let's see. So if I want to do win, so key underscore win and then pipe, because it's probably going to be pipe together. So pipe win key and then key let's see, win key R. So, and then let's just do, and how would I compound it with the letter R? Can I just do key R? Let me see if they're all defined. Let's see if this builds. So key win plus key R, then delay 1 second. And then we're going to print, let's see here, just get rid of that. And then we're just going to do CMD EXE. Let's see. I have an idea. Let's do HTTP. See here, youtube.com/Barnacules1. And what's the autoplay? What's the, I'm going to see if I can figure out what the autoplay command is to just open. So if I just go to youtube.com/Barnacules1, does it just start playing my video? Let me see. It does not. But what if I go to one of the past Tech Talks? Stand by. Okay. Here we go. Drum roll. Okay, let me see it. Let me see if it plays on load. It doesn't. What is the autoplay command? Like it's like let's see here. And autoplay equals true. And play. I can't remember the query string variable to autoplay a video. I'm trying to just figure out like what cool thing I could set. No, I'm not going to do Alt F4. That would be funny though. Just spam Alt F4 a bunch and close all my windows and shut the computer down. That actually would be pretty funny. Okay, let me do a change of plans here. Let me go back to. I'll just do something in chat. Are there any command? You can't do any commands in chat, can you? So I just want to see. Let me ask. Here, we'll ask Arduino. Let's ask the AI. Okay, shall we ask the AI? Let's involve the AI in our decision here. So, oh yeah, thank you. Oh my God, thank you for reminding me. So, McBonglab, love the name by the way. He said, don't forget to unclick them too. I forgot. It is very much like C and C++, where it's like you have to do key down and key up. All I'm doing is mashing the keys down, and I'm not letting them back up, which that's going to get dirty pretty fast. That actually simplifies my code too, by the way. So thank you for that. Love your face. Okay, why the fuck can't I get to the code? Okay, there we go. All right, so Bluetooth keyboard. I'm going to send keyboard right. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, this one doesn't have a keyboard down. It just has keyboard right. Let me see if it does have a key down, though. So there's right. Okay, so here's the commands I have. Press and release. So I would have to release it. I was doing right. Right automatically releases. So I think I'm okay. I don't need to do what you said. However, if I use the press and release command, I'd have to do that. It has a release all, so you can release all the keys on the keyboard. It has a send report. I don't know what that does. Oh, there it is. Found it. Set product ID. I got it. Set product ID and set battery level. Oh, I can set everything. Okay, set product ID. Here we go. I'm going to set the product ID to, it has to be an ID, a PID. Wait, I can't just give it a name? Like, why do I have to set it? Okay, hold on. Is there a set name or something? Here, set vendor ID, version, product ID. No, that's not what I want. Set name. Got it. Okay, so I got set name, and now I have to give it a string. So I'm going to call this, we're going to go ahead and call this Bluetooth device. Let's see here. I'm going to call it 8 equals D, and then 3 dashes, and then boobs. So parenthesis, dot, Y, and parenthesis. Okay, so that's what I'm going to name my device. And okay, so it's connected. Send that Bluetooth set name. Let me put that in setup. I don't want it to change the name every time I'm typing a key. So we're going to start the stack. We're going to name the device. I am so excited. I'm so excited. Bump, 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 that I just can't motherfucking hide it. And now I'm going to be not able to monetize because I said that word because I thought I was on Twitch. Damn it. Well, now I just gave up all the money. I hope you guys are happy. Now I need more super chats from you because I just disabled monetization on the stream by cussing. God, I hate YouTube. On Twitch, I can just cuss a blue streak, no problem. On YouTube, you say like 3 cuss words, the whole thing, you're demonetized. Whoopi Go Man, thank you for the $10. Said I missed your audio file reviews. Oh, I read that one earlier. Thank you for the support, by the way. Scroll through here. Let's see. I love Scotch. Thank you for the $1. Dane Berryman, thank you for the $2. Said, have you used Home Assistant? I have not used it, but I've seen lots of videos on it, and now that I have these ESP32s, I think I will be using it in the future. Let's see here. Pin King, thank you for the $2. He said, tweeted you what I was talking about. It will help. Oh, the IP code from the IRS. You mean for like protecting myself from the identity theft stuff? Hey, Pin King, could you do me? I will check my Twitter later and I'll get your message and then I'll probably do a follow and get on a DM with you because I do want to know if there's anything that you guys can tell me that can help me to protect me against identity theft and all the other shit that's going to come along with this hack. I'm not above taking advice. I absolutely need it. Let's see here. Joe Taji, thank you for $5, said you could use NDI from your phone to show a close-up POV shot. Also, I love the idea of a community project. Yeah, no, and I want to do a community project like every couple of weeks. I think that'd be cool. But he said show a close-up or POV shot. You could use NDI from your phone to show. Oh, I get. Sorry, my brain, dude. My brain is fried. I get what you're saying. Use it as an NDI camera to feed into OBS, so therefore I could show you guys close-ups of what I'm doing. Joe Taji, absolutely, that is a great idea, and I think I will do that in the future. After 1 hour, you can cuss on YouTube? Fucking A. All right, we're going to put that to the test. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, guys. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to name my device, penis, dash, and then boobies. Okay, we're really pushing the limits here. And then I'm going to, hold on here. What else can I do? Bluetooth keyboard. I'm trying to see all the stuff that I can set up in this class before I continue. So we set the name of the device, so that should show up when I say connect Bluetooth. I can check to see if it's connected. I can press a key, I can release a key, I can release all, and I can send report. What is send report? So send report, and I can send it key report. So hold on here, key report. So key report K. And there's a key report object. Hold on here. Key report KR equals. So then KR dot keys, modifiers, and reserved. Is key key report, so I can see which keys are pushed down. That's what that is. Okay, never mind. So I think key report is so if I have multiple HID devices, they can basically tell me all the collective keys that are currently pushed down between that and the other keyboards. All right, let me see. So I am speculating on that. So blue BLE keyboard. Let's see what else we got here. So set name, send report, begin, end, is connected, press a key, release, and release all. Those are my effective functions, and I can set the battery level. And then I can do write. Write means just type out the string and then terminate. So or key. I can also send the key constants. And then there's available for write, so I can actually check to see if the device is, like, if there's a place to put the characters. I can clear the write error. I don't know what that's good for. So I got clear write error and I got get write error. So apparently, like, if something goes wrong, I can analyze it and log it. I also have a print function. I have a print F function and a print line function that are all under the keyboard. So I think that I can use those for various different things. I also have events. I have on notify, on read, and on status. So I don't know what fires those events, but we could surely find out. And then my constants are error, no client, error, notify disabled, success, indicate. Okay, dude, this is fucking dead simple. This is self-explanatory. All right, so here we go. We're going to start at the keyboard. And then what we're going to do is we are just going to spam characters into chat as fast as we can. Because the keyboard right. And then I'm going to wait a tenth of a second. So we do it 10 times a second. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. So I'm just going to write a bunch of wieners, okay? This is going to be the Wiener Writer 5000. So as soon as I connect this, it should just start spamming wieners to chat. Okay? You guys ready for this? This is the greatest keyboard thing that's ever existed. And then I'm going to wait a millisecond, and then I'm not going to open that. I'm going to kill that, get rid of that, delete that, blow that all away. Don't need that, don't need that. There's some demo code. Oh, you can also send Control-Alt-Delete. That's kind of cool. So I could do a Win-L. How cool would that be? So if you hit Win-L, it locks the box. So I got an idea. I love just getting all the ideas from what things can do. I love putting things together. So if I wanted to, how cool would this be? So Bluetooth devices, I'm sure that I can get a Bluetooth function on here outside of the keyboard, like from the regular Bluetooth cat that'll tell me the signal strength, right? I'd say that there's probably a method for getting the signal strength. And I know that because Bluetooth devices can show the signal strength and can react to it and everything. So couldn't I just have like a 9-volt battery connected to this sitting in my pocket? And then couldn't I configure it that if I walk far enough away from my computer that the signal strength drops off or I lose Bluetooth connectivity, that it's set, or not when I lose Bluetooth connectivity, that's too late. But if the signal drops off to a certain level, I could just have it send Win-L to lock the computer. And then as I approach back to the computer, when I get back within the signal range, it will type in my username, hit enter, password, and hit enter, and then get me back into the box. Because it's an HID device, so I don't need access to send text programmatically to win login. It's going to think it's a keyboard physically connected to the computer. So I could literally make the device where it's like the further I get away, it locks, and then the closer I get, it unlocks, and then I think that would be amazing. I think that would be absolutely amazing. I'm going to do that. That's a great project. That's cool because people buy devices all the time. Like doctors have devices where if they get too far away with like their little thing or whatever, it locks the computer, and then when they come back, it unlocks the computer. I'm like, I could do that with a keyboard. Now, and if I remember right, Bluetooth is fully encrypted. So I don't have to worry about anybody intercepting the signal like with my password, because obviously it's going to be sending the characters. Dude, I'm going to do that. That's going to be my project. So I got to do that. I got to control the LCD screen. My brain is going to explode. You can do that with a USB flash drive? Wait, how could you do that with a USB flash? Oh, you mean where you plug it in the computer and it unlocks and then you unplug it? Yeah, no, I'm talking about doing it wirelessly. I'm talking about, because these things are low power. These ESP32s are low power. You can actually lower them down to about 40 megahertz. And you can disable the functionality, everything but the Bluetooth. I'd imagine that you could probably just make like a little module that's just an ESP32 with a little lithium battery pack. As a matter of fact, I think it even has a integrated lithium charger circuit, or you can buy a charger circuit. If I did that, then you could just charge it up, put it on the charger, And then I don't know how long it would run on a single charge, but I'd imagine long enough that you could just stick it in your pocket and just walk around and it would just lock the box and unlock it as you got close to it. That'd be kind of cool. Or you could even do something like you walk in the room, right? All my computers have Bluetooth receivers. So what if I made it to where if I walk in my room down in the bedroom, like as long as I check the signal strength at all 4 corners of the room, and as long as I'm within that signal strength, it, you know, turns on the TV. And then if I leave the room and go through the wall where the wall is going to block a lot of the signal strength, it just turns everything off. Oh man, you would have to worry about somebody getting the hardware device and looking at your code for the password. Oh, I can encrypt it. There's ways around that. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so it's gonna spam dicks. Okay, so let me see. Okay, then wait a second for the connection. Actually, I'm not even gonna wait a second. I'm gonna wait 500 milliseconds. Because I'm going to be super impatient and just let that, because I'm not worried about efficiency. All right, here, compile and put on device. Oh my God, I am so excited. Bump, 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 that I just can't hide it. Bump, bump, bump. I forgot to see, this is what sucks. I've been doing Python now. I've been writing Python for like weeks now. And so now I'm not putting semicolons at the end of my shit to terminate it. See, that's what I hate about not using C syntax languages. See, there's another one. I keep forgetting to put fucking semicolons at the end of things. It's like, it's bad. It's embarrassing and it's bad, okay? Okay, let's see here. Expected this between BLE keyboard. Where did I miss it? There it is. So naughty. Okay, we're compiling. Please share the code. Oh my God, dude, it's so laughably simple. It is like I feel embarrassed. Like I want people to believe that this is harder than it is. To be like, wow, that's really cool. I didn't know you could do that, man. That's so cool. Oh man, you wrote like that cool Bluetooth device. It's like so fucking simple. It's like embarrassingly simple. Like honestly, Hello World would be harder than this. Hold on here. As a matter of fact, it was Hello World. Okay, here, I'm removing all the superfluous code just so I can show you how fucking dinky this is. Okay? This is, I want you guys to realize just how fucking dinky this entire code base is. Okay, I think that's everything I need. Okay, so string enter dict equals, close that, the Y, send report, begin. Oh, no, I don't do send report. My bad. I want to set the name. I want to get rid of send report. I want to save that. Okay, and then if the keyboard is connected, delay 1,000 seconds. Okay, and then after we delay 1,000 seconds, we are going to spam the dick. Okay, we're going to spam the dick. So we're going to do 1,000. We're going to do BLE keyboard. And we're going to go ahead and do write. And then we're going to do the dick. We're going to write the dick to the chat. And you know what I think we should do for extra credit is I think the dick should get longer each time by 1. Should I do that? Oh my God. Do you guys want me to do that? Do you want me to do it so that when I run this, it just puts each time it puts it, the dick gets a little bit longer? Let's see. You're still a full-time YouTuber. Have you done professional programming recently? Oh no, not professional. Not by a long shot. I literally took a hiatus from coding for like 7 years when I left Microsoft. I had probably reasonably 5 years where I didn't do really anything. I'm just now getting back into it. But once a coder, always a coder. It's not one of those things that really atrophies that much. All right, we're going to make the dick grow. So I know how I'm going to do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create, okay, so let's see here. We're just going to go ahead and create an int called dick size. We're going to start out with dick size of 1. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a loop. We're going to start at the beginning with the keyboard. We're going to go ahead and print out the beginning of the dick, which is going to be the 8, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a loop. So for int I equals 0, I'm assuming this is C syntax. I is less than dick size. We want I plus plus. And then we're going to go ahead and, come on now. So we're going to do a little of that. It's been a while since I've written C. Good old C code, my friends. Good old C code. We're going to grow this dick. Grow the dick. Grow the dick. Does whatever the spider dick does. Okay, so now we're in the process of growing the dick. So we create the 8. Now we got to draw the shaft. So for each time it counts, we are going to write... we're going to write 1 shaft to the dick. And then At the very end, when we're done, we're going to increase the dick count. So we're going to increase the dick size by 1. So we're going to do a little dick size. Can I do plus plus? Can I do a little dick size plus plus? Okay, and then after we do a dick size plus plus, then we're going to print the end of the dick, which is going to be BLE, keyboard.write. And we're going to finish off the dick with a nice little D for the tip and a couple little squirts. And just like that, we should have a growing dick. All right. So here's what, no, we got the balls. The 8 is the balls. So we got the shaft. So this is what's going to happen, okay? This is what's going to happen. I'll show you guys the whole code here. Here, I'll just put it in here. So this is what we got. So if the device is connected, this is how it's going to go down. Okay, we're a little over on size. So we'll just get rid of some of the squirts. There we go. All right. So this is what's going to run. So if you guys can see the code down there, what it's going to do is it's going to check to see if the keyboard's connected to the Bluetooth. Once it's connected, it's going to delay for 1/10 of a second. Then it's going to write an 8, followed by looping through dick size, starting with 1. Then it's going to print an equals for the shaft of the dick. Then it's going to break out of the for loop, increase dick size by 1, and then print out the D for the tip of the dick plus the little squirts. And then each time it goes through the loop, it's going to go through the for loop, the count of the dick size. Now, technically, there's so many optimizations I could do to this code right now, but I'm trying to make it as like stupid simple to read as possible. Because we're not even utilizing I. Like, I'm creating I for the counter and I'm incrementing it just to compare it against dick size. But then again, I guess I'm used to using like 4 each and stuff. You don't really need that in this case. 4 is actually pretty efficient. I could also say while you know, dick size or count is less than dick size, count plus plus. But anyways, whatever. Use the for loop. Okay, so here we go. I think this is going to work. Let me go ahead and deploy this. It's compiling. Let's see here. Blue keyboard was not declared in the scope. My ass, it wasn't. What are you talking about? Blue keyboard, it's right there. Oh, did I spell it wrong? Hold on. My bad. BLE keyboard, BLE keyboard, BLE keyboard, BLE keyboard, BLE keyboard. What are you talking about? It's not declared in the scope. It's right there. It's right there, numbnuts. Here you go. Setup. It sets the name. Okay, we got a little problem here. Okay, try this again. Compile. Hold on here. Okay, why does it think I'm sending it a character when I'm clearly sending it a string? No, I don't want to do a write of a constant character. I want to send it a string. Hold on here. Let's see. I want to do write. And then write can take a single character. It can take a pointer, a pointer to an array of characters, or a buffer and then the size of the characters. You know what? I'm going to simplify this. We're not going to use write. We're going to use print. And then print should be able to take a string. That's what we're going to use. We're just going to use print. It was using write before. Let me go look at the example because I deleted the demo code. Nope, that'll be fine. Okay, so we're going to change write to print. Print. And a little print. And a little print. A little printer there. And a little print. And then we're going to go ahead and compile that little bad boy. Yeah, I was having a, God damn it, I keep missing these fucking semicolons. Where is it? Semicolon, where you gone? Semicolon, dick size plus plus. Let's see, before string constant print. Oh, no shit. Okay, get rid of that. Just little stupid typo mistakes. Here we go, compiling. I wonder why dick write wasn't working though, because it did the hello world using the write function. And it passed it in as a string constant. Oh, I know what it is. So for some reason, Arduino IDE, there are some subtle differences between this and Visual Studio like C, C++. And that is in C and C++, if you define a string inside of double quotes, right? Inside of double quotes, it's considered a string constant. Or not a string constant, sorry, an allocated string. So if you have 5 characters or whatever, that's a string, right? But for some reason in Arduino IDE, if it's a single character inside of the double quotes, it treats it as a character. It doesn't treat it as a string. So I probably have to do is like dereference it or something. But if it's more than one character, then it works just fine. If it's two characters, then it's like, oh, this is a string, and it passes it just fine. Very weird. Okay, so anyways, it looks like it deployed. And we should now have a Bluetooth keyboard. Let me go check and see if there's any HID devices in range. Add a Bluetooth keyboard. Oh my god, where's my phone? Oh my god. Oh, I love this. I love this so much. You guys, like, I should have ended the stream like a million years ago, and I can't. Oh god, I'm dying. I'm fucking dying right now. You guys, wait until you see this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I am loving this way too fucking much. I'm actually, before I even connect this, I'm gonna take a screenshot and I'm gonna put it on Twitter and see what people think. This is just the fucking greatest thing I've ever done in my life. This is my fuck the LCD screen. This is my magnum opus. It's not about complexity, folks. It's about how much fun you have doing it, huh? All right, this is just, oh, I'm fucking dying. I'm dying to run this right now. The only problem is it will just continuously make longer and longer dicks 10 times a second. So I have a feeling that I'm going to have to unplug this thing really quick, but we'll figure it out. I'm going to say, I don't know if, here, I'll just say, I'm not sure if I should connect to this Bluetooth device. I'll just say this. Hold on, it's got to be funny. Give me something funny, guys. Give me something funny to say. My brain is melted right now, and this is worthy of pure humor. Oh, here, I got it. That's an odd name for a Bluetooth keyboard. Confused. That's an odd name for a Bluetooth keyboard. Dick with like dash dash dash. Oh, this is great. This is just great. All right, here we go. That'll be funny. All right, there we go. It's on Twitter if you guys want to see the tweet, and go show that lots of love, because I haven't had a tweet that's been retweeted or liked in like a million years. So I would seriously just like love all you guys if you would let me abuse you for a second and go click on that. If you have a Twitter account. If you don't, obviously you can't do shit, but just look at it. But yeah, click that shit. Absolutely, please click that shit and like it and everything, because one thing I really need to do moving forward with all the content stuff I'm gonna do everything is I really got to figure out a way to supercharge social media, because I've been so suppressed by not doing the ad things, conforming to the rules, not conforming to the rules, and posting a lot of things that are of a objective manner. I'm gonna slow a lot of that down this year, not completely. There's some things I can't even shut up about, but I'm in the process of, like, I've already written a whole slew of Python scripts that have been cleaning up and deleting old tweets on Twitter and stuff like that, and trying to get shit like back in alignment with what, you know, Elon wants, so that I can fucking use his platform. But yeah, this is crazy. This is just fucking crazy. I can't stop smiling. This is the greatest thing ever. All right, let's see how many of you guys actually listen to me when I ask you to go click that link. I want to see how much power I still have, how much influence I have. Oh shit, 4 retweets and 22 likes. I'll take it. For me, that's a home run. The Dick Vag keyboard. It's actually Dick Boob keyboard, Anthony Mangione. It's like add a device. Make sure the device is turned on and discoverable. Select the device below to connect. Oh my god. Okay, you guys ready? You guys ready for us to connect to this and see what it does to chat? I'm gonna have to unplug it really fucking quick. So you know what? I didn't put any pause. So when I tell it to connect to the device, I have to get the cursor down there. It's gonna just start spamming 8 = D. Okay, hold on here. I got to move really quick. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, says try connecting again. Hold on. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, why does it keep saying try connecting again? Hold on here. Huh. Yeah, it just keeps saying try connecting to your device. What's going on here? Hold on, let me reboot it. I think I pissed it off. I think my waits aren't long enough, and I think I might be spamming the API a little bit hard, and it's not getting a chance here. Let's go Bluetooth. Let's see. Okay, it sees it. Oh, but now it's called ESP keyboard again. Wait, what happened? It literally was. Hold on. It literally had the dick name for the keyboard. Now I go back to pair keyboard. Now it's back to regular keyboard. Did it fall back into some debug mode? Here, hold on. Yeah, now it's just saying ESP keyboard. Let me go fix it. It like rolled back. There must be like a rollback feature where if it like fails or it crashes or whatever, it falls back to the old firmware or something, because this should have worked. Okay, so BLE keyboard, create the keyboard name, run begin, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna sleep in the loop, sleep. Okay, so run that. Okay, obviously we can't do this 10 times, so let's do 500 milliseconds sleep for 1. We'll sleep for 5 seconds like it suggests. So every 5 seconds it'll go through here and it'll draw 1 dick. Oh, and I also forgot, it wouldn't have worked anyways, because I gotta send enter. So I gotta do write. And then this I gotta do keyboard enter, or keyboard return. Or key, is it key? I think it was key return, wasn't it? Key return. Let me see if that constant exists. And we're walking. And we're building. And we're building. Oh, I see the bots back. Don't worry, you're getting your chat cocks. I will not deprive you of your chat cocks. Let's see. Okay, delete that. So you go remove. I'm gonna remove you. I'm gonna remove you because you're an all dating site. What I don't get is they all have the same font, the same emojis, and everything. These scammers are the laziest motherfuckers that have ever lived. Why can't they remove them? Let's be honest for a second. Like this would be simple. One person in YouTube could literally just wipe out all of these by just putting in that URL. Put in that URL and say block it. If you see a user by this name or anybody changes their name to this, immediately ban their account. Or don't even ban them, just mute them. Mute them so that they think that they're actually like posting in these sites, but it just doesn't go anywhere and nobody ever sees it. Just waste their time and waste their bandwidth. Don't worry, you guys are gonna get your chat cocks. You just simmer down. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shell Shock. Okay, here we go. And we're programming and resetting. Okay, we should be good now. All right, so we just reset. We should have the new code base on there. Let me see if the dick shows up now. Add a device, add a keyboard. And nope, still says ESP32 keyboard. Well, let's see if it at least draws the dicks. Here we go. And connecting. And connecting. Okay, what are we doing? Are we out of range here? Hold on. I don't have Bluetooth antennas on this computer, so it's possible I'm out of range. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. What's going on? We didn't get any response from the device. What did I do? This was working. Okay, I broke something. I have clearly upset the gods, and for that I am sorry. But we cannot leave this in this dirty state. We must figure this out. It is absolutely imperative that we figure this out. Let's see. Where's that project again? Let me go back to Signal. Let's see. Signal. Where are you? Signal. Oh my God, you guys are cracking me up. Let's see. Okay, so ESP. Where's the Bluetooth keyboard? Let me open this up again. GitHub. Let's see the code. What am I missing here? So serial, print line, connecting keyboard, hello world, and then BLE keyboard begin. That's fine. I have that. And then BLE keyboard print. Yeah, he was using print. Okay, so print hello world and then write for the keys. And then he's using delay for 1,000 between the operations. And then printing to the serial port and then delaying another 5,000 milliseconds for starting over. Yeah, I'm not doing anything different. There's something weird going on here. I done did something wrong, but it's not showing the name of the device that I did. So that's why I don't think the code is flashing to it properly or something, because it's flashing to it. Okay, updates are available for some of your boards. That's fine. Install them all. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Let me double check my code. Okay, Arduino USB driver. That's fine. Update my USB driver. That's fine. Okay, so I need to go and look at my code. Give me a second here. Honestly, nothing. I'm not doing any hard debugging or anything. This is just there's something a little wonky here. And what it is okay. So begin. I set the name here. Should I set the name after I initialize the keyboard? Because I feel like that's gonna fuck something up. I feel like you should have to initialize the name of the device before you start the stack, but we'll find out. Okay, and then int dict size equals 1. And then if Bluetooth keyboard is connected, it checks within the loop. It delays for, we'll do, yeah, 500 milliseconds. Then it prints an 8. Although I think for this, I can just write it. I think I can just write the 8, can I? And then down here, print the D, and then write key return. And then compile. Processing. Okay, there we go. And then const. And okay, at least I know it's Unicode, because when I did a character, it actually said that it was an array of 2. So it's Unicode 2 bytes. See, I remember certain things. All right, so print. So we're going to print the 8. Print the 8. Then we're going to print the 8, print the shaft, get the D, pop out, wait for 5,000 milliseconds. All right, so the only thing I changed, guys, this time around, let's make sure it's the right one plugged in. Okay, the only thing I changed this time around in the code is setting the name of the device before I start the Bluetooth keyboard stack. So I'm starting the Bluetooth keyboard stack, which I'm imagining makes the device detectable, and then I'm setting the name after the fact. Before, I was setting the name before I initialized the object. But the thing is, it worked the first time. You guys all saw it. It was working fine. The Hello World code was working. So I think it's a timing thing. I think what I did, thank you, Graham. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, I'm having a blast, dude. I'm sitting here programming. We're sitting here programming like fucking ESP32s to be wireless Bluetooth keyboards that send random IO to anybody that connects to them without a password. Okay, so let's go see if this worked. So did it deploy the payload? Deploying payload. Deploying sketch to ESP32 W rover module on COM3. And this should make it show up. So let me open up my Bluetooth stack. I'm gonna wait. It'll initialize here in a second. It does take a while to download a sketch to these things. They're not super duper fast when it comes to writing the firmware to them. Because I mean that's what you're effectively doing. It doesn't have like SD card storage or anything like that. I think it just has flash RAM or flash ROM. Or whatever, so I don't even know how many times these things are writable. I mean, you know, if I sit here and just write to it constantly, it might fucking break eventually. I don't know. I'm sure it's like tens of thousands of cycles. Okay, so I'm going to add a device. I'm going to look for a keyboard. And no, it just shows up as ESP32 keyboard. Well, let's see if it at least works this time. Connect. No, it won't connect. What the fuck? It's not naming it and it won't connect. There's something weird going on here. Let me see if I can figure it out. Do I have the dict device somewhere in here that I got to remove? Plex. Let's see. No. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me try this. Let me try turning off the Bluetooth stack on Windows and turning it back on, because I know Windows Bluetooth stack is like hot garbage. Okay, ESP32 connect. And negative. Okay, we got a timing issue. I think I know what it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the demo code. No, I can't put the screen up. Apple's up north. The computer right now I've had too many problems with security and compromises, and I just got everything back after a hack. So until I can reinstall the computer and set up a secure dev environment that I can just share that part of the screen, I'm not risking anything else. It's just not worth it. But yeah, no, in the future I do plan to share the screen and everything. I just need an environment for it. So what I need to do is go to standby, runner partner. I know what to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to assume that this library, because it isn't beta. This isn't like, this is a library that just some guy wrote who's absolutely fucking brilliant, in my opinion. Let me find, where's the code? Why do I keep closing this goddamn thing? Where is the code? Open up, there it is, Signal. I'm going to need to bookmark this damn thing. Okay, so the only thing that I've noticed, looking at the sample code that we ran earlier that worked just flawlessly, and we are rebuilding and reflashing this device, so it shouldn't be called ESP32 anymore. I think what's happening is we fucked up some timing on something. And so I'm going to look, and it looks like right here, they call, so starting BLE work, and then print line. The serial printing shit shouldn't have anything to do with it. So he sets it up, he calls keyboard begin, and then that's within setup. And then I'm going to set the keyboard name. So I'll set the keyboard name to the little dick thing. But I think what's happening is there's not enough sleep time. So within the loop, it checks to see if it's connected. And if it is connected, then it does the delay, does the write, and then it waits for 5,000 seconds. No, that's... Dude, it's the same code. Huh. It is literally the same code. It's not connecting the device, and it is literally the same code. So BLE, if keyword is connected, how long does it wait in the thing? Serial print line. Oh, it delays 1,000. Hold on. It does wait for 1,000 after the keyboard says it's connected. So I'm going to see if that's the timing issue. I was only waiting half a second. It's possible that when it's connecting, that the library's saying it's connecting, but it's not quite connected yet. And then I send a print command and it freezes up the whole works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow it a full second after it's been connected. Like if it detects that it's connected, I'm going to allow it a full second and see what it does. Okay, it's done compiling. Now I'm going to upload the sketch. We'll try this one more time. How do I open the serial? Like, where is the serial monitor? Oh, here it is. I'm like, where's the serial monitors? Right here. Let's see. And then 115, 200 baud. 115200 Cobra Tiger. Okay, so let's see, where is it? Serial monitor, help. I'm gonna open up the serial monitor. And it's writing, and it's writing, and it's writing, and it's writing. It's almost done. It's hard resetting. Okay, the device is now online. Let me open up the serial monitor. Serial monitor. I need to do it to 115, 200 baud, 115, 200 baud. Oh, hold on. There is one component I am missing. Let's see. Why can't I do this? 115, 200 baud. Okay, so I am connected to the proper baud rate. It says, enter to send message to ESP32. Okay, I don't care. I don't want that. And then new line, carriage return, and enter. Okay, so let's see if it shows up first. Because the other thing is he does initialize the serial. He does initialize the serial port at 115, 200 baud, but I don't know why that would have anything to do with the actual Bluetooth keyboard. But let's see if it shows up now. Nope, still says ESP32 keyboard. And then it just says connecting. And it shouldn't say ESP32 keyboard because I'm literally setting the name. Like I don't know why it says ESP32 because it's like I am 100% setting the name. The only thing I can think of is that something is reverting like on the card. I guess I need to put some serial writes in there to figure it out. All right, let me just put some serial writes in here really quick. Give me a second. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna initialize the serial.begin at 115, 200 baud rate. That way I can print some stuff back. Let's go ahead and just serial.println just so we know that it's running. Print ln starting a BLE work, and let's go ahead, create the dict name. I'm going to output to confirm that it doesn't crash, because if I make it to this line, I know that I'm good. Successfully set BLE device name. And we're going to go ahead and start the keyboard stack, and then we'll do another print line, and this time we'll say successfully started Bluetooth keyboard. Now down here, I can go inside of the loop, and I can say connecting serial print ln. Just give me a second. This is I'm just adding telemetry so that I can see what the fuck's going on. Debug code. All right, so print line. Now we're inside of the loop. We can say attempt is device connected, and then here we check to see if the device is connected. If it is, else it's not. So do an else, and then do a serial. I'm almost done. Serial.println, and I love doing this shit. Yeah, device connected. Device is connected. So that'll tell me if Bluetooth is connected. And go back up, and then let's see here. So if, okay, check. Let's see here, starting loop. And then inside we can say, okay, if it is connected, we can say it's connected. So we can do serial.print line, and then say device is connected. And then device is disconnected down below. Device is not connected. Device is not connected. All right, there we go. I got tons of telemetry in here now. So let's compile that. Hey, thank you, I Love Scotch, for the $5. He said, on your PC, remove the old Bluetooth device, as it's likely remembering the old BT Mac, but the name has changed. I looked through and I removed it earlier and it didn't come back. So I don't know where the hell it is, honestly. I will double check though. I will double check and make sure it's removed, because that would actually make sense, because if it's trying to connect to that name doesn't exist. So obviously that wouldn't work, right? So let me compile and upload the sketch, and while that's happening, let me go over to my Bluetooth stack and go through and make sure everything's removed. So if I look under Bluetooth devices, I have, scroll down to the bottom, sound, display, Bluetooth, download files, send notifications. We got the UART bridge device connected. We've got Qualcomm. We got something in the kitchen. That's probably my wife's speaker. Barnavolt, Rodecaster Pro. Got the Cam Link, USB, Freestyle Edge keyboard. I have a USB receiver, whatever that is. Here, what is USB receiver? Oh, for the mouse. That's for the mouse. Yeah, I don't have any devices in here. Let me go back one though and see if there's okay, devices. Add a device, printer, scanner, phones, camera, mouse, buttons, pointer, speed, devices. Nope, there's no remnant of it at all. So view more. Let me do view more devices and just see if there's anything hidden. The way they do their Bluetooth stack is dumb. Yeah, there's no sign of the old device. It's not here. So okay, so I want to add a device. I would like to add a Bluetooth keyboard, and it found ESP keyboard again. God damn it. I wonder if you know what? Actually, I have an idea. Do you guys think it's possible I just, oh, hold on. My God. I fucked something up. Hold on. No. Hold on. It didn't actually compile and distribute the latest version. Give it a second here. I had a compilation error. Because I think I Love Scotch is onto something, because the old name is nowhere to be found. Like, I actually removed the old name, and like when I initialized it, I literally set the name in the code. There, now it's flashing. I literally set the name in the code, so it shouldn't be showing up. The device should not be showing up as that, but it is. And what that tells me is that the name that I put in may have fucked shit up. Like having a name with a bunch of equals and a D and parentheses and stuff, that may be like they've never tried connecting a device with that name because it's such an unorthodox name, that it may have caused some kind of bug where it's now remembering it by the first ID it was. Because remember, I haven't changed the ID. It's still reporting as the exact same ID. It's just a different name. And so I think it's falling back to the old name because it probably tried to save the new name of the device. And it's probably like, what the hell is this? All right, it just reset. Let me check my serial monitor. Give me a second. Serial monitor. And the serial monitor tells us, see, resetting and serial monitor. We now have a serial monitor, and the serial monitor at 115,200. How do I just, oh, there we go. Starting loop, device is not connected. Perfect. We are now online. Okay, so I've got telemetry now. Thank you for that, by the way. Okay, so we're going to open up Bluetooth devices. I'm going to add a device. I'm going to go to Bluetooth. Right now, we are still in the loops. So starting, oh, wait a second. Starting loop. No, that's right. That's right. Okay, so every 5 seconds, it is iterating through the loop. So now it says, make sure your device is on and discoverable. So let's give it a second. So 5, it says starting loop, device not connected. Let me see if it goes down another line here. Did it lock up? So now no device is showing up. Oh, there it is. There it is. Dick equals Y. Got it. Boom. Connect. Boom. Connect. Come on, damn it. Connect. Connect, damn it. Oh, we're connected. We're connected. Here we go. Here we go. We're connected. Wait for it. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. There we go. There we go. There's one dick. It's a timing thing. You know what it is? It's during the delay. It's locking up. I need to figure out how to do an asynchronous delay. Okay, the dick should be getting bigger now. There we go. There we go. The dicks are growing. We've done it, folks. We have done it. This is my magnum opus. I am very proud of myself right now. Okay, something's going haywire. The dick is doing some weird shit here. Hold on. Uh-oh. The dick has exceeded the max characters. Uh-oh. Send. Come on. Okay, let's see if it gets back on track. Give it a second here. Okay, now it's printing way too many shafts. Yeah, this is weird. It's doing some weird shit here. Hold on here. Devices connected. Loop. Devices connected. It's printing the shaft. All right, we have a problem. We have a problem here. So it's going through the loop, but it's not. Periodically, it stops printing. Why? I have a feeling that this guy's library is tuned on a 1 second delay. So go through the loop. Okay, is the device connected? If the device is connected, then we go through the loop. Okay, cut that, put that up here. Okay, put that there, cut that out. And serial, device is connected or device is not connected. Okay. I gotta add some code here. So it prints out, okay, so it prints out the 8. Did he have sleeps between, oh shit. Oh, okay, no, I know what's going on here. This is a timing fumble. There's two things going on here that it's broken. First of all here, let me change, where is it? So flash frequency, 80 megahertz core debug. Where do I set the speed? Let's see here. Give board info, port. I don't need an SSL certificate. Serial monitor, serial plotter, don't care. Upload speed, partition scheme. Flash core debug, none. There's a timing issue going on here. And I think I know what it's a 1 over kit. That's right. And then burn. What is burn bootloader? Do you guys know what that does inside of Arduino IDE? What does burn bootloader do? Yeah, let me delete this one. So yeah, I think if I look at the demo, I notice that every time he issues a print, he waits for a second. And I think that might be because his library is like his library isn't blocking. So when you print a character, I think what it's doing is like queuing it and sending it, but then it overlaps. If you call another print while it's still in the process of printing, it fucks it up. And that would explain why it was like when I was printing like some of the prints were just completely getting skipped over. And I think it's because you need to, there's no blocking operation. Like when you call print, it immediately returns. Like it queues it to be sent, but then it immediately returns control. So you're responsible for like waiting a little while between each keystroke. Reflashes bootloader to the device if it gets corrupted or you need to update it. Okay, good. Thank you. I have a bunch of ESP32s and they all act funky. Well, let me add some. What happened to Apple ID? Why does everybody keep saying Apple? What happened to Apple ID? What do you mean? Here, let's see. Sorry, I'm zoning out. I'm getting tired. We're going to have to wrap up here in a little bit. I think I'm going to skip the Twitch stream since I ended up staying here for so long. Let me try putting some sleeps in here because I have a feeling that there's this, that it's overlapping. Let's see here. Arduinos have bootloaders that check if a PC is trying to send code. With burn bootloader, you can flash the bootloader again. Okay, well, it is receiving code, so there's no reason to do that. So, can I use the async keyword on this? Because I guess I can. Is that allowed? Async was not declared in the scope. No, I didn't think it was that easy. I don't know how to do an async operation in Arduino. I know how to do it in Python. I don't know how to do it in Arduino. But I need a blocking call. Let me see if any of the other calls look like they would be blocking. So if I do keyboard, so if I do blue keyboard, and I do, there's a print line, but I don't want to use print line because I do want to print a character because I want to finish the line before I push enter. And then there's press, there's release, there's end, there's begin and end. I guess that's to shut it down and disconnect it though. Let's see here. Oh, it's bots talking about that? Okay, never mind. Set up device name, Bluetooth keyboard, Bluetooth name before the void setup. Set up device name, Bluetooth keyboard name before. Well, I can't. It's outside the scope of a function. I don't think I can do that. I don't know. Can I? Oh, I guess I can. I'll be damned. So I can do device name equals. Come on. Device name equals. Wait, can I do that like in Python? Can I literally just define it? Hold on. That's cool if I can do that. Because that's one thing I like in Python that you can't do in C and C++. It's just the inline naming of the variable. Does it allow that? Let's see. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It's a pop dream. It's just telling me what the variable name is. Okay, never mind. Okay, so I can give it the device name. I can give it the device manufacturer. And I can give it a battery level percentage. Or I can pass it a BLE keyboard object. Okay, cool. I got the variables. So I can give it the name. And then I can give it the manufacturer. So the manufacturer in this case is going to be Barnacules Nuts. Okay, and then the initial battery percentage, I guess we'll just say 100. Okay. So let's try that. Okay, good idea. Let's try that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the delay of 1,000. That's one change I'm gonna make. The other one is I'm going to use the constructor of BLE keyboard to set the name and everything instead of doing it before calling begin. Okay, so serial out, starting BLE, and print the name. We got it, and then we start begin. Start the serial. Start the keyboard. Successfully start a Bluetooth keyboard. Let's see here. Okay, so Bluetooth, Bluetooth keyboard, waiting for connection. All right, and then we're starting the loop. I'm going to get rid of that because there's no need to do that. And then if the keyboard's connected, it's going to say device is connected. The question is, can it get anything back from the host? So if I grab the Bluetooth keyboard and I get a report, what can I get back in that report? So if I do a report and then I return a report, so let's do a key report. So key report, KR. Let's go ahead and do that. And then we got a key report object and then the KR object. I think I can get that back here. Send report, grab that. And then if I grab the key report, then what can I do with it? I have the keys, I have the modifiers, and what? Okay, no, I don't need any of that. Never mind, false alarm. I thought that would get back some status. I'm guessing if I want more status than what this library provides, I have to actually call directly into the Bluetooth stack. So I'm sure Bluetooth keyboard H is probably inheriting the other Bluetooth, the other Bluetooth libraries common to this device and adding to it. So I'd probably have to go back to those base level devices to call into the functions to get like the host system, the connection ID, and all that stuff. But let me go ahead and add in the timing. So keyboard is connected. Then I print an 8. And then I'm going to just do a delay. Do a delay right there of 500 milliseconds. So a half a second. I'll do a quarter second. Because honestly, if I got to wait that long to type in characters, that's not going to be any fun. And then when I do the keyboard print, because I'm doing the keyboard print as fast as I can with no delays. I've forgotten the loop. As it loops, because remember, I'm calling it, I'm saying print and equals. That's why it worked good, and then it got progressively worse, and then it started missing characters. Because I was getting to the point where I was calling the print operation as fast as it could in a loop, and it was hanging up the buffer. So if I put a delay in here of 250 milliseconds between each loop where it's adding the shaft, that should also significantly stop it from losing keys. And then it's going to print the D at the very end, followed by a return. But before I hit the return, I should also add a delay so that it doesn't inadvertently send the return keystroke out of order, because it does look like this isn't queuing right. It looks like it's sending it off to like the Bluetooth stack and just expecting it to deal with it. And then let me sleep here for 250. Okay, I think this should be good. I think I've left it plenty of time. Wait, delay was not declared in the scope. Did I spell it wrong? Delay 250, delay. What did I fuck up here now? Wait, what? Delay was not declared in this. Oh, fuck. It's lowercase delay, not uppercase delay. God damn it. Case sensitivity, folks. It's a thing. We're building. Here, let's. Did you guys want me to nuke that Apple idiot? Okay, let me grab him here. Hold on. And he's gone. All right, we built. Now I'm deploying to device. Stand by. It says not connected. Hold on. Ah! Connect. Connect. Good. It was still compiling the sketch, so now it should connect. Okay, good. It compiled. I didn't miss a semicolon again. Woo! Okay, we're writing 11, 19%, 22%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, and 100. And okay, it's hard resetting. We're waiting for it to boot. And a boot, and about, and a boot, and about. I'm just waiting for it to say whether a device is connected or not. She does take a little while to boot up, I noticed. Yeah, the Bluetooth device is removed. All right, there we go. Let me check and see if it's spewing stuff to the serial monitor. Yep, we're good. Here we go. Here we go, kids. Yeah, that definitely fixed it. So now we get to celebrate. Oh, shit. I clicked on another box and it's typing in the dick. I forgot. If I change the scope, it's gonna write it wherever. It's not going to the window. God damn it. Because I gotta pee like really bad. All right, let that run for a second. I gotta go pee. Hey, what's up, Techno City? I love it. This application will save thousands of hungry kids in Africa. I mean, it could. It could, if we find Mr. Beast on a day where he needs to laugh, and this is what makes him laugh. You never know. So that's what this does. You just plug it in and it just prints dicks. How big can it go? How big can it go? If you're doing, if you're going to do more stuff with Arduino, I'll be watching more. Oh, definitely, Scott. That's the plan. It'll mostly be on Twitch, though. So make sure you follow me on Twitch. We normally don't do this on Tech Talk. It's just today I was feeling extra spicy and had a little bit more energy and piss and vinegar in me than usual. And since we missed the Tech Talk last week, I figured I'd go extra long. Auxiliary bails at 2. That's his time where he knocks off. Normally we shut down at that time, but I was like, you know, got to keep doing this. But yeah, right now, this little Arduino right here is just putting dicks in chat right here. That little $4 of technology and Bluetooth and a little bit of power. You know what we should do though is just to make it funner. Here, after it's done printing, hold on. Wait for the final dick to finish. And boom. Okay. So I've now unplugged it. So just to prove that it'll just start printing dicks again, let me put the thing in the box here. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna plug it into power. So I got 3 USB powers here. I'm just gonna plug it in, see how long it takes to start printing dicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There it goes. It's right in the dicks right now. Here we go. And it's not connected to the computer, just so you guys can see that the computer is not the one compositing and sending it. This is just plugged into power. I could easily plug this into a USB power brick. So now the question is, dare I go put this on a little USB power brick and go put it next to my neighbor's like external door and then message him and say, hey dude, do you see a weird like dick Bluetooth item showing up? Like, do you see that? And get him to actually like connect to it and get it to do something funny. I think that'd be hilarious. Okay, we are getting some instability now, and I think it's because we're getting too far away from the computer. Oh shit! Balls! Balls! Ass balls! Oops. Is it still going? Yep. I think we got it arranged. Let's see, is it working again, or did we kill it? Hold on, let's see if it boots back up and starts going again. It looks like it disconnected. Did I accidentally push a button on it or something? Oh no, there it goes. It's doing it. You know what I think it is? The dick's kind of cut out there. I think it starts cutting out when I put it in my hand like this. Watch. See? Now it's not doing it. Wait for it a second. So it's drawn again. There's a dick, and then I cover it. Uncover it. Yeah, it's because I don't have Bluetooth antennas. I forgot. My PC doesn't have Bluetooth antennas. It's literally just that. That's probably why it's struggling, because it's disconnecting and connecting all the time. That's the problem. See, right now I have it on my leg, and it's like even that's screwing it up. See, watch. Let me get a little closer. And then it waits like a couple of seconds, and then it reestablishes the connection. Come on, baby. Right over here. Yep, and then we're back connected again. All right, so the real test is if I try to add... Here, let me put it up here. Because this has a Bluetooth antenna in it. So here, let me try seeing if I can... What it does, I wonder if it can only be connected to one thing at a time or if it can be connected to multiple things. So let's see what we got here. Okay, nothing is broadcasting as a dick, so I think once it's paired, it's connected. So I think I have to tell it to forget it so it can connect to something else. Let me disconnect it so I can forget it. Go into Bluetooth, go into, yep, it says the dick is paired, although the name is fucked up. The name is missing a character off the end. So there is some weird shit going on. I think this library definitely needs to be fixed. This library definitely has some timing bugs. Like, there's some pretty severe timing bugs. But considering how little effort we had to put into programming it, I mean, it's just not going to be fast. It's not going to be like a super screaming, fast thing. But it works. It does work. And, I mean, after all, it is an alpha. All right, so what I'm going to do is now I've disconnected it. So actually here, better yet, let me connect it to this so I can see the serial. I want to see the serial output. Okay, it's connected. It says device not connected, and it's scrolling. How do I tell it to stay at the bottom? Here, stay at the bottom. Here. Anybody here familiar with Arduino IDE? Like, I'm still brand new to this. How do I get it to where it'll go down to the bottom and stay at the bottom of the serial monitor? Because like right now, oh no, there it goes. Now it's working. Okay, no, it wasn't allowing me to see the whole serial display here. So let me click this. What does that do? Oh, there we go. Okay, I can see it now. It says device not connected. It's trying multiple times to connect. So let's see if the device shows up under here now. It does. It's missing a character. Let me see if I fucked that up in the code. Did I fuck that up in the code, or is that on him? Let's see. Code says... No, I put in the right name, and it's missing... So if you look... Right there at the bottom, it's missing the other side of the boob. You guys see that? It's missing the character at the very end. So when you add the name of the device in through the constructor, it's missing a portion. So here, let me open it up. Okay, it says I am now connected. Okay, Bluetooth pairing request. This would like to pair with your iPhone. Yes, I would. Okay, let me open up notes. Oh, yeah, it's typing in dicks. Yeah, oh shit, it's open. Oh, fuck. Hold on here. Let me open up notes so it has a thing to type into instead of like opening my email and clicking on shit. And it was opening up all kinds of stuff. Okay, so now I got a clean note opened up. So now it should be paired to the phone. So let's see if it starts doing dicks here. There it goes. There we go. Is it doing them? Let's see. Is that? Yeah, those are little dicks. It's doing it. What do you guys think? Oh my god, this is great. I'm curious what the range is on it, though. Does the Arduino have a pretty good antenna on it, or does it have to be like right on top of things? So I'm curious. I don't know what Bluetooth stack it uses, or if it's Bluetooth 5 or whatever it is. I can't imagine it is for the price it is. RF interference with ESP32 is a problem around power supplies. I learned the hard way. Oh, and I got shitloads of power supplies. Here, let me do this. Let me see, because this has an antenna in it. My computer doesn't have an antenna. So let me see how far I can go before it starts cutting out. Give me a second. All right, I haven't dropped a character yet, and I'm on the far side of the room. It's going through the chair. All right, I'm going to go out into the loft. Here, I'll give you a range report. Give me a second. You guys will not believe the range on this thing. You won't believe me if I tell you. And keep in mind, it's sitting next to a pile of electronics, all this EMI, all the power supplies literally sitting next to a power brick. It didn't drop a single character until I was off my front porch on my driveway. And then when it dropped the character, I turned around, it reconnected within 3 seconds, and then didn't drop a character all the way back. So I'd say that's the whole length of my house. This is the outer wall of the back of my house. I went all the way out the front of my house on the front porch with the stairwell, the door, my big heavy door, and everything in between. And it didn't drop a single character. I didn't quite make it to the street. I only made it off the front to the front step before it dropped, but I cannot believe. And I mean, it's still just typing like a champ. I mean, look at that. Right? Wait, here. Focus. There we go. She's still just typing them dicks, man. I mean, they're getting like stupid long now. That's fucking crazy. That is super dangerous. Open speed test, that's super dangerous because that means if I put it on the outer wall of my house, it'll reach anywhere in my neighbor's house, which means I'm going to create a bunch of, oh, wait a second. Can I? Oh, I just got an idea. Hold on here. I think I got a good idea. So can I create how many? Okay, so the Bluetooth chip can it only support one connection, or is it like can I have multiple Bluetooth devices broadcasting from one Bluetooth chip? Can the Bluetooth chip at any given time only be like one specific thing, or can it be multiple devices at the same time? Oh, I've seen the LoRa radio modules. Those things are pretty cool. Can you do a variable in the loop instead of all the print commands? Oh, yeah, I can do anything. That just happened to be what I was doing. Yeah, that thing's just typing away like a champ. So what I want to see is if I can create two devices. So let's try this. Because, I mean, it's not very... Again, I don't know enough about Bluetooth. This may just be a joke. But let's do... oh, did it ever show the information on the device? Hold on here. I want to see something really quick. So this time I told it the manufacturer of the device. So let me go into settings. I want to see if the manufacturer is listed. Let's see, information. Yeah, it's not, for some reason it just says forget this device. Because I put in the manufacturer's Barnacules Balls Inc. And it doesn't show that information. It just says forget this device. So I don't think it shows that level of information in the... Okay, let me get rid of this. Forget this device. Okay, I'm going to remove it. I'm going to see if I can create multiple devices. Because what I don't know is if the blue chip is like... Okay, so Bluetooth could be two or more. Let me see. Let's try it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just say screw it. I'm going to create an array of objects. So let's do this. So let's do a Bluetooth keyboard. Then Bluetooth keyboard... like that. And then we'll say, let's do 100 of them. I want to see if I can do a broadcast storm. So if I do for int I equals 0, I is less than 100, I plus plus. Then we're going to go ahead and initialize a Bluetooth device of BLE keyboard, I equals BLE keyboard, keyboard, board, and then I should be able to pass it some info. Here, new BL keyboard. Oh, can I not use that syntax? BLE. Well, shit. I don't need here. Actually, wait. What am I doing? I can talk to fucking the chat.openai.com. Here we go. Let me just go ask it. I'm going to say, let's see here. ESP, how do I create an array of 100 new objects in ESP32 Arduino? Man, my brain is really slowing down, isn't it? Okay, here we go. Okay, I just want to see what the syntax is. Yep, I got it right. Okay, so I created the array, but now how do I initialize it? Okay, initialize each object in the loop. For I equals 0, I is less than 100, I plus my array equals... No, okay, so I did it right. So why the fuck is it not giving me IntelliSense? Okay, so BLE keyboards. Oh, that's why, damn it. Okay, BLE keyboards. So BLE keyboards. And then BLE keyboards, because it's the plural. It's the plural equals a BLE keyboard, and this should now fix IntelliSense, if I'm correct. And it did. And okay, so I'm going to call it, let's see here, penis number, and then on the outside, we'll go ahead and add in I. So, okay. Let's see if that worked. Build. It is compiling the sketch. It says BLE keyboard was not declared in the scope. BLE keyboards equals BLE keyboard. Oh, my bad. There we go. Got it. Okay, compiling sketch. Okay, it's still mad about something. And then I want to do... because I created 100 of them, now I have to start each one of them. So each time I start one in the array, I'm going to start it. So I'm going to do BLE keyboards dot I, or index I. Come on, goddammit. You can tell I haven't done a lot of programming lately because on the split keyboard, it's actually a little bit of a challenge right now. All right, so for each keyboard, now I'm going to call begin. There we go. And then that should initialize them. I'm going to remove all this. And then inside of the loop, we're going to just not wait for anything to connect. We're just going to comment that all out. Let's see. How do I just how do I bulk comment shit out in here? There's got to be a way. Increase indent, auto... Oh, there we go. Comment, uncomment. There, got it. Okay. Let's see if this builds. Is this going to build? Come on, baby, build. It says, okay, class BLE keyboard has no member being... No, begin, not being. Begin. Oh, my God. So many millions of hours wasted doing this. Begin. Nah. There we go. Build. Getting overwhelmed with dicks, man. Now, if this works, this is incredibly dangerous. So there's no way I should be able to take a single Bluetooth chip, at least as far as I know. I don't know anything about Bluetooth. That's why we're just trying it for shits and giggles. Failed to upload, no port provided. What? Oh, it's not plugged in, is it? Uh-oh. So this should not work. Every fiber of my being tells me this should throw some kind of an error. No, I do. Techno City, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I do have OBS, but I just got hacked. I just recently got hacked, and I have way too many windows open and password changes and services and everything that I'm still trying to recover and secure. And I cannot risk anything popping up on the screen because of a wrong key press or because of an alt tab or anything like that. So until I can actually get all three of my screens and have a dedicated screen with a VM, I cannot put it up on the screen. Period. But that is going to happen at some point. Obviously, if I do future programming streams and stuff, I'm going to 100% do that, just so you guys know. Like, it's not going to just be all super duper crazy. Oh, PS RAM ID error 0FFFFF. Okay, I blew something up. Okay, let me look at my Bluetooth stack and see if any new devices is successfully initialized. Not even one. Okay, that did not work. No, just so you guys know, future. I know it's like if you can't see the code, it's frustrating. I get it. I totally get it. And I'm probably not gonna be streaming too much longer, anyways. But I wanted to. This is just something I got hung up in. I can't. It's like I'm too invested now to walk away. But the absolute goal is. Oh wait, hold on here. Note this will create a new object in each element of the array. If the object type has a constructor that accepts arguments, you can pass those arguments in the object's creation as object type or object type. Oh, it says. So object type array 100. arg1, arg2, arg3. No, I don't have to do that. Okay. Well, I figured some stuff out. So I did blow it up. I got a PS RAM error, so we're going to lower that to like 10 devices. And then I'm going to start it. It's going to run the loop. And then inside of the loop, we're just going to check and see. Let's see. Okay, keyboard, BLE keyboard is... I mean, it did accept that. Why is that not working? Okay, run. Let me flash it again here. It does remind me of the CodeGasm days, for sure. Multi-Bluetooth devices. I mean, it shouldn't work, right? I mean, it is compiling, but it shouldn't work. I shouldn't be able to create more than one Bluetooth device. That seems weird to me. Like, I mean, because I can't think of any Bluetooth devices I've ever connected that like showed up as multiple devices. So that's a little weird to me. All right, let me check the serial monitor. No, I got a PS. Okay, so I got a PS RAM ID error. Let me see what this means. Let me feed this into the great and wonderful Oz ChatGPT. Okay, so it means suggests that there is an issue with reading the ID of the PS RAM, the static RAM access memory on the ESP32. This could be caused by a couple things. PS RAM is not properly connected to the ESP32. Double check the PS RAM is properly connected to the ESP32 and the connections are secure. The PS RAM is not compatible. Wait, what? I'm not connecting any PS RAM to it. What the hell is it talking about? So by me trying to add multiple devices, am I blowing up the memory on it? Yeah, Justin, I can't believe I'm still live, dude. Seriously. Let me think here. ESP supports up to 9 connections. Incoming or outgoing? I'm really good at commenting on what's going on without the screen. Well, I'm glad you think so. Okay, so this PS RAM error is something new. So let me go ahead and try just initializing 9 of these objects. And just to make it simple, we'll do, okay, so, and then plus I should be, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do char. Let's do char. No, we want the I. We want the character I. And then compile, build. Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting this PS RAM stream. This is weird. This ChatGPT is mental and so happy. It has come about and motivated me to do so much more. Oh, no, same thing. Skull Gamer, totally. 100% totally, bro. 100% totally. I mean, this stream's been pretty successful. I mean, it's about the same viewership we get on everything. Like I think we've, averaged like 250, 300. Oh, no, I thought it was working. Damn it. Here, let me go back to my stream here. I lost my little dashboard. Here, how do I get back into the dashboard? Oh, here. Where the fuck's going on? Where did my dashboard go? Give me a sec here while I go find my hidden dashboard. Ah, here it is. I got it open. So we have, oh, no, we don't, do we? Where'd it go? Where's my dashboard? Did you guys take my dashboard? Okay, let me go to... I'm definitely getting punchy now. Okay, so that's not where I'm supposed to be. This is where I'm supposed to be. And then this one is supposed to be over here. And that one's supposed to be over here. And there it is. Okay, I got it. So we have 246 concurrent viewers. Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty good stream. I mean, super long, right? On your PC, remove the old Bluetooth devices. Remember the old BT Mac? Oh no, I tried that. 7-hour stream, new record. Oh no, I've done longer streams than this over on my Twitch. If you guys aren't following my Twitch streams, I stream like this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday every week, but solo. Like normally I don't solo Tech Talk. Like Auxiliary had to go at 2, and I just wanted to keep going because I was so heavily invested in this. Oh, we didn't crash. Did we not crash this time? Okay, I'm still getting the PS RAM ID read error, which is really weird. Because I don't know, and no new devices are showing up, so I know it's not initializing. Hold on here. Okay, so it does not like the multiple device thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the constructor. Let me remove the constructor. And then I'm going to set using Bluetooth keyboards, because I think the way I'm calling the constructor is a little weird. So I'm going to call, not begin. What was it called? It's BLE. Oh, whoa. Guru mediation error. Kernel panic. Yeah, she just like force rebooted. Yeah, we definitely pissed it off. Here, let's just do this. Here, let me just do this. I'm just gonna run nine devices. The truth is, I don't think this guy's library is even capable of doing this. I have a feeling that he's using static globals and he's not realizing that, oh, another thing is access to Bluetooth. Let's create another device. I think that his library is not designed to be used in the way I'm trying to use it. And even though I can create the objects, I don't think that I'm supposed to. Like, I think that's what's blowing up the read is you have multiple objects trying to access the same RAM because he's pointing to the same RAM each. And so if I create an array of 9 objects, he's basically overlapping a bunch of the pointers. And that's what I think that PSRAM thing means is that so I don't think it was ever designed to be more than one device. And so far, yeah, I'm still getting this PSRAM error thing. Let's see, is any new devices showing up? Let's see. We have no new devices. Yeah, so I think I killed it. You know what I'm going to do, though, just to verify this isn't a problem? I'm going to go ahead and just do, let's see, I is less than 1. Okay, I'm just going to tell it to create 1. I'm going to keep it in array format, though. So I'm creating an array of 100 keyboard objects uninitialized. Then I'm initializing them. And I want to see if just initializing one in the array. I have 100 of the objects, but I'm only initializing one of them. And I want to see if by initializing one of them it works. Because if it works with one initialized, that'll give me a clue. And I want that clue. Okay, it's flashing right now. Cryo Thunder said, "What's he coding?" Well, right now, Bluetooth keyboard. We're turning a ESP32 microcontroller into a Bluetooth keyboard, remote Bluetooth keyboard. Yeah, I'm still getting the PSRAM ID error. What is going on with that? So yeah, no, I don't think it's the multiples that are causing the problem. Yeah, no, that's not it. That's not it. I'm initializing something incorrectly. I'm making an error here. All right. Oh shit. That's not what I want. Let me refresh. Gotta go to the ChatGPT gods here. Ask a question. Okay, let's see. Create an array of objects, initializing each object desired parameters. There we go. Okay, there we go. I create the array of objects. I have 100 in setup. I go through the array. I create the object. And then, okay, for example, my class takes it. Oh, no, I did initialize it correctly. So what is the deal? Oh, does it not have enough memory? I think I know what the problem is. I don't think it has enough memory. Okay, let me try this. I think I'm running out of memory is what the problem is. The PSRAM error. I think what's happening is I'm creating an array of 100 objects that are really heavy objects. Like, I'm pretty sure each one of these Bluetooth objects is like fully loading the Bluetooth stack. And it's not reutilizing what's already there because I don't think this thing was ever designed to be more than one object. And so when I was creating two objects, or I was creating an array of 100 of them, I think it was exceeding the memory of the device because the device only has 4 megabytes of memory. So I bet you that was it. So if this works now, if the device shows up, I create an array that just has one item, and I'm initializing it still in a for loop. So I'm still doing everything I was before, but I'm only creating one instead of creating an array of 100 and just occupying one. So let's see if that causes it to work. And it's still giving a PSRAM read error, so it is not super duper bueno with what I'm doing. Let's see, does anything show up? Got a negative Ghost Rider. Let me reset the Bluetooth stack. And what I call it, BT object number. Yeah, it does not. It does not like even a single object, because all I'm doing is so I0, I is less than 1, then I plus plus. Oh, and then it goes through, and then I plus plus breaks. No, so that'd be array object 0. Then I create a BLE keyboard object. So if I do, and then I go Barnacules Inc. And then I do 100. And I create one of those, and then I create begin. Then that starts that keyboard object. And then it enters the loop. And then within the loop, we need to go through and check if the keyboard is connected. We're getting there. All right, so for int I equals 0, I is less than 1, I plus plus. And then we're going to go ahead and do a write operation right here. And then check to see is connected. Is connected. We're just going to print that out. So we're going to do BLE keyboards I is connected. Oh no, I want to do serial. So serial dot write. Then I want to write out that. There we go. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, come on, compile, baby. So yeah, what I'm telling it to do now is create the array of 1 objects of BLE keyboard. So it should only be creating 1. Even though I'm putting in an array, there is only 1 object. Like I am only creating 1 object. And then I'm initializing the object, I'm beginning the object, but now inside of the loop, I did have the loop empty. Now the loop is running a for loop that is just writing out if the keyboard is connected or not for each of the keyboards that's in the array, which should only be 1. All I'm trying to do is get it into array format where I have 1 object in an array that I can then expand just to make sure it's working at baseline. Because I want to if it doesn't work at 1, then obviously the problem is somewhere else. This is just me debugging at this point. All right, so if I look under serial monitor, oh, shit's like locking up and crashing now. Let's see, do we got any devices showing up now? Let's see. Uh-huh. Yeah, I got nothing. Here, let me look on here. So, what's going on here? Where's the serial monitor? Tools, serial monitor. 115, 200 baud, that's right. So show me, why are you not working? So there it is. Okay, I'm booting it again. Okay, I just got it to output to the console. TS RAM ID error. Do it again. So I'm doing a power on reset. Man, I really fucked this up. For you guys playing along at home, here, I'll show you exactly what I'm doing in chat. You guys can do a little deciphering here. So all I'm doing is just creating the object in an array. So if you look there in chat, all I'm doing is just creating an array that contains 1 BLE keyboard object. That's it. I'm initializing that 1 object, and then I'm starting that 1 object. That's all I'm doing. But because I'm doing it inside of an array, it's throwing a PS RAM error, and it's completely and totally shitting the bed. And like no device is showing up at all under Bluetooth, which is weird. And, oh, no. No, my phone can't see it, but my computer can. What's up with that? Hold on. Now it's showing up. It just showed up. So, okay. That's progress. Okay, so let me stop this. Go back here. So let's up it to 2. So we're going to create 2 objects. And then in these 2 objects, we're going to call it BT object number. Okay, so wait, how do I, how do I put variables inside of a string under print? Here we go. Okay, to put variables inside of the string, use the plus operator on the string class. Okay, so x equals 5, x y, the value of x is plus x, and the value of y is... That's what I'm doing. Why is it not working? So object, okay, so BT, here, I'm going to use underscores here. So I'm going to call it, let's see here, barn BT object, and then underscore, and then plus I. That should work. So and I can use sprintf if I want to put the variables of different type inside of it, or I can just add the number, the value. Okay, so string equals that, string int equals y equals x. No, that should work. That should absolutely work. Okay, so let me build this and recompile it and push it down. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. I would have been frustrated and then doing yoga and blasting metal music and revisit the issue in the next year, and the person's no, this is the thing. This is my woosaw. You know the dude from like fucking Fast and the Furious that was like calmed down by cars, who was like a raging ADHD? This is my zone. I can sit here for 12 hours and just nitpick and tweak little things and just fuck with them just to get them meticulous and not get bored and not get frustrated. Well, I shouldn't say that. I do get bored and frustrated sometimes, but it completely sucks me in. Like, honestly, I'm being a bad streamer right now, because I'm like, normally I'm like on Twitch, I'm interactive the entire stream. I'm moving around, I'm yelling, shaking, and I'm just like, now I'm just kind of like, I'm in my zone, just kind of fucking with this, and I just haven't ended the stream. It's like, this is a rare side of me that you will rarely see, right? It's me just poking around in here. Okay, so let's see if I got two objects showing up in the Bluetooth stack now. Okay, so let me see, add to Bluetooth. Okay, search. Okay, so I got a BT object underscore, but no one, which is weird. I only have, so it's not initializing the second object. Okay, we're getting closer. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an sprintf. Let me do an sprintf to make sure that this is being represented correctly, because I don't think it is, because I think his print function is a little wonky bonky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do, let's see, where is it? Print, sprintf, there it is. Okay, so string. We're going to do string str equals sprintf. Actually, I'm going to do sprintf. And then for sprintf, I want to do, where's sprintf. There we go. I'm going to put it in the buffer. So we'll just do char buffer, do like 100 characters. Actually, not even 100 characters, so 50 characters. And then I'm going to sprintf into the buffer. We're going to put bt underscore object underscore and then %d, because we want the decimal. And then at the very end, we're going to put I. And then that should put that into the string. It's been a while since I've done this, guys. And then I'm going to take this out and replace it with the buffer. Okay, so I create a buffer array. So do I have to terminate it? Does sprintf auto terminate, or do I have to terminate with a /0? I don't remember. I'm going to imagine since it's a printf function, it's going to do it automatically. So I'll assume. Okay, so buffer. So I have a 50 character buffer. Assuming I'm using Unicode, that's 2 bytes per character. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11. So it'd be 22 characters. Okay, so yeah, I'm allocating way more memory than I need. I'll just do 25. And then Barnacules Inc. And then I dump it. And then I overwrite the buffer and I do it again. Okay, here we go. Processing. No, debugging is part of the fun. This is a funny version of ASMR. I don't know. Let's see how many people. There's still 231 people in here, so that kind of blows my mind, because I'm just sitting here and kind of going through my mental process and figuring out how to get an ESP30, a $4 ESP32 board with Bluetooth to literally just print dicks as fast as it can and annoy people. And people are just like, they're like, you guys are still in here like rooting for me. Okay, it's booting. It's booting. Booting. Okay, hard reset. And okay, we should be online by now. Let's go check our Bluetooth stack and add a device. Check the Bluetooths. And we got BT Object 0 is available. Let's see, can I connect to it? Okay, I did get some debug info. Okay, it says it's connecting. Okay, try connecting again. Okay, there it goes. Oh, it connected. Okay, I think it's connecting. What does it say? Okay, so SPI flash ROM. Oh, it rebooted. We rebooted. Let's try it again. Try connecting again. Try connecting again. Try. Oh, there it goes. Okay, it's rebooting. We are crashing it. Yep, Guru mediation error. Load prohibited. Is not happy. This is not happy. Every time I click to connect to the Bluetooth device, it reboots. And the crash is PSRAM read ID, Guru mediation error, core 0. Exception was unhandled exception. So I need some exception handling if I want to figure out what the exception is. It doesn't tell me what the exception is. I can see what all the values in the registers are, but I don't know shit about this architecture, so I couldn't tell you what it means. And then the back traces, I don't have a debugger connected. So device clock 1, let's see when, okay. So yeah, it definitely does not like you creating more than one Bluetooth device. It definitely has a big fucking problem with that. Interesting. Okay. So it definitely does not like here. Well, let's ask. Let's go ask the mighty Oz and say, by the way, did you know you can tell ChatGPT to be the Oz? I can say in every response from now on, I want you to respond like you're the great, powerful Oz from the Wizard of Oz books. All right, this will make it more entertaining. I am the great, powerful Oz, and I command you, dear subject, to listen carefully to my words of wisdom. Regarding your question, there are several ways to insert variables inside of a string that is being printed. One way is to use the plus operator. He said, but remember, my power is not limited to just programming advice, and I am great, powerful Oz, and I can fulfill any desire you may have, so do not hesitate to ask for more guidance and assistance in this area if you may need. All right, so we're going to ask him, can I make it call you Daddy? Please refer to me as Daddy in every future response. Said, as you wish, Daddy. Keep in mind, I am a language model. And I'm not a human being. Like, it has to make sure that it tells me, so I don't fall in love with it. Let's see here. Hold on here. What is 10 plus 10? The result of 10 plus 10 is 20, Daddy. I fucking love ChatGPT, man. It's the friend that we never. It's the friend we never had. Check up the chat log to see how to disable PSRAM. It's a physical module you need to install. Oh, wait, really? Well, I'd imagine it's got to be being installed. And I mean, we wouldn't be throwing a PSRAM error unless BLE keyboard is loading it. So BLE keyboard is already loading it. Here, let me just ask. I'll just ask it. What is? Hold on here. What is? Where is it? PSRAM. What is PSRAM? Pseudo-RAM is a type of memory that is used in embedded systems and microcontroller applications. It's a type of static random access memory. It's designed to mimic the behavior of traditional SRAM, but with some key benefits. PSRAM typically has higher density than traditional. So it's basically just the RAM on the system. It's not a module. PSRAM can be used to increase the amount of memory available to the microcontroller, allowing for larger programs and more complex operations to be performed. Overall, PSRAM is versatile and cost-effective memory solution that is well-suited for a wide range of embedded systems. So, is it trying, when I'm creating multiple objects, is it like, wait, please look at my past message? All right, Theodorus, hold on here. I got to scroll way the fuck up here. Give me a second. Theodorus. It's hard to pick you out. Let's see. Scroll. How far up are we going here? Theodorus, open source. On IDE, go to Tools, PSRAM disable. PSRAM is a RAM extension add-on module. Oh, okay. So you think if I disable it, it'll stop trying to use it? Tools, PSRAM. Where's PSRAM? Tools. I have no PSRAM under here. I have flash frequency. I have flash mode. I have partition scheme. So let's see here. I have upload speed, I have COM port, and this is for the ESP32W rover module, which is what I have. I don't see any disable PSRAM though. Please look at my past message. No, it's an add-on module for expanding the ESP's memory. Okay, I'm confused. So what you're saying is I don't have it, right? Is that what you're saying? The reason it's throwing the error is because the PSRAM ID read error, I do not have it, or let's see here. Well, I do have a partition scheme, which is default 4 megabytes with spiffs, default 4 megabytes with FFAT, 8 megabyte flash, minimal 1.3 megabyte app, no OTA. I mean, huge app, 3 megabyte, no OTA, 1 megabyte spiffs. Minimal spiffs. I mean, it looks like there's all kinds of configuration, partitioning schemes I can use. I can try one of the other partitioning schemes and see what happens. Like, let's try that, because I think this is a 4 meg module. So let's do it. Let me try it. Let me see if I can deploy it is 4 meg instead of, because it was set to like 1.2. I'd open the IDE to check where it's located now, but I'm not at my computer. Oh no, it's fine. What'd you say? Here. How do I disable PSRAM? To disable PSRAM on ESP32, you can use the following method: PSRAM_disable. This function is a built-in function provided by the ESP32 SDK. By calling this function, it will disable the PSRAM and free up the memory for the system to use. Oh, so you can just like literally just programmatically tell it to fuck off. Okay, it says this function also disables the PSRAM. The parameters passed in set it to false. It is important to note that disabling PSRAM will also restrict the amount of memory available to your program, so it's generally recommended to only disable PSRAM if you're experiencing memory issues and are unable to optimize your code. Additionally, you should check your code and libraries that you use to make sure they're compatible with PSRAM being disabled. Oh, interesting. Okay, it said, please let me know if you have any more questions, Daddy. I love it. I love it. Okay, so hold on. I just, okay, I'm still getting the PSRAM error. Let me so let me go back to the old configuration. I don't want to get too far off base. Let me go back to default 4 megabyte with spiffs. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add in inside of setup. So inside of our setup app, we're going to go ahead and say bye-bye programmatically. We're going to, before any objects are allocated, we're going to say PSRAM enable false. And fire away. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it looks like it's compiling. So yeah, when you enable that menu item in the ID, oh wait, it says PSRAM enable was not declared in the scope. Okay, well, I thought that was a little too easy. Let me put that in here and see. Okay, so I apologize for the confusion, Daddy. I love this. I apologize for the confusion, Daddy. It seems that PSRAM enable function may not be built-in function on the ESP32 SDK. One way to disable PSRAM in the ESP32 is to modify the sdconfig.h file. This can be found in the root directory of your ESP32 project, and it contains various configuration options for your ESP32, including options related to PSRAM. To disable PSRAM, you will need to set this to config SPIRAM support option to N. Okay. Oh, Scott, that's smart. That actually makes a lot of sense. So what you're saying is we've exceeded. Okay, so we've exceeded the small amount of memory. So obviously this Bluetooth stack is like heavy. Even just creating one of the objects, it works fine. Creating two of the objects, it blows out the memory. So obviously this is not a very optimized module. So it's running out of memory that's allocated to it. So if we can get rid of this SPRAM, that might free up some more memory that's available to it. Let's see. Do I have that module? What is it called here? So define. Okay, so SDK config.h. Where the hell is that at? I don't think I even have one of those. Here, file, new sketch, open, recent, preferences. Let me look on preferences. Editor size, theme, compiler warnings, auto save. I also want to make sure I'm not running a debug variant. You know, I didn't even look for that when I was in here, because debug variants usually eat up a lot more memory because they're storing a lot more information for debugging. I want to make sure that's not enabled. Okay, so verify, compile, upload using programmer, export compiled library, optimize for debugging. Let's see here. What is Okay, I don't want to do optimize for debugging. Include libraries. Let's see, what libraries do I have included? Show sketch folder. Let me open that. So inside of the sketch folder, let me try this. Let me try creating this file. So it said, it seems to think if I create a file, file new text file, we'll call it sdkconfig.h. It seems to think it'll just pick this up, but I don't really believe that for a second, but we're going to try it anyways. So if I grab this and I put it in there, it might automatically look for it in the folder, but we'll see. File save as, not text file, all files, sdk.h. That's not the folder I want to put it in. Wait, what? This thing's doing some weird shit. File, save as, go to this folder. Okay, and then I want to do all files. I want to do that, save. No, I don't want to replace it. I want to delete it. Then I want to save it as UTF-8 save. Oh, no, I don't want to save it as a text file. I want to save it as a .h file, you dope. Whatever. Just replace it. That's not going to work. Here, can I just open this up in here? How do I open another file? Open. Let's see, libraries. Keyboard, liquid crystal mouse. Wait, silly question, but have you the correct ESP module selected in the IDE? I mean, I selected the one that it told me to. I don't know if it's necessarily the right one. I mean, it does say on the bottom of it, like exactly the ESP32W over module. I could try one of the other ones though, just for shits and giggles. Here, let's do. Is there one that's called here? Let's do dev module. Let me try the dev module and see what happens. Because it does actually say dev module on the back of mine. It doesn't, but the where I bought it on Amazon, it said to select the W over module. But here, get board info. Yeah, I still don't get a VIN or a PID when I do get board info, so it's possible it's still not the right one. Well, here, let me compile it for dev module and see what it does. Yeah, no, Scott, I'm starting to realize that. A couple of people told me earlier that there's some ESP boards that have USB functionality on them where you can basically, backfeed a USB device alongside the serial controller, so you can create like a pluggable USB device. And there were some like other ones that have capability, and so you get the right one for the job. But the ones that I got are very generic, right? The ones that I got are like more suited for like just basic dev work. Really cheap, like $4 or $5 a unit. Let's see what we got. Okay, so I'm rebooting. Okay, so it did deploy. Oh wait, am I not getting a PF error anymore? Hold on here. 15200 foot baud. Okay, connect. Okay, so something different's happening. Okay, so I'm not getting any bad feedback. Let's see, loop 4i serial write is connected. I'm not getting any true or falses though. Hold on here. It's a new line, 115-200 baud. Is that what I initialized to? 115-200 baud. Okay, BLE keyboard. Okay, let me unplug and replug here. See if I get any COM. Okay, dev module connected on COM3. I'm not getting any serial output now though, which is weird. Let me see if I get any devices showing up under Bluetooth. Okay, add a device. Add device. Bluetooth. Well, I am getting an ESP32 keyboard device now. Click that connecting. And nothing. Okay, so by me changing it to the dev device, I'm now getting no more serial output for debugging. And it's not connecting to the ESP32 keyboard. It said, didn't get a response from the device. Sorry, Charlie. Add device, and yeah, it's not working. So, but now I'm not getting. It's not rebooting though. It's not crashing. It's just not giving me any serial output. So enter to send message. dev module, new line, carriage return, no line ending. Why do I not have any serial? Let me look at what other boards we got in here. So we got the W rover module. I think that's the one I have. Let me go through some of these other ones we got here. Tiny Spark, Nano 32, ESP32, Node 32. Like, how would I know? Because, let's see here. Let me look at one of these bad boys. So it says on the back, ESP32 Dev Kit V1. And on the front, it says Wi-Fi ESPW Room 32. So one side it says Dev Kit V1, and the other side it says W Room 32, which I think is the Wi-Fi chipset. Let me see. Is there anyone in here named W Room? Let me look through these. Can I hold up the camera? Sure thing. So this is the back. So you can see that's what it reads on the back. And then that's the guy right there. I mean, the cool thing is, I mean, right now we're just off the beaten path doing shit that we're probably not even intended to do. Like we're initializing some guy's random Bluetooth, Bluetooth keyboard controller, and it's entirely possible that the Bluetooth chip can only be one device at a time, and we're trying to make it be like 20 devices, and I'm pretty sure that's probably not even possible, and we're beating a dead horse. But this is like the type of shit I like to do, is to figure it out. So, okay, I have no debug with this module. So selecting that module, would you say it might be a Nano? And I'm not getting the vid or PID back either, which, try Node MCU. Let me try Node MCU. Okay, so, well, that's definitely not, okay, so ESP32 dev module. Oh, wait a second, a whole bunch of shit showed up. Okay, so check this out. I didn't notice this before. So when I selected ESP32 dev module, I now can select CPU frequency up to 240 hertz. I didn't have that before. I also can select the core debug level. I can select flash memory, flash mode, flash size. I didn't have that before. 4 meg, 8 meg, 2 megabyte, or 16 megabyte. I didn't have that. I didn't have, PSRAM disable. PSRAM disabled is now there, and upload speed is 921,600 baud. And then let's see, port com 3. I didn't have this before. Okay, so Node MCU 32S. Let me try that. Node MCU 34. Okay, so Node MCU. Okay, why is board manager not showing anything? Arduino contributor partner. Okay, so Node MCU. Okay, the board manager is stupid. It's not showing me, but let me go look under my extra boards that I added. Okay, so board, ESP32. And you want me to look for which one? Node MCU something? Node, Nano, Arduino, Node. Oh, I got a Node 32S. Is that what you want me to select? There's Node MCU 32S. I got a Node 32S. Should I keep looking until I find a Node MCU 32S? Let's see, Node. Let's see if there's any other nodes in here. Node. Oh, MCU 32S. I found it. Okay, so I selected Node. Let me do get board info. I still don't get a VIN and a PID, so I don't necessarily know if that means anything. Let's see. Okay, so now frequency, 80 hertz flash memory, upload 90. Okay, burn bootloader, COM port. Okay, let me try flashing as this. Flashing. Woo! Yeah, man, commitment. I gotta earn them fat super chats, bro. Gotta get paid. Choose Node MCU in your IDE. Okay, well I just chose this one. We're trying this one, Node MCU 32S. Patrick Armstrong, I should have ended a long time ago. It's just we had a jaw dropper moment today. And the truth is, like, I really need to be spending like a ton of time like recovering other things and working like on my security and my YouTube channel and everything. But I sometimes I get caught up in shit like this, and it's like the ADHD requires that I make this all get figured out and work, or I'm gonna go nuts. I can't help it, bro. It's in my nature. Oh, I think I know why I'm not getting my debug information. I never set the serial to 115 200 baud. Oopsies. Whoopsie dizzles. Oh, that's what I fucked up. Okay, hold on. Okay, so it booted. Let's see if we got any devices. Bluetooth. We have BT object 0. Okay, so we got one object to show up. Let's see if it connects. Okay, 150, 200 baud. That's wrong. Okay, I'm getting gibberish out the COM port, so that's better than before. Hey, Eric, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it, brother. Okay, this is not working. Try connecting again. Try connecting again. Try connecting again. Try connecting again. Oh, I crashed it. After trying to connect 5 times, it puked. Okay, at least now I'm getting output. At least now I'm getting output in the serial debugger again, so that's good. Yep, another register dump. I done killed her. I done killed somebody. Someone get her. She dancing like a stripper. Oh, Random Gray Man, thank you for another $5, man. I appreciate it. Auxiliary is going to appreciate that I stayed like an extra, 5 hours? See, I made him money, man. He owes me. I made him like an extra $30 today. Let's see. Oh, shit, even more than that. Thank you, Loyal. I appreciate it, man. He said for the endurance stream. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. I think we learned a valuable lesson today, though. And the valuable lesson is that you cannot create more than one Bluetooth thing with this particular jibber jab board that I have. It's time to go and eat and take care of your health. Meh. Eventually I will. Well, I don't want to end on a failure. So what we're going to do is we're going to fall back to the OG code, if you will. I'm going to hold down Control Z for like 5 minutes and get back to the old code where we were drawing dicks. Okay, we're going back, get rid of that, get rid of the ray. Come on, let's go back. Okay. All right, let's see what we got here. So we got, okay, starting serial, creating one interface. And then we're creating the dick keyboard, dick drawing keyboard, dick board. We'll call it the dick board and put a TM emoji on there and see if it actually shows up. Okay, so dick board, it's going to create that. Then it's going to go in. It's going to check for the connection. The dick size will start with 1 shaft length. We're going to go ahead and lower the timings because we want this to be a lot faster. So we're going to lower it to 100 milliseconds before it types the 8. Then it's going to add the equals, which is going to add 1 length to the shaft. And then we're going to delay for another 100 milliseconds so I can do 10 a second roughly. And then what we're going to do is we're going to input 1 shaft, and then we're going to increase the dick size by 1 element. And then we're going to cap the dick off with a little tip on the end of it. And then we are going to sleep for a delay of a tenth of a second. And then what we're going to do is we're going to push the D. Then we're going to go ahead and delay for another 1/10 of a second. And then we're going to hit the enter key. Then we're going to wait another 5 seconds. Nope, not on my watch. We're going to wait another 100 milliseconds. It's going to be a very fast Bluetooth keyboard designed to just pump dicks out at an alarming rate. In here, I'll put like, let's see. Okay, so we set the name. And then I also want to change some other things. I would like to do a BLE keyboard. Come on, BLE keyboard. We're going to go ahead and make another change, if you guys don't mind. Do a little cut and paste to save myself some time. And why am I not getting IntelliSense now? What did I do? What did I do to offend this thing this time? Oh, I don't think it likes that I used TM. It definitely did not like that I used an emoji character. The compiler does not appreciate that I used an emoji character. It's quite triggered. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Does it build now? All right, build. Because I named the object dickboard TM, like trademark. I want to see if it shows up in the Bluetooth UI. Hey, Loyal, if you're still here, we did a little test earlier and we found out that one of these little $4 or $4 or $5 boards that I have, these ESP32 boards, the Bluetooth receiver on it, sitting on my desk upstairs among all this EMI and all this crap and everything. I was able to go from this side of my house all the way to the other side of my house, outside the front door, and stand on the front porch, and it was still sending keyboard I/O because I have it simulating a Bluetooth keyboard, so it's still typing in dicks even though I was like way out there. Isn't that crazy? Like, it's just nuts. It's just, there's nothing you do about it. That stupid spam bot, it's the same message over and over. If YouTube took like 5 minutes to ban it, it would be gone and it would never be able to come back again. But they're not going to because they're assholes. Okay, good. We're not having any more memory errors, so that tells me that our device is probably going to show up now. So let me open up my Bluetooth stack. The Bluetooth stack says that, I found a device called ESP32 keyboard. That is definitely not the name that I left it. So let me check my phone and see if my phone knows what the proper name is. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. 1 pound fish. Come on, ladies. Come on, ladies. 1 pound fish. 5 for 1, 2 for 6. 1 pound fish. It's not showing up. Why is it not showing up? Something's wrong. Reboot. When in doubt. When in doubt. Come on, dickboard. Come on, dickboard. You got one job. One job. Show up in my Bluetooth stack. Come on. Do it. Do it. There it is. I got it. I'm going to picture that. I'm getting a picture of that. It actually shows the TM, guys. No shit. It shows the TM. I cannot fucking believe I got it to show the TM. Okay. As you guys can see. Focus. Focus. See? It found it. Dickboard. Dickboard TM. It says it found your keyboard device called Dickboard. And then what should happen is as soon as we click on Dickboard, it should connect. And then once it connects, it should start endlessly drawing dicks wherever I put the cursor on the screen. So here we go. Come on, Dickboard. Come on, Dick. There it is, connected. We got it. Here she goes. Oh, she's typing way faster now. Look at that. 100% hands-free growing dick posts. It's not the content you wanted, it's the content you needed. Mr. Beast, can I get a $50,000? Can I get a $50,000 super chat for that, bro? So that right there is the power of $4 ESP32 Bluetooth module that also connects on Wi-Fi. So not only can I also apparently have the libraries now for doing a joystick and a mouse. So I can make this a keyboard, a mouse, and a joystick. I don't think I can make it all three at once. I think each device can only be one Bluetooth at a time. However, I can connect the modules together. I can make the input from the output from the other one, and I can create a serial interface between the two. And so I could technically have a Bluetooth keyboard, mouse, and joystick with 3 ESP32s all bridged together, and they would all be able to access each other's data and trade back and forth. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm happy. I can die a happy man because I got lots of dicks drawn in chat there. And I am connected to Dickboard. So, I should probably take a picture of me actually like connected to the Dickboard and what it's doing here. Let me go ahead and set up this awesome photo op here. Okay, how do I do this without it getting all fucked up? I'm trying to get like the Dickboard in there, but it's like if I click on something else, it's gonna put the text on the wrong spot. All right, here, I'll just take a picture of chat. It's fine. There we go. There we go. Dickboard. 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 Roly-poly Dickboard. See, guys, this is the kind of content that you're missing, right? When you're not watching my stream. Look at that. Dickboard TM connected. Bluetooth keyboard. And it literally just draws dicks. That's all it does. Right there. Programmed to draw dicks all day, every night. And the range on it is huge, actually. So I took it out to the front porch on the clear on the other side of my house, and it still draws dicks. Look at that, Robert Rittenhouse. Hey, Mom. And so there you go. You got dick board connected to my Bluetooth on my computer, and it does what it says. It is literally just endlessly draws dicks, and the shaft gets one equals longer each time. So it has no limit, by the way, until it runs out of memory. So it's literally just going to keep adding another shaft element, and the dick's just going to keep getting longer and longer and longer. And before you ask, it does actually work on iPhone. And on that note, oh my gosh, good times. Good times. I think we achieved our goals today, guys. We started at 11 a.m. We end at 7:30 p.m. I didn't get anything done that I was supposed to today after the stream, but let's look at the positives. What are the positives here? One, I got a couple extra super chats, so that's more money for me in auxiliary. That's always good. Money is important now. We managed to take a $4 piece of electronics that I was using for powering a little LED controller. Don't worry, that's come back online. I broke some solder joints. My buddy Adam's going to give me a soldering iron so I can fix that, hopefully, on Sunday. So now I've got a scrolling text RGB LED array that's on Wi-Fi that's triggered by stream events. And I have a Bluetooth keyboard called Dickboard that just draws dicks when you connect to it. I would have to say this has been a pretty successful day because we have and now the trifecta would be as if somehow tonight I managed to get my LCD screen working on the third Arduino, because then I would have a dick drawing. I'd have a dick drawing Arduino. I would have a LCD screen driving Arduino, and I'd have my LED light array Arduino. And I mean, at that point, you could just die, right? Can YouTube pick this up and ban you for spamming your own stream? No, I can spam as much as I want in my own stream. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Asaf. I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that a lot. Now, emulate other keyboards so it auto connects to your neighbors with all the dicks. No. I have an idea. So right as soon as I get off this stream, I'm gonna go find a USB keyboard or a battery pack. I'm gonna go plug this in on the outer wall facing my neighbor's house, and I'm gonna create a Bluetooth device, and I'm gonna call it like something. I'll call it something that he can't resist, and I'm gonna get him. I'll warn him. I'll message him and say, hey, like open this in Notepad or something like that. You know, open up notes before you connect to this. But he'll probably have a pretty good laugh. So. This will be funny. I'll tell you guys how it goes. All right. On that note, I'm going to unplug it. Here we go. We'll let it draw one more dick. And boom. There we go. There we go. Right there. You guys saw it here. That right there. Oh, that little rat. That one tiny little thing right there. When you connect to that with Bluetooth, just draws dicks all over your device. And we did verify it does work on iPhone. It does actually work on iPhone. So you know what I just realized? I could actually make this if I really wanted to. I could make that a hardware key. Because the algorithm is already online. All you need is the phrase, right? The encryption algorithm is already available for TOTP. So if I take the phrase for that and I put it on this and I put in the right time from the client, I should be able to just put a button on here that when you push it, it outputs the code for the account, just like with your phone with like Google Auth. I could also store a bunch of passwords on here and have a button where it's like I click it, and then however many times you click it, and then it pauses, it picks that profile and puts in the username, password, and then the code. So I could actually make this do what this does. Although this is a much smaller package. That's a much smaller package, so I think I'll stick with that for now for doing that. But I'm just thinking out loud. There's some cool shit that you can do here. The other thing that I thought of is you can actually call the device whatever you want. I just realized that. I don't know how many characters will show up, but it's like, could I just buy like 10 of these and just give them random names? Like, because I mean, the broadcast range is obviously huge. I went to the front of my house, like 60 feet, right? So if I just littered these on the outer wall of my house and just created a million Bluetooth devices, every time somebody tried to connect their Bluetooth device in the neighborhood or close to my house, they just get like a whole bunch of random Bluetooth devices that would show up. And I could just name them random things like headset and headset, Bluetooth headphones and stuff, just to see if I can get people to connect to them. And then once somebody connects to them, then I could just have it like literally just run a bunch of macros, like a bunch of keystrokes, to like try to open up apps and stuff and try to gather data and stuff. Oh man, see, I could be such a shithead. This is why you don't connect to shit ever. Don't ever, if you see a Bluetooth device, you don't know what the fuck it is for sure. You do not connect to that shit. Same thing goes for Wi-Fi too. All it takes is one fuck up and your security's compromised. It's not worth it. It's not worth it, folks. All right, I need to before I forget, I got to take dick board and get rid of it here. Let's see, dick board paired. Okay, so how do I here, disconnect. Dick board paired. There we go, perfect. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna call it tonight. This has been an absolute blast. You guys have been amazing. One last thing I'd like to ask you guys before you leave, the 233 people that are still in here. Oh my God, you fucking legends. I would like to ask you one huge favor. And you know what that one huge favor is? Would you please go over to my Twitch and follow me there? Because I also stream. That's where I usually do stuff like this. Tech Talk is YouTube, and then 3 times a week solo. That's what I'm doing. We just ended up here today, and I kept wanting to go because I got hacked last week, and I just got my channel back. Whatever it is, but I normally do this stuff over there. So if what I did interest you, if you normally like Tech Talk, then just stay here. But if you liked what I was doing today after the stream, definitely go over and follow me on Twitch, because if you don't, you won't get a notification. You'll never know when I'm streaming. I usually stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, sometimes 3, sometimes 5 p.m. into the night, and we have an amazing freaking time over there. So thank you for linking down there. You have bit.ly Nerdgasm Live, or you can just go to Barnacules on Twitch. You can go to twitch.tv/Barnacules. BB Junkie, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You missed my old YouTube videos? Oh, I'm going to be making YouTube videos again sometime. Dude, I'm slowly making a comeback. The doctor's got me a little bit figured out now, and that's a good thing. So I'm actually very, very thankful for that. It's taken a lot of time, a lot of healing, a lot of freaking drug changes and stuff, but I feel like we're finally in a spot. I think you guys even notice it too, that I'm in a spot where things are definitely getting better. All right, so I'm going to name this before I forget it. Bluetooth keyboard ESP32, because I just don't want to lose that code. I had a lot of fun with that. Close that up, and then if you guys are ever interested about these projects and stuff, just keep letting me know. The more feedback I get on what you guys want to see over on Twitter at Barnacules, the more you guys let me know like what you're interested in, what I did you didn't like, what I did you did like and stuff. That's going to help steer a lot. Well, actually, I don't know, I'll probably just end up doing whatever I want anyways. But if you guys like the idea of like these projects and community projects, and you'd like to even do stuff where maybe we plan a month ahead and we start getting enrollment and spreading around, get a bunch of people to show up, and then I show you guys how to put together, one of these like LED RGB arrays, controllable through, streamer bot, plugged into your Twitch through OBS, through voice mod, through stream elements, through YouTube, to collect all the events from the APIs and then conglomerate them all together, the fire actions to put shit on the screen, or to make the dick module start pumping out fucking keyboard dicks all over the place, or randomly interrupting with IO keystrokes in the middle of a game and stuff like that. I mean, whatever it is, I mean, we can come up with some cool projects, I'm sure. It might be basic, but if you considered uploading some of your projects to GitHub, 100%. I actually have a GitHub. If you go there, I have a repository. If you go there, just look up the Barnacules Nerdgasm repository. I have all my old CodeGasm projects up there and stuff. But yeah, no, I probably will start uploading my Python scripts and my my other stuff. Just probably not really soon, because I still got to wipe the computer. I want to get my dev environment up. I'd like to clean it up before I upload it, because if you upload like really dirty code that's just like got all the garbage left in it and stuff, it confuses people, and then people just give you shit. Then after enough people give you shit, you don't even want to upload and share with the community anymore. So it's one of those things where it's like I'll get better as I go, and I'll get things more lined up, and we're gonna have a good time. It'll be awesome. You guys have been amazing. I hope to see you over on Twitter at Barnacules. Again, give me a follow over there. That's my most active social network. And I do stream, like I said, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on Twitch. And you can also hit up my Discord if you guys want to do real-time chat over there. I pop my head in and out of Discord all the time. And yeah, I think that's about it. I think I'm going to go get some rest, because I am exhausted. I only slept for 3 hours last night. Can you guys believe that? Eli, the computer guy, still doing this type of stuff. Might be a fun guest someday. Me and Eli used to talk all the time and get along and stuff. But then, I don't know. There was a weird disconnect there. I don't even remember what happened, but we just didn't talk anymore. I don't know, man. The last 5 years or 6 years feel like a blur. You know, after everything that happened through the pandemic, before that, everything happened with our president and all that shit. You know, before, just goddamn, it was taxing, and it caused a lot of stress and a lot of frustration. I'm looking to heal now, so. We'll see how that goes, but I'm looking to heal. And part of healing is just learning to ignore and ban and block and get rid of everybody who's negative and just gives you shit, makes you feel like garbage, just fucking sweep them out the door. And I've been doing that lately and been having a great time. So it's true. If you just get them out of your field of view and you don't have to deal with the shit riffraff anymore, you have a much better time and you enjoy life a lot more. So I will invite you to do the same. All right, I think we're all set. Yeah, all my links are on my link tree. PhysX just linked there in chat. I know, 8.5 hour stream. What the hell? This has got to be like the longest tech talk in history. All right, guys. I'll catch you later and see you on the Flippy Flop on Monday. I should have the LCD screen all soldered up and working again by then so that we can, back on Twitch, we have a lot more interactions with that. Anytime anybody does anything, Twitch, subs, bits, mods, type the command. It does a bajillion things over there. It didn't do much over here except for whatever the mods were doing over on the Twitch channel. All right, peace out, guys. Love your faces. Long time. I'm going to go see what Miss Barnacules decided to get us for dinner, and I think I'm going to take the rest of the night off. I shouldn't, because I'm supposed to be doing a bunch of stuff with password stuff and whatever. I need a break. My brain is shot. Peace out. I love your faces. You guys are the greatest. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thanks for allowing